Roma Wines present
Suspense.
Roma Wines, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world.
Salud.
Your health, senor.
Roma Wines toast the world. The wine for your table is Roma Wine, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world.
This is the man in black, here for the Roma Wine Company of Fresno, California, to introduce this weekly half hour of Suspense. Tonight from Hollywood, Roma Wines bring you the remarkable actress whose performance in the Paramount picture For Whom the Bell Tolls won her an Academy Award, Katina Paxinu. And so, with A Woman in Red, and with the performance of Madame Paxinu, we again hope to keep you in suspense. In all of London, few houses were so fine, so correct, so austere, and yet gracious with age as number 30 Henrik Square. That was true of its reception room, true of its long, quiet hallway along which the young man led the girl.
Aunt Rita, this is Miss Julia Ross.
The woman rested her knitting in her lap and slowly turned around. She was a giant of a woman of 60 in a bright red dress. For several seconds, she stared fixedly across at Julia. Then, in an instant, a soft, gentle smile came on her face.
Perfect. How perfect.
I beg your pardon?
Here. Come over here, child. Let me look at you. That's it. Over there, child. Sit there on the divan. And Carl, I think I shall have my milk now.
Yes.
And Miss Ross will have some with me. Will you? Won't you, Miss Ross?
Oh, some milk? Oh, but I never...
Some warm milk and a biscuit. Of course you will. I always find it very sustaining. Carl, you heard the young lady. And stop staring at her. You've seen a pretty girl before.
Was I staring? Excuse me, Miss Ross.
Hurry now like a nice boy.
Is he your secretary?
Let us say that he has been substituting until I found someone like you.
You mean you think I will do?
Don't you?
Well, all I know is when I saw your advertisement in the paper, Miss Crable, I couldn't believe my eyes. Wanted secretary, Irish girl, blonde hair, age about 25. It was all so perfect. It sounded just, well, it was like me.
And just like Sheila. That was my former secretary, Miss Ross. Who passed away just recently.
Oh.
She had been with me many years.
I'm so sorry, Miss
I
Crable.
had the feeling that my loss might be lessened if I could really replace her. An old lady's whim, of course, because no one is ever exactly like someone else. You, for example, I'm sure you have friends, acquaintances, relatives, perhaps, you see now and then. Sheila didn't...
But you see, I don't. What I mean is, my parents aren't living, and so far as friends or acquaintances are concerned, I hadn't had much time lately, and... Well, my landlady, of course, I know her, but...
Unbelievable, Miss Ross. Because it's so perfect. You see, the less time you have for outside attractions, the more time you have for me.
The milk, Aunt Rita, and the biscuits. Will this table do here?
That will be fine, dear. And leave us alone.
Oh, very well. My aunt is a very domineering woman, Miss Ross.
But also a generous one, I think. Your milk, dear. And a biscuit?
Oh, just the milk, thank you. Miss Crable, there's something you must know.
Well, don't hesitate, child.
Miss Crable, I'm afraid I'm not quite what you think. I mean, I've never really done any secretarial work before. I've had some business training, a little, but not actual experience. I mean it, Miss Crable. I lied in what I wrote you. I wanted the position and I needed it so much.
You silly girl.
You mean you still want me?
Certainly. Now finish your milk before it gets cold.
Oh.
As a matter of fact, there will be very little secretarial work for you to do. I shall want a sort of, a companion. Now, I shall want you to start immediately. You will, of course, live here in the house and...
Live in the house?
But, of course, you are my companion.
Oh, but I didn't understand that I... Yes. Well, then, I think perhaps I should make plans accordingly. I mean, I'd better leave now. I shall want to go to my boarding house and cancel my lodging.
Oh, there will be plenty of time for that, child. Carl and I generally take an afternoon stroll and would like you to...
But you see, there'll be other arrangements. People I must see and
People?
things to...
But you said you knew no people.
Oh, yes. Well, Miss Crabo, I have no qualifications for this position. Oh.
Why, child? What's the matter?
I don't know. Suddenly, I feel so drowsy.
Well, then, I would just lie back on the divan.
But there's no reason for it.
Oh, but there is, child. You are weary from the strain, the uncertainty, the ceaseless search for work in a strange and friendless city.
The milk. There was something in it.
So you relax. Your nerves, they go to sleep.
Yes. Sleep.
Carl. Oh, Carl.
Yes, Aunt Rita?
Have you finished the note,
Oh,
dear?
yes, only this moment.
Well, don't just stand there. Let me see it.
Aunt Rita, please. She's so harmless.
And so perfect. And now read me the note.
To Department KL, Southern Development. Leaving at once for Dublin, Ireland. Will communicate in 10 days.
10 days, Carl? We won't need so much time. Make that 5.
Just as you say, Aunt Rita.
Then sign it Sheila Campbell and post it to British Intelligence.
Tonight for Suspense, Roma Wines bring you as star Madame Katina Paxinu, whom you have heard in the prologue to The Woman in Red by Anthony Gilbert. Tonight's adventure in Suspense.
You remember the old saying, the grass is always greener in the other fellow's yard? Well, you might agree with the truth of that statement if you happen to overhear a conversation like this. Let's imagine we're seated in the smart and festive Club Montmartre in Havana, Cuba. An American has just complimented his Cuban friend on the fine quality of Havana tobacco. Graciously, the Cuban replies, "But you of the United States need have no envy of us. Nature has made a great gift of perfection to your country, too. The magnificent wine which we are all so fond of. It is Roma wine, made in your own California." Friends, that little scene is typical of many countries where wine is truly enjoyed. For in other lands, Roma wines must be imported over long distances from our own California, a luxury to be enjoyed on special occasions, while lucky you can enjoy these superb Roma wines as a daily delight, with no import duty, no expensive shipping charges added to your cost for Roma wines. Whichever one of Roma wine's many different types your own taste test names as favorite, you'll agree here is truly superb wine that could come only from truly choice wine districts. And you'll say, no wonder Roma wines are America's largest selling wines. I'll spell out the name for you. R-O-M-A, Roma wines, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world.
And now it is with pleasure that we bring back to our soundstage our star, Katina Paxinu, in The Woman in Red, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Feeling better, Julia, after your little nap?
No, I don't feel better.
Well, the walk and a little something to eat will do wonders for you. There is a little tea shop up here at the
I don't
corner.
want anything to eat. And please don't hold on to my arm like
Oh,
that.
now, child, is that a way to talk? You seemed a bit shaky, that's all. Here we are. Carl, you wait with Julia.
Oh.
I'll just look in first to see that it's not too crowded.
And now you have to hold my arm.
Oh, no, wait, Miss Ross. I don't have to hold... Hey, no, don't!
Let me go.
What are you doing, Miss Ross? Why do you run like that?
Please, don't you understand? If I'm to move in with Miss Crabo, I've got to get in touch with my landlady.
But there'll be plenty of time.
Plenty of time. What do you want with me? Why are you both
Oh, Carl.
Yes, Aunt Rita?
Come along, you two.
No.
Oh, please, you're making yourself worried about nothing. My aunt, it is just that she's a peculiar
Hurry,
woman.
hurry, children.
Then remember that I am here.
I have already ordered for
Oh,
us.
fine, Aunt Rita. Our table, this is it?
Yes, sir. Here in the corner. Miss Crago.
Thank you, Mr. James. And Sheila will sit here to my left.
Of course. Miss Sheila. Miss Sheila?
What?
This is your place here, Miss Sheila.
Sheila? Why are you calling me Sheila? What is it? Why are they laughing?
Pay no attention, dear. Just sit down, please.
This woman called me Sheila. You both did. My name is...
I know, dear. It is Julia. Everything is all right.
Shall I serve the tea now?
If you will, please. Now, Sheila, sit down, dear, like a nice girl.
No.
What, dear?
I'm going to the restaurant.
Sheila!
It's all right, Miss Crago. Don't bother. There's no other exit from that room.
Oh, I'm so sorry to impose on you, Mr. James. I had no idea she would be so difficult.
Oh, don't give it a thought. Once you explained the situation, we were only too glad to help. Of course, I'd never seen your secretary. I had no idea that...
It's only a recent development.
Yes. Shall I pour the young lady's tea now?
No, thank you. I can manage.
Yes. You know, I was just saying to Mrs. Blandon the other day, I says, I wonder if Miss Crabo and her nephew are still in the neighbourhood, I says. Why, they haven't been in my shop for ages, I says. And she says, no, they...
Yes. You see, Mrs. James, we don't dare leave her for long. For her own protection, that is.
Protection?
Yes, we are a little worried about suicide.
Oh, yes.
Aunt Rita, Sheila's coming.
Well, just call me in case I can help.
Thank you. Oh, here you are, dear. Carl, help Sheila into her chair.
Oh, yes. Sheila?
Thank you, Carl.
Relax now, dear, and drink your tea. It's all ready for you.
My tea in this cup? No, I won't drink it.
You won't drink it? Sheila, what? You're pouring it into your saucer. Dear, everybody's staring at you, laughing at you.
There's nothing for them to laugh at. I simply prefer to pour my own cup of tea. And that's exactly what I shall do.
But dear, you don't think I... Do you really believe that I put something in that first cup of tea?
Yes. Yes, I do. You did it before, and there's no reason to think you wouldn't do it again.
Sheila! Very well, then. Drink your tea. Only hurry. I don't think I can endure much more.
Never mind. I shall hurry. I'm just as eager to leave as you. And I'm going straight to the police.
Oh, now, you're not starting that again.
Are you insane? Do you think I'm helpless, that I can't get away from you? That I shall simply stand here and... Oh, it's happening.
What, dear? What's happening?
You had it in the teapot.
Oh, you're tired again, aren't you, child?
Is there something I can do, Miss Crabo?
These attacks, Mrs. James, they leave her quite exhausted.
Oh.
If you'd be good enough to open the door.
Of course, Miss Crabo, of course.
No. No.
She must be taken straight to her room, Carl. Please, if you just give her a hand. That's it. That's fine. You are really such a help to me, Carl. Here we are, Sheila. Right here. Now, just go to bed, dear.
Let me alone.
Come along, then, Carl. Sheila is quite tired.
Yes, Aunt Rita, I shall.
You said you'd always be here. You've got to help me.
What can I do?
Here. I've had it in my pocket.
A note.
Are you coming, dear?
Right away, Aunt Rita.
It's to my landlady. I wrote it in the restroom at the tea shop. Here, mail it to her. It's my only chance.
But I can't keep this.
Oh, Carl!
She's coming. Yes, Aunt Rita.
You can do it. You've got to do it.
Good night, Sheila.
How very slow you are, Carl.
Was I so very long?
You like her, I can see that. A letter, I imagine. She gave you a letter to post?
A letter? Oh, no, I was just locking the door.
Ah, yes, of course. Perhaps I have letters on my mind, dear. After that episode with Sheila. The first Sheila Campbell, that is. Dear, hand me my knitting.
Please.
That's a nice boy. Do you know, I'm continually amazed at the stupidity of these English. Can you imagine that girl, that supposedly trained agent, dropping that note? And addressed, mind you, to the British intelligence. It was very alert of you, Carl, finding it.
Thank you. Now, if you excuse me, I'm rather tired.
Yes, this espionage, it's not a restful service. Sometimes I wonder if Berlin really appreciates the risk we have taken. Yes, the girl had to be disposed of. There was no doubt of it. That was her report on us. All the facts...
Aunt Rita, we've gone over this 1,000 times. Really, I'm tired.
Yes. You were right in realizing what had to be done. It was just that you acted too...
Please, Aunt Rita, I explained
too
all
hastily,
that.
too thoughtfully, too violently.
I couldn't help it, I tell you. She rushed into the telephone room out there. I ran after her, and that stupid catch lock pinned us in. She went to pieces, pounding on the door, screaming, tearing at me. I didn't know what I was doing. There was that bookend, the big one. I lost my head, that's all. It's all your fault. Why didn't you unlock the door? Where were you?
I simply want you to remember that every incident counts. Because of you, we cannot produce Sheila Campbell's remains. And we certainly can't allow the police to tear up the cellar to find them. Because of you, we shall have to produce a substitute body. A substitute Sheila Campbell, who will satisfy the authorities completely. We have her, and I don't intend to lose her. The note, please.
The note?
The one that girl just gave you to mail.
I don't know what you're talking about. All I know is you don't have to use this girl. You could get somebody else, somebody just as good. She's not right for it.
Not right for it. A girl who denies her identity, who shrieks of drug drinks, persecution. She is ideal. The police will accept her as a suicide without giving it a second thought.
Yes, if they knew she was really insane, but she isn't. Don't you see? She isn't.
She isn't. Just ask those people at the tea shop and that foolish Mrs. James. She will tell you. She will tell the whole neighborhood.
Oh, Mrs. James, a few neighborhood gossips. They aren't enough. You have to have someone professional and authority.
Listen to me. Our note to British intelligence will divert them for just 5 days. Within that time, Julia Ross must commit suicide. And we will see that she does.
No, I won't. I won't go through with it, I tell you.
I see. What a pity it would be if the police learned who was the last person seen with the first Sheila Campbell.
You wouldn't. You wouldn't turn me over.
This espionage, Carl, it's a very demanding trade. The note, please. Thank you. Thank you, dear. I knew it was an oversight.
Yes, sir?
Could you tell me if a Miss Crable lives here?
Why, yes, this is her home, but she's rather busy upstairs, however.
Carl.
Yes, Aunt Rita?
Was that someone at the door? I thought... Oh.
How do you do, Miss Crable? My name is Turner, Dr. Turner.
Dr. Turner?
Yes, I happened to drop into the tea shop yesterday, Mrs. James' shop, you know, and she told me about your situation.
Yes?
Well, I thought I might be of some service. My field, you see, is psychiatry.
Yes. Yes, I see. Oh, how very thoughtful, Doctor. Please, won't you come right up?
Thank you.
Miss Campbell's room is up in this floor, Doctor. I thought you might as well see her at once. I know how busy you must be.
Yes. Well, the case has been quite difficult, Miss Crable.
In many ways, yes, Dr. Turner. Naturally, I feel that someday, with professional guidance and with those things, I can give her patience, understanding.
Mm-hmm.
I can bring her out of the darkness. Until then, here we are. Sheila. Sheila, dear. That is Dr. Turner. Step right in, Doctor. He's coming to visit you, dear.
How are you, Sheila? How do you feel?
Doctor, I rather think my presence will interfere. Mr. James has undoubtedly explained. If you don't mind.
Yes. That might be best. Won't you talk to me? It's all right, Sheila. Believe me, I'm a doctor.
You're no doctor.
No, Sheila.
Don't call me Sheila. You're here to help her. Help her keep me prisoner here in this house.
Stop
Help her
it.
drive me out of my mind. Help her. Yes, help her to murder me.
Sheila, pull yourself together.
She's told you
can't afford
everything.
to act like this.
Told you how to act.
You must have.
Why don't you leave me alone? Why don't you go away?
Oh, excuse me, Dr. Turner, but I became a little bit uneasy.
Yes, I can understand.
Well, Doctor?
Yes, it's persecution mania, clearly enough. She has all the symptoms. The deep melancholia, the stubborn, hysterical insistence that she's about to be done away with.
Yes?
I happen to be attached to the King James General Asylum, and I'm somewhat familiar with this type of case. There is one important thing, Miss Crabo. Over here, please.
Yes, Doctor?
The matter of Miss Campbell's protection.
Her protection?
Yes, from herself. You undoubtedly are not aware of it, but her type is often inclined toward suicide.
How dreadful.
In case those tendencies should become apparent, naturally you'd let me know.
Naturally, Doctor.
She would then require professional care. Meanwhile, I'm sure your own treatment will be as effective as any. Patience and understanding.
Torture me like this, will they? Murder me here in this house.
Sheila!
No, I won't let them. I'll kill myself first.
Miss Campbell.
I'll kill myself. That's what I'll do.
The window! Stop her! Carl! Carl!
Yes, the window.
Yes, she must
That's
do
it, the window. I'll jump through the window.
Young woman, control yourself.
Let me go.
You
Don't
must
let me
try to
down.
control
You're
yourself.
not-
Tomato, what's going on here?
Trevor.
What happened?
Well, this girl, she just tried to kill herself. I'm afraid this changes things, Miss Crabo. She must be put away.
Put away?
Yes, as soon as possible. I'll have the men come at once.
You mean take her away from me? But you can't. I've looked after her myself. Why can't I go on doing that?
Because it's beyond you now, Miss Crabo.
No.
No, I'm sorry, but there's nothing else I can do. Would you be good enough to direct me to your telephone?
Telephone?
Yes, I wish to order a car. Some men from the asylum.
Of course. There is a small telephone room right on down the hall. This way, please.
I know how you must feel, Miss Crabo. But you see, it's the sort
The
of thing-
telephone, Dr. Turner, is in this room, right here. Just sit down there at the desk.
Well, thank you. You're sure the young man can handle the girl? I mean,
I will go back myself and take charge.
well, that will be safer, I'm sure. Excuse me. Hello? Turner speaking. Yes, Dr. Turner. I'd like you to send a car right away. And 3 men.
The address? It's number 30. Just a moment. Miss Crabo. Miss Crabo!
Yes, Dr. Turner.
I can't open the door. It's locked.
Oh, sorry, Doctor. I'll have to get the keys from Carl.
Keys to unlock this door?
It's very special lock, Dr. Turner.
You don't need any keys. Just open the door from your side. Miss Crabo! Miss Crabo! Where are you? Miss Crabo!
Rita, she won't stop crying. I just can't get her to stop.
I will get her to stop. A clever one, aren't you, child? Pretending to commit suicide so the doctor would take you away.
The doctor. Where is he?
A splendid idea you had, leaping out that window. We'll see if we can help you this time.
No. Don't come near me.
Carl, we've only a very few seconds. Get her across to
No.
the window.
Don't make me do it, Aunt Rita. Please, you don't.
You wretched, sniveling coward. Do you want us both to hang? Help me get this girl to that window.
You'll be sorry you made me, Aunt Rita. You will. I couldn't help it, Dr. Turner. I couldn't help it. I just lost my head, that's all. But she made me do it. Don't you see? Don't you understand how it was? She made me do it. She drove me, Dr. Turner.
All right, now settle down. And do stop calling me Dr. Turner.
Stop calling you doctor. You?
Well, no, I'm not a psychiatrist. But I'm going to see that you meet one.
Huh?
I happen to be from British intelligence, Carl. I suppose I have you to thank for that letter.
What letter?
Yes, the one supposedly signed by Sheila Campbell, telling us she was off to Dublin, Ireland.
Oh, yes.
Would communicate with us in 5 days.
Well, Aunt Rita, she made me do that, too.
That was an inexcusable mistake, Carl. You see, Sheila would never have written Dublin, Ireland. No, an Irishman assumes that everybody knows where Dublin is. How about that, Miss Ross? Am I right?
Well, I know where it is, all right. And I'm going back there as fast as I can.
Oh, now, Julia, London isn't as bad as all that, you know.
Maybe not. I suppose it all depends upon the murderers you meet.
Why, child, you wouldn't want to meet a nicer lad than Carl here. After all, it isn't everybody who'd pitch his aunt through a bedroom window just to save your life. Yes, he's really a very nice boy. Sergeant, you better take him down to the cellar now and have him show you where he buried Sheila Campbell.
Aunt Rita, she made me do
I
it.
know. She made you do that, too. A woman of character, Miss Crable. I'm sure you'll miss her very much. But that's the way it goes. This espionage, Carl, is a very uncertain trade.
And so closes The Woman in Red, starring Katina Paxinu. Tonight's tale of suspense.
Spotted about the globe, wherever wine grapes grow, there are a few wineries whose products are made for world enjoyment. Among such wineries, right here in California, are those of Roma. And we who live in America have the pleasure of enjoying Roma wine at exceptionally low cost. For we buy it free of duty and free of excessive shipping costs. For instance, Roma California Sherry is the queen of appetizer wines. And not only that, but a wine so delicious it is suitable to serve at any time, cool or chilled. But no matter what your preference may be, you will find a Roma wine costing far less than you would expect to pay for such distinguished wine. In Roma, you have the old-world art of winemaking, plus the extra care, constant tasting and testing, which modern knowledge adds to that ageless art. That's why Roma wines have a universal appeal, why they are America's largest selling wines. I'll spell out the name for you. R-O-M-A, Roma Wines, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world.
This is Katina Paxinu. I hope you enjoyed our suspense play this evening and that you don't hate me too much. I'm not really as bad as that. Next week, I know you will want to listen when Mr. Orson Welles will be your star.
Suspense is produced and directed by William Spear. Don't forget, then, next Thursday for Orson Welles in Suspense.
Presented by Roma Wines, R-O-M-A, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Good evening. This is Peter Tobin introducing Lux Radio Theater. And every Monday night at this time, Lux Radio Theater presents, for your entertainment, the finest in radio drama. Tonight we have pleasure in presenting You're Not the Woman I Married by Malcolm Hulk. The prison alarm bell rings. 2 convicts have escaped. So starts this tensely dramatic play. Listen in a few moments to how this getaway is linked to the emotional difficulties of middle-aged George Ramage and his recently acquired young wife in You're Not the Woman I Married. Produced for Lux Radio Theater by Michael Silver. You're Not the Woman I Married.
You all right? Yeah. What are we going to do about the rope?
Leave it. Come through here behind these bushes.
What for?
I've got me reasons. Come on. That's what I wanted to hear. The prison alarm bell. Sweet music. Killing them all with its tape.
Evening, George.
Oh, hello, Jerry. It's Jerry Sharp, eh?
I'm sorry to intrude on your domestic bliss, George, but there's 2 birds just run their cage.
What? 2 men broken out of the prison?
That's right. Do your garage doors lock?
Well, no. I was going to get a padlock.
Then you better take out the distributor arm of that car of yours.
Oh, yes, sure.
And tip us the wink if you see anything suspicious like.
Yeah. Oh, I don't suppose you've got time for a cup of tea, eh?
No, sorry. I've got 5 more streets to cover. I can see we're going to be all night on this lark.
Night, Jerry. Well, did you hear that, then?
I could hear Jerry Sharp 2 streets away.
Oh, he's not that bad.
He is. If he wasn't a policeman, he'd be a car park attendant or something. Anything in uniform, ordering people about.
Anyway, we better bolt this back door.
But they're probably miles away by now.
Well, you don't know. The last time someone got out a couple of years ago, he was found not more than half a mile from the prison gates. Could go and fix the car, too.
What have you got to do to it?
Take out the distributor arm.
You don't seriously think they'd bother with an old car like ours, do you?
I don't know. They'd probably prefer it to some flashy new one. Less noticeable. Anyway, it won't take it, you see.
George?
Yes? Oh, look, I won't be a moment.
Oh,
now then, breaking our best china, that's not like you.
I don't know why I dropped it.
Oh, all right, it's only a mixing bowl. I'll clear up the mess.
It just suddenly fell out of my hand.
You've been working too hard, getting ready for the night.
I'm terribly sorry.
Oh, it's all right, love. Accidents will happen.
But I haven't got another mixing bowl.
Well, your brother isn't going to miss a few buns that he never knew he was going to have. Anyway, you brought enough food to last us through a siege.
Do you think I've brought in too much?
No, of course not. I expect them to eat us out of house and home. That's a sailor's prerogative, isn't it?
It's awfully good of you saying they could come and stay here.
What sort of a Victorian husband do you think I am, then? This is your home, love, as much as it's mine. Any member of your family is welcome here for as long as they want to stay. You know that, don't you?
You're a very nice Victorian husband.
Yes, well, let's not harp on my advancing years.
Oh, listen who's talking. Who had to be convinced they weren't too old at 43 to get married?
I'm a year younger since then. Now, how about getting the cooking and housework and go and get yourself ready?
Give me a kiss first.
I'll stop work any time to do that. Now, you go make yourself look beautiful, though you don't already. Otherwise, I'll never finish painting that window tonight.
All right. I'll be as quick as I can.
Oh, it's all right. I'll go. Oh, well, I've been the ocean waves, where the lyric roots.
Hello, George.
Oh, hello, Roddy. What can I do for you?
Oh, I'm sorry to be a nuisance, but your mother's run out of bread.
There's a small white in the bin.
Oh, looks like you're in luck. Oh, let's see what we can find here. Come on.
Have you heard about the escape?
Oh, yes, the police have been round here.
They say they'll be after civilian clothes and money, if they can lay their hands on him.
Well, then you'd better keep your fancy suits locked up. Now, this one, do you? Small white?
Oh, I should think so. Well, actually, I think your mother only sent me around here to see what's going on.
I don't suppose she wants to know what you're doing and what you're thinking all the time, eh?
Well, if I had a mother, I wouldn't talk about her like that.
Oh, I'm not talking about her like anything.
Do you and Mary get on?
Hey, you're a funny bloke, aren't you? That's the sort of thing you never ask people.
Oh, I didn't mean no offence. I mean, she's so different from people around here. Like the smart clothes she wears and
Of
that.
course she's different. She's from London.
Well, what did she want to come up here for?
Roddy, are you going down the street borrowing bread and running some sort of survey into the habits of married couples?
Well, you're the only people I know this side of the town.
Well, you try finding things out about people by asking other people, like everybody else does.
Well, it seems funny, that's all. Coming to a place like this from London. Oh, I'd give anything to get to London. Well, if I could get a job down there.
I wish you luck, mate. Now, do you think you've inquired enough into our business to satisfy my mother for the evening?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'll get the bread to her.
I'll see you out. Hey, you better mind how you go past the Nick. You're one of those blokes looks the spitting image of you.
Oh, you didn't.
Go on. Get on with it.
Good night.
Night, Roddy. Well, it hasn't taken you long to get ready.
Did you find the bread all right?
Yes, I thought you were getting a new dress for tonight.
Changed my mind. Don't I look all right?
Oh, you know, you always look wonderful, but... Well, I thought you said you put some money by for new clothes for your brother's visit.
Money comes in useful for other things as well.
So no, love. Oh, as soon as we got this house paid off, we'll be able to get all sorts of things. Certainly do look wonderful.
Right, you're crushing my dress. I've just pressed it.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Now then, don't sulk.
No, I'm not sulking.
I've got something for you. Do you want to see it?
What is it?
I've got it on top of this wardrobe.
Oh.
There you are. You'll probably be ever so annoyed with me for spending the money.
An electric razor.
It's the type you said you wanted.
You haven't got anything else hidden away in this house, have you?
Why'd you ask that?
Well, nothing, only... Well, it's lovely, Mary, but we can't afford that sort of thing, not yet.
But I bought it for you. I didn't steal the money. I saved it.
But I mean, why buy it for me? So many other things that you need, that we need for the house.
I wanted to show how much I appreciate you having my brother and his friend here.
Oh, that's costing money, too. And I don't think I begrudge a penny of it, but this is only an extra.
You just can't live, can you?
What do you mean?
It's no good trying to explain.
No, Mary, just a minute. Look, love, I didn't want to hurt your feelings.
Well, you have done.
Yeah, but we've got to plan for things like that.
You're frightened of that razor, aren't you?
How do you mean, frightened?
It's something you want, but you won't take it. It was the same about going away on holiday last summer, wasn't it?
We went on holiday.
Because I talked you into it. Do you remember which of us proposed marriage?
Yeah, well, I know, but... Well, I thought it was such a cheek. A man of my age...
George, you're still scared of me because I try to live a bit. You're worried about what I might do next, aren't you?
Sometimes I think, I don't really know you.
How can you live with me a year and not know me?
Well, some of the things you say sometimes and do.
Like wearing a bikini in the back garden last summer?
Oh, I mean more important things.
What do you want to know about me that you don't know already?
Nothing. I don't want to know anything that you don't want to tell me.
If you want to know about me? Me before we got married, I'll tell you. But I didn't want to hurt you.
No, I'm not talking about the past. I'm talking about now. That's what we agreed, isn't it? Now, look. Can't we see if they take that razor back until we can afford it?
But I wanted you to have it.
You know I'd love to have it.
Then keep it.
But... Well, how much did it cost?
£6.
All right.
Can we kiss and make up now?
Of course we can. Proper baby sometimes. Did you tell your brother how much older I am than you?
I said you got white hair and no teeth, and I'd take you out in a wheelchair.
There's not much in Southampton to entertain him. I hope he won't get fed up here.
Well, he'd probably want to go to London after a few days to meet his old friends.
Well, it'll be a change at any rate after being cooped up in a ship for 18 months.
Oh, did you remember the beer?
Oh, but I thought you'd got it.
No, I asked you yesterday to go to the off-license.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, you've forgotten. Just a minute, I'll get my purse.
Well, I really thought you said you'd get it.
Well, it doesn't matter. Here's £1 housekeeping. You can get something out of that. They should be here any minute now. You better hurry.
All right. Well, I won't be long.
Oh, and you need the shopping bag.
Oh, thanks. I'd better get my coat. It'll be freezing outside.
You won't need that. You'll only be out a few minutes.
Yeah, well, I don't want to get pneumonia. Here, let me get at the wardrobe.
But I thought you didn't like being mollycoddled.
I don't mind mollycoddling myself.
Do you want to be an old man and wear your overcoat just for 3 minutes in the open?
I'd rather be a middle-aged man and wear my overcoat for 3 minutes. Well, aren't you going to let me get at it?
Don't need it. You only think you do.
Yeah, what have you got in there? A body or something?
I'll give you your muffler.
Oh.
There you are. That'll keep your neck warm.
Yeah, but what about the rest of me?
That's for the rest of you. Now hurry or they'll be here.
Yeah, all right.
This is a police announcement. This is a police announcement.
What's that?
Well, sounds like a loudspeaker.
Well, open the door.
Okay.
Please pay attention. This is an important police announcement. 2 men have escaped from the prison. Please lock all doors and windows. Please report immediately to the police if you see any persons acting suspiciously. The 2 escaped men may still be in this neighborhood. These men may be dangerous. Please report to the police immediately if you see any persons behaving suspiciously. This is a police announcement. Please pay attention.
I don't envy those 2 blokes on the run. Probably be glad when they're back inside.
They may not think so.
Did you tell your brother you'd chosen the house next door to the local Nick?
He knows all about it.
You sure you'll be all right on your own? Wouldn't it be better if I wait till Mitch and his friend have turned up?
I'll be perfectly all right.
Well, if anyone rings the doorbell or anything, you take a good look at them through the front window before answering.
Yes, I'll do that. Don't worry.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Oh, evening, George. Well, we were talking about the escaped convicts.
And a right lot these convicts are, too. You ever see anything of them?
Oh, me?
You live next door to them?
There's a 20-foot wall between my house and that place. They might be on another planet, for all I know about them.
Well, this fella, the knifer, we never knew his real name. He broke out. Must be over 40 years ago now. He vanished. Just went out of sight. Well, they hadn't got those fast cars in those days, and he certainly didn't get a lift on a horse and cart, because they had the whole place surrounded for miles in all directions. Roadblocks, everything you could think of. But there he was, gone.
Didn't they catch him?
Was coming to that. You see, he had a brother that the police didn't know anything about. And this brother, he had got himself a job as a gardener to Lord Wyburn that used to own this big estate where all those houses are now.
Oh, yes, the Wyburn estate.
That's right, that's it. So there was a little cottage thrown in with this job of being a gardener. Of course, all them cottages are gone now. They were where the school is now. And this bloke, the knifer, he holds up with his brother, see? He stayed there in a back room, hiding under the bed whenever the head gardener called round on any business like. And then he moves off free as a lord when the time suits him. Of course, by then, no one's looking for him around here.
That's the way to do it. Now then, George, what can I get you?
Well, I wanted Yes, that's what it is, you see. Nobody thought of looking right here next to the prison. They thought he must have got away in the first few hours.
He knew what he was doing. You were saying, George?
Yeah, well, a quart of light and brown, 2 bottles of stout, and a couple of tins of lager. Oh, and half a bottle of whiskey.
Right, coming off.
Of course, they got him in the end, because, you see, He did in his own brother with a knife before he went on his way.
Oh, I never heard that.
Anyway, the knifer fell out with his brother over something and used his knife on him. He was a real bad lot, he was. But he got away all right before anyone found his brother's body. And he managed to join the army. No one spotted him. He just volunteered like everyone else.
Very nice. Got any more stories like that?
I thought you might be interested.
Oh, yes. Well, I'm interested, yeah.
Well, that's your order all set up, George. Shall I put it in your bag for you?
Oh, yes, thanks. How much is that, lot?
That'll be £3, 2 and 6, please.
Thanks. There we are then. £3, 2 and 6 pence. Just right.
Thanks. Very much.
Well, that's what I'd do if I was escaping from that place. Now, there was a bloke stayed actually inside the prison for a week without being spotted. By the time he finally broke out, all the hue and cry had died down, and he was able to walk out dressed as a warder, free as the Lord. And then he still needed money for a train fare to get away, and the first house he tried to rob was the home of a policeman.
Oh, that was rotten luck for him.
Oh, you need a lot of luck trying to get away from a place like that. Or a lot of planning.
Seems to me you need a lot of both.
Yes, I should think you would. You're doing all right then, George?
I'm fine.
The wife all right?
She gets away. Yes.
As I was saying, this bloke actually stayed inside the prison in a workshop, it was, for a whole week without being spotted.
Well, I'd like to hear about it sometime, but I'll be going now. Good night.
Yeah, no night, George.
Good night, George.
Mary? Oh, there you are. Any sign of them yet?
Yes, they've arrived.
Oh, jolly good.
But they've gone straight up to their room.
Oh, they want to change and that,
They're both terribly tired, George. They've had no sleep for 2 days. There's been some trouble with the boilers on their ship. They're both dead tired.
Oh, well, we'll take the beer up to them. Look, I've gone and splashed out a bit of butter.
I really think we ought to let them sleep. They both looked awful when they arrived.
You mean they're staying up there till the morning?
I don't know yet. I'm sorry if it's a disappointment to you.
No, it's all right. This is Liberty
But they
Hall.
were tired.
Well, that didn't mean anything.
You are disappointed, aren't you?
No. There'll be plenty of time to get to know each other next week. What's got into you, anyway?
Nothing.
You seem so nervous since I came back.
It's nothing. It's just that I haven't seen Mitch for a long time. It seems strange in being here, that's all.
Look, they can't both be asleep yet. Yeah, why don't we go up and have a drink with them and then let them
No,
go to bed?
we really ought to let them sleep it out.
Oh, all right. Where's their bags and all that?
They've taken everything upstairs with them.
Well, we'd better get the beer sorted out. I'll take it through to the kitchen. There's a couple of tins of lager for you. What's Mitch's friend like? Had you met him before?
No, he's just a chap Mitch met on the ship. They share the same cabin together. His people live in London.
Well, why didn't he go down there then?
Mitch wanted him to meet me. I think he wanted to show off.
What sort of fellow is he then?
Well, he's all right. He bought a whole bag full of toys for his kid brother.
How do you know? You open it up?
What are you asking me this question for?
Oh, nothing. Well, I just wondered what sort of fellow he was. You are an estater.
No, I'm perfectly all right.
Okay. Here, how about having one of your tins of lager? Here, I'll get a glass for you.
It's just that we never seem to get on so well when there are other people around. I hope it won't be like that on account of Mitch.
Oh, why should it?
Because you never really trust me. You think I may say the wrong thing and shock people.
Oh, it'd take a lot to shock a couple of merchant seamen, wouldn't it, huh? There you are now. Drink this. See if it doesn't put a different complexion on things, huh?
Thank you. What if, when you get talking with Mitch about the places he's been, you start wishing you hadn't got married and settled down?
Oh, is that what's on your mind?
You've always wanted to go abroad, haven't you?
Oh, everyone wants to travel.
George, what if we both went away together?
Where to?
Oh, it doesn't matter. Somewhere where no one speaks English, so there'd only be the two of us.
Was that what Mitch's coming here has done to you?
It's only made me think that we're best when we're on our own.
Look, if he's upset you in some way, I've a good man to go upstairs and ask him to go.
No, he hasn't said anything. It's just because we've got something, you and me. I don't want us to ever lose it. I don't want us to slip back to whatever we were before.
Has my mother been saying things?
No, it's got nothing to do with her, not this time. Well, in a way it is, because Mitch being up here, it makes me remember what I used to be like. George, will you promise me that whatever happens, we won't forget what we've built up together?
Well, what could happen? We're married, aren't we? I don't know what you're worried about.
I'm just being silly, I suppose. Maybe I just wanted to tell you how much I love you.
Well, love you. You go a very complicated way about it. I only wish I knew what was really going on in your mind.
If you could see into it right now, all you'd see would be one big muddle.
Oh, well, you drink up while I go and fix the car. Oh, I'd almost forgotten it.
What are you going to do with this arm?
Oh, distribute your arm. I'll take it out, put it on the shelf in here somewhere. It's only a little thing. I'll show you in the morning how it works, if you like.
All right.
Now, you sit tight there. I won't be a jiffy. And stop worrying.
All right, I'll try. You'll need the torch, won't you?
Oh, yes, thanks. What a night. Roll on summer. Oh. Push. Where are you? Oh, now then, Push, you freeze to death out here. Come on. Hello, what have we got here? Mary.
What is it?
There's two sets of prison convict uniforms in our dustbin.
Uniforms in our dustbin.
Men who escaped. They must have got hold of civilian clothes somehow, and they had to dump their prison gear somewhere, and they've used our dustbin.
But there's been no one round here.
Well, they wouldn't ring the front doorbell and ask permission, would they? Anyway, it means that they can't have got very far. They must be hiding just around this street somewhere.
Why around here?
Because their uniforms are here.
But they may have been there for almost an hour and a half. I mean, they could have got a long way from here in that time.
Those uniforms weren't there when I went to get the beer.
How do you know?
Well, when I was leaving here, after you closed the front door, I found a banana skin someone had thrown in our garden path. I put it in the dustbin.
But it was dark. How could you see what was in there?
Well, it doesn't matter, does it? I'd have sensed if those clothes had been in there. Well, take up half the dustbin. Anyway, look, you go upstairs and tell Mitch what it's all about. You'll have to wake him up if he's asleep, and stay up there till I get back. I don't want anything to happen to you.
Where are you going?
Well, I have to tell the police, of course. Or it might be quickest if I went straight to the prison itself.
But, George, it's not our business.
What do you mean, not our business?
I just don't want you to go to the police, that's all.
Well, why not?
I don't want us to get involved.
But there's two criminals escaped from prison.
You've lived next to that place all your life, but you don't know what it's like to be inside there. Locked up, treated like an animal.
And do you?
Why do you ask that?
Well, I didn't mean do you really know what it's like to be in prison. I meant that... But I don't understand you. Of course we've got to go to the police.
George, if you feel you must go, then that's all there is to it.
But why don't you want me to?
Because you're a frightened little man.
Huh?
You always wanted to run to someone or something bigger than yourself. If your father lived, you might have got it all out of your system, but he didn't. So you're always looking for something big and powerful to lean on and make decisions for you and to run to.
You've never talked like this before.
I didn't have to. You seem to be getting more used to being a married man and not being frightened anymore.
Mary, you've been married before, haven't you?
What's that got to do with it? Up to 2 minutes ago, we were happy, weren't we? But as soon as anything comes in from the outside, we start to break up.
Like 2 prison uniforms in our front garden, for instance?
Like anything. We just don't remain a single unit anymore because you don't trust me.
Oh, but I just don't know what to make of you, Mary.
All right, then I'll tell you. I was married when I was 18, and he was very young and foolish. Now, do you want to know any more?
Only what you want to tell me.
I didn't want to tell you things that might hurt you.
You mean you loved him more than you loved me?
Young love's different, George. It's wild and crazy. It goes deep inside you.
I know. I was in love with a girl when I was 20. Only I had my mother to think about.
Well, I didn't bother to think about anyone but me.
And did he leave you?
What happened was as much my fault as it was his. I was full of big ideas, wanting expensive things and a gay time.
Yeah, I see. So you'd rather I didn't tell the police about those prison uniforms?
I thought we'd got off that.
I know you did.
What's that supposed to hint at?
Mary, that telegram you had from your brother, where is it?
Well, what do you want it
The
for?
telegram he sent you from Liverpool. You never showed it to me. It should have Liverpool written across it somewhere.
Well, I suppose it did, but what are you talking about? It was 2 days ago. I must have thrown it
In
away.
the 12 months we've been together, I've never seen a letter from him.
He never writes letters. Don't you think he exists or something? He's upstairs, asleep.
Oh, that'll be Jerry Sharp, likely. I invited him back for a cup of tea.
Oh, send him away. I want to talk to you.
Don't worry. Just because you're not the woman I married, I'm not going to be the laughing stock in the neighborhood. You'll be all right.
George!
Oh, hello, Jerry. Thought it'd be you.
Well, I've got time for that cup of tea if the offer's still good.
Hey, it's coming.
Oh, what's the matter with you then? Camel got the hump?
No, I'm all right. Let's get this door closed. It's freezing.
Well, aren't you going to put the chain on it?
Well, hardly any need, sir, with you in the house, is there?
I see what you mean. Well, I'd certainly teach them a lesson. I've got my hands on them, keeping us all out on a night like this.
Yeah, well, come on down to the kitchen, get warm, huh? Oh, as a matter of fact, we were just putting the kettle on, weren't we, Mary?
Yes.
Oh, it's a rotten shame, really. For all you chaps being kept out on a night like this, when for all we know, those 2 men may be snug as anything somewhere in the warm.
Oh, I don't know about that. They're more likely perishing of cold in someone's coal shed. Anyway, how's Mary getting on?
I'm all right, thank you.
Well, I've got to be back in an hour. There's a whole van load of extra dogs being brought in from Nottingham.
Are they supposed to know where the men are?
They're given something to smell that the prisoners have been wearing. Then we go on the leash with them. Mind you, if I get the dog that picks up the scent, he'll be off his leash the moment he starts tugging.
You really hate anyone who's on the wrong side of the law, don't you, Jerry? I mean, you wouldn't want to deprive the dogs of their bit of fun, would you?
Oh, I don't think Jerry meant anything like that, did you, Jerry?
Well, the dogs are trained not to attack a person, provided they don't offer any resistance.
I see. And the dogs decide whether the person is offering resistance or not.
The dogs are very well trained, if you're interested to know.
If you've got nothing to let the dogs smell, no clothes, like...
Bedding. Use their bedding. As a matter of fact, their clothes haven't been found yet. They must have dumped them somewhere. They can't still be walking around in their prison togs.
Do you know anything about these men yet?
Oh, they're a couple of bad boys, all right. Donnelly and Wilson. You remember they did a bank job down in London a couple of years ago?
I don't remember it, no.
Oh, their names were all in the papers. They were both armed at the time. They beat up a night watchman, used the butts of their guns. They drew 10 years each on account of that.
So I suppose I'll be watching for them down in London tomorrow.
If we don't catch them tonight, they will. You know, that's a funny thing. Most blokes, as soon as they break out of prison, it doesn't matter where they are, they head for home like a lot of flipping homing pigeons. Just shows what a balmy lot some of them are inside. They all know that as soon as a man breaks out, we're watching their relatives, no matter where they live.
What if they don't have any relatives?
Then they've got nowhere to run to, have they?
I mean, no one's going to harbour an escaped convict unless there's something in it for them, or because he's a member of the family. Now, you take this Donnelly, for instance. According to the screws of the neck, no one's ever visited him since he started serving his time there. He was supposed to have had a pretty young wife when he was carrying a gun around, but the moment he got sent to prison, she just faded out.
Here's your tea.
Oh, thanks, Mary.
Yours, George.
Thanks.
If you don't mind, I've got a few things to do upstairs.
Oh, you're leaving us?
Yes, if you don't mind.
Oh, something the matter with her?
No, there's just got a few things on her mind, I imagine.
Women, you've got to have them, but you can never understand them. Got any fags on you?
Oh, yes, sure. Got some up here. That's funny. No, I know I did have them on this shelf.
That doesn't matter. I just run out.
Yes, but I had some up here. Oh, Mary must have taken them.
I thought she'd stopped smoking.
Yes, well, she must have put them somewhere.
Or maybe there's been someone else round who'd run out.
Yeah, I suppose that could have happened, yes.
Anyway, you'll have plenty of duty-frees when your brother-in-law arrives. No sign of them yet, I suppose?
No.
Oh, they'll have stacks. I wouldn't mind a couple of packets if there's any going.
Oh, sure, I'll ask them.
You know what time they're arriving yet?
Oh, Mary said something about trouble with the ship. Boilers or something. They were a bit uncertain about when they'd be free.
Oh, they'll be running out of trains as they're not here pretty soon. I hear you're getting all spruced up for them.
Oh, you mean the paintwork on the window? Well, I really ought to be getting on with that.
No, I mean, aren't you getting a couple of new suits?
Oh, well, I've been thinking about it.
Well, your missus has been thinking, if what I hear's right. The wife saw her buying them.
What? Your Jessie saw Mary buying suits for me?
Yes. Now, don't tell me you didn't know anything about it.
Oh, well, I guess she was up to something.
Well, you can't fool me, George. You didn't know anything about it, did you?
Oh, it's our first anniversary coming up next week. I knew she'd been saving up for something.
Now I've gone and let the cat out of the bag. Anyway, when she shows them to you, you look surprised. That's the way to treat a woman, same as you would a child.
Yes, I know. Mary's full of surprises.
Well, I'm off. Now, don't forget about those fags when your brother-in-law turns up.
No, come with you to the front door.
Thanks for the warm-up. You see, it's going to freeze solid tonight.
Oh, yes, I expect you're right.
Good night, then, George.
Good night, Jerry. Now, remember about the cigarettes for you.
Shall I put the kettle on?
All right, Roddy. Did George say they're
Two men broke out of Chesterton prison late this afternoon. They are Michael John Donnelly, aged 28, and Brian Wilson, aged 25. Both men are serving 10-year prison sentences for an armed raid on a London bank 2 years ago. Police have set up roadblocks on the roads leading to Nottingham and Leicester, and drivers are being questioned. It is believed that the two men who escaped...
Oh, evening, Roddy.
I thought you were busy tonight.
Well, I sort of
scaled the outer wall.
What about these two men? What?
This afternoon, police headquarters issued a warning that these two men may be dangerous.
Well,
road death.
You can switch that off now, Roddy.
A minute.
Well, that's the second time tonight they've been on about those fellas. They put on pictures of them before.
Oh, what did they look like?
Well, you could see what type of men they were, all right.
Oh, those photographs the police take, they always make people look like that.
Oh, it doesn't matter who takes the photograph. You could see what type of men they were. You're just in time for a cup of tea, George.
I'll just have one.
Yeah, I suppose you have.
Well, I will have one, thanks.
Well, I'll go make it then.
Yeah, I shan't be long. Mother,
You've got a lot of old newspapers somewhere, haven't you?
They're in the bottom cupboard there.
Oh.
That's that Maggie Fairkettle for you. Asked me to put by your morning newspapers from when you were living here, so she could put them under her new carpet. Then she never collected them. No. You could throw that lot out now. She'll never want them now.
Yes, I will.
What are you looking for in there, then?
These were about the same time as those two men were caught.
Well, that's nothing to do with us. I know what I'd like to do with them men.
What would you do with them?
Oh, they're not fit to live, not that sort.
Well, didn't kill anybody.
I don't know what's got into you with all your new ideas on things. Or maybe I do.
What do you mean by that?
Well, I suppose you've got a right to your own ideas.
Meaning I haven't, I suppose.
I never said that.
We got the teapot in here.
It's over there, Roddy.
Oh, thanks. What have you got all these newspapers out for? Somebody doing their crosswords?
George is looking up about them men what escaped. He feels sorry for them.
I never said that, Mother.
Well, look at what it says in this one. Shorter jackets for men. Oh, that's going a bit back, isn't it?
Well, they're all 2 years old, these papers.
I can't think how you've got time reading through all them now. I thought you'd be up to your eyes with your new relatives by now. I suppose they've all arrived to make themselves at home by now, haven't they?
Oh, yes. Mary's looking after them.
Yeah, I suppose she is. Blood's thicker than mortar.
What do you think of this, then? Miss Lola DuPont, honeymooning on the Italian Riviera with film director husband Amo Kazana or something, told reporters, "I shall love this man till the day I die." She divorced him last month, didn't she?
I thought you was making the tea, Roddy.
Oh, only trying to be helpful. This isn't what you're after, isn't it? Bank raiders sentence. Hey, look, there are photographs of them. They're the same as they put on the telly earlier on tonight.
Yeah, let me see.
Hold on a minute. Donnelly's wife leaves court in tears. See picture on page 5.
Yeah, let me have that paper.
All right. Look for yourself if you want.
I can't think why you're so interested.
Just a minute, Mother.
Do you mind if I look too?
If you want to.
Oh, she looks a slip of a thing, doesn't she? Oh, very dramatic the way she's holding that handbag up to her face, isn't it?
Yeah, she wouldn't want anyone to recognize her coming out of a place like that, I wouldn't wonder.
Myra Donnelly. Oh, that's a nice name for a girl. I always think.
Sounds soft to me. It isn't English.
Well, is that what you were looking for then, George?
Well, I was just curious, that's all. Weren't you making some tea or something?
I thought you didn't want any.
He changed his mind.
All right, then, tea for 3 coming up. Now then, where's that teapot?
It's over there.
All right, yeah. Oh, well, off we go. Shan't be long.
Well, have you finished with them newspapers?
Yes, I'll throw them out for you.
Oh, leave them there. Roddy will do it.
Mother, I may be going away for a bit.
I've been expecting that.
What makes you say that?
Well, I know you two wouldn't want to be stuck in a place like Thrapton forever. Not now you've got each other. I mean to say, Mary's only young, and young people want some fun. There's not for a year.
Oh, no, I meant I might be going away on my own for a bit.
Who'd look after you?
I can look after myself.
Oh. Well, I suppose it's none of my business.
Now, you see, Mary may have to go with her brother back to London for a while. Well, there may be some business they've got to clear up down there.
I see.
What do you see?
Well, naturally, that comes first with her, doesn't it? What would happen to your job while you're gone away?
I'd have to get another when I came back, wouldn't I? No, I just thought I'd warn you that I might be going. You'll be all right with Roddy here.
Where were you thinking of going, then?
Abroad, somewhere.
Well, there must be some reason why you're planning to fly off in different directions. Not that it's any of my business, of course.
Well, Mother, I wanted to talk to you about it.
Well, I'm here.
Hey, open up. I've got my hands
full.
full.
All right.
Yes. Did you hear those bloodhounds howling just then? You can hear them from the back clear as anything. Oh, it's enough to give you the creeps. Where shall I put the tray? Next to you, Mrs. Maid?
Put it down here, Roddy.
There you are. Yeah, was I interrupting you?
No, it's all right. As I was saying, Mother, I wondered if you could help me, that's all.
You should know that's my only thought, George. I've always done everything I could to help you. That's one advantage of being an only child.
Yes, I know. This person, they might not have to go away to clear up this business if things were made more worthwhile for them round here.
Who do you mean by this person? You or somebody else?
Are you sure I'm not interrupting? Well, I could take my tea up to my own room.
There's no need for you to do that, Roddy. If what's going to happen happens, everybody's going to know about it any road. Now then, George, who were you talking about?
I was referring to Mary.
And who's done anything to cross her, I'd like to know. Isn't she grateful for what you've done for her? Now, let me tell you something, George, that your father used to say, what is to be will be.
Oh. So that's how you're ready to help me, is it?
There's no one can help you if she's made up her mind to go.
I know it's none of my business, George, but are you saying that Mary's going away?
It's like as you will. And me, too.
Oh, I'm sorry about that. Well, she's such a bright person around these
Mother,
parts.
here's the front door key to this house. I'll ring the bell in future.
Now, what's the meaning of that? That's your key and this is your home.
My home's where my wife is, if she'll have me.
If she'll have you, I should take my boots on the other foot.
Well, that's your way of looking at it, Mother. I'll be off now.
But if that woman's leaving you, you'll come back here, won't you?
Good night, Mother.
George!
Good night.
Well, shall I go after him?
No, he'll come back. He's got a comfortable home here. It's just a lot of funny ideas other people have put into his head. If she'll have him, I never heard such nonsense.
But, isn't it serious if they're both talking about going away?
I expected it of her. She's got far too highfalutin ideas for people like us. Don't worry about George. He's far too steady to fly off anywhere. He'll be perfectly all right once he's got shot of her.
But what if he loves her? Maybe she still loves him.
Oh, you can't tell me a young chit of a thing like that knows anything about love. Love is something you learn about through suffering.
I really think we ought to go after him, Mrs. Ramage. Maybe you want somebody to talk to.
If he wants to talk to anybody, he's always got me. And why don't you call me Auntie like I told you?
Auntie, then.
Now, settle down and drink your tea. There's no rhyme or reason why either of you two boys should get upset by whatever that young woman is up to. Go on, sit yourself down.
All right.
And in future, you can call me Mother, if you like.
Evening, George. Hello. What are you looking for in your dustbin this time of night?
Oh, there were some things in there.
That's what dustbins are for, isn't it?
Well, they're gone now.
Maybe the dustbin's been working overtime, eh?
Yeah. Well, maybe he has.
I saw some fellas go off in your car.
Yeah, I suppose you did. Mary and her mother had to go somewhere.
Oh. She locked you out then?
No, I'm just going in. Good night.
Good night. You see, she has locked you out. She put the chain on the door. That's what my old woman used to do.
There's a window open round the back. I'll get in there.
Shall I wait to see if you're all right?
No, don't bother. Good night.
Good night.
Well, aren't you going then?
I wanted to see how you get in.
I'm going round the back. There's a window open there.
Oh, all right then. Good night.
Good night.
Poor old devil. Let's see about getting in. How did milk bottles get round here? Fine cut birds a ride make. Now the light. Nope.
Oh, it's you.
What are you doing with that gun?
I might ask you what you're doing climbing through the window. Look at your trousers. They're covered in paint.
You had the chain on the front door.
Well, the way you went off, I didn't know whether you were coming back or not. Let me do something about
No,
that.
leave me alone.
All right.
I see the car's gone.
If you'd been here, I could have asked you about it.
You would have asked me.
It was their only way of getting away.
And why didn't you go with them?
Would you have liked me to have done that?
Oh, see. You mean this way people aren't going to talk? I suppose they left that gun behind, did they? Or have you had it hidden away all the time?
I don't know what you're on about.
You don't? I suppose some little bird came and took away those uniforms out of the dustbin.
They were their uniforms. They'd taken them with them.
Oh, isn't that rather dangerous? What if they're stopped and the wrong person sees those uniforms in the boot of the car?
But who's going to stop them?
Oh, I see. Of course, some time has gone by now. The roadblocks will probably already be down.
George, I don't know what you're talking about. Those were the uniforms they wear on the ship. They were going to buy new ones tomorrow in town, but now they've got to use the ones they had. You made a mistake.
Oh, that's really clever, that is.
George, you're talking like a stranger. Can I tell you what happened?
Go on.
Oh, you know, that's just what your mother says. Go on when she means she doesn't want to listen. And I see when she means she doesn't see a damn thing of what you're saying.
Leave my mother out of it.
Mitch and his friend have been called back.
Oh, is that what you call it? You mean back inside the ship? So they'll need their uniforms, won't they?
Just after you walked out of here the way you did, there was a message telling them to go back to Liverpool straight away. There's something still wrong with the boilers. They'll both be back here by tomorrow afternoon.
Yeah, isn't that pushing the luck just a bit too far, coming back here?
Well, if you're going to carry on like this, I suppose it is. I better tell them to stay away.
And I suppose all that's part of the plan, too. People know about those 2 suits you bought.
That's what comes of living in a town like this. They're upstairs if you want to see them. I had them in the wardrobe in the hall before you went out.
How did you have the money to buy them?
We don't. Not both of them. They're on approval to see if they fit you. And I've got enough money put by for you to have one of them.
You got it all worked out, haven't
Yes,
you?
because I'm a better manager than you or anyone else around here likes to imagine. Now, will you excuse me, please?
What do you want now?
I simply want to get to the tap to fill this hot water bottle. It's freezing in bed alone.
Oh. Yeah, but you had to live in this town, didn't you? That was vital, wasn't it?
I picked it out with a pin. It looked as good as anywhere else. I just wanted to get away from London. I've told you all this before.
Well, I'll give you one thing. You've been faithful. You've worked and planned and plotted. You've done more than most women would do to help their man.
George, have you been drinking? You know you can't take it.
I have not been drinking.
Then is there something you want to tell me that I ought to know about?
Only that you've done your job very well. And there's one other thing.
Yes?
None of it would really matter if I didn't love you.
George, you're very sweet sometimes. Sometimes in the strangest ways. Would you mind telling me exactly what it is that does matter?
What matters? You know, you're so cool, it's a wonder that hot water bottle on your arm doesn't turn into a block of ice.
Well, it hasn't done up to now. Are you coming to bed now?
I don't know how you can ask that. After a whole year of pretense.
Then are you going to spend the night down here?
No, just leave me alone.
All right. Good night.
Mary.
Yes, George.
No, there's nothing. Leave me alone.
All right. Good night.
Mary, the gun. Oh, no, I see I'm left with the gun. Well, let it be on her conscience. Young love's wild and crazy. So they'll do anything to help each other, even if it means breaking my heart. Now, all I have to do is pull this trigger. It's all over. Oh, heavens, Mary. I wish it hadn't had to end like this.
Louis, no!
This gun. Where'd you get it from? It's a water pistol.
I know. You got water all over your face. Oh, let me get a towel to you. You do the oddest things sometimes.
Where'd it come from?
One of the presents Mitch's friend bought for his little brother. When I heard someone breaking into the kitchen, I brought it downstairs just to scare them. Now then, hold still while I mop you up.
You know what I thought.
Don't tell me you thought it was a real one, or I'll be quite sure you've gone off your head. Don't keep pointing it at yourself and squeezing the trigger.
Oh, no. You see, what I thought was...
Well, I'm listening.
It doesn't matter now. What did you come back for?
Oh, to give you back your cigarettes.
Oh, Tar.
I was going to have one, and I took them off the shelf. You'll probably need them if you're going to spend the night down here.
Yes, thanks. I thought you'd taken them for Mitch.
No, he had plenty. He's left a carton for you. The ones they get cheap on the ship. They're upstairs.
Oh, that was thoughtful of him.
You know, George, you're still acting like you thought the world was coming to an end.
Maybe I thought it was. Can I kiss you?
It could be arranged. I am the woman you married, you know.
Oh, Mary, love. I think things will be different now. I sort of straightened things out with my mother tonight. I'll still go on visiting her, of course, but things will be different. And thank you for the electric razor.
Oh, you nice, funny man. Now come to bed. There's only one flight of stairs back where we started.
Yes, all right. I better bolt up this window, though. Paint's ruined anyway. Climbing in. Don't want those men breaking in here. Not tonight.
Oh, they've been caught. I just thought you'd have known.
When were they caught?
Sometime this evening. They were on their way back to Leicester. But what's the matter now? You look like you've seen a ghost.
If anyone had planned to help them after they'd broken out of prison, those plans would have to wait now. Until they broke out again. Wouldn't they?
I suppose so.
When did you know about this?
Well, the police told me when they came round here.
Police were here?
Well, you know, telegrams aren't delivered this time of night, so Mitch's chief engineer telephoned from Liverpool to the local police station. They sent someone round here with a message.
And the policeman saw Mitch?
It was that young P.C. Robinson. You know what he's like, bossy like all the others. He insisted on delivering the message personally, so I had to wake up Mitch and bring him down. Now, can you tell me what's worrying you this time?
Oh, no, nothing. I just thought... it's nothing. Nothing now.
Are you quite sure?
Yes, I'm quite sure. Are you going to show me those 2 new shirts tonight?
Is that the most interesting thing I can do for you right now?
No. Come here, love. I reckon they can wait.
Tonight's presentation of You're Not the Woman I Married. You heard Hugh Russ as George, Diane Wilson as Mary, John Hayter as Sharp, and James White as Roddy. Others in the cast were Kenneth Baker, Michael Drin, and Marjorie Gordon. You're Not the Woman I Married was produced for Lux Radio Theater by Michael Silver.
Whitehall, 1212.
This is Scotland Yard.
For the first time in its history, Scotland Yard opens its secret files to bring you the true stories of some of its most celebrated cases.
These are the true stories. The plain, unvarnished facts, just as they occurred, brought to you by an all-British cast. Only the names have, for obvious reasons, been changed. The stories are presented with the full cooperation of Scotland Yard.
Research for Whitehall 1212 is from Percy Hoskins, chief crime reporter of the London Daily Express. The stories for radio are written and directed by Willis Cooper. Now, this is the voice of the custodian of Scotland Yard's famous Black Museum, Chief Superintendent John Davidson.
Good afternoon. This is a man's handkerchief. I doubt you've ever seen a handkerchief so stained with blood. I don't believe I have. I just like to touch it. They should really wash these things, shouldn't they? If the young man who owned it had washed it, he wouldn't be where he is now. No, I don't know exactly where he is, but I've been led to believe it's an unpleasant place. His body is buried as Mr. Justice
Coburn said, within the precincts of the prison in which he had been confined. That was Pentonville Prison, where a great many murderers are buried. Now, here is Chief Inspector Godfrey Allen Rouse, who had most to do with the case number H42426.
Yes, I've been on duty all night. No, I've had no adventures at all, except an interview with a sad, fat man who accidentally set his bed on fire, and whose landlady was annoyed with him. I don't believe the poor man has smoked cigarettes in bed since. I was shambling sleepily along a certain street in the West End, thinking how nice it is to go to bed at the height of the full, fresh, fragrant morning, when my arm was rudely seized. My thoughts of bed vanished with a minor popping sound as I recognized the features of Mr. Alistair Crumbine, proprietor and chief clerk of the nearby Forensia Hotel. I gathered from Mr. Crumbine's gobbling that someone was violently dead in his hotel. Sighed and followed him. There, a functionary conducted me by means of a frighteningly creaky lift to the top floor of the Forensic and preceded me into a room, the door to which was standing open. Across the neat bed lay the body of a dead woman, appallingly battered about the head and upraised arms. She was a thin, middle-aged woman, and there was no sign of blood on her. She'd been carefully washed off, although the bed linen was spattered freely. There was no sign of a weapon, and the room, except for the carnage on the bed, was quite tidy. A door leading to what I assume was a private veranda was closed, locked, I afterwards found, from the inside. The functionary and I stood and looked silently, and then I heard the lift creak again, and Mr. Alistair Crumbine was there. Who is she, I asked Mr. Crumbine.
She's dead, isn't she? There's no doubt she's dead, is there?
I reassured him, and he burst into lamentation.
Oh, my poor hotel. What's my poor hotel going to do with people getting murdered in it? What's to happen to me?
What happens to your guests, Crumbine? She's a guest, isn't she? Who is she?
Oh, the poor lady in my hotel. She's dead.
Yes, she's dead. Who is she?
Eh?
Who is she?
It's Lady Madge Johnston. She's dead.
I knew of Lady Johnston. Lady Madge Johnston, a well-known philanthropist, widow of Sir Lawrence Johnston, a former member of the London County Council, reputed to keep a large box of crisp £1 notes for handing out to indigents at all times. What are you doing, Alistair?
The box of money is here, all right.
Mean there is a box of money?
Look.
You may believe it or not, but there was a great Schweppes ginger beer case still bound with iron straps under the bed, and it was absolutely running over with fresh, crisp Bank of England pound notes.
Who?
Wonder if it's all there. Wonder if he took a fistful.
Who?
Chap that did her in.
I wonder who did it. In my hotel.
When did it happen?
The maid found her when she brought up a cup of tea at 7 o'clock, like she always does. Darjeeling tea she always drank, the poor thing. Nasty strong stuff. At 7 in the morning.
Yeah.
And then the maid came and woke me up, and hurried home at once. Had a seizure, she said. Elsie Weed from St. Louis, USA.
Who?
The maid had a seizure.
Did she say anything?
Only that she was going home.
I know, a seizure. Anybody else been here?
I don't think so. No.
Who was that man who brought me up here? He's been here.
Oh, the fellow's the porter. He operates the lift.
He here?
Eh?
Was he here?
Oh, he must have been, mustn't he?
Has he any ideas? What does he know?
I'm afraid I didn't ask him.
Get him. I want to talk to him.
Oh, yes, of course.
Get him.
Yes, of course. Fellows! I say fellows!
Isn't there a bell on that lift?
Oh, yes.
Well, use it then.
Oh, he'll hear me. Fellows!
So will everyone else in the hotel.
Oh, do you think so?
You'll have everyone up at the place here, and I don't want them. Ring the bell.
Oh, yes, of course. He'll be here at once.
Where does that door lead?
What door? Oh, to the veranda.
Wonder if he got in that way.
Don't open the door. Oh, don't be careful. You'll fall. Be careful.
What on earth happened here?
Oh, I should have told you. Oh, I hope you didn't fall. Only you're still there. There's no floor on the veranda.
What?
We have the carpenters here, you know. They're making a few changes. Some new floors in the verandas.
A man could break his neck here.
It is quite a fall, isn't it?
Where are these carpenters? Have they got ladders?
Ladders? Yes, of course they've got ladders. How do you think they get up here? Do you suppose it was a carpenter that did it? Oh, but they all go home at night. They leave the tools and... I say, she might have been struck by a hammer, mightn't she?
Let's see. Might very well have been. What about their tools?
I was saying, they leave them in a storeroom, locked down on the ground floor.
We shall go down there and look presently. Best send for these carpenter chaps.
Do you suppose... I say, do you suppose one of them could have done this? Good heavens. They do use hammers, don't they?
We shall see. I think we should have them here at any rate.
Oh, by all means, old boy. Oh, here's the lift. I'll tell Fellows to ring up the carpenter foreman and have him... Oh, Fellows, would you... Oh, it isn't Fellows, is it? Oh, good morning, Sipperley. Where's Fellows?
Good morning, sir. He went home. His time was up. I'm on duty now, sir. I'm here.
Oh. Oh, dear.
Who is it?
Sipperley, sir. I'm the day man. Fellows went home.
Get him back here at once.
Yes, sir. But I don't know where he lives, sir. In Southend, I think, sir. Or Hammersmith. Or perhaps it's Shepherd Bush. I'm not sure, sir. Houston?
Well, do you know where that carpenter foreman lives? Get him at once.
Yes, sir. So I'm not sure.
Here. Wait
a sec.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir?
Sipperley isn't as bright as he might be.
No, sir. Oh, there's Lady Johnston. Morning, Lady Johnston. She's sick. Oh, what's the matter with Lady Johnston?
Please go, Sipperley.
Run along, old boy, do.
Yes, sir. Shall I, sir? Oh, is something wrong with Lady Johnston? She hurt? Is she?
What shall I tell the boy?
He'll find out sooner or later. She's dead, son.
Oh. What's the matter with her?
She's been killed.
Who killed her?
We don't know, Sipperley. Now, please go on.
I know. It's one of them carpenters has killed her. That's why you want me to go find them. I know what you're talking about. I know.
Be quiet, Sipperley.
Huh? Well, who did then? Tell me who did. Tell me.
Now, go on, Sipperley.
Yes, Mum. Sir. Poor Lady Johnston. I know. I heard him talking in the night.
Well, indeed. Do you have many like that?
Poor Sipperley. Still, the boy may be right, you know.
About what?
About the carpenters, of course.
Why?
Well, you said she was battered to death with a hammer. A hammer's a carpenter's tool, isn't it? A weapon.
I said she might have been beaten with a hammer. She might have, I said.
Well.
Are there no other hammers in your hotel?
The carpenters have the only ones. They're the ones who did it. They must be. They did it. No, wait till we get them here. Don't you think so, Chief Inspector?
I don't know.
Well, then, who could have?
I don't know that either.
You wait till we get them here. You'll see.
Look here, old chap.
Eh?
Just run along to a telephone, will you, and ring up Scotland Yard. It's Whitehall, 1212. Tell them there's been a killing here and ask them to send some people.
Send who? Whom?
They'll know whom to send. And tell them I'm here too, will you, and I want someone to relieve me.
Yes, sir. What'll I do then, sir?
Then I suggest you go talk to Sipperley. Perhaps he and you can think up some good ideas together.
I'm your man. Oh, poor Lady Johnston.
Whilst Crumbine dashed down the stairs, which also creaked abominably, I sat myself down with Lady Johnston's corpse to think. These are the things I thought of. A, the good charitable lady had been killed in the night. Whoever did it had, with the good lady, made a great deal of noise. Note. Who heard the noise? And when? Did they recognize any voices? Someone who was familiar, or had become familiar with arrangements at the Forensic Hotel did it. Else, how had he known about Lady Johnston? How had he got in the room? That door to the outside of the veranda had been locked. And the veranda 5 floors above the street is no floor anyway. How did the intruder get in? Or had he not had to get in? Had he been inside all the time? And what had the night porter been doing? Suddenly, I must have a little talk with that night porter, and I remembered his name, Fellows. The man who had been relieved by the boy Sipperley and gone home to Southend or Hammersmith or Shepherd's Bush or perhaps Euston. The night porter would have A lot of questions to answer, I could foresee. Lady Johnston said not a word to me, but grinned horribly. There were a couple of spots on her face the person who had washed her up had missed. "Excuse me, milady," I muttered, and went to look at the outer door. The key which had locked it was still in the lock where I had left it. The inside, mind you. I opened the door. The floorless veranda yawned above those 5 stories to the street. Could a ladder, I wondered? Carpenters use ladders. I must see if that foreman carpenter or his mates had been reached yet. I closed the door, locked it. Went out and rang for the lift. After a moment, it started up. Well, I reflected, that would at least save time. I could ask Sibley some of the questions that plagued me. Perhaps he might know something. I waited as patiently as I could. At last, it hove in sight. "Hello, Sibley," I said. I could see Sibley staring up at me. "Hello, Sibley," I said.
Why, you remembered my name, sir. Thank you, sir. Hardly anyone remembers my name, sir. Joseph Adoniram Sibley, it is, sir. From Blackpool, way up in Lancashire, sir. I don't know your name, sir, though.
Well...
Oh, no, don't tell me. I'll find out. Poor Lady Johnson, she didn't remember my name either. She always called me boy. I hate being called boy, don't you, sir? Yes, sir. Do you want to see Mr. Crumbine, sir? He's on telephone. He's calling the foreman carpenter, sir. Mr. Morris, like you said. Only he can't get Mr. Morris on the telephone. And so he called Fellows. Fellows is the night porter, sir. And he lives in Kennington.
Not Southend or Hammersmith or Shepherd's Bush.
Or Euston. No, Kennington. Mm-hmm. Kennington isn't far away, and Fellows will be right here in a minute, and maybe you'll know who killed poor Lady Johnston. She was so nice. But she always called me boy instead of my right name, Joseph Adoniram. Don't you feel dreadfully sorry about her? I'll take you to the cellar, sir, whilst Mr. Crumbine's on the telephone. This is the cellar, sir. There.
Nothing down here.
Storeroom, sir, where we keep the guests' trunks and boxes and everything, sir. Excuse me, sir, I beg your pardon, sir. Excuse me, sir. I'm always bothering the guests, sir. Mr. Crumbine tells me, and...
Look here, Sibley, you're not bothering me, and besides, I'm not a guest. Why now?
Well, sir, I want you to know that I'm really not such a simpleton that Mr. Crumbine thinks I am.
Now, look here, Sibley.
He thinks I'm not quite bright, sir. But I'm bright, all right. And I have the equivalent of a high school education, sir.
Oh, really?
Oh, yes, sir. I know algebra, sir, up to binomial theorem, sir. And I'd wager Mr. Crumbine doesn't know that much about algebra. And I know Latin. Quousque tanem abutera Catilina patientia nostra. That means, how long, O Catiline, are you going to continue to try our patience? And I know Kipling quite well. My father was a great student of Kipling. Excuse me, sir. There's a widow in sleepy Chester who weeps for her only son. There's a grave on the Parbeng River, a grave that the Burmans shun, and there's Suba da Prag Tewori to tell how the deed was done. That's the grave of the 100 Head. I know it all, but excuse me, sir, I forget so much. I think that's why Mr. Crumbine thinks I'm not quite bright. I can't remember things. I tried for me trade test in the war, sir, but right in the middle of the examination, I forgot. I've forgotten what I forgot. But they made me go away. That's the room there where the carpenters keep their tools. Wouldn't you like to look at it, sir, while Mr. Crumbine's on the telephone? Well, goodbye, sir.
I wonder if he heard anything last night. Or has the poor beggar forgotten it? Well, I suppose we'll never know. Poor kid.
Hello, Chief Inspector. How did you get down here?
The lift.
Oh. Simply take you to the wrong place. I'm going to sack that fellow.
Oh, no. This is quite the right place. Did you get your people?
The carpenters? No. But they'll be coming in. The fellow? Yes, he's on his way. Turns out he lives in Kennington, no distance at all. What do you mean about the right place? You want something down here?
I thought I'd have a look at this place where the carpenters store their tools.
You do think it was a carpenter, did it?
Where's this place?
Just a step. Here.
Not locked up?
Well, they go in and out all day. Come on, I'll show you. Here they are.
The carpenters?
No, chap. The tools.
Let's have a look. Saws. Whatever these things are.
Planes.
Levels, drill braces.
Miter boxes.
Hammers. I say, let's have a look at these.
Suspicious, eh? Suspicious, eh?
Yes.
Well, let's have a look.
Looks all right. So it's this one.
There's only 3.
3 what?
Hammers. Hammers. Matter.
This one's clean.
Beautiful. These carpenter chaps.
I mean it's clean.
Oh. You mean...
Like the old lady was. Carpenters don't usually wash their hammers, do they?
Well, I don't know.
I'll tell you, they don't. Look at the others. See? Sawdust, rust here, paint.
I see, but I know. Maybe it's new.
I don't know. But I don't think so.
Well, have you found the murder weapon, gentlemen?
Whitehall 1212, to which you are listening, is compiled from records of authentic cases from Scotland Yard. The research is prepared by Percy Hoskins, chief crime reporter of the London Daily Express. The stories for radio are written and directed by Willis Cooper. In today's story, Chief Inspector Rouse has just discovered what may be the murder weapon in a cellar storeroom. Now, back to the story itself.
The people from Scotland Yard for whom I had asked, photographers, fingerprint men, all the rest, including a relief for me, had now arrived, and I sent an earnest young constable back to the yard with the extraordinarily clean hammer, with instructions to take it to the forensic laboratory people for a thorough examination. I sat down in the corner of the cellar with Alistair Crombine and Fellows, the night porter, and held grave discussion.
Good thing you got me before I got into bed, sir.
Why is that, fellows?
Once I got my eyes shut, sir, you'd never have woken me up till Monday, sir.
Good heavens. Is today Sunday?
As ever was, sir. We all ought to be in church singing hymns or praying or going on like they do, sir. As I say, sir, it's a good thing you found me sitting there eating the last of my liver and onions and my Sunday night shirt, or I should never have waked up until 8 o'clock Tuesday night and Monday being my night off, sir.
At which time you'd have been sacked, because you're due on the job at 6:30, my dear fellows.
I'm sorry, sir.
That's why we weren't able to reach those carpenters.
All at Nonconformist Chapel, sir.
Well, you can arrest them Monday, Chief Inspector.
Why should I arrest them?
Well, it was their hammer that Lady Johnston was murdered with, wasn't it?
We don't know that yet, you know. Wait till I hear from the
Have
laboratory.
to be certain you know, sir. You know what Sybil has been saying, sir?
Oh, that nonsense.
What's Sipley been saying?
If you listen to everything Syphilis been saying.
What's Sipley been saying?
He says he recognized them, sir. At least 3 or 4 times he told me, sir.
What's Sipley been saying?
Oh, a lot of nonsense.
What, fellows?
Well, sir, excuse me, Mr. Combine. He's been hearing voices.
Voices?
Voices? What kind of voices, fellows?
Well, may I tell him, sir, what Sybil has been saying?
If you want to make a fool of yourself.
I believe him, sir. That lad wouldn't tell a lie.
Hasn't brains enough to tell a lie.
Well, what's he been saying about voices?
He's been hearing him, sir, nearly every night for a week.
What sort of voices, fellows? Sibyl, let's have him in here and ask him.
He's gone, sir. I met him when I came in.
I sent him out for some coffee for all these Scotland Yard fellows.
Oh, thank you, sir. We're all very grateful. Wonder where all my men are.
All over the place.
Well, sir, Sybil has been telling me he sleeps here at night, sir, at the other end of the cellar. That 3 times, I think it is, he's been waked up and by strange men and voices whispering.
He's balmy.
Now, wait, sir. I thought I heard them myself. And Sybil and me been gone hunting for them all over the hotel.
Find them?
Well, no, sir, but I believe they're the ones who stole that hammer, if they did, and killed poor Lady Johnston with it.
Sybil swears he's heard them. Unless it's an hallucination. Might be, you know.
He's been waking me up every night, practically.
You don't believe it.
Well, clues sometimes come from the strangest places.
Well, there might have been somebody planning to. Yeah. Still, we never found anybody.
It'd be extraordinary if you did, fellows.
Beg your pardon, sir?
It isn't that simple.
But, sir...
But it's interesting enough to make me want to know more, I can assure you of
You
that.
think, sir?
Oh, nonsense. The man's daft.
Well, we'll see. And at that moment, the earnest young constable I'd sent to the laboratory with the too-clean hammer arrived. Well, Constable, I said?
Yes, sir. They've examined it. There's a preliminary report, sir.
I was being a little too Sherlock Holmes.
No, sir.
Eh?
No, sir.
Why?
Well, should I be for these gentlemen, sir?
Eh? Oh, Crumbine. Well, it's your hotel, and fellows. Perhaps we may find your whisperer.
Syphilis, sir.
Speak up, Constable.
Well, sir, first the laboratory said the hammer looked too clean to be true.
Huh.
It was. It had been wiped clean.
Exactly what I said.
Yes, sir. Well, when they started to examine it under a low-power microscope, sir...
What did they find?
A drop of blood. A blood stain, sir.
Well.
Yes, sir. Under one of the claws, here, where the cleaning rag missed it.
The type?
AB, sir.
Wonder what type Lady Johnston's is.
We got a sample, sir. That's what took me so long.
What type?
They're identical, sir. This is the weapon she was killed with.
Constable...
There's something else, sir.
What's that, Constable?
Well, sir...
Will you gentlemen excuse me for a moment, please?
Oh, yes, of course.
Well, Constable?
I stopped by the CRO, sir.
The Criminal Records Office, Well, that's quite right. There should be a check made of every person concerned and every crime investigated, of course.
I had them checked, sir.
Good.
Here.
Both these people?
Yes, sir.
Let's see.
Better turn your back to them, sir.
Yes. Crumbine and Alistair. No record. Well, I'm glad of that.
Yes, sir. Read the other.
Fellows George, no record. Well.
The other one, sir.
Sipoli, Joseph Adoniram. Oh, no.
Read it, sir.
I needn't need to more than glance at the card. Sipoli, Joseph Adoniram, had been convicted twice. Once for robbery, once for causing grievous bodily harm. Both felonies. Was not quite right. And when Sipoli returned with the coffee for the Scotland Yard men, the earnest young constable and I called him aside. In Sipoli's own room, we showed him the card containing the notation from the Criminal Records Office. He looked at me with something of a sneer, and his voice wasn't the same.
Well, copper, I suppose you want to search me.
I turned away while the constable frisked him, as the Americans put it. Nobody said anything. When I turned back, Sipoli was grinning at me. The constable looked at me in horror. There on the little table before him lay a blood-stained handkerchief.
It was in his pocket, sir.
Don't let that give you any ideas, Chief Inspector. I was boxing the day before yesterday with good old fellows, and he blooded me nose. Ask him.
Get him, Constable, please.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Fellows.
Hello!
Come in here, please, Mr. Fellows.
Right. Come in.
Ask him.
What's wanted, sir?
Fellows, were you boxing with Sipoli here the day before yesterday?
Yeah. Oh, yes, sir, I was.
See?
Did you...
Give you a bloody nose, didn't I, sir?
And here's the handkerchief I sopped it up with.
You've been carrying that wretched thing about in your pocket all this time?
But when we sent the blood-stained handkerchief to the laboratory, they found the blood on it was not type A, Sipoli's own, but type AB, which was Lady Johnston's. Confronted with this anomaly, Sipoli made a statement.
Yes, it's her blood. Yes, I killed her. I'm sorry I didn't get all of the blood off the hammer. I made up the story of the people whispering, so if I couldn't blame it on the carpenters, there'd be somebody else. You'll find the handkerchief I used for my bloody nose on floor of my room under the rug by my bed. I just pocketed the wrong one. They both looked alike. It's no good, I give up. I murdered the old fool. Why? I'll tell you why. Because everyone said I wasn't quite bright. Because nobody would bother to learn my name, Joseph Adoniram Sipperley. They called me boy. Just like the old lady did. Boy. So I killed her. I wish I could kill all of you. I didn't get any of the money, though. Fellows came along too soon, looking for the people that whispered. So I went along with him. We didn't find anybody. Boy indeed. Not quite bright indeed. Well, I almost got away with it, didn't I?
Almost. Joseph Adoniram Sipperley was hanged at Pentonville Prison, and his body's buried in the precincts of the prison. The boy who was not quite bright. He wasn't a boy, though. He was 27 years old, though he looked much younger, as the prison surgeon who made the post-mortem examination said.
Heard today on Whitehall 1212 was Horace Braham as Inspector Rouse. Others in the order of their appearance were Harvey Hayes, Morris Dollamore, Gordon Stern, Evan Thomas, and Lester Fletcher. This is Lionel Rico speaking. Whitehall 1212 is written and directed by Willis Cooper. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Agatha Christie's Poirot. From the thrill-packed pages of Agatha Christie's unforgettable stories of corpses, clues, and crime, Mutual now brings you, complete with bowler hat and magnificent mustache, your favorite detective, Hercule Poirot, in Murder Wears a Mask.
Yes?
I'd like to speak to Mr. Poirot.
Won't you come in? Your name, please?
Richard Fields.
Mr. Poirot's busy at the moment. Please sit down. I'll tell him you're here.
Thank you.
There's some magazines on the table at your left. Mr. Poirot, it's a Mr. Fields.
Eh? Well, he can wait. He's a very patient man. He only rang the bell once. Here, Abigail, I want you to taste this sauce now.
It's good.
Good? Oh, ma foi, Abigail, it is superb. There are only 3 people in the world who know how to prepare this sauce. And you are about to become the 4th. Now, you take 2 tablespoons...
Chief, there's someone waiting.
Oui, this Monsieur Fields, eh? Eh bien, I suppose we must see him. Come.
Mr. Fields, this is Mr. Poirot.
Oh, how do you do?
Bonjour, monsieur. Well, it must be an important matter which calls you away from your business at the moment when it is most active.
Well, as a matter of fact, I don't recall mentioning my business.
But it was not necessary, monsieur. The Journal of Wall Street in your pocket tells me you are a stockbroker. Since it is only now 3 o'clock, it is obvious you left your office shortly before the closing of the exchange.
Oh.
Now, you would not do this for a minor matter.
Oh, you're right. I've come to you on a matter that affects me very deeply. It concerns my daughter's welfare.
Uh-huh.
You see, Mr. Poirot, she's quite young, not quite 18. And at that, she's rather immature for her age.
Yes, monsieur, but let us come to the point, please. I have a sauce cooking, important business waiting for me.
Well...
Now, what is the young lady's difficulty?
She met this ham actor when he went up to her school to address the Dramatic Society. He's still quite distinguished-looking in a dissolute sort of way, and she promptly became infatuated with him. It's partly his reputation, I guess. He's been a matinee idol for 20 years.
Well, that seems very normal behavior for a young girl of her age.
Yes, but the horrible part of it is that he became equally interested in her. Why, the man's old enough to be her father. Oh, you must have heard of him. His name...
Wait, monsieur, please. I should prefer to hear all the facts before you mention any names. I never like to engage in idle gossip.
This is no gossip, I assure you. I was up at this man's apartment only an hour ago. He was showing my daughter a necklace he had bought her as a wedding present.
Alors, monsieur, he woos her with diamonds. It is not illegal.
In this case, Mr. Poirot, it's immoral. She's too young to see through him.
Uh-huh. But why do you come to me?
I want you to help me break up this affair.
Oh, monsieur,
The man has led a sordid life. You're an investigator. If you dug around, you could produce proof of some of the things he's done. Proof that even Laura would have to believe.
I'm sorry, monsieur. You've come to the wrong person. My talents, such as they are not available for such enterprises. Good day, sir.
I can afford to pay you well.
Monsieur, no one in the world is rich enough to buy Hercule Poirot. Now, you will excuse me, please. I have important work in the kitchen.
All right. I can't force you to do it, but I want you to know that you're leaving me no alternative.
Eh? What do you intend to do?
Something very simple, Mr. Poirot, and at the same time, very conclusive. Good day.
Come in. Oh, Hackett, you got here fast.
I was worried, Mr. Tremaine. This is the first time you've ever called me back on my day off.
I suppose that's a pretty reckless thing to do to a valet these days.
No, sir, just startling. Is anything wrong?
I'm afraid so. You ever seen this before?
Why, yes, sir. It's the jewel case you had out this morning. I gathered it contained a pearl necklace which you bought for Miss Fields.
Yes. $10,000 necklace. A wedding present.
Yes, sir.
Open the box, Hackett.
They're very lovely, sir.
Are they?
Oh, yes, sir. Very lovely.
Hackett, you're a liar.
I beg your pardon?
You're a liar. You know perfectly well these are not real pearls.
Mr. Tremaine, surely you're jesting.
You've made a mistake, Hackett. You thought I was a complete fool, didn't you? You waited till Laura and I left for the theater at 2 o'clock and then substituted these cheap, cultivated pearls for the real ones, hoping I'd never find out until it was too late.
I couldn't do that, sir. The pair of pearls were in the safe, and I don't know the combination.
Who put them in the safe?
I did. You asked me to.
But I didn't ask you to leave the safe open, did I? I remember now that I didn't hear you twirl the knob. What did you do with those pearls?
I never touched them.
Very well. Give you your chance. I'm turning you over to the police.
Don't touch that phone, Tremaine.
Oh, you cheap, bungling thief posing as a valet. I should have realized what a bad performance it was. Well, I'm sure your experience will come in handy in prison.
Drop that phone, Tremaine.
Get your hands off me.
All right, Tremaine, you asked for it.
What are you... Put down that knife. Put down that... No!
Exit. Mr. Tremaine. Hello, Mr. Fields.
Yes.
This is Archie Tremaine.
Tremaine, where's Laura?
Right here at my place.
You filthy swine. I told you this afternoon I wouldn't have her seeing you.
Well, I don't see how you can stop her. We're getting married tonight.
Married?
Yes. We'd like to have your blessing. Why don't you come down?
I wouldn't come down. Yes. Yes, maybe I will. Sure. I'll give you my blessing, Tremaine. Wait for me. I'll be down in 20 minutes.
Don't worry. I'll be here. And so will the police.
Inspector Stevens, I tell you, the next time we have dinner together, it will be in a place without a telephone. Then I will be certain at least we can finish our dessert without interruption.
All right, here we are. This is the place. You could have stayed and finished your dessert, Poirot. I didn't take you by force.
It is the same thing. Why, you very slyly tell me you have received an anonymous call reporting a murder. Alors, you know I cannot resist such a situation. He has excellent taste, this Monsieur Archie Tremaine. Me, I like very much these brownstone houses.
Nobody home. Place is dark. We're probably on a wild goose chase.
But the door, it is open. Oh. And the light switch, I presume, is here. So, and now?
Oh, we better start looking around just to make sure. Now, let's try the library first. It should be...
There's no doubt down this hall here. All these brownstones, you know, they are very much the same. There. Inspector, flash your light around, please, eh?
All right.
Aha, here's the switch.
Tremaine. Yeah, he's dead, all right. Stabbed through the heart.
Stabbed once, Inspector, with that letter opener.
He must have dropped on the spot. There's no other blood around, just that one big pool he's lying in.
And these bloody footprints all over the floor.
They must be the murderers, Poirot. He stood over the body to make sure Tremaine was dead and didn't notice that the blood was oozing around his shoes. Then he went over to the desk here, maybe to make a call, and into the bathroom to wash his hands. He came out, headed for the door,
And, what, Inspector?
Well, the footprints stopped suddenly. I don't get this.
Inspector, have you observed this newspaper? Half the front page is torn off.
You think the murderer dried his shoes with it?
No, Inspector. I believe this is what happened. He did all the things you have described. Then, when he reached this point where the footsteps stopped, he realized that his shoes were bloody. Well, he could not go out wearing such shoes, and he could not carry them in his hands. Now, he looked down, and voila! He sees another pair of shoes. Fine, clean shoes, free of any blood.
Where?
On the feet of the dead man.
You mean these shoes belong to the murderer?
But obviously. They are covered with blood, and the laces are open because the shoes are a trifle too small. Mm-hmm. Now, the murderer put on the dead man's shoes. He finds they are too large. So, he tears up part of the newspaper and stuffs it into the shoes in order that he may walk with more comfort.
By Jove, Poirot, I believe you're right.
Now, all you have to do is to find the owner of these shoes.
We'll try it through checking the manufacturer's code number.
Wait, perhaps I can make the task easier, Inspector. I think you will find that the owner of these shoes is a stockbroker named George Fields.
Now, look, Poirot, this is too much. You've been working your little gray cells overtime. How can you...
No. I will explain, mon ami. I will explain. You will notice that the heel of the right shoe is worn down considerably more than the left. Earlier today, this Monsieur Fields, who limps rather badly, came to see me. He uttered dire threats against someone who fitted the description of poor Monsieur Tremaine here. So you see, Inspector, I employ the sharp eyes and the ears rather than the little gray cells. And they tell me that you had better question this Monsieur Fields at once.
Well, Poirot, you were right. We've got Fields here at headquarters under lock and key. He's our man, all right. He was trying to burn Tremaine's shoes when we called on him.
You are sure he is the guilty man, eh?
Of course. He tried to tell us some cock and bull story about getting a call from Tremaine and finding him dead when he got there. Says he got his shoes all bloody before he saw the body, and then he became panicky and changed them. Just as I thought.
Mm-hmm.
But he's the killer, all right. You said yourself he threatened Tremaine. It's an open and shut case.
Myself, I always mistrust the open and shut cases. Tell me, what of the anonymous telephone call you received?
The way I figure it, Poirot, Fields called us himself, and then he thought maybe he could beat the rap, so he wiped off all his fingerprints, changed shoes with the dead man, and ducked.
Oh, a very intelligent reconstruction, Inspector. Very intelligent. Alors, I must return to my office now. If anything new develops...
I'll let you know.
Good. Bonjour, Inspector.
Mr. Poirot.
Mademoiselle Fields.
Mr. Poirot, may I please talk to you for just a moment?
But of course. I know how distressed you must be. Here is a bench in the corridor. I don't think we will be disturbed here.
Thank you.
Mademoiselle, let me assure you of my great sympathy if there is anything I can do.
There is, Mr. Poirot. You can prove my father is innocent.
Oh, that would be extremely difficult, mademoiselle. All the evidence seems to point to his guilt.
Well, I don't care about the evidence. He didn't do it. He couldn't.
He was in my office, Miss Fields, and he threatened to take desperate measures.
He lost his head, but he didn't mean what he said.
And he was there in Monsieur Tremaine's apartment about the time of the murder. He admits this.
Well, of course he admits it. He has nothing to hide.
But at first, mademoiselle, he did deny it. And the exchange of shoes, the removal of the fingerprints. Oh, no, these do not seem to be the acts of an innocent man.
Mr. Poirot, he was trapped. Someone lured him down there and planted the evidence to convict him.
That is what he tells us, and I will not say it is impossible, you know, but there must be proof.
Don't worry, I'll find it somehow. George will help me.
George? Oh, that is Monsieur Hackett, eh?
Yes, Archie's valet. He knew a lot about Archie. He's downstairs now talking to the detectives. I'll go and get... Oh, here he comes. George! George!
I beg you... Oh, Miss Fields. How are you?
George, this is Mr. Poirot, the great detective.
Well, how do you do, sir? I've heard of you, of course.
Enchanté, monsieur. I have heard fine things about you, too.
Oh, thank you.
George, you've got to help me find the murderer.
Well, Miss Fields...
Go on, say it. You think my father's guilty?
No, I won't say that, but I don't see how I can help you.
Well, did Mr. Tremaine have any enemies? Anyone who hated him?
Enemies? I don't think so. Of course, there were many people who disliked him.
Why, monsieur?
Well, frankly, sir, he was rather an egomaniac. He couldn't stand being in the background for a minute. It was always top billing for Archie Tremaine. But as I told the police, I can't think of anyone who'd want to kill him.
Well, maybe some woman who was jealous about the necklace.
The necklace?
Yes, the pearl necklace he was going to give me. You were there, George, when he showed it to me that afternoon.
Oh, yes, miss. I heard some conversation about it. Of course, I didn't see it.
Mr. Poirot, the police found the necklace, didn't they? Matched pearls with a small diamond clasp.
No, mademoiselle, I do not believe so. I myself saw everything that was found in the house, but this is the first I have heard of a necklace.
Oh.
Monsieur, I hope you will not be offended if I ask about your movements on the day of the murder.
That was the first thing the police asked me, Mr. Poirot. It was my day off. I left Mr. Tremaine's apartment shortly after he did and spent the rest of the day and the whole evening with my parents.
Oh?
I do that every week on my day off.
I see. Your parents, they live here in this city, huh?
Yes, of course. They share a flat with me.
I was merely curious, you know. Mademoiselle, I do not know where this matter of the necklace may lead us, but it gives one furiously to think. What say you, Monsieur Hackett?
I think Miss Fields has brought up something important. Something very, very important. Now listen, you two. You live with me, do you understand? The date was April 5th, Thursday, and I was here all evening.
Were you, George? That's interesting.
I don't like your tone, Daisy.
And I don't like getting the short end of the deal all the time.
What? What is this, Peter? Hold up?
No, Hackett, I wouldn't say that, but we do all the dirty work as a rule, and you get most of the dough.
Well, this time I've done all the dirty work. And you just have to be smart. That little chubby Frenchman or Belgian or whatever he is doesn't look like much, but don't let his accent and that phony-looking mustache fool you. It's going to take great acting to make him believe that you are my parents.
And it's going to take a great deal more money to make us try it. We don't want to
All right. I'll double your share on this job, but watch yourself. That may be him now. I'll wait in the next room. Just in case.
No rough stuff, Hackett. Now, we'll handle it with kid gloves.
Yes?
Bonjour, madame. My name is Poirot, Hercule Poirot. May I have a few words with you?
Well, yes, come in.
What is it, Mama?
A gentleman, Pa. Man named Poirot.
Yes, and my secretary, Miss Thatcher.
How do you do?
Howdy. Excuse my shoes being off. We wasn't expecting any callers.
Oh, no. Do not be deranged, monsieur. We will be here only a few moments.
Will you have some cherry cordial, sir? I made it myself.
Oh, madame, you are too kind. No. I wish only to ask a few questions about your son.
George, what about him?
Well, you know, I presume that his late employer was found murdered.
Oh, yes, poor Mr. Tremaine. A kinder man there never was. Every Thursday, George would come around and talk about nothing but his wonderful Mr. Tremaine.
Every Thursday, madame?
Yes, sir. His day off.
Tell me, on April 5th, the day of the murder, he was here that day too, huh?
Why, what do you mean, Mr. Poirot? Of course he was here.
All day?
Oh, from, about 2:30 on. He was teaching us to play gin rummy. Do you play gin rummy, miss?
No, I'm not very good at cards, and I don't drink.
Tell me, madame, where is your son now?
I believe he's over at Mr. Tremaine's place, straightening things up, you know.
I see. Eh bien, you've both been very kind.
Oh, must you go so soon?
Well, I said it would only be a moment. Come, Abigail.
Well, I'm sorry George wasn't home. We'll tell him you were here.
Merci bien, madame.
Lovely old couple, aren't they? I don't see how their son could do anything wrong.
I do not see how he can be their son.
What?
Did you not observe, Abby, that the kindly old gentleman and his wife, they both have fair hair and blue eyes?
Yes.
But Monsieur Hackett, his eyes are dark brown. It is impossible, Abigail, for two blonde, blue-eyed parents to have anything but blue-eyed children.
May I help you, sir?
Oh, yes, if you don't mind. I am interested in a necklace which you recently sold to a Mr. Archie Tremaine.
Really? May I ask what your interest is?
Oh, my name is Hercule Poirot. I would like
Hercule Poirot, the brilliant Belgian detective.
Oh, monsieur, I am flattered. Most people take me for French.
We've heard of you, the diamond people in Antwerp. They speak your name with reverence.
Well, thank you. Now, about this necklace.
Oh, yes.
You did sell a necklace to Monsieur Tremaine, eh?
Yes, a very fine pearl necklace. See, it was delivered to him on April 3rd.
April 3rd. 2 days before he was murdered. Yeah, this puts a new light on everything.
How so, Chief?
Well, the motive, Abbe. If the motive was robbery, Monsieur Fields is clear. He himself is very wealthy. He would not kill for jewels.
But it's gone, Chief. Who took it?
I do not know, Abby. But when we find the person who has the necklace, we will have the murderer.
In that case, Mr. Poirot, you'll have to arrest me.
Eh?
You?
I have the necklace right here. Mr. Tremaine returned it on, let me see, on April 5th, last Thursday.
Monsieur Tremaine himself returned it?
Yes, Mr. Poirot. He'd bought it on the understanding that he could return it within 10 days. He walked in here last Thursday, said he'd changed his mind about the lady and the necklace.
And you refunded his money?
Yes. As a matter of fact, we gave him the cash. It was just after 3, and the banks were closed. He said he was leaving town that night.
Well, there you are, Chief. That brings Mr. Fields right back into the picture.
Monsieur, you are quite certain that it was Archie Tremaine who was here?
Positive. Well, his picture was in the papers every other week. I imagine everybody knew what Archie Tremaine looked like. The silver hair, the monocle.
No, then it must be so. Come, Abigail. There is still one small matter about which I must satisfy myself.
Where are we going, Chief?
To the library, Abby, to do some research.
The library? What do you expect to find there?
The biography of a murderer.
Why, Miss Fields, this is a surprise.
Hackett, I had to come here to Mr. Tremaine's house. I had to come and see for myself. Is there anything...
I'm terribly sorry, miss. I've gone through all of Mr. Tremaine's belongings, and there's not the slightest clue, not the slightest suggestion that anyone else could have killed him.
Oh, it's horrible. Horrible. They've indicted him, Hackett. They're going to try my father for murder.
Yes, I know.
They were about to let him go because of that missing necklace.
And then they found out that it had been returned.
can't understand it. I can't believe that Archie returned it. We were going to be married. It was all agreed.
Well, miss, your father was so set against it that perhaps...
Oh, no, that would have made Archie more stubborn. If I could... Wait. I've just thought of something. What time was that necklace returned?
A little after 3, according to the jeweler. At least that's what the papers say.
A little after 3?
Yes, miss.
But that's impossible. Oh, why didn't I think of it sooner? It's impossible, Hackett, because Archie was with me at the theater from 2:30 until 5. He couldn't have been at the jeweler's.
You must be mistaken, miss.
Oh, no, I'm not.
The necklace was returned.
Well, then someone else returned it. Someone else returned it and got the money for it.
But no one had access to it except Mr. Tremaine.
Oh, no one but Mr. Tremaine. And you.
Me?
You, Hackett. You had access to the necklace, and you knew my father had threatened Archie. You're the murderer.
Sit very quietly, Miss Fields. I don't want to shoot you unless I have to.
You killed him. You stole the pearls and you framed my father. I'm going to call the police.
No, you don't. Tremaine tried that. Now he's dead. No, that won't do either. The door is locked. I locked it as you came in.
Get away from me. Get away!
I'm sorry, my dear. Now I'll just gag you so that you're not tempted to scream again. There we are. Now. Hello, Daisy. I have a little job for you. No, it's not as hard as the other one. Doesn't require as much talent. Is that laundry wagon still available? It is. If I have Pete drive it down here to Tremaine's place, I'll have a bundle ready for him.
Pete.
Oh.
Bonjour, Monsieur Hackett. May we come in?
Why, the place is topsy-turvy, Mr. Poirot. I'm in the middle of packing.
Good. I may be of some help to you. You know, I have a very orderly mind. Come, Abigail. Hey. Oh, but, monsieur, this is not the middle of the packing. It is barely the beginning.
Yes, the other rooms are all done. I've left this one for the last.
And after this room is packed away...
The curtain will ring down on Archie Tremaine.
Oui. You phrase it so well. Of course, there is still the small matter of punishing the murderer.
Yes, I know. You know, I feel sorry for him.
For whom?
For Mr. Fields. He's not really a murderer. I mean, say he's not the criminal type. He was driven to do what he did.
Oh? You know, that is very interesting, Monsieur Hackett. Very interesting. I see that you are quite a student of criminology.
Well...
Oh, come, my friend. Do not be so modest. You have many accomplishments.
Have I?
But of course. For example, I would suggest that you have at one time been an actor.
What?
Do not leap so, monsieur. Look, you frightened my secretary. She has dropped your glove.
Oh, yes, my glove.
Well, you startled me, Mr. Poirot. I didn't think that anybody would remember me. I gave up the theater some years ago.
Au contraire, monsieur. I do not remember you. I never saw you. But you still use the expressions of the theater. Did you not say, Monsieur Tremaine always wants top billing? You see? Tell me, what was your thought on the stage? Impersonations, n'est-ce pas?
I did some impersonations. Why?
No, I was merely wondering if your experience as an actor could have something to do with this case.
I'm afraid I don't understand.
Well, by a strange coincidence, monsieur, this case involves a very clever impersonation.
Really? Oh, that's the back door.
You're expecting a delivery, eh?
No, it must be the laundry wagon. I'm sending out all the soiled stuff.
Wait, Monsieur Hackett. I will go with you.
You will... What?
I will go with you. I have a tremendous interest in this laundry.
Why, there's no need for you to go. The bundle is already at the back door.
Nevertheless, I should like to see it. You know, I have developed an overwhelming curiosity about the laundry ever since I picked up this glove from the floor.
Glove?
Oui.
One solitary, unaccounted-for lady's glove. It was careless of you, Monsieur Hackett, to leave it lying about. You were much more methodical when you did away with Archie Tremaine.
What? You don't know what you're talking about.
I assure you, my friend, I know precisely what I'm talking about. You are a thief, Monsieur Hackett. You have been one since you gave up the acting 5 years ago. Ah, yes, monsieur. I looked it up. You have plied your trade by posing as a valet or butler and stealing from your employer when the opportunity presented itself. In this case, the opportunity came on the day you saw the necklace Monsieur Tremaine had bought for Miss Fields. You stole the necklace and went to the jeweler's, impersonating Tremaine, and received the cash for it.
Why, you're mad.
Unfortunately, Monsieur Tremaine found you out the very same day. He threatened to call the police. So you killed him. And then a delicious thought occurred to you, monsieur. The thought of implicating an innocent man. So you called the police to tell them of a murder. That was a mistake, monsieur. That was when I started to believe...
All right, Poirot. You're clever, but you talk too much. I guess Pete will have 2 more bundles to take with him. Okay, Pete.
Pick him up, Hackett.
But I thought... Where's Pete?
Don't worry. We've got him nice and safe in a patrol wagon. Right where you'll be in just a minute.
You see, monsieur? Your goose is boiled.
Be sure to listen next week when Agatha Christie, America's favorite mystery writer, brings you her favorite detective, Hercule Poirot, in the case of Death Points a Finger. Agatha Christie's Poirot is directed by Carl Eastman. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
You're listening to Same Time, Same Station, the best of old-time radio. And I'm your host, Jerry Hendigas.
Mutual presents The Mysterious Traveler. This is The Mysterious Traveler, inviting you to join me on another journey into the realm of the strange and the terrifying. I hope that you enjoy the trip, that it thrills you a little and chills you a little. So settle back, get a good grip on your nerves, and be comfortable, if you can. Tonight we're going to join Bill Storm, a newspaper reporter, on the strangest manhunt ever conducted. Or should I say woman hunt, as he searches frantically through a great city for the most dangerous and deadly woman you've ever imagined. In the story I call The Woman in Black. And now here's the story as Bill Storm himself wrote it down. When he began to be afraid that maybe he was going to succeed in his hunt for the woman in black.
My name is Bill Storm. I'm a newspaper reporter. And I'm writing this because I have a date tonight. A date with a gorgeous brunette with big dark eyes and the smoothest, softest voice in the world. Sounds nice, doesn't it? Well, I'd like to believe she's nice, but I can't. In my heart, I know she's the most dangerous woman in the world. Up to a week ago, I'd never even heard of her. A week ago, the day of Rusty Dean's funeral. You know, the big shot, gambling, slot machines. Killed by a solitary gunman while stepping out of his nightclub. They didn't catch the killer, but they gave Rusty the biggest funeral since Prohibition. I was on the rewrite desk that afternoon. My best friend, Tom Jervis, was covering the funeral. And along about 4, he phoned in. First, he gave me all the dope on the funeral, and then he started telling me about some brunette he just met. He was always a sucker for brunettes.
Bill, she's a knockout. Big black eyes and
the smoothest, softest voice in the world. I want you to meet her.
Oh, blonde's more my style, Tom. Anyway, you're supposed to be working. Or have you forgotten?
I am working. Listen, Bill, I've got a front-page story here. Theda led me to it.
Who did?
Theda, that's her. Theda. Theda. Just like Theda Barra, the old silent picture star.
Oh.
Well, this is how it happened, Bill. I was watching the crowd at Rusty's funeral. I spotted a trim little number all in black, whispering to Joe Nelson.
Well, who's Nelson?
Joe Nelson, a small-time thug. Well, anyway, she moved off. I thought she might be a relative of the deceased, so I asked Joe about her. He claimed he'd never seen her before. That all that she'd said to him was 4 o'clock at the Banner Bar and Grill.
4 o'clock at the Banner Bar and Grill. Sounds like a message.
That's what Joe figured. Only he decided that she'd delivered it to the wrong guy. Well, I sort of wanted to see her again, so I persuaded Nelson he needed a drink. We slipped around the corner here to the Banner Bar and Grill. Sure enough, she was here waiting for us.
Now, Tom, watch yourself.
Well, you've got the wrong idea. She's a perfect lady.
Yeah? What about that big story you claimed you had?
I'm coming to it. But honest, Bill, I want you to meet Theda. You'll go for her. Hey, look, I'm going to put her on the phone to say hello. Here she is. Theda?
Hello, Bill Storm.
Hello, Theda. Is that your real name?
Yes. Don't you like it, Bill?
Well, sure I like it. What's the rest of it? Any girl my sidekick goes overboard for, I'd like to know her name.
There isn't any rest of it, Bill. Just Theda.
Oh, nobody is just one name. Not these days.
Sorry, Bill. It's all I've ever had. Here's Tom again.
Listen, Bill, I'm going to fix up a date with her for you. But here's the story that I promised you. Joe Nelson has been getting quietly plastered. And from what he's let slip, I'm positive he's the gunman who killed Rusty Dean.
He is? Well, then hang on to him.
I am. You get a car, come down here. We'll smuggle him up to the office and work on him. Maybe we can get the whole story out of him.
I'll be there in 15 minutes. Keep buying him drinks till I get there. What's the address?
It's on the corner of 5th and Spruce. Bill, 2 men just came in the door. They got Tommy guns. They're after Joe Nelson.
Tom, what happened?
They just mowed him down, and Theda's gone. She slipped away when they came in. I think she fingered him for them. Yeah, that explains everything. Bill, they're coming over toward this phone booth. They're going to shoot. Bill!
Tom!
Bill, they've got me. But find that girl. She knows who they are. She's working with them. So long, Bill.
I was there in 5 minutes, even before the police got there. The place was deserted except for the 2 dead men. Joe Nelson, the gunman, and Tom. Tom, my best friend, led to his death by a Delilah in a black dress. Well, the police didn't find the gunman who did the shooting, so I set out to find the girl, to track them down through her. Once I found her, she was going to talk plenty. I began the hunt by calling on the man who had been Rusty Dean's chief lieutenant and was running his enterprises now, Nick Murray.
Sit down, Storm. You said you wanted to talk to me. What about?
Murray, did your boys kill Joe Nelson this afternoon?
My boys? No, Bill. Why should they?
Maybe because it was Nelson who bumped off Rusty Dean.
He did? How do you know that?
You mean you didn't know it?
Listen, if I'd known that Nelson would have been dead long before this.
I figured that. That's what made me think that you were in the clear.
You haven't told me how you know Nelson killed Rusty.
Well, he had a few drinks this afternoon. He let it slip out to Tom Jervis, my sidekick. Just before those 2 hoodlums riddled them both. A brunette named Theda put Nelson and Tom on the spot for them.
A brunette named Theda? I never heard of her.
Oh, I hoped you might have. A good figure. Deep, dark eyes, low, soft voice. Looks like a lady.
Some lady if she works with a bump-off gang. No, I never heard of her. But if she's working with any local mob, I'll hear about her all right. If any of my boys run across her, I'll let you know.
Thanks, Murray. But warn them. If they meet her, watch out. She's pure dynamite. Well, that was one lead that got me no place. So next I dropped in on Captain Hughes, the head of homicide, to ask if the police had gotten any fingerprints off the glass the girl had been drinking from before the shooting started.
Sorry, Bill. No dice.
You mean you didn't get anything from the girl's glass?
Not a thing. You see, she hadn't touched it. None of the liquor was gone.
Well, now that proves that she wasn't on the level.
Not necessarily, but I've issued orders to have her picked up if she's found. Not much to go on, though. We tried to get a description from Gomez, the waiter who served them, but...
But what?
Well, he says he didn't get a good look at her. When she slipped away, he didn't even see her go.
Some eyes he must have had. I suppose he didn't even see the shooting.
Not much of it. He dived down the cellar steps when it started. He's in Civic Hospital now.
Well, I'm going out there to talk to him. He must have noticed something. Oh, and so long, Captain, and thanks. It wasn't much of a lead, but it was all I had. It was pretty late by now, and when I got there, the hospital had settled down for the night. They put Gomez in a ward, and outside the ward, I found a nurse on duty. The blonde kid who turned as I came up.
Oh, good evening. You looking for someone?
Yes, my name is Storm. I'm looking for a patient named Gomez.
Gomez? Oh, yes, broken arm and internal injuries.
How is he? Is he awake?
Yes. He's feeling badly, complains of pains in his chest.
Well, if he's awake, I want to talk to him. This is police business. What bed's he in?
The last one, down by the far door. But I'll have to ask the doctor if you can see him. Will you wait here?
She disappeared down the hall, but I didn't wait. The ward was dark, except for a couple of dim lights. I started for the far end, and then I saw her. She was just a figure in a black dress bending over the last bed. But it was Theda, all right. It had to be. I tiptoed down the room. She was talking to Gomez, and he was moaning a little.
It hurts, doesn't it, Gomez? Yes, of course it does. But it'll go away soon.
He mumbled something, and then he reached for the glass on the table beside his bed.
A drink of water? Of course. Let me help you.
She helped him lift the glass to his lips, and then I knew what she was up to, and I yelled, Gomez! Drop that glass! Don't drink out of it! He dropped it all right, but it was too late. He'd already drunk from it. He turned to stare at me, his mouth open, and she moved toward the door right beside her. I ran after her, but it was too late. When I reached it, she was gone, swallowed up in a dark hall. I knew it wasn't any use hunting for her, and I turned back to Gomez. In my impatience, I grabbed his shoulder. Gomez! Who was she? What did she want?
Mr. Storm, you're not supposed to be in here. What are you doing to my patient?
I'm going to make him answer me.
Take your hands off him. He's not going to answer any questions for you tonight.
And I say yes.
I'm afraid not, Mr. Storm. He's dead.
Yes. He was dead, all right. The only possible witness who could have led me to her, and she eliminated him. And then I knew that whoever she was and whatever her game was, trying to find her was going to be about as safe as moving into a den of rattlesnakes. I put in a bad night trying to figure it all out. Next morning, when I got down to the paper, my eyes looking like two holes burned in a blotter, I hunted up my editor, Harry Holloway, in the city room.
Well, look at Frankenstein. What happened to you, Bill?
Oh, I'm all right, Harry. Listen, anything new come in about those thugs who killed Tom?
Not a thing. Paper's needling the police, but, well, so far, no results.
And there won't be either, till we find that girl in black. She's the key to the whole thing, I know it.
Aren't you getting a little hipped about that girl in black? After all, she may be perfectly innocent.
Oh, yeah? Then how do you explain her killing Gomez last night, just before I could question him?
Bill, are you sure you didn't imagine you saw her at the hospital? After all, nobody else did. Not even the nurse.
Imagine it. I heard her talking to him. In a soft, honey voice, as if she was bringing him flowers instead of poison.
Yeah, that's another thing. The hospital autopsied Gomez. Found no trace of poison. They claim it was internal hemorrhage and shock that killed him.
Sure, the shock of a nice, healthy slug of poison in his glass of water. Suppose they didn't find anything. They weren't looking for it, that's all. Harry, look, I saw her kill her.
Okay, you saw her. Now what?
I want to be relieved of all assignments until I find her, that's what. She's in this city, and I'll run her down inside a week. Or I'll quit calling myself a reporter. A week, I said. Didn't take any week to find her. Not that girl. She got around too much. I saw her again just 1 hour later. It happened like this. I went back to my apartment, and I dropped into a chair beside my window. And I started trying to figure my next move. Now, I have an inside room, and the window looks right out on another building across an air shaft, not 10 feet away. I'd been sitting there about half an hour when, out of the corner of my eye, I saw someone in the room directly across from me come to the window and stand there, looking over at me. It was a girl in a black dress, wearing a cute little hat with a black veil down over her eyes. And as soon as I saw her, I knew it was Theda. Don't ask me how I knew, I just did. Standing there with a 10-foot air shaft separating us. Well, I did what I could. I turned so that she couldn't see what I was doing, and I got Captain Hughes on the phone. He said that he'd have the building surrounded if I could keep her talking for 5 minutes. Well, I hung up the phone and I turned back toward the window, trying to act casual. Hello, Theda. Looking for me?
Hello, Bill. No, it's just accidental that I'm here. But you're looking for me, aren't you?
Her voice did something to me. I can't explain it. It sounds crazy for a hard-boiled crime reporter to say, but it seemed to get down inside me and twist things all around. Why, a minute ago I had hated her. And now... Well, now I knew why Tom had gone overboard about her. I said something, anything to keep her talking. Why, yeah, Theda, I've been looking for you. You're a hard girl to find.
I have to be, Bill.
But why, Theda? Look, you're just a kid. What kind of a racket are you mixed up in anyway?
I'm sorry, Bill. I can't answer that.
But listen, you could be anything you wanted. You don't have to be mixed up with murder.
Then you think I'm a murderer?
Oh, what else can I think? Last night you killed that poor devil at the hospital. I saw you.
Yes, I know. You wouldn't believe me if I told you you're wrong, would you?
Oh, I'd like to, Theda, but I can't. I can't.
I'm sorry, Bill. Someday you'll know the truth. Now I have to go.
Oh, no, wait. Let me look at you. I think we met someplace before. Yeah, it was Chicago. But I can't remember where.
Please don't try to, Bill. And don't try to find me anymore. Now, goodbye.
Oh, no, wait. But she was gone. And then somebody else appeared at the window. A window washer. He started to climb out on the sill to fasten his belt to the safety hooks, and I yelled at him, "Hey, you! That girl who was there, stop her!"
She made a little number in a black dress?
Yeah, where did she go?
She went out just as I come in, but...
Well, go after her, grab her. She's wanted by the police.
Hey, listen, mister, I'm here to wash windows, not to chase dames. If the police want to, let them catch her. Now, quit bothering me. I got a job to do.
Hey, look out.
Huh? What?
Your safety hook.
No!
Right in front of my eyes, he fell 15 floors. I saw the safety hooks break as he leaned his weight against them. And then I knew why she'd been there. She'd been there to weaken those hooks, to make sure that poor devil fell and killed himself.
Well, Storm, we didn't get her. She slipped through our fingers somehow.
But she was there, Captain. I saw her. I talked to her.
She was there, all right. We found a handkerchief in the room, a woman's handkerchief. Initial J on it. Heavy perfume. Here it is.
Lilac. It's drenched in lilac. But look, the initials J. She said her name was Theda.
She was kidding you. But she did the job, all right. Those safety hooks had been filed away to nothing. One of the local mobs is trying to get control of the window washers union. That's why she was killed. Intimidation. Sweet little lady, that one. Hey, but Storm, the elevator boy who took her up says she was a blonde, not a brunette.
He was crazy. Her hair's as black and soft as midnight.
Getting poetic, aren't you? I wonder if you're still as anxious to find that girl as you were.
What? Of course I am.
Yeah?
And when I find her, she'll get what's coming to her. That's what I said. I didn't know for sure whether I meant it or not. I just knew that I had to find her again. For 4 days, I combed the town for that girl. And then, 2 nights ago, as I was walking home, just about midnight, I ran into Dutton, a cop I knew, looking down the dark street and scratching his head. Hello, Dutton. What's the matter? You see a ghost?
Oh, hello, Mr. Storm. No, but I got a funny feeling I just saw that girl Captain Hughes once picked up.
You did? Where? When?
Just a minute ago. I was walking my beat when this dame comes past me, all dressed in black, and she smiles at me.
Yeah, go on. What happened then? Where'd she go?
Down the street. She turned into that door down there.
Well, come on, then. If she's still there, we gotta get her. In 30 seconds, we were standing before the dark door that Dutton said the girl had turned into. It was partly open.
That's the door, Mr. Storm. But that's the entrance to a first storage loft. Why would she go in there?
I don't know, but we'll find out.
Well, better let me go first. I got a gun here. I'll see what's going on inside.
He pushed the door open, stepped into the dark hall. And then I heard him call out.
Hey, lady, I want to talk to you. Hey, you up there. Put down that fur. Put it down.
Dutton! Dutton! Who shot you? Was it the girl?
No. She was just standing there. It was two guys upstairs. Hijacking the furs. They...
Oh, Dutton! Dutton!
But listen, Storm. You say you didn't see her. Then how do you know it was the same girl?
I know, Captain Hughes. She was acting as a lookout for those fur thieves. She deliberately lured him in there to his death.
Maybe, or maybe not. I'm seriously beginning to doubt if it's the same girl mixed up in all these cases. I think it's just a theory. Your theory.
I'll prove it to you. She's definitely mixed up in these rackets. And by now, Nick Murray and his boys must have learned something about her. I'm going over there now and find out. When I got to Murray's club, one of the boys showed me up to the office.
Hello, Storm. Come in and sit down.
Thanks. I will.
Can I fix you a drink?
No, thanks.
No?
I just wondered if you'd picked up any trace of that girl I was asking you about.
Theda? No, the boys haven't turned up a thing. Look, are you sure you're not just imagining her?
That's what the police are beginning to think, too. But I'm not, Nick. She's real, all right.
Listen, if there was any such girl working in this man's town, I'd know about her by now.
Unless she's awful smart. And it looks like this one is. Oh, well, I guess I'd better go and get some sleep. Might need it.
Oh, before you go.
Yeah?
I don't know anything about the girl, but tomorrow I may be able to tell you who killed your sidekick, Tom Jervis.
You may?
Yeah.
When?
Well, I won't have the dope until tomorrow night. If you'll meet me around 10, I can give it to you.
I'll meet you. Just say where.
You know the Tambourine Bar on 3rd Avenue?
No, but I'll find it.
Okay, there's a back room. Meet me there about 10. And come alone.
About 10?
Right.
I'll be there. I went home, but I didn't get much sleep. I was too keyed up. About 3, I got up and I put on a dressing gown. I sat down by the window to smoke. And then, behind me...
Hello, Bill Storm.
I turned, and she was there, standing in the doorway. I started to get up.
No, stay where you are, Bill. Unless you do, I'll leave.
Theda, why have you come here?
You've been looking for me so hard, Bill, I thought I ought to.
Look, I won't touch you or try to make you stay, but let me get up and fix you a drink.
I'm sorry, Bill. I can't stay. But I did want to tell you the time has come when you can know the truth about me.
You mean you're going to tell me who you are and why you've done what you did?
Everything, Bill. But not tonight. I'll see you again tomorrow, though.
When? Where?
You have an appointment, don't you, with Nick Murray at 10 o'clock?
Oh, yeah. At the Tambourine Bar. How do you know? Are you working for him?
No, Bill, I'm not. I don't work with anyone.
Yeah, but Theda...
Please don't ask me any questions now. I can't tell you anything until tomorrow night. Good night, Bill.
Oh, no, wait. You can't go yet. But she was gone. By the time I reached the door, she was out of sight. So I went back to bed, but I didn't get any sleep. I was groggy, punch-drunk. I knew she was guilty, but I wanted to believe she was innocent. Well, now I'm going to learn the truth. I'm waiting in the back room of the Tambourine Bar. It's almost 10. And I'm just finishing this report that I started this morning. She should be here soon. So should Nick Murray. If what she tells me satisfies me that she's innocent, I'll tear this up. But if she isn't, well, I'm going to find out because she's coming through the door now.
Hello, Bill.
Hello, Theda. You did come, didn't you?
Of course I came, Bill. You believe bad things about me, don't you?
Oh, yes. How can I help it?
Believe me, Bill, I'm not wicked. Look at me and see if you really think I'm bad.
She lifted her veil then. And for the first time, I saw her face clearly. It was just as I thought it would be. A beautiful face. With dark eyes that I could see into deeper and deeper, like looking into the heart of the night itself.
Now, Bill, do you really think I'm wicked?
Oh, No, I don't. I've been wrong. But who are you, then? What's your connection with these murders?
You'll know in a moment, Bill. I have to leave you, just for a minute or two. Just while you talk to Murray. He's coming now.
She slipped out one door while Murray came in the other. Nick closed the door behind him and sat down.
Well, I see you're on time, Storm.
Yes. If you can tell me who killed Tom Jervis, I want to know.
That's what I'm here for. 2 of my boys killed him.
2 of your boys?
That's right. You see, Joe Nelson killed Rusty Dean on my orders, so I could take over. Then I saw your friend trying to pump Joe. I couldn't very well afford to take chances. I had to get rid of both of them.
I see. That explains a lot. What about the girl?
I don't know a thing about her. I think you just made her up as an excuse to come asking me questions.
Oh, no. No, I didn't. She's real.
I know better. Because you did see a girl in that apartment where the window washer fell, but not a girl in black. You saw Janice, my girl. She filed those safety hooks, dropped that handkerchief the police found.
She did? You mean you had that fella killed?
Yes, Storm. Just a little business deal I'm interested in. And last night I decided you were getting to be a nuisance. That's why I'm telling you all this now. Because you're not going to pass it on.
Oh, no. No, put that gun away. You can't get away with it. You...
Goodbye, Storm. We won't be meeting again.
Theda.
Here I am, Bill.
Theda, help me. Call a doctor.
I'm sorry, Bill, I can't. But it won't hurt long.
Theda.
Yes, Bill.
I recognize you now. I know where I saw you that time in Chicago.
Yes, Bill, I knew you'd remember.
Oh, no. No, stay away from me.
Bill, don't be afraid of me.
Oh, no, stay away from me. Stay away.
Bill, come back. You mustn't run away from me. Come back. Come back.
No. No, I won't. I won't. You're not going to get me like you did the others.
Mr. Storm. Mr. Storm, can you hear me?
What? Where am I? You're a nurse.
Yes. You're in Civic Hospital. You were brought here an hour ago, shot in the chest. You were found crawling down 3rd Avenue by policemen.
Oh, yeah. I remember. Nurse, take this down. Nick Murray shot me.
What?
Get word to the Morning Ledger.
Certainly, Mr. Storm. Now, please lie quietly while I get the doctor. I'll only be a minute.
Hello, Bill.
Hello, Theda. You followed me here.
Yes. You shouldn't have run away, Bill.
I did it because I remembered where I saw you last. In Chicago. The time I was in a taxi accident. I saw you in the other car just before we hit. 3 people were killed.
That's right, Bill. You did see me then. And now you know who I am.
Yeah, I know. Now I understand why you have to be around when people die. You don't kill them. It's just your job to be there. But I never expected you to be a beautiful girl.
Why not, Bill? Just because people think of me as an ugly old man with a scythe, does that make it true? I'm not really ugly, you know. I'm not someone you have to be afraid of.
Oh, no. And I'm glad you're beautiful. Makes it easier this way.
Now take my hand, Bill. It's time for us to go.
Yeah, sure. I'm ready.
He recovered consciousness a minute ago, Dr. Clark. I came for you at once. He seemed to be quite strong, and I... Dr. Clark! He's dead.
this is the mysterious traveler again. So that was the secret of the girl in black. Theda, a strange name. Theda. I wonder if Bill ever did realize that those are the same letters that spell death. But he did what he set out to do. He learned the truth, and he avenged his friend, and he... Oh, you have to get off here. I'm sorry. But I'm sure we'll meet again. I take this same train every week at this time.
You have just heard The Mysterious Traveler, a series of dramas of the strange and terrifying. In tonight's cast were Maurice Tarplin, Chet Stratton, James Van Dyke, Wendell Holmes, Mort Lawrence, and Joan Tompkins. Original music was played by Jack Ward. The Mysterious Traveler is written, produced, and directed by Rob Arthur and David Cogan. Listen next week to a tale titled
Death Wears My Face.
Another strange and shivery tale of the Mysterious Traveler. The Mysterious Traveler came to you from our New York studios. Carl Caruso speaking. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Lux presents Hollywood. Lever Brothers Company brings you the Lux Radio Theater, starring Alan Ladd and Veronica Lake in O.S.S. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William Keighley.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Lux Radio Theater's presentation of Paramount's gripping screenplay, O.S.S., starring Alan Ladd in his original role, co-starred with the talented and lovely Veronica Lake. In introducing tonight's play, I'd like to quote from Major General William J. Donovan, who, during the war, directed the Office of Strategic Services. He says, "While the characters in this motion picture are fictitious, the story is based on a composite of actual incidents in the diversified activities of the Office of Strategic Services, which conducted intelligence, special operations, and unorthodox methods of warfare in support of Allied military operations. It is a tribute to the brave, resourceful men and women, living and dead, who volunteered for these dangerous assignments." In other words, tonight's play is more than thrilling entertainment. It is a glimpse into the hazardous, behind-the-lines activities of those loyal Americans who paved the way for victory, whose lives depended hour by hour on meticulous attention to the smallest detail. An agent of the O.S.S. could not afford to look well-fed in a country living on starvation diets, well-dressed among ill-clad people, or well-groomed in a land where soap was non-existent. Behind the lines, I'm sure a Lux complexion would have been a certain giveaway among women of the O.S.S., just as it's a hallmark of good grooming among women in civilian life. In fact, I can think of no better countersign or password for admission to the League of Lovely Women than Lux Toilet Soap. From LTS, we take you now to O.S.S., starring Alan Ladd as Martin and Veronica Lake as Ellen. Here's the curtain for Act One. It's 1943. In a colonial mansion set in the peaceful Virginia countryside, a group of men, some young, some middle-aged, are gathered for a meeting. From their looks, it could be a salesman's convention. Closer still, a get-together of college alumni. But the lesson these men are learning was never taught in any college.
There's nothing superhuman about being a good intelligence agent. Yes, it takes guts, brains, and patience. But this is a new game to us. You trainees are average Americans, and the average Americans are not brought up to fight the way the enemy fights. But we can learn to become agents and saboteurs if we have to. One of these days, you'll be working in Axis territory. You'll be on the spot every minute of the day or night. Your only chance will be to beat the enemy to the punch. Forget everything you've ever been told about fair play and sportsmanship. Forget everything, except that your country is fighting for its life. That's all for now. Radio laboratory at 10 o'clock. Camera room at noon. Dismissed. Come in, Commander Brady. Sorry to drag you out this time of night, but I've just had a visitor, General Donovan. Well, your orders have come through.
Operations in France, Colonel?
Right.
Well, when do we start, sir?
Now. The job won't be finished until our troops cross the Rhine. You've got two things to do. First, get information. Second, work with the French underground and sabotage key enemy installations. Now look at this map. These railway lines that feed this area here, around the city of Orleans. Right here is one of our priority targets. Recognize it?
Yes, sir, the Corbeil-Malon Tunnel.
If we can knock that tunnel out, we'll paralyze the most important traffic line into Normandy. We've assigned the tunnel to Team Applejack. What's its personnel, Commander?
Team Applejack, leader Rodney Gates, Army officer, World War I. Civilian occupation, railroad supply salesman in France.
Good man, mature judgment, stability, and balance. Next.
John Martin, lieutenant, junior grade, U.S. Navy. Civilian occupation, publicity man, knows France.
Little on the cocky side, but he'll do after he's been knocked around a bit. Well, there's balance and brains. We need a little brawn.
Bert Parker, chief petty officer. Civilian occupation, sportsman, motorboat racer.
Sorry, but Parker's been assigned to Germany. He's lived there. If he gets through, he's to lay low as a Rhine barge worker until needed.
Well, we've got another muscle man named Boucher. Used to be a hockey player.
Yeah, that should do it. Balance, brains, and brawn. The ideal setup. Except we'll need one more. Someone who knows the district. Someone to contact the French underground there.
What about a woman? They can often get through where a man can't. Personnel in London could recruit.
I'd rather see if we can find one here first. Well, see that Gates, Martin, and Boucher stay put. Oh, you too, Commander. I'll be needing your help in finding that girl.
So this is where you live, Miss Rogers.
This is it, Mr. Brady.
Alone?
Oh, no, with Jean-Jacques, my cat. Well, it's been very nice meeting you. Thanks for a lovely evening.
You're welcome.
I'm really very glad Uncle Arthur asked you to call me. Well, good night.
You're not going to ask me in?
It's rather late.
Oh, now, wait a minute. This is my first trip to San Francisco. My plane doesn't leave until 3 a.m. You wouldn't turn me loose in a strange town at this hour. Besides, Uncle Arthur wouldn't approve of that.
Well, all right, come on in.
Thanks, Miss Rogers. I knew you wouldn't let me down.
I can't afford a studio and an apartment, so this does for both. Like some coffee?
Later, maybe. So, you're a sculptress, huh?
It seems to me I told you all about that at dinner. Trying to make conversation, Mr. Brady?
I'm trying to find out how good a business it is, sculpting. Financially, I mean.
It's a bust, and no puns intended.
You've got quite a collection here. You do all these?
Yes.
Recently?
You're full of questions. No, not recently. Most of them in France. I studied at Fontainebleau.
Oh? When was that?
2 years before the occupation.
Oh, too bad about the French.
July 16th, 1429.
I never was much good at dates.
That's the day Joan of Arc liberated France after 100 years of occupation.
Joan of Arc never ran into a panzer division. No, this time the French are finished.
I'm sorry, but you don't know the French people as I do. The plain people. Their good common sense, their stubborn pride, their faith, their deep faith.
That's a very pretty speech. You're pretty, too.
Why, in France, they even...
We're not in France. We're in San Francisco, and I didn't come up to talk politics.
I'm not talking politics. I'm talking about the indestructible...
Your kisses would be pretty, too, Miss Rogers, if you'd cooperate a little.
There's the door, Mr. Brady.
Not yet.
You're getting out of here right now.
I'd rather stay.
I'd hate to have to fracture your skull, and I'd hate even more to smash this figurine, but if you
Uncle
don't...
Arthur's going to be very disappointed in you.
Stop that idiotic Uncle Arthur routine. I haven't spoken to that stingy old goat in 10 years. He'd no more have given you my address than turn up at a board of directors meeting without his clothes. Now, just who are you, Mr. Brady, and what do you want?
You're a bright girl. You're right. Uncle Arthur definitely did not ask me to look you up. You see, it's not Mr. Brady, it's Commander Brady, Office of Strategic Services. Ever hear of us?
No.
Then put down that figurine and relax. You and I are going to do some serious talking. Oh, that kiss. Just a sort of test, Miss Rogers.
Message for you, Colonel Field.
Go ahead, read it.
San Francisco says yes.
It's signed, Brady.
Good. Call the laboratory. Tell them Brady will be in for a full report on Thursday.
Yes, Commander, it's already here. Take a look.
That's the kind of clay a sculptor would use, is it?
It's what you ordered, plastic explosive that looks, feels, and tastes like modeling clay.
That's wonderful.
Going into the art business?
Not a bad idea. Wait a minute. Why couldn't we develop a whole line of art store merchandise? More plastic explosive to put up in tubes like tubes of paint. Time pencils as crayons. Reels of fused picture wire.
It could be done.
Now, you're sure of this stuff? You can actually model with this explosive?
Definitely.
Let me use your phone. This is Commander Brady. Get me Colonel Field, please. Now, look, start turning out that clay. We'll need a lot of it. Pack it well. It'll have a long way to go.
And the tubes, the picture wire?
That, too, right away. High priority. You can... Colonel Field? Brady. Applejack can go to London tomorrow. The girl? I'll wire her now. Everything's set. She can join us later over there. Oh, and from now on, we're referring to Miss Rogers as Helene Dupré. Well, gentlemen, now that Helene Dupré is here with us, Team Applejack is complete. As soon as your clothing and documents are in order, you'll be leaving this hotel. You'll be leaving London. You'll be leaving England.
I don't mind saying I'm scared to death.
Don't worry, we all are. Well, you men, any questions?
The young lady, Commander, she's going with us?
Yes?
Why?
We'll come to that later, Martin. But what's on your mind?
Well? All right, how do we treat her?
Because I'm a woman?
That's right.
Forget it.
Look, it may get pretty rugged the other side of the channel. Tough to buy a cup of coffee and tough to find a place to sleep.
Let's clear that up right now, Mr. Martin. I'll buy my own coffee and find my own bed.
Yeah, suppose you get picked up.
Some of the most successful agents in history were women.
Yeah, I know. Women like Mata Hari.
How do you know what kind of woman I am?
Well, I think you're the kind that ought to be raising a couple of kids in the Cleveland Heights. There's bound to be a lot of excitement where we're going, and I want to be sure everybody's going to keep calm.
Now, wait a minute, Martin. Helene wouldn't be here in London unless we thought she qualified.
Nothing personal, sir. I'm only concerned about operating successfully.
I think we will. If Mr. Martin stops worrying about my sex. Treat me like any other member of the team.
Right.
Now, you all know where you're going, and you know your objectives. The Corbeil-Malon Tunnel is the jackpot. The first thing to do after landing is to contact FFI headquarters at an inn called Le Cheval Noir. When you've got something to tell us, use your radio. Now, let's go over your cover-up stories. Gates?
My name is Raoul Jassy, a Parisian. I used to be an automobile salesman. When the war came, the office was closed. I've been unemployed most of the time since. My health is bad. Lung trouble. I've come to stay at a farm near the city.
Bad lungs, you said?
I have x-rays to prove it. Here.
Let me see. They're certainly bad, all right, but whose lungs are they?
Mine.
If I were the Gestapo, I'd have you shot. These are American-made x-rays. French x-ray plates are different. Have French ones made. Boucher?
My name is Alba Bernardi. I'm an ice skating instructor. I worked winter resorts all over. Saranac Lake, Sun Valley, San Moritz. I'm looking for a man I heard was going to open a skating rink in Orleans. I can't find him, and I'm short of funds. I'll take any kind of work I can find.
You're a pretty husky young fellow. Why aren't you a prisoner of war or in a labor battalion?
That's right. I forgot to tell you. Here are my papers. I'm not French. I'm Swiss. The war caught me in France, and I haven't been able to get back.
That's better. Martin?
My name is Philippe Martin. I lost my mother when I was 8, went to live with my aunt in the United States. Came back from military service in 1935, trained 18 months, then got a job as correspondent for an American newspaper. Called back up in 39, fought at Sedan, was captured with my division. Later released by the Germans to work for them at the Renault factory. When the factory was bombed out, I was sent to Orleans to work in the railroad yard.
Too glib, Martin. Otherwise, okay. Helene?
My name is Helene Dupré. My home is in Orleans, where my family has lived for generations on the Loutier. I'm a sculptress, graduate of Fontainebleau. Every year, my husband and I used to spend our vacations near there. He was a writer. His name was Jean. This year, I've come alone. Jean was killed in the Ardennes.
A writer? I said I was a correspondent, but my articles would have appeared in the United States.
You can find Jean Dupré's work in the back issues of many French magazines.
Oh, then Helen Dupré is real.
She was my roommate at Fontainebleau. We were inseparable. People used to call us the sisters.
What happens if you run into her?
I won't. She's missing. This is her last letter. She says, "Goodbye, my sister. It will be evening soon, and I shall walk down to the beach and out onto the surf. Thinking of you, thinking of Jean." Shall I go on?
No, I'm sorry.
Well, I suggest you all go to your rooms now and get some sleep. Chances are you'll leave tomorrow night. You will be dropped, of course, by parachute. I'll see you in the morning.
I've just been talking to the pilot. How do you feel, Helene?
Oh, just fine.
No, is that what the pilot wanted to find out?
When do we jump?
We just flew over our destination. There should have been a signal from the ground. Well, there wasn't any.
Hey, that means there'll be no FFI to meet us.
That's right. You want to turn back? I say we should jump blind. Any objections?
No.
No, let's jump.
Good. We'll jump blind then. Oh, our pilot assures me our plane has been spotted by the Nazis.
We expected that, didn't we?
Yes, but that may make things a little tough down below since there's no one to meet us. Still want to jump?
Let's go.
Okay, I'll tell the pilot to run us in.
I have counterintelligence for you on the telephone here, Colonel.
Oh, thank you. Hello, Master speaking.
There's a lone unidentified plane over your area. Strong formation of British planes was reported earlier. This one may be a straggler or it may be parachutists. I suggest that the area be covered immediately.
Yeah. Geisman.
Yeah, Herr Colonel.
Possibility of parachutists in this area. Watch that inn, Le Cheval Noir. They have been rendezvousing there. Don't raid it. Only watch it.
Get ready to jump. Good luck, everyone.
See you at the end, Helene. Le Cheval Noir.
I'll be there, Mr. Martin.
All right, start jumping.
In just a moment, we'll continue with the second act of O.S.S., starring Alan Ladd and Veronica Lake. Meanwhile, here's Libby Collins, our Hollywood reporter, looking mighty pleased about something, too.
I guess it's the movie I saw this afternoon, Mr. Keeley. You can't beat a good Western. There's such a lot of fun.
Sounds as though you saw that new Republic picture.
That's it, Plainsman and the Lady. A real thriller-diller starring William Elliott, Vera Ralston, and Gail Patrick.
I've seen Bill Elliott in dozens of hard-riding films, Libby, but I always thought of Vera Ralston as an ice skating star.
Oh, she is, and was once Olympic skating champion. But in Plainsman and the Lady, she again proves herself a fine dramatic actress. Vera's had quite an exciting career, you know. She escaped from her native Czechoslovakia on the very last plane before the borders were closed.
That was exciting.
Mm-hmm. But the real thrill of a lifetime, she says, was getting her American citizenship papers last Flag Day.
Well, this country has gained a stunning new citizen. Vera's a real beauty.
Oh, she is that, Mr. Keeley. She's one of the most photographed girls at Republic. And the studio says she just can't take a poor picture.
I don't wonder, Libby. How could anyone miss with a complexion like Vera Ralston's?
Mr. Kennedy, you're certainly a man with a single-track mind.
When it comes to lovely Lux complexions, I admit it.
Well, you're quite right about Vera Ralston's. She uses Lux toilet soap every day. She told me active lather facials with Lux toilet soap are a wonderful aid to beauty. They leave your skin feeling fresh and smooth.
Libby, won't you tell the ladies in our audience how Vera Ralston takes her Lux soap facial?
Well, here's what she does, and it's very simple and quickly done. Smooths on lots of the creamy Lux soap lather and works it in thoroughly. Rinses, first with warm water, followed with a splash of cold. Then she takes a soft towel and pats her skin ever so gently to dry. And that's all there is to a Lux soap beauty facial. And, Mr. Kennedy, screen stars find it a wonderfully effective care.
You're absolutely right, Libby. We know from actual tests that Lux toilet soap facials make skin lovelier. These tests were made by skin specialists, and they showed improvement in a short time in 3 out of 4 cases.
Hollywood stars just have to have a complexion care that works.
And that's why Lux toilet soap is the favorite beauty soap of 9 out of 10 screen stars, the loveliest women in the world. Mr. Keeley returns to the microphone.
We continue with Act 2 of O.S.S., starring Alan Ladd as Martin and Veronica Lake as Ellen. Nearly 3 days have passed since Team Applejack parachuted into a patch of woods near the French city of Orleans. Now in London, where he's been joined by Colonel Field, Commander Brady has received his first radio message from the saboteurs.
The message has just been decoded, Colonel. Well, not too good. Gates is dead.
Gates?
The night they landed, he and the girl went to the inn first. Something must have gone wrong. The others found his body in the morning.
And the girl?
Not suspected. I've ordered Martin to take over. They're proceeding as scheduled.
Well?
Martin's got a job in the railroad yard. Boucher's become a scissors grinder. He's rented some sort of a hovel to live in. He'll radio us from there as long as he can.
Helene?
She's made contact with the underground. An old man named O.S.S. has a shop that sells art supplies. She's found a studio close by.
And things should start happening.
They will, sir. They will.
Scissors shopping. Knives and scissors shopping. Knives and scissors shopping.
Can you sharpen sculpting tools?
Anything, madame. Scissors shopping. Knives and scissors shopping.
How much?
I have not sharpened chisels like these in a long time.
I met Martin an hour ago.
Oh, I can do them all right. Where?
Newspaper stand, near the railroad yard. Well, how much?
10 francs each, madame.
10 francs? 20-car train, 6 a.m. tomorrow. That's ridiculous.
Oh, man must live. But where?
Le Mans. All right, here.
Thank you, madame. I will sharpen them like new.
10 francs each. Outrageous.
Hello? Yes, this is Colonel Field. What time? Confirmed? Fine. Yes, Brady's with me now. Hope to have another job for you very soon. That was British Air Intelligence, Brady. Well, Applejack's in business. The bombers got the train at Le Mans this morning. Completely destroyed. Any other news from Martin?
A little. Helene's rounded up some FFI. They're all meeting tomorrow afternoon in Aubert's art shop.
Come in, madame, monsieur.
These two men are my friends, Papa. Monsieur Martin, Monsieur Boucher.
Your people here, Aubert?
They are here.
How many?
Reynald Lefebvre and Madame Riot. They are in back of the shop.
The military patrol saw us come in. We're apt to have visitors. If we do, just remember we're here to listen to Madame Dupree's lecture on art.
My friends, no, monsieur. Come this way.
There are some important targets the Air Force can't seem to get at, especially the Corbeil-Malon tunnel. What about it, Renaud?
That's the closed military area. Every approach is guarded. We tried again last week.
We've got to keep trying. It's a must. What about the bridge at Rostand?
That's Lefebvre's group.
Who takes a chambon repair shops?
I will.
Fine. We have the explosives here for you.
I have already made yours up, Monsieur Reynal. Little sacks marked modeling clay, plastic explosives. Madame Riot, you will get tubes of paint. They will be ready for...
Who's that? The patrol?
Wait a moment. I'll have to open the door. It's Colonel Meister.
You'll continue with your art lecture, Madame Dupree.
As I was saying, the so-called new trend in art is actually a very old one. We know to return to the classic form, but with a certain utilization of...
Colonel Meister.
Good afternoon.
Must be the creation of a
I am fortunate to find you here.
A little Sunday afternoon discussion, Colonel. If I can be of any assistance...
I'm quite sure you can help me. But first, if you don't mind, I would like to listen to the young lady.
We are honored, Colonel.
We must avoid the decadent spiritual attitude of a man like Modigliani. The degenerate impressionism of
Of Cézanne?
Of course. If I may digress, the Colonel has brought up a most interesting
Close
point.
the door, Aubert. No need to
Those
disturb
of
the
you who study
discussion.
Cézanne readily understand the absence.
Well, Aubert, what do I see under the counter? New tubes of paint, huh?
Yes, Colonel.
Ah, let me see. Cerulean, my favorite blue. What about the other color?
I'm sorry, but
no, I won't bother. I have no time for painting. Sketching is all I can do these days. Aubert, that young woman in there.
An unusually gifted sculptress.
Oh, may I meet her?
But of course. Madame Dupree, if you have a moment, please.
Excuse me. Yes, monsieur.
Madame Dupree, may I present...
Meister, Madame, Paul Meister.
The Colonel's sketches.
Merely impressions. Oh, Aubert, I need another pad.
I am sure I have one somewhere.
Madame must permit me to see her work.
But there's nothing of mine here, Colonel.
At your studios, then? I have my car.
Really, I haven't a thing worth seeing at the moment.
Madame's modesty becomes her. I shall make the usual allowances.
Well, very well, then.
My apologies to your friends, Aubert, but I will pick up my pad later. Ah, very nice studio, Madame. Excellent light. Your husband shares it with you?
I'm a widow, Colonel. But, well, I have been going with another man.
I'm sorry. A Frenchman in the city here?
He's away. He's an engineer.
Oh, the Normandy fortifications?
He never tells me, Colonel.
This statue here is lovely. It's like yourself.
You're very kind.
Amazing technique for one so young. Your hand, madame. Remarkably feminine for this kind of work.
If the Colonel would care for some tea,
And your
perhaps.
pulse. It's quite irregular. Could I be responsible for that?
You're very discerning.
So? And you are an incredible woman, my dear. Beauty and talent are rarely combined in a single individual. I confess I find it difficult to believe that these works of art here are yours, or that you are what you say you are.
May I prove it?
How?
Sit down. I'd like you to pose for me.
Oh? that may take several sittings.
Several.
I'm delighted, madame, delighted.
Perhaps when it's finished, you'll believe me.
Perhaps.
Your head. A little more to the side, please. That's it.
Madge has been coming here to your studio every day now for 2 weeks, and what have we got? Nothing except a pretty fair likeness of his head.
I need more time, Martin.
Bertie's raising the roof. He wants that Corbeil-Malon tunnel destroyed now. As soon as it is, we go back to London. And believe me, I'm ready to go back.
I'm not.
Why, you're up a blind alley with Meister. He hasn't told you a thing. Break it off with him.
Meister's my department.
Don't overestimate yourself. He's dangerous.
You don't have much confidence in me, do you?
I'd feel the same about any girl I was working with.
I thought we'd settled that. No special consideration for anyone. You're not a man and I'm not a woman. We're weapons. But you could stop worrying about Meister. He's leaving town.
Yeah, where's he going?
I don't know.
When?
Tomorrow afternoon.
It's a troop train leaving for Normandy tomorrow afternoon. It'll pass through the tunnel. Well, Helene, how long would it take you to duplicate this head you've made? Exact duplicate made out of our plastic explosive clay.
Tomorrow noon.
Could you get Meister well, I mean... Oh, forget it.
I could get him to take me with him on the train.
I said forget it.
Helene, it's Paul.
Meister,
Just a minute.
let him in. I'll wait in the kitchen.
Well, I had to come early, my dear. Staff meeting. I should be there now.
Then you won't sit for me.
I came only to say goodbye. Will you miss me, Helene?
Paul, take me with you.
Oh, I'm afraid it's impossible.
Not for an officer of your importance.
Oh, I suppose it could be arranged, but...
Please, Paul, please.
Helene, darling, you are not deceiving me. I know why you want to come with me. I have known how matters stood since the day I met you.
Have you?
Your engineer. You are trying to get to him in Normandy.
You're too clever for me, Paul.
And you are too unscrupulous for me, Helene. All right. You may come with me.
Thank you, Paul.
After all, our little masterpiece is still incomplete. Bring it with you. Pleasant journey together, a weekend perhaps to finish it, and then, my dear girl, go with my blessing. Is that satisfactory?
Oh, yes.
Good. Be ready to leave early in the afternoon. My driver will take you to our compartment on the train. Auf Wiedersehen, Helene.
I heard what he said. All right, get to work on that duplicate right away.
Explosive clay will require a fuse, and I don't know how to set one.
Obed will bring a fuse here. He'll set it. How will you pack it for travel?
A wooden box, I suppose.
Just make sure you'll be able to open it quickly. Light the fuse when the train stops in the tunnel.
You're sure it will stop?
I'll see that it does. Reynald can get me a railroad inspector's pass. The train takes on water a few miles east of the tunnel. I'll get on then. As for getting off, we'll both have to take our chances.
Of course. Good luck, Martin.
Yeah, thanks. Maybe I'll see you tomorrow at the tunnel.
What?
Never mind. Get to work. You're the engineer?
Yes. What are you doing here?
Just came aboard. Inspector Martin, check ride.
Inspection. What do you expect of this piece of junk?
Never mind that, you're late. Should have passed the Corbeil-Malon tunnel at 3:26.
We'll pass it in 5 minutes.
All right, then slow down.
He's got a gun. Huh?
I said slow down.
Why are you doing this, monsieur?
For France. Now jump, both of you.
Paul, the train stopped. What's the matter?
Oh, it's nothing.
Seems very strange stopping in a tunnel.
It makes our journey together longer.
Paul, I'm worried. Please go and ask someone.
No, later.
But I'm really frightened. Please, Paul.
All right. Corporal, where are you? I had the train. Stop.
Martin,
Don't ask questions. Hand me that box.
the fuse is lit.
Good, I'll set it by the track.
Here.
Be right back. Climb out of the window.
Hey, open the door. What's the matter?
Climb out, do you hear? You've still got a chance.
Who is that talking? Hello?
Hurry.
Corporal, break this door down.
She is gone. The window. A man and woman, her colonel. There, the mouth of the tunnel.
You, guard! Stop those people! Fire!
Set bombs. There's a fuse burning.
Stop those people! Stop them!
Come in, Brady. Well?
The report's confirmed by aerial reconnaissance, Colonel. The tunnel's destroyed.
That's great.
Yes. Except there's been no word since from Team Applejack.
I know. Get a message through to Team Sombrero. Tell them to stand by to take over Applejack's assignments. Martin, Boucher, the girl, they're either dead, Brady, or captured.
Elaine.
Here. This way.
I should have been back long ago. Sorry, I got lost. It's pretty dark in those woods at night.
It's the only reason we're alive. Night and a place to hide.
I found Boucher. He couldn't get a car. Meister's alive, and he closed in too fast.
We can't stay here.
I know. I sent Boucher on to Dijon. If he can get to a radio, you'll contact Brady and have him send a plane in to pick us up. When, where, I don't know. We'll meet Boucher at the park in Dijon tomorrow.
How will we get there?
The highway's full of refugees. We'll have to lose ourselves among them.
It's safer if we travel alone.
No, you're in pretty bad shape.
I'll manage.
Oh, now look.
You look. We almost failed in the tunnel because you came back for me. Never come back for me again. Do you understand? Never come back.
Okay. Can you find the highway?
Yes.
The park in Dijon tomorrow.
It's all right. You can sit down.
Hello.
Hello. Where's Boucher?
We've had some luck. He found some FFI. They're getting us jobs at the airport.
Did he find a radio?
No, not yet. We've got to be careful. Meister and his boys will be beating down our necks.
Do you have any money? I haven't eaten since yesterday.
A little. We'll find a restaurant.
Those men.
What?
Don't look. 2 of them. They're watching us. Start smiling. That's better.
I'm going to kiss you. Sweetheart, it's a park bench. That may convince them.
Too bad, Martin. They're still watching.
Come on, we better go. Oh, some more luck. A booth near the door.
Just get me something to
Sit
eat.
tight. Company's coming. One of those men in the park.
Well, good evening. May I join you? Thank you.
I'm sorry, but there must be some mistake.
Mistake, Monsieur Martin and Madame Dupré?
You're quite wrong, monsieur.
I think not. I am Amadeus Brink, Gestapo. Oh, in case you are armed, monsieur, don't forget my colleague, Herr Ansvold, here is close by. That was fine work, that tunnel job of yours.
What are you talking about?
These papers, monsieur. A full report of your activities. They just arrived in headquarters. Would you care to read them?
This is outrageous. You intrude upon us.
Madame would prefer to discuss the matter at headquarters?
What do you mean, prefer?
Fortunately, I had access to these papers before any of the others saw them.
What do you want from us?
What I want from you isn't the question. What do you want from me?
No, very sensible man, Herr Brink. His side is going to lose the war, and being a practical man, he looks to the future.
I could be very useful to you. I have access, for instance, to the weekly Dijon-Berlin military pouch, and the courier's my cousin.
And what's your price? Immunity?
That goes without saying. A small weekly payment and 50,000 American dollars deposited in my account in the Bank of Switzerland.
Maybe we can do business.
I was so sure we could.
You'll have to get us a radio.
Oddly enough, I have another cousin who might be persuaded to lend you one for 20,000 francs.
We'll be short of funds until we contact our principals.
Until then, only too glad to accommodate you. At a fair rate of interest, of course, shall we say 15%? Well, I will leave you to think things over. Till tomorrow, then, at the same time, here. Oh, Herr Answell, just refugees. A couple madly in love with each other.
You believe him?
There's no choice. I have to.
And we were going back to London.
Brink is on the level. We don't dare leave. If he isn't, we'll get what Gates got. Oh, Elaine, I'm sorry.
For what?
Oh, the way I snap at you most of the time, the way I...
Aren't you forgetting something?
Yeah. Sure I am. Treat you like any other member of the team. That's what you want, isn't it?
Yes, Martin. That's what I want. Someday, maybe, if we ever...
Skip it. Here's the menu. It may be our last meal.
We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
In a moment, we'll bring you Act 3 of O.S.S., starring Alan Ladd and Veronica Lake. In Hollywood, it's news when an actress gets a studio contract without having to take a screen test. It happened, though, to our lovely young guest of the evening, Miss Lucille Barclay. How does it feel to be a Paramount starlet, Lucille?
I still can't believe it, Mr. Keeley. You see, I'd come to Hollywood for a summer vacation. The vacation turned into a full-time job when a talent scout for Paramount saw me and signed me up.
Had you always been interested in an acting career?
Oh, yes. Back in New York State, where I lived, I was a member of the Rochester Community Theater. Later, I studied dramatics in New York.
And all to good purpose, it appears.
Oh, I was very lucky. But for real achievement, Mr. Keeley, I nominate Joan Caulfield. I visited the set when Paramount was filming their big Technicolor production, Blue Skies, and, well, I had a chance to meet her. Just think. In Blue Skies, she's co-starred with Bing Crosby and Fred Astaire.
You're right. That is a success story. Joan deserves it, though. She's exceptionally talented.
And besides, she's about as photogenic as a girl can be. Lovely features and a truly flawless complexion.
Well, Lucille, we're proud of the fact that Joan Caulfield is a Lux girl.
So she told me, Mr. Keeley, and I wasn't a bit surprised. I've used Lux toilet soap myself a long time, and I think it's tops.
Many famous stars agree with you there, Miss Barclay.
And if I may say so, Mr. Kennedy, lots of ambitious young starlets. Every girl in pictures knows how important it is to have a nice, smooth skin for camera close-ups.
Thank you, Miss Barclay. We're glad that so many charming women everywhere depend on daily Lux soap care. It's a fact that active lather facials in a short time give skin fresh new beauty. Now, here's a suggestion to the ladies in our audience. If you haven't tried Lux toilet soap as yet, why not see what this gentle care can do for your own precious complexion? Remember, Lux toilet soap is Hollywood's own beauty soap. Here's Mr. Keeley at the microphone.
Act 3 of O.S.S., starring Alan Ladd as Martin and Veronica Lake as Ellen. For a month now, O.S.S. headquarters in London has been receiving amazing information from Team Applejack, and Allied bombers subsequently have been smashing Nazi installations with bewildering accuracy. Back again in London, Colonel Field gets the details from Commander Brady.
It's really quite simple, Colonel. Our key man, of course, is Brink. And we're sure of Brink as long as we continue to pay off.
But getting the contents of their military
Boucher
pouches...
has a job in the washroom at the airport. He cleans hats, shines shoes. Anyway, the courier with the pouch visits Boucher every time he takes the plane for Berlin. Boucher disappears for a few minutes. He's got a camera in the laundry closet, photographs the documents on microfilm, returns them to the courier, and radios here when he's ready for our plane to pick up the film.
And how do we get a plane to Dijon?
Mr. Brink again. Another of his cousins owns a farm outside of town. We run a plane in at night.
Too good to last.
Yes, sir. I've told Applejack they can come back to London whenever they're ready. We'll be contacting them shortly, Colonel. Any message?
Yes, my congratulations. Also, my urgent suggestion that they leave Dijon. They've done their job.
Shoe shine, sir? Brush your hat, sir?
The courier. He was here, Boucher.
This morning, Herr Brink.
Good. Tell Martin our Gestapo spotters are closing in on your radio. One more message and they'll trace it to your rooming house. Suspend operations until I find another place. Oh, you might shine my shoes, if you please.
The film, Boucher.
Here. One of the documents I photographed is red hot. The Krauts have busted a top American code, Martine.
Broken
It's
code.
all on a film.
A broken code. Brady's got to know about that quick. How soon can you get to your radio?
Any time now, but...
Tell Brady what we've got. Tell him to get a plane in here tonight, a big one to take us out with that film. We're through. We've had enough.
The radio. If I try to use the radio...
Yeah, what about it?
Nothing. Where will you be? And Helene?
Meeting Brink in the park. It's payday. After that, we'll go out to the farm. Come out as soon as you can. We'll be in London tonight.
Tonight? Yeah. Oh, if you see Helene, say hello for me, will you? Details of Nazis breaking code on film. Send plane tonight. Pick up Martine and Dupre. Looks like I'll be staying. Couple of men in hallway now. Someone at Skylight, too. If you can contact my mother, please tell her
You're late, Brink. How long do you think we can hang around the public park?
It was
waiting for-
unavoidable. Oh, good evening, madame. My money, monsieur.
Here.
Oh, thank you. You're on your way somewhere?
Why?
Because it is best if you are. They picked up your radio.
Boucher.
He is dead. Oh, I warned him.
Dead?
He didn't tell me you warned him. Did he get through to London?
I think so. He was on the air when it happened. Oh, we have a new chief here. He has been inquiring about you. Colonel Meister.
Meister? Here?
Yes, definitely. It would be necessary for me to put your record and description back in the file. Oh, wherever it is you are going, if you would care to rent a car...
All right, where is it?
That one across the street. Shall we say 10,000 francs?
I'll give you 8.
I am a reasonable man. 8,000. Good night. Good night.
Herr Brink.
Oh, Herr Answald.
Is not that your car I just saw? Who was driving it?
My car?
Yes, the man and girl. They looked strangely like the couple Colonel Meister just described to me.
What couple?
The colonel is very anxious to see you, Herr Brink, my trusted colleague.
I don't suppose we could talk in purely business terms, Herr Answald. Shall we say 100,000 francs? No, I suppose not.
Come along.
Pity. I was always such a reasonable man.
Look at it come across the field. I never thought an aeroplane could be so beautiful.
Oh, London will be there in 2 hours, Helene.
Boucher didn't die for nothing. He got the message through or the plane wouldn't be here.
The door's opening. Come on.
Martin, Helene.
Commander Brady.
Hey, what are you doing here?
Are we glad to see you?
I wish I was good at making congratulatory speeches.
Oh, skip it. Let's get out of here.
Here's your film.
Great work. Where's Boucher?
We lost him.
When?
Early tonight.
But what happened?
I'll tell you on the plane, huh?
Martin, I'm here because I have something to ask you.
We're only half a jump ahead of the Gestapo. Can't we talk about it later?
I'm afraid not. The Nazis are licked, Martin. They're falling back to the Rhine.
Well, that's fine. That's fine. What's it got to do with me?
I'd like you to do one more job.
Another job?
Some time ago, we put a man into Germany posing as a barge worker on the Rhine. The sector he was assigned to has been selected for one of our crossings. If he's still alive, he'll have invaluable information on troop dispositions and fortifications.
I don't get it.
There's no way for him to get the information to us. We need somebody to go in there and contact him and send it out on a ground air radio. I brought one with me.
And how long do you think we can live like this, with our stomachs turning over every time a foot falls or a door opens? You've got plenty of other people working for you. Why do you have to pick on me?
Because you're the only available agent who'd recognize our man, the only agent he would recognize. You remember Parker?
Yeah, sure, I remember Parker. So what? I'm no hero. I don't want to volunteer for anything. I want my identity back.
Don't you suppose Parker wants his identity back?
If you want me to take that assignment, you've got to order me to take it.
Then it's an order.
Okay. What was that I said, Elaine? London in 2 hours? Will you be there when I get back?
When we go together.
You're going now with the commander.
That's up to him, isn't it?
Mice is catching up with us. How much longer do you think our luck can hold out? Gates, Boucher, we're next. Go on back to England. I'll handle this deal alone.
We've worked well together. 2 agents are better than 1. It doubled your chances.
She's right, Martin. As long as she's offered to stay, that's it.
You'd better get that plane out of here.
You're to make your way to Strasbourg. Here, instructions and directions. Burn them when memorized. You'll meet up with the Madame Prideaux. She has a place in the country, she and her grandchild. You'll work from there. Good luck, Helene. Good luck, Martin.
Good luck. What does that mean, sir?
News from Martin, Colonel Field. They're at the Prideaux farm.
Any word about Parker?
Nothing yet, sir.
How is Martin getting to us?
Ground air radio. We send a plane over his area. Martin talks to the pilot. They've had contact every day now for about a week.
Just don't ease up on him. He's got to locate Parker.
More bombers, Madame Prideaux. But there are bombers. Don't be frightened, Giraud.
I'm not frightened, mademoiselle.
In the village this morning, German soldiers all over, stealing everything.
They may come here. They're retreating.
They may. But these potatoes they will not find. And we will have these potatoes planted before the spring is out.
Who's to plant potatoes, Grand-mère?
Our men will come back, Giraud. Always the men come back home.
Monsieur Martin is going to the orchard again. He's talking to the American airplane.
I'd feel better if he didn't have to go so far from the house.
Maybe he can talk to our men, too. Maybe he can tell them when it's safe to come home.
Listen, there's a truck on the road.
Germans. Giraud, the potatoes. Hide them in the cellar.
I can see them. They're turning in here.
Monsieur Martin!
He will see the truck.
You can trust the boy and me, Helene. We are accustomed by now to receiving a Boche. They will learn nothing.
Can you hear me up there? Can you hear me?
Slower, pal. More distinctly. We're recording this, you know.
I said the Nazis are pouring across the Rhine. Bridges, boats, barges, anything that'll float.
What about Parker?
No sign of him. We've been on the docks every day. Most of the barge ran out when our plane started strafing. If Parker stayed on, we might have shot him up ourselves.
Wait a minute. You expecting a truck?
Huh? What are you talking about?
Your house. The truck just pulled up. Troops. You better duck, Martin. You got a gun?
Yes, but...
Take care of yourself. We'll be back at 100.
Stand back against the wall. All of you.
Martin, behind you. Look out.
Leave them to me. Another. And another. Throw the Schwein into the barn. So, there were no men here, mademoiselle. Hey, you look frightened. Do soldiers frighten you? Well, then we will leave these soldiers. Schweigler.
Jawohl, Herr Lieutenant.
Mademoiselle and I will be in the other room. We will not wish to be disturbed. Sorry if I gave you a scare. You're Helene Dupre, aren't you?
How did you...
No time for questions. I'm Parker. Martin recognized me. That's why I didn't shoot. I heard him, but I had to. I've seen you both down at the docks, but I never was able to get to you. That's why I got this uniform filling with those drunks inside. I've got to talk fast, so listen carefully. The Krauts are heading for the East Bank. I have their troop dispositions down cold. Can you get them out?
Martin has an air-ground radio. He keeps it buried in the orchard.
Good. I'll get rid of these troops inside, but I'll have to go with them. So it's up to you and Martin to get this information through.
Go ahead.
All right. It's about 5 miles between Flettisburg and Trubin with nothing but a few patrols between. That's just one of the weak spots. There's another just north of Lacen. If our troops cross at these spots, we'll save thousands of lives. Now repeat after me. The 146th Panzer Division in reserve near Broheim.
The 146th Panzer Division in reserve near Broheim.
The 122nd Grenadiers just west of Linstein.
The 122nd Grenadiers just west of Linstein.
8th Infantry Division due south.
About 10 minutes ago. Parker had to go with them. Martin, are you up to talking?
I'm okay. What did Parker tell you?
I'll write it all down for you. If it gets through on time, thousands of lives can be saved and our job should be over. When will the plane be here?
1 o'clock. What time is it now?
12:30. Think you can do it?
Yeah. Go ahead. Start writing.
Madame, Girard.
Yes, mademoiselle.
Get some water. I wish I could do more for you. Your head, it's still bleeding.
Don't worry about me. Just put it down on paper.
This is it, Martin. Everything written down.
I'll come back as soon as I've contacted the planes.
You will be leaving us then?
Yes.
Where you go, you will be together.
We'll be together. We'll be together from now on.
Open up here. Open up.
Grand-mère. Who? Can you see?
Oh, boss, Gerard. 2 soldiers and an officer.
Open
Quick
up,
now.
I say.
Hide in the kitchen. If they make trouble, Mademoiselle says to find Monsieur Martin. Warn him. She's going to the door now. So hurry.
I listen, Grand-mère.
Open this door.
I'll warn him if need be.
Yes?
Sorry to intrude at this hour. Helene. Well, we never had our little weekend in Normandy, did we? That's a great pity. You have nothing to say? Sure you remember me, Meister, Paul Meister?
I remember you very well.
You are alone here?
I am here, monsieur.
I refer to Martin.
Then I am quite alone.
Unfortunately, we can't spend too much time finding out if you are telling the truth. Sergeant, take the old woman to the car.
And the girl, Herr Colonel?
Wait outside. I will deal with her.
Madame, come.
Helene Dupre. I still find you a remarkably attractive woman. I can almost forgive myself. Myself, not you, my dear.
Then let's get this over with. All I ask is that I be taken quickly to wherever people like myself are dealt with.
Not yet. I find this reunion curiously satisfying. At last, Helene. At last.
Monsieur Martin! Monsieur!
Gerard, what's the matter?
The woman, monsieur, they're taking them away. I heard him.
Who?
He said his name was Meister. Oh, don't let them take them, monsieur, please.
Who was with him?
Only 2 others, soldiers, but hurry. She knows I went for you. Please come, please.
The plane up there. I've got to contact
You
it.
could do it later.
Never come back for me again. Thousands of lives will be saved. Never come back. Thousands of lives.
I can't, boy, I can't.
Never thought you would be afraid. Never.
Gerard, listen.
Are you down there, Applejack?
Yeah, I'm here.
Anything wrong?
No, nothing.
And shoot. Recorder's on.
146th Panzer Division Reserve near Brunheim. 122nd Grenadiers just west of Liechtenstein. Liechtenstein.
Slow down.
The 8th Infantry Division south of Robert Canal.
You're losing range, Martin. And slower.
Robert Canal! R-O-B-U-R-G.
That's better. What's your rush?
31st Engineers at Lingren. 31st at Lingren. The 18th SS Division around Horst and Steinbrück.
Oh, let's have that last again. I want a clean recording.
Please, I've got to get back.
With news like this, so do we, pal. Repeat.
The 18th SS Division around Horst and Steinbrück. The 52nd Infantry east of Freihof, north of the highway.
Just once more and we'll have it.
18th Division around Horst and Steinbrück. 52nd Infantry east of Freihof, north of the highway. That's it, and tell Parker's okay as of a few hours ago.
Swell going, Martin. Sorry to leave you, but I gotta get this back to headquarters.
Helene! Helene!
They're gone, monsieur. It's too late. They're gone.
Helene.
Look at them come, Martin. Trucks and jeeps, planes and tanks. Soldiers. Our soldiers, Martin. Crossing the Rhine.
Yes, sir.
Job's almost finished. Thanks, Martin.
Don't thank me. Thank them, the ones who didn't live to see this. Gates, Boucher, Helene. Tell me about her, Commander. I didn't even know her real name.
Rogers. Ellen Rogers.
Ellen. Where was she born?
I don't recall, but I can find out for you if you'd like.
No, it doesn't matter. It was somewhere back home. Like the town I came from. The same town, maybe. Yeah, she might even have lived just around the corner.
Well-deserved applause for an exciting performance by our two stars, Alan Ladd and Veronica Lake. And here they are, back at the footlights for the curtain call.
Well, one of the real stars of tonight's play, Bill, was William Donovan, whom you've mentioned in your introduction.
Yes, he was head of the O.S.S. in real life.
Didn't you make a picture on the career of General Donovan, Mr. Keeley?
That's right, Veronica. The Fighting 69th, which, of course, was late in World War I.
And made a great movie, incidentally.
Speaking of pictures, Alan, I understand that since yours were released in continental Europe, you've become the #1 box office hit over there.
And to think they had to wait 6 years before seeing Ellen on the screen.
Not to mention you, too, Veronica.
That's right, Alan. You two have been together in so many pictures. I sort of missed Veronica in your latest Paramount production, 2 years before The Mask.
Yeah, I missed her, too, Bill, but we're going back together again when we start shooting Saigon out of Bureau Paramount.
Well, that's good news for Ladd and Lake fans. By the way, Veronica, what happened to that famous over-the-eye hairdo?
Well, I thought it was about time to see how the other half of the world lived, Mr. Keeley.
Say, how long did you wear your hair like that, Veronica?
How long? Oh, about 24 inches.
Well, confidentially, Veronica, I like your present hairdo even better. For one very important reason.
What's that, Mr. Keeley?
It doesn't hide any of that lovely Lux complexion.
Well, it's certainly not hard to help keep your complexion lovely with Lux Toilet Soap Care. I always use it.
And it's plain to see that loyalty is well rewarded.
Say, what are you presenting here next Monday night, Bill?
Next week, we're proud to bring our audience for a second time this season 2 of Hollywood's top artists and one of the most famous acting teams in motion picture history, Greer Garson and Walter Pidgeon. They appear in their original screen roles in Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's epic drama, Mrs. Parkington, the story of a man who ruled a dynasty with daring and ruthlessness, and a woman who ruled a man with love alone.
A great cast, a great play, Bill. Congratulations.
And good night.
Good night, and thanks to both of you. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday evening when the Lux Radio Theater presents Greer Garson and Walter Pidgeon in Mrs. Parkington. This is William Keeley saying good night to you from Hollywood.
The main cause of the current soap shortage is the worldwide scarcity of fats and oils. Industrial fats are needed also in the manufacture of many other essential household goods. So please continue to save used kitchen fats. Your butcher will pay you for every pound you turn in. Secretary of Agriculture Clinton P. Anderson says it is urgently important that American women keep on saving and turning in used fats, taking advantage of larger meat supplies to step up their fat salvage. Heard in our cast tonight were Gail Gordon as Brady, Joseph Kearns as Meister, and Richard Benedict as Boucher. Charles Seal, Norman Field, Jay Novello, Ralph Sedan, Noreen Gamil, Ed Emerson, George Neese, Howard Jeffrey, Henry Rowland, George Sorrell, Truda Marson, and Robert Conte. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers. This program is broadcast to our men and women overseas through cooperation with the Armed Forces Radio Service. And this is your announcer, John Milton Kennedy, reminding you to tune in again next Monday night to hear Mrs. Parkington with Greer Garson and Walter Pidgeon.
Rely on Spry, S-P-R-Y.
Yes, it's Spry for lighter, finer, richer flavored cakes every time.
Make that next cake with pure, all-vegetable Spry, the shortening with the magic cake-making secret. Hear him say,
Wonderful.
the reason why, S-P-R-Y.
For all you bacon fry, rely on Spry.
Be sure to listen in next Monday night to the Lux Radio Theater presentation of Mrs. Parkington with Greer Garson and Walter Pidgeon. And why not tune in a half hour early to hear Joan Davis over most of these stations? This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Saturday Night Theatre. The White Lady by R.E.T. Lamb, with Nigel Anthony as John, Glynis Brooks as Mary, and Alaric Cotter as Geoffrey.
Morning, Simon.
Morning, General.
Kippers are good.
Actually, I'm not that hungry. In fact,
Got to get something down here on a day like this. Be as hungry as the devil when you've been in the saddle for an hour.
I don't think I'll be hunting today.
Eh?
After last night.
Huh? Oh, don't be so wet, Simon.
Quite frankly, it's had a rather peculiar effect on me. I'm not myself at all.
Day's hunting, get it right out of your system, man.
There wouldn't be time to get home afterwards.
Home?
I'm afraid I really couldn't sleep another night here, despite your excellent hospitality, sir.
No, listen. I've lived here for 40 years or more. I haven't come to any harm, have I?
But last night you said that you'd never felt a tremor or anything, let alone seen a... well, whatever it was.
A ghost. A confounded ghost. Well, whatever you saw, it needn't put you off your pleasure.
I'm sorry. I hope you won't take it entirely the wrong way if I shoot off for the 11 o'clock train.
Well, do what you want, old chap. Think you're being a bit of a ninny. My God, these kippers are splendid. Oh, why don't you have a couple with a thrash at the whiskey and then see what you think?
I'm terribly sorry, but my mind is made up. I haven't slept a wink. I'd fall off at the first jump.
Or at least sit down. You're giving me wins, sir.
I mean, I know I'm not going out of my mind. I've always been as skeptical as anyone else about spooks and all that, but I know what I saw. I didn't see it once, but 3 times.
And you weren't dreaming?
Oh, please. Credit me with a little more intelligence and honesty.
Oh, don't be so bloody sensitive.
I'm
boy.
sorry, but I feel a little shaken, that's all.
You're sure it wasn't one of the maids in her shimmy?
Quite.
What was this phantom like, then?
I told you last night. You're not trying to trip me up, are you?
Oh, I'd just like to recognize a lady, should I see her myself.
She passed in and out of the room by no door, as though it were our world that was insubstantial and not her own.
See the old girl's face, did you? Pretty?
You'll excuse me before the others come down, I'm sure.
Damn sure.
Sorry you find me lacking, but I feel that I might have gained something. Quite what, I don't know.
Well, I'm pleased for you. When you do know, please do get in touch.
Right. Good morning. I'll leave you to enjoy your kippers.
Got a damn sight more about him than you, sir.
Evening to you, John.
Evening, Jack. Jug of cider?
Jug of cider. That's a cold mist creeping up from the valley.
It isn't all. My face and hands is all clammy with it.
Chuck another log on the fire, then.
Right.
So. And a jug of the right tack for you.
And 6pence for you.
Here's your mug.
Oh, bloody better.
Busy?
Oh, we've been at the manor for a few days now. What we got on there will see us through the winter.
Oh?
Yep. 3 new window seats, a new back stairs, new flooring, windows replacing. Old General must be made of money.
Oh, you'll get a bit of extra courting in with your Mary, then.
Don't you believe it? They keeps the maids there busy as hell. And mind you, the butler's not a bad bloke. He don't pounce and everything like the old one did. Like a bloody black cat he was, says Mary, and you was the mice.
Yeah. Well, I wouldn't work there, whatever the butler was like.
But just cause of her?
Yes, mate.
Good for a laugh, that's all.
Well, that bloke what left, that pal of the General's what come up for the hunting. He weren't laughing.
Used it as an excuse, I shouldn't wonder. Probably fell out with each other. A bad-tempered man, the General.
Well, I never seen her. But there's plenty that has over the years, and they've lost servants on account of it.
There's no such thing as ghosts, Jack.
Well, 2 days ago, when it happened, I met the cook, and she says the gentleman saw it 3 times in the one night. He was up late, writing some letters or something, and he come out through his room and out again, in and out 3 times, and the next day he ups and offs, and never mind the aunt fox could chase him so far as he cared.
All I know is what I never seen don't bother me. What I've seen, mate, what I've seen. Yeah, I got enough ghosts in my skull to last me. Ghosts with no heads, ghosts with their bellies hanging out, ghosts screaming on the wire, Tommy ghost, Fritzy ghost, Froggy ghost. More than enough.
You must have, old soldier.
So don't you ask me to be all up in the air about no ladies in long white dresses that walks through walls and rattles a bunch of old keys to announce herself.
What does your Mary say about it?
She don't care neither. Got sense, she has.
Evening, Dick.
Hey, Jack. John. Usual, please.
1 pint coming up, sir.
Turning bitter.
Finish that ploughing?
A couple of chain left at the top end. Good old mare is that Ginny, but she's getting past it now. Hard slog for her. Told the boss. Tell me when she's had enough, he says, but you don't like to, do you?
Here's your point, Dick. And don't you grieve.
I won't. No one will grieve for me when I drop dead.
He'll have to grieve for himself, like your white lady.
I heard about it. I tell you who else heard about it. Geoffrey.
Who?
Geoffrey Ryland, what works with his dad as gardener up at the manor.
Oh, yes, I know, of course.
Sitting on the wall by the barn as I come down here. What are you doing, Geoffrey? I says. There he was like an owl, his eyes staring like they do, you know.
Daft as a brush.
And just his old shirt on. Catch your death, boy, you will, I says. Nothing, he says.
Nothing, that's him.
Why don't you get on by the fire, I says. Or come and have a drop of ale.
Oh, he never comes in here. His dad do, sometimes.
Well, you'll see our Geoffrey walking through that door if he's as good as his word.
Said he would. Never.
Said he didn't want to be at home. Why, Geoffrey? Oh, he don't know, he says. But I do, I thought. Seen the old ghost, then? No, he says. No, I haven't. No, I don't want to. I walks on anyway, and it seemed like he was coming on behind. Damned if he didn't look like a ghost himself with his white shirt in the dark lane.
Gives me the shivers sometimes, he do.
Bit touched, eh? Oh, so I've heard.
He's quick enough. Bastard coward, I call him, and always will.
The British Army didn't need the likes of that lad, John. Should think Kitchener nearly dropped dead with relief when he wasn't took.
Acted dafter and daft, that's all. He knew what he was about.
He was up a tree, wasn't he?
Up a bloody tree. The recruiting sergeant comes round and our Geoffrey goes missing. 2 days up a tree in the middle of the bottom spinney.
I ain't shooting no one.
Oh, you ain't shooting no one, he shouts. There's his dad throwing stones up at him.
What a sight, though. Come down out of that tree, break every bone in your miserable body.
Well, then.
That's the spirit, Geoffrey.
Come in and shut the door, lad. What do you like?
Give him a drop of cider, Jack. It's on me. Well, don't stand there, Geoffrey. Up to the counter like a man.
Is that all right? Cider?
Thank you.
This is on John, then.
Thanks, John.
Oh, that's all right, Geoffrey. You get it down and enjoy it. Do you more good than hanging around on walls and up trees.
Didn't know you was a drinking man. Where's your dad tonight? Not at home?
He goes to the Swan.
Why don't you go to the Swan? Bit of company for your old dad. He must get lonely since your mother passed on.
He don't want me to.
Huh? Why's that?
I don't know.
He gets drunk as a wheel, that's why, does old Eb. You're best off with us, Geoffrey, my boy. Sober as coffins we are when we leave, and that's so, Jack.
Yeah. Every time, John.
You like your drink, then?
Yeah. I like cider.
Got the taste, have you?
No, not too much. Can't drink too much. Makes my legs go funny.
Oh, not your head. Your legs, is it?
You should come in more often, Geoffrey. Have a few games of Skittles. Don't have to drink much.
Yeah, you should do. Damned if I'd like to be stuck up there in the manor grounds all the while.
Especially with her about.
Who?
Her what's got hands like spiders and a face like a rotten slimy tater. Her.
I ain't seen nothing.
Oh, you will. Some folks is cut out for it.
Hey, come on, lads. Let's get a cheerful subject.
Yeah, 'tis cheerful, damn it. Laugh my head off if our Jeff was walking back tonight and he hears her bunch of old keys rattling and then herself coming out of the shadows.
Can't say I like it myself, John.
Don't bother me.
What? Liar.
You don't mind her, then?
No. So you needn't go on.
Needn't go on?
You making a poor fist of the cider tonight, boys. Hardly took the top off it off.
Say no more, Jack, me old lad. Everybody down in one, right? What? Down in one, Geoffrey. Last one buys the next jug.
Well, that'll never do, Jeff. That's only half. You buys the next one.
We can't.
Why not?
Ain't got no money.
Bloody hell.
You can't come into pubs with no money. Didn't know he was coming.
Oh, not until you got here.
You must have thought when I saw you on the wall. Could have gone back for a few pence.
I just walked down when you did, but didn't know he was coming in. All right. You can have it on the strap. Hey, is he honest?
Next question.
Oh, he'll pay. Won't you, Geoffrey?
Yeah.
Must earn a fortune, you and your dad up there at the manor.
Enough. Fair wages at general pace.
Must save most of yours.
I'll come in tomorrow and pay you, sir. No. Don't sir me.
Oh, that's Jack. Say hello to Jack.
Hello, Jack.
Does lots of tricks, don't you, Geoffrey?
Leave him be now, John.
I'm not getting at him.
I'm buying everyone a drink, then. Good man. That's the spirit. See him again all round?
Oh. Good health, Jeff. Well, say good health to me, Dan.
Good health.
Ta. Mind you, we has fought in the bloody trenches for 4 years. Needs good health.
Ah, well, that's done with now.
Never started for him. Climbing up trees.
I remember thinking about that, Geoffrey. And we was waiting to go over the top. I thought about him up that tree, and I thought that lad's got more sense than thousands here. I thought about you, Geoffrey.
That's not right.
What's not?
Killing.
You mean killing Geoffrey Ryland ain't right?
No, it's not. Not right to kill any living thing in anger, neither.
Ever hear of King and Country?
Yeah.
And what's it mean to you?
Killing.
Eh?
Well, there was a bit of that, I suppose.
Anyone know that chap Winchcombe way? Chesterton.
Here on him.
Got called up and he chops his fingers off, and they say, on purpose.
That's right, Chesterton.
And when the Winchcombe chaps got back, them as did, some woman says he'd got round half the women in the place.
That's right.
So some of them chops the fingers off his other hand.
Hear that, Jeff?
And they says, now try getting it out.
Leaves are dry. Come on. Just like a carpet, Mary.
I don't know as I feel like lying beside you. Well, it is a Sunday.
And you're only afternoon off.
And every second Wednesday and every Wednesday night.
Oh, you're really grateful, ain't you?
Why not? Same terms as anyone else, and better, so I hear.
Nice patch of sunshine here.
Just for a moment, then. I'm going to be back soon.
I know. You going to kiss me, Mary?
Yes. Oh, it's just like a church, this is.
How like a church?
Well, lie straight and put your hands together. Come on, like this. Look. Now, side by side, we're like that old knight and his lady in our church.
Well, his face is all wore away.
I look straight up, and the trees is like pillars. And where they fans out is like the church. And the leaves that's left is like them flags they've got hanging up all threadbare with the sunshine coming through them.
I'll tell you what else it's like.
What?
It's damn near like a wood.
Well, you know what I mean.
Well, I say it's like, if it's what it is.
I'm breaking the law, am I?
Oh, all right, it's like a church.
It's like a church, of course it is. Even the smell. It's like that sort of scenty, dusty smell.
Next time I'm in the church is walking down the aisle with you.
That's so.
Ain't it?
Maybe.
Why, maybe. Either you do or you don't.
Don't what?
Want to bloody marry me?
Only trouble with you, John, is one thing's one thing or the other. Black or white, good or bad.
And this wood's a church.
Like a church, I said. I'm not simple.
Come here with you.
Things aren't always what they looks like, you know.
Put your arms round
Oh,
this.
you hang on a minute.
Hang on to you, I will.
Take too many things for granted, you do.
Well, I'm supposed to get on my bended knees, am I?
It'd be better than you just lying there with a grin on your face.
Well, maybe it's you that takes me for granted. I'll lie down again.
Life seems empty sometimes. I work and going out a bit and then getting married.
Well, that's not empty.
Maybe not. Just feels it. Well, like you've done it all before.
I can give you a nice life, Mary. We'll never be rich, but we'll have enough. Maybe a family. You'd like that, wouldn't you?
Can't help that.
You don't have to.
No. It'll come to pass.
There's such a thing as wanting too much, you know.
Yeah, the less you want, the happier you are, is that it?
Well, maybe. No sense in chafing your heart.
Some people can't help it.
Help it? Help it? There's folk that don't want to help it. They're not happy in this life without causing grief and upset. Greedy after something new all the time.
Yeah, but, I mean, what if you're made different? I mean, one person's wisdom is another person's foolishness. Well, that's why I get angry when you talk about Geoffrey like he was mad.
Oh, God, can't we leave him out of it for 5 minutes?
I'm only making the point. And I'm getting cold here.
Well, I'll warm you.
Oh, come on, it's time I was back. Come on, you can walk me as far as the gate.
Well, that's nice of you.
Well, what else can I say?
Plenty.
Such as?
Things you used to say.
People change. I don't mean that... Nothing stands still.
You're going off me, are you?
No. No, it's not that, but... Well, John, you're hard to talk to sometimes.
I listen.
But do you hear?
Oh, riddles.
You'd be happier if I just crooned into your ear little love things all the time.
Well, yes, all right, I would. That's because I love you.
It's as simple as that.
Why not?
Because I'm thousands of things.
You're Mary. You're my Mary.
I know. I know all about that, but I'm not just the one thing you can hold in your hand. God, the world ain't big enough to hold one human being.
Right, we'll get back then. I can see I'll have to wait till you get simpler or I get cleverer.
Oh, don't be so impatient, John. You're not gentle enough.
Gentle? I could be. I have been.
I don't mean gentle like you would be with a bird that's broken its wing.
Well, let's get out of this church, or you'll be giving me a full sermon next.
Is there a cup of tea for me, cook?
You can pour one for me as well.
Oh, I am tired today.
All that walking you did yesterday with your John.
We didn't walk that far, really. I'll just sit down for a minute.
You carry on. I'll just get this pie out the oven. General loves my pies. I'll say that for him.
Oh.
Gorgeous. Look at it.
It smells good. Hey, if there's any left over...
I see.
Oh, I've just seen John where they're putting that new window seat in. You know, I do wish he wouldn't pass through Mark's. Not with the other lads there.
Such as?
Here's my little love and things like that.
Well, it's natural.
Yeah, but then the others laugh, quiet like, as if it's a dirty joke.
That's the way lads are when they're together. Bit show-off, that's all.
Yeah, well, I'll steer clear in future if I can.
Enjoy yourself yesterday?
Not much. It was all right.
Well, that don't sound very romantic.
It wasn't.
Don't sound like you was interested in marriage at all sometimes.
Never said I was. Folks just take it for granted, and I think John do.
You don't want anyone saying you're the kind of girl that'll lead a man on for 3 or 4 years? That's how long you've been walking out with John.
It wasn't walking out.
Well, it is now. Has been for the last 2 years. You'll have to make up your mind sometime. Ain't as if you was a lady of leisure. And he's a hard-working chap, I do know.
Why didn't you ever get married, Cook?
Well, I don't think no man ever fancied me. I think that was it.
Never?
Well, look at me now. I wasn't no prettier then.
Oh.
Hard work all my life as well. Didn't get the chances. And if you did get a few, you had to be reasonable looking to get in quick.
What, and never went out with chaps at all?
Oh, you do ask, don't you?
No offence taken if you don't want to say.
Oh, that's nice of you, my dear. Once I had a chap for a bit. I used to sneak him into the kitchen. First place I was cook, it was at Cheltenham, and I'd feed him up. I used to love feeding him up. And he'd say, Anne, you're a world beater, you're a world beater. But he never used to show his feelings much. Enjoyed his food, we had a few laughs, but not much, well, you know, not much feelings.
What, he never used to
No,
do?
he didn't.
Oh.
So one time I gave him a real good tuck-in so he'd be in a good mood. I thought he might be shy. I was myself, but I thought maybe he was worse than me, and one of us has got to, show some feelings, because you can't keep eating all the while, can you? Not instead of.
No. What do you do?
I just sat on his lap. He didn't seem to mind, but I felt like I might as well be the cat.
Oh, he stroked you, did he?
He didn't do nothing at all. So I thought, here goes. He put my arms round his neck and pulled his head into my breast like you read about, and you know what?
What?
He vomited all down me.
The pig.
I didn't see him after that.
Good.
I heard about him, though, from the maid. He was going out with a woman that baked for a pie shop.
Oh, well, I hope he choked.
Anyway, don't miss what you never had, do you?
No. You're not missing much, neither. Well, there's such a coarse lot around here.
I wouldn't call John coarse from what I know of him.
Oh, he isn't, but... Well, he's hard.
The war did that to some of them.
No. I remember him at school.
Some would say he was a manly sort of chap.
Oh, he is. And it's not my fruit pies he'd like a taste of, neither.
Now, don't you be coarse yourself.
I'm sorry. But he makes me angry sometimes. I feel like a fish what's being played for the sport. Thinks he can reel me in at any time.
Well, show him you've got a mind of your own if you must. But careful you don't lose your chance. Lose too many and it shows on a woman. Even if it's only you that can see it.
Well, I'm only 24.
Oh, time moves on so fast. Come in.
Cabbage and the parsnips, cook.
Ah, there's my lad. You put them on the table for me.
Hello, Geoffrey.
No, Mary.
Oh, your hands look cold. Hey, have some tea and put your hands around the cup.
I'm sure Geoffrey hasn't got time for tea drinking. It's only 4:30 and his cottage is only 50 steps from this door if he wants tea.
It's just half a cup.
You're being spoiled, Geoffrey. Go on, get a cup from the dresser.
Thanks.
What you been doing then?
Been putting new glass in the greenhouse. Well, Dad was. I mended some benches inside.
Haven't seen no lights in your cottage the last few nights. Both been out, you and your dad?
Yeah, we've been out.
Oh, where to? Well, you never used to step out much.
Went to the pub.
You never. Well, which one does he go to?
Who?
Your dad.
I didn't go with him.
Black Horse?
Yeah.
Oh, so John then, no doubt.
Yeah. He bought me a drink. He bought me quite a few.
That's nice of him. Getting to be a drinking man then, Geoffrey.
Not what you call a drinking man.
Like all the rest.
Now leave the lad alone. Questions.
I'll never be a big drinker, Mary, because it makes my legs go funny ways. And next morning they're not so good.
You enjoy your drink, my lad, and get it down you.
Why?
It's men's company wants, not flowers and veg and likes of us all the time.
Oh, Geoffrey likes talking to me, don't you, Geoffrey? Don't you?
Yeah.
He tells me things the rest of them don't know.
Man's best off with a bit of male company,
Oh,
Mary.
how do you know? I mean, you've never even... I'm sorry.
Oh, that's all right, my dear. It's been said before. And us them cabbages, Geoffrey.
You are. Well, I'm off.
Geoffrey, don't go.
My dad'll go on.
Come here. Now listen. Don't you start trying to prove you're a man with John and Dick and Tom and that crowd. You're man enough. They're rough, that lot, and they don't know when to stop, understand?
Well...
Well, what?
You say that about John, but you go out with John and you marry him. What I mean to say is, Well, you love John, don't you?
It's not a matter of that. You can like someone, but you can still think they act like a damn fool sometimes. Now, don't you start going down there every night God sends and drinking. You'll soon get as you can't do without it, especially when you're not used to it before, like you.
It gets...
Guess what?
Gets lonely.
Yes, well, it would sometimes, but... Well, I bring you a book out the General's Library when I can, don't I? It's our secret. You could pop into the kitchen sometimes. I mean, Cook wouldn't mind just for 5 minutes of an evening.
Don't like to. What if you're not there?
Well, the rest of them don't bite.
John said he wouldn't want to be living right here in the grounds or in the manor.
Oh, why is that?
You know.
Tell me.
Because of her, with hands like spiders and face like rotten, slimy taters.
Oh, he did he?
Yeah, he's right.
Oh, he's a damn fool. And don't you take no notice of him. He'll say anything to get folks riled up. It's just a joke, that's all.
Don't you believe it?
Of course I don't.
I do.
Do you?
Well, I don't like it. I never seen nothing, but the gentleman that left saw her 3 times. Yeah, 3.
Oh, it could be all squid. I mean, the gentry are always playing jokes on each other. Don't you bother about what they do. You just stick to what you know, Geoffrey.
Mary, you wanted upstairs.
Oh, coming. Now, look, listen, Geoffrey, if you promise to stay at home tonight, I'll pop over and sit with you for 5 minutes when I've time. Well, I might bring a book, too.
Don't get into trouble.
Will you do it?
Yeah.
Well, I've got to go now. I'll come when I can, but don't you go nowhere.
Mary, come along.
Ready yet, Tom?
Oh, I can put it down.
I'll get these. Good man, Dick.
Tried it.
And what about one for over yonder?
What, Lucy?
Bit of fun after.
Yeah, go on. Can do no harm.
Well, I'll ask her then.
Why me?
John, then. I'm the married one.
I tell you what, she looks a damn sight more fetching since she was took ill. Lost all that weight.
She better now?
Good as ever. Pete Orr's had her t'other night, Jim told me. Says she run around the field after like a young foal, with not a stitch on. Drunk as a wheel, mind, but back in form, lads.
Oi, Lucy.
What?
Come over here, gal. Sit down.
Don't need no second bidding, no.
Right.
That's right. You sit down here and don't be by yourself in the corner there. Ain't got to catch a disease, have you?
Have a drink.
Thanks.
Same tack as us, is it?
Thanks.
3.5 of the same, Jack.
Right.
So, how be, Lucy? I've seen you for quite a bit.
All right now.
Pete Orr said he seen you the other night and you was looking in good form, gal.
That rubbish.
What a good lad is Pete.
Good for some things.
Oh, I'll bet.
Anyway, I'm going off from here. Going to live in Gloucester.
Gloucester? And what your old mother do?
Drop dead, I shouldn't wonder, without me to fetch and carry for her.
That's no way to speak to your dear old mother.
Her don't speak good of me.
Oh, I know, be fair. That's because you ain't always a good girl, Lucy.
What do you mean?
You know what I mean, Lucy. You ain't exactly the pattern of young womanhood.
I don't bother no one. It's them what bothers me. Anyway, have a bit of fun round here and they calls you names. Suit yourself and not them and you're nothing. But I ain't nobody's bitch on the end of a string.
That's right, Luce. You bloody tell them.
I will before I'm through. When I been poorly last couple of months, no bugger come to see me, boy. Oh, no.
Language. Here, get this, damn you. Nice drop of tack, this.
Well, not even the vicar?
Him? I don't want no man coming near my bed like him. Face like a cracked white pot. If I'd have died, he might come then. And if he had, and I'd have been lying stiff, I'd still have got these 2 fingers back to life. You bet your old boots.
Oh, my God, Lucy, I think you better had got to Gloucester.
No, what she needs is a nice young man.
Sure, there ain't any round here.
Well, thanks very much.
Oh, yes, thanks, Lucy.
There's some with more money and some with finer manners, but that's all.
Sound like you've been round them all.
You watch your mouth, John Lacey. Just 'cause I've a drink with you don't mean I won't chip it over your head.
Round them all, bar one.
Who's that poor, misfortunate man?
Bar one.
Up the tree.
Just say.
Now, there's a thought.
What are you lying about?
Oh, it's nothing, Lucy, just a thought.
Oh, drink by yourself, then.
Sit down, sit down.
He was thinking about someone you don't know. Well, maybe you know him by sight, and that's about all.
Who?
Know where Broylan, what's gardener at General Grintley's?
A bit goes in the Swan.
His son.
Geoffrey.
No, don't know him.
Well, he's seen you about.
So what?
Well, I mean, he was asking about you once, but the trouble is he's shy to a degree. He's a nice chap, but shy.
Must have a few pounds saved up, I'd say. Working and never spending.
Oh, nice little cottage up there. Just his dad and him. Old man would welcome a woman about the place.
Well, it won't be me.
And now we've had our fun, so you just listen serious a minute, Lucy. I know we has our laughs with you, all right. But you can't be on the gallivant forever, now, can you? Time you looked after yourself, and it's time our old pal Geoffrey did know.
Oh, lovely chap, but painful shy. Painful.
Between you and me, Lucy, he never even kissed a wench.
That's so?
There then.
Gospel.
So backward like that and getting on with folk, you'd think he'd lost his wits sometimes. Now, you shut up, Tom. I'm serious now.
Oh, sorry, John. It's true what you say.
Well, I don't see why you lot should care that much.
Well, Geoffrey's a pal of ours. Damn it, we went to school together.
I heard him snigger when you said about his wits. Want to get the oar off with a madman, do you? Bit of a laugh,
I won't have that.
Calm down now, lads. Keep it quiet.
It's all right, Jack. No bother.
Point of principle, that's all, Jack.
Well, don't shout, then.
I don't have that, Lucy. Do you hear?
Well, I didn't know he was a friend of yours.
And it grieves me just as much to hear you talk about whores. You've never been that gal. You've liked your bit of fun and you've liked to drink. And I know how folks gossip. They'll gnaw at any old bone like tykes, but you're no whore and you never will be. Good heart you've got. What, lads?
All right, John.
Right. Yeah. And I won't have you telling us you're some poxy doxy like walks round Bristol.
Right.
Now you listen, Lucy. You're a woman like any other woman. You've a right to a bit of happiness, and you've a right to be respected. Folks round here have had their laugh, now let them shut their mouths and let you live, gal.
Hey, don't start, Lucy.
You set her off now, John.
Well, there's nothing wrong with a few tears in the right place. I expect Geoffrey shed a few quiet tears, man though he is. People saying this and that about him, and him knowing that he was like her, lonely and pushed on the side like a bit of old rubbish.
All right, lads.
More than all right, Jack. Just a few home truths. Very peaceful.
Geoffrey coming down tonight?
He may do, Tom.
I never seen him in here, and look at me crying now.
Oh, it's only late. He's come down here. Got lonely for him up there at the manor.
Well, he's no drinker, but, well, man can't be by himself all the time, can he?
Could be in any minute.
Well, I'm not starting. Not tonight. I wasn't going to start anyway.
And wouldn't you like to meet him, though? Just the once? I know he'd like to meet you.
Oh, that's the truth.
Oh. Be you down here tomorrow at 8 and be in the snug.
And your friend will come?
He's bound to. I'll make sure of it if I can.
Well, think I might be here then. Might as well.
Well, don't think forever. Do something for your own good and Geoffrey's. If you don't happen to get along, then nothing's lost.
Oh, we just have a friendly evening of it and leave it there.
That's it.
You can finish my drink, John. I'm going home now.
You go home and have a think. That's best.
You off then, Lucy? Bit early, ain't it?
Got a bit of an headache, Jack. Good night.
Night.
She'll have a bit of heartache the way you was preaching, John.
Her? Heartache? She's always been the same. Crying one second, laughing the next.
You having her cider?
You can have it. It's got her TB spittle all over it, the dirty bitch.
Is that what she had?
Her dad and her sister was took off with it. Gets in the walls of a place.
What if they made a match, joking apart?
The whore with the madman. Got away with words, old Lucy.
Yeah, what if they did? What a laugh, eh?
What if she shows him the way and he gets the taste?
Hope she do. Enjoy to them both, says I. Suits me fine. Drink up, lads.
Mind you, I wouldn't have ordered the drink if I thought she wasn't going to have a bit of fun after.
Don't be so tight. Money well spent. If she shows our little Geoffrey a thing or two, good. If they hit it off, good. If we gets a laugh, good. And after the next pint, I'm off up to his cottage to make sure he don't want to be home tomorrow night.
Oh.
Oh, I'll have to be off home tonight, but I'll be here prompt tomorrow. No mistake about it.
Oh.
A bunch of keys. Eh? Yeah. I'll nip into my place before we pay our call. Nice bunch of keys I've got up in the last few days.
Hello, Geoffrey. What are you writing?
Nothing. Nothing?
All right, I haven't come to spy on you. Told you I'd come, but it's only for 5 minutes, mind.
I'll sit down by the fire.
Thanks. It's ages since I've been in here. Well, not since your poor mother passed on. That was a good few years ago. Must have been still at school.
You comfy?
Very comfy. It's a lovely fire. Hey, have you seen the stars?
Yeah. They look bigger tonight.
Oh, here, look what I've got you. And don't say a word or I'll get killed. Here.
Oh, thanks, Mary. Hey, I love pheasant.
And that's special how Cook makes it for the General, who's tucking into the same thing right now, so you're as good as him tonight.
I'll have it later with a bit of bread.
Now, we'll eat it before your dad gets home.
Oh, he don't look round when he gets back. He just walks in the door and hangs his coat and straight upstairs. Snoring in 5 minutes, he is.
Drinks too much.
Yeah, we didn't always. I think he missed Mother.
Well, the room still looks cosy enough for 2 men running the place. Wish I could sit here in my own room at night. I have to share mine with Sarah, and she's always got a cold winter and summer. Like that she goes till I say, one day, I says, Sarah, you'll sniff your nose up your nose, and that'll be the end of that.
You know how Dad goes?
No, how?
He goes... That's his chest, he says, but his pipe, really.
You can smell his backy when you mention it.
I like it if it's not too strong. Smells like chrysanthemums.
Does a bit. Oh. Hey, can you see that castle in the fire? Well, look, where the log just dropped.
No.
Oh, come closer, look. Now, look where I'm looking. See? It's got a pointed tower and there's a spire.
Look at that blue flame with the yellow round the edge. It's like an iris petal.
Don't need to buy pictures, do you? Well, certainly not like them dark old things in the manor. Though there is one great picture on the main land, and it's just this lady on a horse. And she's under a shady tree, and she's looking slightly down at you, and sideways, see, like this. Right? You know, I've stood there ages looking at her. Oh, well, her looking at me. It's really kind and beautiful. You know, I could kiss her. I could stroke her horse, all shiny brown like a concrete is. It's glossy. And this tiny blue feather in her hat like a jewel, and white gloves. Little white gloves. Oh, scented, I should think. I got a chair once when there was no one about, and I reached up so as I could touch her face. Paint felt wrinkly. Never thought. From the distance, though, you know, with her lips just a bit smiling and down at you like this with her eyes.
Mary.
No, Geoffrey. No, don't kiss me. It wouldn't be right.
Why?
Because it would spoil it. It's our secret.
What is?
We are. We're our secret. We're private, special. We're different the way we are. We're not like anyone else. Let them stand back. Let them admire. Or let them be blind. It doesn't matter. Our ways are our ways. It's not for them. You see?
I think so.
Well, then. I must go.
No, not yet.
I said I could only pop in, but I'll come again another time.
Well, I'll show you.
What?
Here, what is writing?
Geoffrey, it's a poem, isn't it? It's writ like one. Shall I read it?
If you want.
Okay, we'll turn the lamp up a bit. The birds have all now gone to rest. The great sun sinketh in the west. This is the time I love the best. The trees sigh like they was asleep, and huddle like the folded sheep, whilst I my fireside watch I keep. I hear the wood singing the flames, and at my feet the mice play games, though their lives are heaped with blames. Soon I take me to my bed, there to lay my tired head, and with my dream again I'm wed. Oh, Geoffrey, it's wonderful. You're a poet.
I open a dog out on the loose. Big devil he is.
He won't harm you. That's Oliver, that is. Soft as a newborn calf. Now, we turn off over the lawn just down here. We'll just get up to the bushes by the door. Make sure Eb ain't there. Old chappie maybe, but you watch his temper.
Is he there? Is Eb there? Where's Geoffrey?
Mary and him.
God, so they is.
I'll kill him. I'll kill the bloody little runt.
Stop it, use your head. She's coming out.
Let go of me.
Hang on to yourself, man. There's more than one way of killing a pig. You've got the keys, and she could be just on a message. Hold your row.
Good night, Geoffrey. And with my dream again I'll wed.
I knew there was something. I knew. Message. The only message she was on was one of her own.
Get it off it with Geoffrey. She's sorry for him. She gives him a few scraps of pity.
Pity? We could all do with some pity. Who doesn't need pity? Pitying him is like pitying manure because it ain't sweet smelling.
Keep your voice down.
Right. We'll see. We'll see. I'll show her how mad he is. We'll get close up to the door. And when I give the nod, you scratch it with your nails. Not like a dog. Slow. You know?
I know.
Aye. I'll get down by the window with the keys. The pane's broken, so he'll hear it all right. Now then. Can you see his eyes? Come on, run! Did you look round and see his eyes?
Yes. Yes, I saw him, John.
Worn out, Mary.
Oh, I'm all right.
I saw you through the window talking to Eb. Was he telling you the same thing he told me?
What about?
You know. We found Geoffrey last night. Said he'd been paid a visit by her ladyship.
Oh, what ladyship?
The White Lady.
Yeah, well, he said something about it.
Poor lad. Found him on his hands and knees under the table, curled up like a hedgehog he was. Eb says he could have rolled him round the kitchen if he'd have wanted.
I'm surprised he didn't, the drunken old sot.
He was concerned. Here, hand me that vegetable knife, will you?
Right.
Of course, it's his imagination, isn't it? Geoffrey'd see the host of heaven descending where you and I just see sunbeams breaking down through the clouds. He's that sort.
And I suppose that sort ain't fit to live.
What in the world's the matter with you?
Well, it's just the way everyone goes on about him. Well, look at his dad if you want a shining example of daftness. Too bad for you if you've got a bit of imagination round here.
Now you're being silly. Don't you shout at me, neither.
Wow. Well, if you want to know, I popped in and saw Geoffrey last night and he looked all right to me.
What for?
Well, he's a friend of mine, you know. Don't have to have a reason, do I?
He's just a friend.
Yes. And he's a special friend.
It's hard for girls to have special men friends, my dear. Don't seem to work out for some reason.
Oh, there's the exception.
What is human nature?
Well, his father's line, if you ask me.
Why should he?
For sympathy. Well, who knows why? He's just a fool.
Careful folks don't call you one, going to see Geoffrey at night like that.
People have always got to be the same and judge each other by their own standards. Well, some of us are above that.
They think they are.
I am. And so's Geoffrey.
Be careful, Mary. Geoffrey's a man for all he's got his head in the clouds.
How can you know about him? I'm the only one he really speaks to. I'm the only one he tells things to. I'm the one he knows will listen. And what he's got to say is worth the hearing. Well, he's got gentle ways, and that's as precious as anything in a man. But a person like Geoffrey to be with and talk with and have about the place, a girl doesn't need no romantic stories from silly books.
If he carries on about a silly tale of a ghost like he's doing, the whole world will look on and wonder where his wits are.
Oh, and who says it's a silly tale? Oh, if anyone asked me, I'd tell them that more than shapes and fancies walk this earth, more than lost souls and restless spirits. If they had eyes to see, I'd point them out sights that'd blind them with fear.
Here's a drop of gin for that cider of yours, Geoffrey.
Put a bit of heart back in you, lad. White lady or no? Sounds like you had a proper scare last night.
Well, that's why I called round for him tonight. Makes no sense in being by yourself. By God, I'd imagine things up there.
I didn't imagine, John. It were real.
Oh, what'd you see? Anything?
That's what I heard. Terrible things, Tom.
His dad wanted him to go with him to the Swan. He don't want you there with him, I said. What Geoffrey wants is a bit of life, don't you?
Life, yeah. The living, not the dead.
Of course. They do say some folks hears and sees what the rest of us can't.
Aye, Looney.
And you shut up, Tom. Nothing wrong with Geoffrey, is there?
I don't think so. Depends on how much you understand as to whether you're mad or not.
I'll get that drink down you anyway. There's a lot of understanding in that.
Here she is, then.
Oh, evening, Lucy.
Evening to you.
Oh, shove up a bit, Geoffrey, and let her sit by you.
Ta.
This is Geoffrey.
Hello, Geoffrey.
You never met properly, have you?
No. I seen you about a few times, though.
And Geoffrey's seen you.
Do we speak?
Shy. Aren't you, Geoffrey?
Are you?
I don't know. Like a drink?
That's the way, Jeff.
Love one, my duck. Drop of gin with water.
Gin with water?
Not too much water.
No. All right.
Well?
Well, what?
Oh, upstanding bloke, eh?
It's not what a man looks like.
True, true.
I say, you look a bit fetching tonight.
What's it to you?
What are you saying?
You're a chap what looks on, you are. At least John speaks his mind like he did last night. Didn't know you had it in you, John.
Oh, sometimes there's things you has to say.
Right.
And you.
Huh?
You're another what looks on.
Well, blowed if I am.
Blowed if you ain't.
No, don't get so up in the air, Lucy, my gal.
Well, I don't want them round me just looking. I'm not a show.
All right. We only come so's you can meet old Jeff there, but we'll get off into the bar if it's all right with you. Could you fancy a game of darts, eh, lads?
Oh, I'm on.
Right, and me. Don't want to upset her highness.
All right, come on then, lads. Come round if you want, Lucy, you know, if you gets bored.
Where are you off to, lad?
Game of darts. You take your time, because you don't play, do you?
Here we are, then.
Thanks. Here's to you.
Thanks.
Don't want to go in the bar, do you?
No, I don't mind.
Let 'em play their game. What I likes is a proper chat now and then. Do you?
Yeah.
Gardener, are you? They said you was.
Up at the manor.
I like it.
Yeah, it's all right.
Nice to have a job you likes.
What do you do?
Oh, I helps out here and there. Bit of this and a bit of that. And I might help Mother with the spinning if she's taking a lot on.
What's your husband do?
My husband? Lord, I ain't married. Oh, what made you think I were?
Who'd you come with, then?
I come by myself. I don't need a bit of string round my neck to be led. No, boy. Truth is, I'm too damn plain to find a husband, aren't I?
No.
Aren't I?
No.
Well, go on, then. Tell me what I looks like.
Like, pretty like.
Oh, go on with you.
Like unto a flower.
Like unto a what? A flower? I'll have to have a drink.
Sorry.
What for?
No offence.
None taken, Geoffrey. That's lovely, that is. I've never been told that before. Dear, I thought you were supposed to be shy.
Well,
what?
Well, you see, John and them, they gets about a bit and they works with the crowd, but I don't have to see no one all day, except my dad, and he might be doing something to the other side of the grounds.
So you don't get the company, you mean?
That's right.
Well, why didn't you used to come down here?
Never been a drinker.
For the company?
Didn't want it.
You can't spend all the time by yourself, though. Got to have a bit of fun in this life.
You can enjoy yourself being out in the fields and the woods.
Oh, you can.
Lots of good times in nature, you know.
That's true, boy. Can't deny that. Especially if you're rambling with your girl.
Who?
What's your girl?
Who said?
No one. I'm just asking. They tell me I'm nosy.
I haven't bothered.
With us lot, us females.
No.
Oh, dearie me, have I touched on a sore spot?
No. Have another drink.
Oh, you've hardly started this one. You do rush a girl, don't you?
Sorry.
I likes a bit of attention. It's nice in a man. There's too much bloody forwardness round here. Have another yourself, though. I don't drink that much. Get unsteady on my legs going home. And on my back I do sometimes.
Best be careful, then. You could hurt yourself.
Suppose I have done before now.
I pulled me back once and I had to have horse liniment on it, yeah. I stunk like hell for a week or more.
Oh, well, when I've hurt myself, I tried a bottle of gin in a hot bath.
Oh, bottle?
Geoffrey, did any of the lads ever say anything about me?
No, not as I can recall.
Nothing at all? I've known them some while.
Can't remember what they might have said. What about?
Nothing. But you know the way lads go on about all the girls they know, make out they're this and they're that.
Yeah, and sometimes, you know, it's not true. And that's not right.
No, it ain't. Tell me this, my peach. Is there anything you want but have not got? Anything you've wanted but never had? Is there?
Everything.
Oh, no need to be greedy. How do you mean everything?
I mean it's all wanting, but it's knowing how to get on with what you've got at the same time.
I'll have to ponder that one.
Oh, you can ponder, but you never get the answer. You just keeps on.
Well, thinking's the right thing to do, no doubt about that. But you has to do something as well. You can't just wonder about it all forever.
I don't like doing things too fast.
Why's that?
You can't see what's happening if you do it too quick, and you can't understand it.
You saying you're slow?
Suppose I am. Some things I can do quick, though.
What then?
I can write...
Write a what?
But that's fast and slow at the same time.
Hang on. Is that gin right for your cider, Jim? Write a what?
Nothing. It's a secret.
Oh, you sound like a little boy, you do.
Don't.
I don't mind. It's nice.
Doing all right in here, are you?
Very nice, thanks, John.
Getting on?
We haven't fell out yet.
Fit, Geoffrey?
Yeah.
Oh, well, that's all right, then.
We're having a chat.
Good.
And a very nice one, too.
And we're having a game of darts. Well, see you later, then, eh? Come round if you get bored.
We won't.
Right, then.
Right.
Oh, fill them glasses up, Geoffrey. Do your stuff. Ta-ra.
Bye-bye. I know he can be a bit rough, but he's got an heart as big as anything.
Yeah. Yeah, he must be a good sort of a chap. He must be.
Why must?
Well, his girlfriend, his young lady.
She what?
She loves him. She's very nice.
Oh, I shall have to tell John he's got a rival.
No.
Don't take on, I wouldn't. I know he's a friend of yours, don't I?
Well, don't, will you?
I'll make a bargain with you. I won't say nothing to John if you tell me something.
What then?
You ever kissed her?
No.
Not even on the cheek?
No.
Oh, that ain't a real question. Have you ever kissed her? Oh, never mind. I don't need to ask.
What?
It's a rare thing. It's a lovely thing. It makes me feel like I never have.
Like never kissed and everything? A girl, you mean?
Oh, don't we talk? We really talk, don't we, you and me?
Well, I have then.
Just kiss?
Yeah, and more than.
Jeffrey, you never.
I have.
Jeffrey, you never, you never, you never. You never.
That doesn't mean I'm simple or nothing, does it?
My God, of course it don't.
Because that's the way they think sometimes. I know it.
If you're simple, so am I. I haven't talked to no one since never, I don't think. Never.
They think I'm so slow. I don't know what they're on about, but I do. Oh, what if I don't want to say nothing back? It's up to me. And anyway, I can't think of what to say, so I don't say it.
Makes sense, that does.
You can think of how to put things, but not till after. And then when I'm thinking after, I think about it more than if I was just saying things back quick like.
I know.
And sometimes I write them down, what I'm thinking about.
Do you?
Yeah.
Well, I'm not much at an hand at writing nor reading. I can, but I don't.
Oh, you could?
Think so?
Yeah. It's just because you're not looking and thinking. Not doing it hard enough.
Is that it?
And they said I couldn't read nor write at school for years and years, but we got this story. And then another one by the same person. But the first one was read to us, and the next one wasn't, so I read it. That's a wonderful story. It's all about Canada and the trappers. And when you read it, and then you went outside, it was like you were still in a story. And you looked at everything like you was a different person, and you never seen it before.
I'd like that.
Would you?
I think so.
Would you like to go round the bar?
No. I like it here with you well enough. I've had enough jolly times with the lads.
The thing, what I find hard with John and them is they're always asking questions. You've always got to think up answers to jokes like.
Well, I've been asking you things.
No, you haven't.
Yes, I have.
But you're not getting at no one.
They get at you.
Don't mean to. It's me, I should think. See, I can't follow what they're on about, so I get the wrong end of the stick, and then I come up with something they weren't on about at all.
If you're clever, it's easy to make anyone feel daft. And the more a person's treated one way, the more that way they'll be. Dogs and bad names.
Hung for a sheep.
Right, boy. And what do they bloody know about what's inside you? Bastards. If they knew what they had, I'd poison them on the spot. I tuck their money away in my little purse, then wash all over in the river or under the pump as cold as ice in the backyard. Go for a walk with just the moon with you and look at that and feel that they've never touched you. No, they haven't neither. Just a tickle to me. But for them, you'd think they'd won a bloody war and come out heroes covered with medals for their mates to gawp at. But they got nothing, boy. Nothing.
I do that. I like walking at night.
When all good folk are abed.
Yeah, I do. It's a different world by night. There's more to see and more to listen to. And there's more rum.
You understand what he was on about there, do you?
Of course I do. No one to bother you at night. You're by yourself.
Well, that's right, Jeffrey. Here, you're not getting drunk yet, are you?
Eh? No, I don't think so.
You sure you wouldn't like to join him in there?
No, I don't want to.
I tell you what, Jeff.
What?
Seeing as how we both likes to have a walk in the dark, why don't we have one now? Bit of company's nice if it's the right company.
Leave here, you mean, and go together?
Why not? Make a nice change. Oh, that's unless you don't want to be along with me.
No, I don't mind that. All right. I've had enough of this side of attack anyway.
Come on, then. And if those lads want to get you a drink, say, no, I'm escorting Lucy back home. She don't feel too well. Right?
Right.
Come on, then.
You off already, Geoffrey?
I'm escorting Lucy back to her home. She don't feel that well. Night to you, John.
Good night, lads. Sorry I have to go.
Good God, then. I'll go to Hanover.
Well, how about that, John?
Well, Lucy ain't lost her touch, eh?
Oh, what do you make of it?
Lots of things. And they all suit me.
You see Geoffrey tomorrow night, we might be looking at a man then.
I don't know about your mites. I'm going to make sure.
Well, following him?
I am and all. Just to make sure they're on the right track there through the dark. See you a bit later.
Aye.
John looks well pleased.
He do.
He's a lad for a bit of fun.
That's certain.
Mind you, maybe you shouldn't go, well, spying like.
I tell you what, if Lucy catches him, she'll see to him, mate. Don't want to cross that wench.
What's he gone for?
Just a bit of a laugh. Well, you know, John. He'll give us the details if he gets them.
You don't want to go too far, though.
Oh, you won't hold John back, Dick.
I don't want to. But he do get a bit wild. He do take it a bit far.
Oh, you're getting an old married man, Dick.
Ah, well, perhaps I am.
Go mad without a few laughs.
What if Lucy took him serious the other night?
Oh, damn good job if she did.
Think so?
I do.
How's that, then?
I'll see a bit of bloody fun, then, eh? See a bit of life from the cabbage patch.
Them vixens sound like a woman yelping, don't they?
Have you heard that dog sniffing around at night?
Yeah. They always give me the creeps. Sounds sort of like quick breathing, like someone's being chased and they're trying to hide and not breathe too heavy for fear you'd hear them.
Yeah.
Shall we go down this field to the river? It's nice down that bit there. The willow makes caves you can sit in.
All right.
Take my hand, then. I know the best way. Come on, take it, then. I ain't diseased, you know. It's good, ain't it?
I haven't been to this bit.
Here, look. The way the leaves falls like curtains. Step inside. Good?
Tess. Here, if there was a war on and you wanted to hide, they'd never find you here.
Oh, they would soon enough. When there's a war on, it's surprising how blokes that even lost themselves gets found.
I mean, if the enemy was after you.
Oh, bugger the war. That's done with till the next.
You swear, you know.
So what? Never said I was perfect. Hey, being in here reminds me of when I was little and we used to build a shelter and play at Mum's and Dad's, did you?
Don't think so.
Oh, we did. We used to pretend we was having dinner together. Beef and ham and jelly and things. Even breakfast was like your Christmas dinner.
No, I never played that.
And we used to pretend to do the washing, and then Dad went off to work, eating it round the back and bang on something with a stone, and you'd bring out an handful of grass and sing away like a lark.
Yeah?
Yeah. And then you'd come back from work and you'd get the tea and you'd have to say, how are the kids been today? Oh, Carol's had TB, but it's better now, you'd say. And then it was time for bed. You never played.
No.
So you'd have to go to bed then and lie down. Pretend to go to sleep, like this. That was the best part I liked. Because if he was your husband, he'd have to lie down with you and you closed your eyes. just a game so as you could lie close and listen to him breathe. And if you touched, it was like everything vanished in the world, and it was only you and him in it, with little feelings going round you and up and down. Lie down here, Jeff. Let's pretend. It's nice, and you missed it all, haven't you? Come on. I'll let you play with me. You gotta close your eyes or it's cheating.
Like hide and seek?
That's right. And you got to really relax and make out you're gonna sleep.
Or it's cheating.
Tips of your fingers is like ice, Father.
Yes.
Yes, Mother.
Yes, Mother. Yours is quite warm.
That's 'cause my blood be more heated than yours, Father. Here, shift closer. All right, I will. Damned if it ain't the woman that has all the work.
I must have been very young.
What?
I just thought... I'm sure I was in bed with my mother when I was poorly. And she was warm and all. Like you.
Oh, and she used to say, "My poorly little Geoffrey, come here to me, my lamb." Like this. Did she?
Yes. She's dead of 10 years.
When we played our game, you know what we did sometimes? We used to make out we was kissing like grown-ups. Like this. You think we shouldn't have?
I don't know.
We liked it, though. Do you?
I think so.
Let's make your mind up, Father. Oh, you're still cold. Give me your hand. Feel how warm I am here. Warm as a bird's nest. I'm so warm, I could take my blouse off from being on the worse. Look then. Don't need no blouse.
You're white.
Don't you be frightened of nothing. Maybe white as the snow, but warm, boy. Soft as the snow, but warm. Feel me. Go on, feel me. There. So gentle. Like I was a treasure. That's what you made me feel, Geoffrey. Kiss me again. Kiss me, Father.
Your mouth's hot.
I know. Let's play more. I'll show you.
I could have split myself last night the way our Geoffrey took off.
This saw needs a drop of oil. Dry as an old jawbone it is.
Oh, John. Oh, hello, Tom.
Oh, morning, Mary. You come to cheer the workers on, then?
Can I have a word, John?
I thought you weren't supposed to when you was working.
Well, it's just a word.
What is it?
Look, come into the rose garden. I won't keep him, Tom.
Why, take your time. You take your time, my little loves.
That's nice.
Of course it is. You could do it in front of Tom, though. He'd be jealous, but he wouldn't mind.
Well, I want a quick word.
Well, can't you come to the dance tomorrow?
Oh, yeah, of course I can. But, I was going to ask you, could you bring Geoffrey?
What? He's not a wench that's to be brought, for God's sake.
No, I mean, just say we'll see you there. I mean, give him a bit of encouragement.
What would he do at a dance? No, he wouldn't come anyway.
Well, he might. I know he's been going down the back horse with you and the rest, so he might.
Now, why are you so damn interested?
Oh, I know you'll just laugh.
Try me.
Well, don't you dare.
Oh, hurry up. The boss will be after me.
Well, I hear he's getting in a bit of a state about the White Lady.
Well, you're beginning to see it, are you?
Look, he's not queer in the head. It's just that he's got more imagination than most. And if all you lads round here had been nice to him these years, maybe he wouldn't
Now,
be quite
don't you go on like that. Me and a few chaps round here had things to do for a king and bloody country for a space of time.
I know, but he's more intelligent than most, so he gets upset.
Him? Intelligent? Shouting like a lunatic at the rattle of a bunch of keys? Last night he took off like a mad dog howling.
How do you know about it?
Eb told me this morning. Sick of it he was, worried the lad will lose his job and him too.
Where'd you see him?
Eb? He was crossing the yard.
He was no such thing.
Eh?
Him and Geoffrey went with the carter to Cheltenham at first light.
Oh, must be me as is going dippy then.
John? You wouldn't, would you?
I wouldn't what?
You know, you wouldn't play tricks on him knowing the way he gets. Would you?
Oh, look here, Mary. We just want him to be one of the lads. He's got to learn how to take a joke, same as we all done one time or another.
But his eyes were still staring.
He'll bloody learn.
I went in and his eyes was all funny and he didn't hear me.
Went in where? To his cottage? When?
Well, last night late, if you must know. I promised to get him a book at the General's Library.
Oh, paying him visits at night. And you get on to me about what I do.
It's not like that. Geoffrey likes books and he reads poetry and he writes it and all, which is more than any of you lot could dream of doing. That's how mad he is.
Poetry? Bloody poetry, gal. And you and him late at night?
There's no harm in it. But not like you've been doing. Leave him alone, why don't you?
Well, leave him for you.
I've told you it's different from that.
If you go to a man, even a half man, at night to share things, it's not different, Mary. You're like him, living in the next world.
Yes. Yes, I am like him. I am like Geoffrey.
Well, tell that to his whore and she'll take your eyes out.
What?
Ever heard of Lucy?
Oh, now I know you're a liar.
Oh, jealous are you?
I hate filthy lies.
Yes, if I've got to be more like Geoffrey for you, then I'll have to take a ramble with Lucy, won't I?
You liar.
Yeah, pretend to play mummies and daddies with her, Lucy, and then do naughty things with her, won't I?
Shut up.
The naughty things what make her shout out what ain't poetry.
No, didn't.
Oh, yes, he did, Mary. And he'll be the better for it. So you might as well stop your little visits with your books of poems and let him get on with being a man as best he can. A fine one he is, too. Whores, poems, and visits from his big sister. If I was you, Mary, I'd have a good long think. A gal like you has no business with him. Fix it in your mind what he is, then let him be, for better or worse. Have truck with him, and you'll rue the day that you was ever a little girl giving him your sweets at school. And never mind calling me liars.
This vile life.
Ah, looking at you, I wish I was going to.
Do I look all right?
Like a dream. If I'd been your young man, I'd have took you off long ago and wouldn't care where I went or if you'd kept your job here.
I really don't like staff being married, you know that.
He wouldn't have minded you. 'Tis only the girls that have come here and then got pregnant that put his back up. But you're from round here and have had John years. The General would have set you up, if anything.
Maybe.
Oh, for certain.
I don't know. Well, John's the man for me, I suppose, but I hate the idea of what we'll probably be, what we'll get like.
It's up to you.
Oh, life has a hand cook. John expects certain things.
What man don't?
Right. I get the feeling as I wants everything or nothing.
Then nothing's what you'll get. As many what's got greedy, then died of bellyache.
Oh, you're thinking of that chap you was telling me about, the one you used to feed in Cheltenham.
No. I clean forgot him. When your body's got no use for it, then neither's your mind.
Is that true?
Maybe. Well, for me it is.
Well, the only truth there is when you mean what you say. There's no such thing as truth by itself.
You tell the vicar that.
Well, God's everyone's. If you ask me, God's like that Lucy.
Lucy?
Oh, it's just me going on. Well, I go on when I'm excited, and I am tonight. Oh, hey, smell me. Like it?
Oh, gorgeous.
Well, I pinched it.
You never
I
did, Mary.
When the General had that couple, Sir Graham Armitage and his fiancée, to stay, well, I did her room and I smelt it all round the place. It had French on the bottle. Close your eyes and you're there. Wonder if heaven's more heavenly for the rich. I expect so.
Are you meeting here?
Oh, he'll be waiting outside. Outside the village hall, I mean.
I wish I was your age again, I can tell you.
Do you? Well, we'll come to the next dance. I mean, there's a few nice old bachelors and widowers.
I don't want to take on others at my age. And I don't want their old sorrows to sleep next to at night, my girl. If I can't go looking lovely like you, I won't go at all. Not now, I won't.
Hey, I came down the long way from my room and I felt beautiful in my dress, like the lady of the house. I love her grandmother's picture on the first landing, the way she smiles.
One of the richest families in the land she was. That's something to smile about when you're being painted.
Oh, you can't pretend to smile like that. And the way she sits, still a manner born.
Oh, you're young, you are. Now, off with you.
Oh, Lady Mary, off to the ball. You can kiss my hand.
Here, then.
You did. You funny old thing you are.
Yeah, I know. They'll be coming for the second course now. Have a good time.
I will. I got it in me to have a good time all my life.
Oh, good night, my dear.
You took your time, Mary. Be hotting up in there.
I'm getting myself ready.
Very pretty.
Well, take my arm then. There ain't a cow going in to be milked. Oh, there's a lot here.
First dance since harvest.
Why?
Let's stand at the back and watch a bit.
All right. There's any space now anyway. Like these on honeycomb.
Take a look at that. Got him here then, didn't I? Oh, the things I do for you. Satisfied?
He really is with her.
Well, they get on all right. Tom and me told him to ask her along, and off he goes on Tom's brother's bike, and back he comes with her on the handlebar. You gotta laugh.
Hanging on him like that. Looks like what she is. Poor Geoffrey.
Leave him alone now. They're happy enough, and so are we, eh?
Yeah.
Of course we are. Each one to his own.
Everybody knows.
Knows what?
About her.
Well, no one's perfect. Like to like.
He's not like her.
I ain't seen him smile like that for years. Oh, and he's having to go at dancing, if you please.
You wouldn't know what he wants with Geoffrey. He's so much like a child.
Well, I ain't a child. I'm a man, I am, and don't you mistake it.
Are you?
I can prove it, gal.
Yeah, I suppose you can, but that don't make a ram a man, does it?
You talk about me. You talk about me as if I was just crude, but you don't really listen to what I mean. It's yours is one thing or the other. Sweet music, or the grunting of pigs. I mean, I cares about you.
I beg pardon.
Well, don't beg my pardon. I suppose you made it up with me last night just so someone would bring you to the dance.
Oh, you're being silly.
No, I'm not. I saw you look around for Geoffrey first when you come here.
Why not? He's my friend, and that's that.
What friend is it?
And I won't have him took off me just out of stupid jealousy.
You talk about jealous. Well, anyway, you can't have friends took off you like you owns them. You share friends already.
Oh, there's Tom and Dick and his wife over there. Will you have a chat with them and I'll help Geoffrey?
You don't need no help.
Oh, well, there he does. Should be on to the next one in 5 minutes, and he'll be left standing like a fool.
You leave him be.
Oh, get me some lemonade. I won't be long. Evening, Geoffrey.
Hello, Mary.
Evening, Mary. I've heard all about you from Jeff.
We never had a dance, Geoffrey, like the next one.
I can't dance.
I just saw you with her.
This is Lucy.
I know. I didn't think you cared for dances, Geoffrey.
Well, Lucy said if she'd make sure he didn't show myself up.
That's good of her.
Have I done something wrong, Missy?
You should know. You can give me this dance then, Geoffrey.
I'm with Lucy, Mary.
So what? There's plenty of chaps in here that's been with Lucy Deal.
Oh! Now you just clear off, Miss Ribbons and Lace, or you'll get another one of them.
Geoffrey!
Let her be, Jeff.
What's the matter, though? You shouldn't have done that, Lucy.
Hey, got your hands full, Jeff.
We gotta stick up for ourselves, you and me, Geoffrey. You'll learn, and so will the rest. Hold me tight, Captain. I'll settle down. Take no notice.
Hey, your mare's going, John.
Oh, now what? Here. Hold her a drink.
Right.
Now, what are you crying for?
She hit me.
I told you to let him be.
Is that all you can say? Is that all you can do?
Well, I can't walk in there and clout the both of them.
I wouldn't care if you did.
There's only one way I can think of to teach our Geoffrey a lesson. And it ain't one of your favourite ways.
No.
Show him a thing or two.
No.
Well, it'll just be a joke, part of the night's fun. We'll let him in on it this time, and he'll be laughing himself. Best that way, and it'll be an end to all the nonsense.
What do you want to do?
Oh, you'll be there, so as he'll know it's all right.
And I'll be able to talk to him without that bitch being there.
Jolt a bit of sense into him, I shouldn't wonder.
What do we do?
But on me, I'll get him out of the dance and up near his cottage. Say that his dad wants him urgent for a minute.
What about her?
Tom will take care of her. Dick and a few lads have got a drop of cider around the back of the hall. Useful to know folks' little weaknesses, eh?
What do I do?
The dress you've got on's perfect. Show up lovely in the moon we got tonight.
Me be her? The White Lady?
But just stand in his path as he goes along. And you can say, "Evening, Geoffrey." And then I show myself. How about it?
If I do it, will you promise me?
What?
You won't bother him no more.
And will you promise me? Promise not to bother him neither.
Just nothing anyway. Well, he showed me that.
Oh, that hanky you got there, that'll be perfect, draped over your face.
I want to do it now.
Yeah. And we'll all have a good time after. Now, go on up and give us 5 minutes. Make sure she don't come.
Have a good swig, Lucy, my girl. Jeff will be back in a tick, so don't you fret.
Yeah, you're spilling it down your bosom.
We'll lick it up.
You get off it, or I'll tell Jeff.
Proper in love, ain't she?
It's the turn in the road, that's what I think. Never seen you look better.
Nor Geoffrey.
He's a beauty. He wants him and he's mine.
A likely pair, all right.
Well, there's plenty more, so drink up. That's the way. All right.
He's coming. And when he's 10 foot away, you just step out and stand stock still. And don't forget your hanky over your face.
Geoffrey, it's only me. Look, it's only me with a hanky over my face. John? John!
It's a joke, man. It's me, John. It's John and Mary. Look at this. Look, get up. It was me all along.
Oh, God help us.
Oh, get up, Geoffrey. Twitching there like a bloody snared rabbit. Get up.
Geoffrey, stop it. Stop it. It's me, Mary. Look, it's me. I'm the White Lady.
morning, Mr. Ryland. This is Nurse Ledbetter. She's new. This is Mr. Ryland, nurse, and Mr. Ryland is, well, he's a poet, aren't you, dear?
Oh, well, that's interesting. Is this one of them?
Yes, it is.
Would you mind if I read it? The birds have all now gone to rest. The great sun sinketh in the west. This is the time I love the best. Soon I take me to my bed, there to lay my tired head, and with my dream again I'm wed. Oh, that's wonderful.
And he speaks it into the tape recorder for posterity. Now, have you taken your tablet yet, dear? No? Well, here we go. Never likes his tablet, do you, Mr. Ryland? Well back on the tongue and swallow. Good. Good. Are you comfortable? Are you coming down to the coffee room later?
Yes. Later.
He always says yes, but he doesn't always mean yes, do you, Geoffrey?
Goodbye, Mr. Ryland. Has he been here long?
Since 1923.
Oh, good Lord. 30 years.
He worked for a General Grinterly who left enough for him to be looked after for life. Some of the family still come now and then to see him. It's a sort of tradition with them. The General's wife was always very insistent about him being visited, and she didn't die till 6 years ago, so it's carried on. Won't do for much longer, though, I shouldn't think.
Why?
Well, lots of things wrong with him, has poor Geoffrey. Won't last long, and most of the Grinterlys live abroad.
Oh, shame.
Anyway, the next one will be Mr. Drew.
What are his tapings like?
Oh, you'd never make any sense of it. Just uses the same tape, the same poem. Record, wipe. Record, wipe. Good morning, Mr. Drew. You're looking very well.
That was The White Lady by R.E.T. Lamb, with Nigel Anthony as John, Glynis Brooks as Mary, and Alaric Cotter as Geoffrey. General Grinterly, Geoffrey Seagull; Simon, Leslie Heritage; Jack, Hayden Jones; Dick, Malcolm Reed; Cook, Margot Boyd; Tom, Tim Fearon; Lucy, Mary Claire Nash; Nurse Ledbetter, Deborah Page. The play was directed by Richard Wertley.
Jane.
Yes, Peter?
Now,
Now what, Peter?
will you marry me now? Tonight?
Oh, Peter, I'm so sorry. I can't tonight. Tonight I have to solve the case of a dead man's case.
Well, it's about time. About time to meet Miss Sherlock, as smart a little gal as ever stumbled across a real-life clue. The room is dark, except for a cone of light from a hanging bulb shining on a desktop scattered with papers. Two men stare at each other from the edge of the shadow.
Now, don't be a fool. Don't do it.
You asked for it.
Now, don't.
One man moving now, burning papers in a grate. The other man sprawled forward, one outflung hand touching the desk calendar, stiffening fingers point to the date line, July 7, 1939. July 1939, 7 years ago, and murder in Manhattan. But 7 years ago, Jane Sherlock was a kid in pigtails. Surely Jane can't get herself and Peter Blossom involved in that crime. Or can she? Right now, in the office of Blossoms on Broadway, where Jane works for Peter's mother as buyer for the special shopping service, Jane is saying,
Peter, Mr. Bloom's an antique dealer, and he bid $275. You know, I must have got a bargain, don't you think so?
You go to an auction to buy a set of candlesticks for a client and wind up with a rosewood chest as big as a house.
But, Peter, it's an absolutely genuine antique rosewood chest.
Sure. And where are you going to put it? You'd have to move all your furniture out to get it into your apartment.
Oh, I never thought of that.
Oh, it's safe enough in the back room here at the shop, at least till Mother returns from her vacation.
Oh, your mother will love that chest.
I'm not so sure of that.
Oh, whoever could be calling the store at this hour?
Why don't you pick up the receiver and find out?
Blossoms on Broadway, Jane Sherlock speaking.
Miss Sherlock, you bought a rosewood chest today at the John Slater auction.
Why, yes. How do you know?
I went there to buy it myself, but I was too late. You paid $300. I'll give you $5.
$500?
Yeah. How about it?
Peter, this woman. She wants to pay me $500 for the chest.
Say, take it before she changes her mind.
Who's speaking, please?
My name is Iris March.
Oh, I'm sorry, Miss March. The chest isn't for sale.
Jane, don't be a
Would 750 interest you?
No, I don't want to sell.
I hope you won't be sorry.
Sorry? Whatever do you mean?
If you change your mind, call me at the Crescent Arms.
She hung up.
You let her hang up when she offered you $500 for the chest.
Oh, no. She offered $750.
$750?
Mm-hmm.
$450 profit on a chest you can't use, and you let her get away.
Oh, no, she didn't get away. Her name's Iris March, and she lives at the Crescent Arms, and she wants me to call back if I change my mind.
Well, then call back quick.
Oh, no, Peter.
But look, honey, that chest's no good to you, and this is your chance to get rid of it at a profit.
No. If Mr. Bloom bid on it, and now this Iris March wants it, it must be valuable. Or have something valuable in it.
But you can't even get it open. There's no key.
That's all right. I'll get a locksmith in the morning. Peter, someone's trying a street door.
Yeah, let's see who it is.
Is Miss Jane Sherlock here?
I'm sorry, the shop is closed.
I don't want to buy corsets. I want to see Jane Sherlock.
I'm Jane Sherlock. Come on in.
I bought a chest today at the Slater auction. I want that chest.
Well,
I'll give you $1,000 for it.
What? No, Mr.
Never mind that. $1,500. Take it or leave it. And you'd better take it.
Here, you. I don't like your tone.
Who are you?
Jane and I are engaged. I don't like the way you're talking to her.
Oh, you're Peter Blossom, the lawyer. Well, you'd better give her a little advice. Tell her to sell me that chest.
I'll give you some advice instead. Get out of here.
Take it easy, pal.
Out.
Okay. But don't say I didn't warn you. I'll call you in the morning, Miss Sherlock. Maybe by then you'll have changed your mind.
Oh, nice, pleasant little fellow.
Huh?
Wish we had a piece of the cloth his suit was made out of.
Why?
You'd use it for a checkerboard and have a nice, quiet little game.
Oh, stop kidding. Peter, don't you see if so many people want the chest?
Yes, Jane, I'm beginning to see. Come on, let's go back to the storeroom and have another look at that chest.
All right.
Maybe we can force the lock and see what's in the chest.
Oh, no, Peter, that would ruin it.
Well, I don't see what... Listen. Someone in the storeroom.
There's someone breaking into the chest.
We'll see about that. Hey, you with the flashlight, what do you think you're doing?
Turn the light off. Look out, Peter! Peter, are you all right?
Well, how do I know? Get this thing off my head.
Oh, wait till I turn on the light.
Get this thing off me. I'm suffocating.
All right. Oh, still, Peter, I can't help it.
What's so funny about it? Somebody conks me on the head and then throws a sack over my face.
There, I've got it now.
Boy, I never knew how a potato felt before. Only I was alone in the sack.
Oh, Peter, Lord, that beautiful chest. Somebody pried the lid off.
Well, now at least we'll be able to see what's inside.
Why, Peter, the chest is empty.
Whoever constantly cleaned it out.
But he didn't have time. Besides, he probably brought the sack to carry away whatever was in the chest.
Sacked me up instead. But why pry open an empty chest?
I wonder. There must be a secret panel or something.
Now, Jane,
But
don't
Peter,
let
there
your-
must be. Why would all these people want the chest? Oh, I found a little panel right in the side. It moves. Peter, the chest has a false bottom.
Anything there?
Oh, Peter,
Let me see, Jane.
the bottom of the chest. Peter, it's a skeleton.
Well, Chief, this is one time we didn't need Doc Ryan to tell us the guy's really dead.
Do we ever, Tollison?
No, Chief. It was just a joke.
Yeah. Well, save it. You won't think it's a joke when the commissioner gets on our neck. And nice work, Jane. We have enough trouble at homicide solving nice, fresh killings without you digging up a skeleton.
Oh, but I didn't dig it up.
Well, how did it happen?
Well, you see, Captain Dingle, I went to the Slater auction to buy a set of candlesticks for Mr. Lackworthy. He's a client of the Blossom Special Shopping Service and specializes in all sorts of lighting things like candles and lamps and
Now,
lanterns.
wait a minute. Peter, maybe you'd better tell us.
Well, there isn't much to tell, Dingo. Jane saw this rosewood chest and bought it.
And we couldn't get it open because there wasn't any key, and I didn't have room to take it to my apartment, and so we brought it here to the shop.
And busted it open with a hatchet.
Oh, no. The man did that.
What man?
Why, the man that thought Peter was a potato.
Look, Jane, are you crazy or am I?
Well, I don't know about you, Dingy.
Don't call me Dingy.
All right.
No, you say you bought this rosewood chest at the Slater auction.
That's right.
Oh, Slater. Slater. John Slater. Are you talking about John Slater? He ran for judge once, got tied up with a singer, and his wife sued him for divorce. Disappeared very mysteriously years ago.
7 years ago, to be exact, Dingo.
Uh-huh.
See, recently, Mrs. Slater went to court and had him declared dead. It's all nice and legal. I happened to be in court the morning it came up.
Yes, it seems I read about it in the papers.
Today, all his effects were auctioned off to settle the estate.
Didn't take Mrs. Slater long once she had him declared dead.
Well, now, don't forget the 7 years he's been missing.
Hey, maybe the guy didn't disappear, Chief. Maybe he was murdered and the the skeleton in the box was his.
Huh? You know, Tollison, sometimes you show semblances of normal intelligence.
Oh, thanks.
Now, wait a minute. Why would the girl want to buy the chest if all there was in it was a skeleton?
Oh, now there's a girl mixed up in it. I suppose you'll be telling me next that there were 3 Hindus and an Indian chief. Who?
Oh, no. Just the girl and the man that sacked Peter up and that man that played checkers on his suit.
Oh, look here, Peter. If you don't explain this, we'll be here all night. Now, what about the
But that's
potatoes?
what Peter said he felt like when the man put the sack over his
Shut
head.
up, Jane. Well, Peter?
Well, in order of their appearance, 3 people tried to get that chest from Jane after she bought it at the auction today.
Poor Peter. You're forgetting Mr. Bloom. You know, the antique dealer.
I think we can count Mr. Bloom out of this. He's a legitimate dealer. He only bid on the chest at the auction.
Oh.
Who were the other 3?
Well, first, a girl named Iris March phoned.
Iris March?
Mm-hmm.
Never heard of it. Why did she want the chest?
Well, she didn't say. She barely hung up when in barges a guy with a suit as loud as a sideshow barker.
Who was he?
He didn't mention his name. Got a little rough, so I asked him to leave.
Oh, Peter was wonderful. He practically threw the man out.
Hmm? Then what?
Well, then we decided to take another look at the chest. We headed for the storeroom.
But someone beat us to it. He was in there in the dark. He had a flashlight.
He also had a sack, which he pulled over my head. I suppose he brought the sack along to cart off the skeleton.
And after he hit Peter, he ran away.
Maybe that was the same guy, the one in the racetrack suit.
No, I think this was a bigger man.
How do you know, Peter, if the room was dark?
I scuffled with him.
Well, looks like 7 years ago, somebody croaked John Slater and put the body in the chest. But why wasn't it found before?
Oh, the auctioneer said the chest was under a lot of old furniture in the attic.
Well, Ryan?
Don't ask me to set the hour of death this time. All I can tell you is somebody pumped 2 bullets into the guy a lot of years ago and dumped him in the chest without any clothes or identifying objects.
Hey, Chief.
Yeah?
How about fingerprints?
Tollison, did you ever try to get fingerprints off of a skeleton?
Oh, excuse me, Chief. I see what you mean.
Yeah. Oh, maybe his dentist can help us out. Any fillings in the teeth?
Got no teeth. The stiff must have worn false teeth, and the killer threw them away. There's one thing, though.
What's that?
Healed fracture of the left femur.
Huh?
The stiff had a broken leg that healed, huh?
And the leg is slightly shorter than the other.
Well, that may help. Now we'll have to see if we can run down this March girl.
Oh, I know where she lives.
What? Why didn't you say so before?
You didn't ask me.
Well, I'm asking you now.
She said I could call her at the Crescent Arms.
Oh. Carlson got the number of the Crescent Arms.
Oh, I already looked it up. Here it is.
Okay. Here's where we have a little chat with Iris March.
Yeah, but if she croaked the guy, she won't be there, Chief.
Well, one thing in our favor, Carlson, is that none of these people know that the police have been called.
Well, maybe she's out for the evening.
She wanted the chest, didn't she? She'll be there. Hello, is Miss March?
Help me. He's going to kill me. Help. Now, Tollerson, why won't you let us leave the shop?
The Chief said not to, that's why.
Oh.
You heard him yourself, Miss
Oh,
Sherlock.
but Cindy was just upset.
Well, he'll be more than upset if I don't do like he says.
Well, I think it's me. If I hadn't told him Iris March lived at the Crescent Arms, he'd never have phoned her.
And practically heard her murdered over the phone. Now, look, Jane, hasn't it occurred to you that Dingle may have wanted to keep you out of trouble?
Trouble? I never had any trouble.
No? This looks like trouble right now. Said it, buddy, if you don't get your mitts up right away.
Hey, you can't do that.
I can't, huh? Watch the other guy, Joe.
Hey, you hit Tollerson with that gun. You killed him.
Nah, he's just listening to the birdies sing. Anybody else want to try something? Not at the moment. Oh, a wise guy, huh? Well, so was the other bird, and you saw what happened. You want some of the same? Thanks, no.
This guy on the phone looks like a cop. I hate cops.
Shut up, Joe. Signal the boss through the window.
Yeah, he's coming now.
Everything under control, boys?
Oh, sure, boy. The guy on the floor got reckless, but he's behaving now.
Good.
Well, if it isn't our old friend Checkers.
What do you mean, Checkers?
Just admiring your suit.
What's the matter with his suit? It's that Rags back. That's Racinos. It's tailor-made.
Shut up, Joe.
Well, Rags, you must give me the name of your tailor. Rags, huh? Rags Doherty.
That's right. And that's too bad. You'll have to change our plans now.
Your plans?
Yes, we came for the chest. If your friend hadn't spotted who I was, we meant to leave you here. Well, not exactly free, tied up and gagged. But now...
Now what?
Now I'm afraid you'll have to come with us. We're going for a little ride.
Peter?
Yes, Jane. Yes.
Oh, hello. What do you suppose they're going to do to us?
I wish I knew. Maybe it's better I don't.
Do you know where we are?
Sure, try and know this neighborhood. We're in the back room of a closed-up nightclub.
A nightclub?
It's been closed 5 or 6 years. Rags Doherty used to run it. He called it the Beau Brummel.
A Beau Brummel? This dirty room? Peter, are you tied up like I am?
Can't move a finger. Well, maybe one finger. No, calling this place the Beau Brummel was just like Doherty. We used to call him Glad Rags. He always fussed about clothes.
Peter, I think maybe I can get my hands on it.
Well, try, Jane.
Maybe we'd better not talk.
No, keep talking. Rags is just outside. You might get suspicious. Keep working your hands while we talk.
All right. Peter, what do you suppose will happen to Tollerson?
I don't know. Rags left the muggy called Joe to watch him while they brought us here.
Well, I'm afraid for Tollerson. You know, Joe said he hated policemen, and if he
Well,
finds out...
don't worry, Jane. Rags sent Nat back to help Joe bring the chest. We'll keep Joe in line.
Is Rags a gangster?
He runs a string of nightclubs now, Jane. He used to be mixed up with the Hank Turner outfit.
Who's Hank Turner?
He's a crooked politician. Rags is a strong-arm boy, and... Hey, wait a minute.
What is it, Peter?
Slater, the guy that originally owned the chest, was mixed up with Turner, too. That's why he blew town.
Peter, maybe that's the connection.
Why, of course it is. Slater was a crooked lawyer. The Turner crowd was running him for judge. Then his wife sued for divorce, and they threw him to the wolves.
For what?
They couldn't stand the scandal. There was a nightclub gal in it, a gal named, May something or other. May North, that's it.
The rope.
Good, keep at it. Yeah, May North.
And May used to sing in Doherty's nightclub.
Then maybe Rags killed Slater and put him in that chest. Maybe that's why Rags had to have the chest.
Maybe. I wish I knew if Slater had a bad leg.
A bad leg? Why?
The skeleton. One leg was shorter than the other. An old break. Oh, hurry. Slide over and untie me. Quiet.
All right. Over on your side. I can't get at the knot.
Yeah. Is that better? Oh, Jane, hurry.
Hurry, all I can. Oh!
Hold it, sister.
Well, I wasn't going anywhere.
I'll say you're not. Good thing I decided to look in on you. Sit down on that chair.
Easy, Rags. No need to get rough.
Shut up, mouthpiece. Now, sister, put your arms back of the chair.
Oh.
There. I guess that'll hold you.
I'm sure it will.
Don't have time to untie the counselor here, eh?
No, worse luck.
Well, see you behave yourself, or I'll stick Joe onto you.
Joe? You mean the one who hates policemen?
Yeah. There's only two things Joe hates worse than coppers. That's lawyers and women.
Peter.
Yes, Jane.
Oh, Peter, I wish Captain Dingle were here.
Right this way, Captain Dingle, right down the hall.
How long has Miss March lived here?
Only moved in last week. I do hope she ain't no trouble.
I got a hunch her troubles are over.
Well, this here's her apartment.
Well, come on, open it up.
Yes, sir. I'll show you around, Captain.
You'll stay outside. Come on, Ryan.
This March girl was killed at the telephone. She should be here in the hall.
There's no telephone here. Try the bedroom. Here she is, Ryan. Take a look.
Plenty dead, Captain. Knife must have gone through her heart.
Well, let's get a look at her face.
I'll turn her a little. There.
Ryan, do you know who that is?
You said her name was Iris March.
Iris March, my eye. That's the nightclub canary that John Slater's wife sued for divorce about. That's Slater's former girlfriend, May North. Ryan, we're going to have another little chat with that caretaker.
Yes, Captain Dingle. Like I said, she only moved in last week.
I see. And she was alone?
Yes, of course.
Did she ever have any visitors?
Only once that I saw a kind of stocky man, bald-headed, a lot older than she was. She said he was her uncle.
Uh-huh. Ryan, did you ever see John Slater?
Nope. The Slater case was before my time.
Okay. The boys are in charge upstairs now. You come with me.
Me? Hey, I'm no cop. I'm a medic.
I may need a witness. I'm going to pay a call on Mrs. John Slater.
You see, Captain Dingle, when my husband disappeared, I dropped the divorce proceedings I'd filed against him.
And why, Mrs. Slater?
I could hardly bring myself to go through with a divorce action against the man I thought was dead.
Of course, you do believe that your husband is dead?
Yes. That's why, when 7 years had passed, I had his death legally established. Henry told me that was the thing to do.
Henry?
Henry Turner.
Oh.
Been a good friend to me all these years. More than that, in fact. We're to be married soon.
You're going to marry Hank Turner? That is news.
I trust you'll keep it confident. I dislike publicity. I incurred it once before when John and that singer...
Yes, I understand, Mrs. Slater. But tell me, why were you so convinced that your husband was dead?
I'm sure he is. You see, my husband has some rather strange acquaintances. I'm afraid he was mixed up with the underworld. A man named Rags Doherty. We used to see quite a bit of each other. There were others, too. I suppose you might think it melodramatic of me, but I think my husband was murdered, Captain Dingle.
Uh-huh. I see. Mrs. Slater, your husband had a large rosewood chest. It was one of the articles sold today at the auction of his effects. You remember it?
Yes, he used to keep it in his study. He moved it to the attic the same night he disappeared.
Your husband moved it?
I don't know. I wasn't home that night, but the next day the chest was gone, and I never saw it again till we cleared out the ashes for the auction.
I see. Tell me something else. Did your husband wear false teeth?
Why do you ask that?
Merely routine, Mrs. Slater. I hope you don't mind.
John was very vain. Very few people knew it, but he wore a complete set of plates, upper and lower.
One more question, then we'll go. Had your husband ever had a serious accident to his left leg, a bad break that left the leg shorter than the other one?
No, Captain Dingle. My husband had never broken a bone in his body.
Oh, thank you, Mrs. Slater. Come on, Ryan. Goodbye, Mrs. Slater.
Goodbye, Captain Dingle. I'll have the maid show you out.
Oh, it's not necessary. We can find our way. Thank you again.
Not much help, was she, Dingle?
A lot more help than I expected. For one thing, she stirred up something in my mind I'd forgotten.
What was that?
Rags Doherty had a brother, Gimpy.
So?
Gimpy Doherty hasn't been seen or heard of since the day John Slater disappeared. They did a good job of tying me up, Jean.
Oh, gosh, there's someone coming. Oh, we're in.
I'm afraid so.
Well, I had to lunch. I had a chance out here. It's more than I can figure out.
Don't try to figure what the boss's orders.
Yeah, I know, but it's...
Put it down here and shut up. Now, you get out the back door and I'll watch the front. The boss is getting jittery.
Yeah, but when we
The
got
boss is coming in to look at the skeleton to see if it is Gimpy.
Yeah, but he can't do it.
Yeah, then get going.
Yeah, but I was going
Get
to...
going.
Okay.
Well, Jane, here we are all together again. You and I and the dead man's chest.
Oh, Peter, I wish I'd never seen that horrid chest.
You can say that again.
Peter, who's Gimpy?
Gimpy?
Oh, and Matt said Rags wanted to see if the skeleton was Gimpy.
Gimpy. Jane, I think I've got the answer. Rags had a brother named Gimpy. Maybe that's why he wanted the chest. Maybe he thinks Slater killed Gimpy.
Nice figuring, Counselor. Exactly what I do think. I sent Gimpy to see Slater that night 7 years ago to tell him to pay off on a gambling debt. Gimpy never came back.
And Slater disappeared.
Yeah. And when I ran into May North yesterday, I put 2 and 2 together.
May North.
She calls herself Iris March now, but she was the gal who ran off with Slater. I scared her into talking. Slater's broke. He's back in town to keep his wife from marrying Hank Turner.
But how?
He was going to come to life again. But May said there was one thing he had to do first.
Get that chest.
Right, sister. That's when I tumbled. I tried to get the chest at the auction, but I was too late. So I came to you.
And you killed Iris. I mean, May.
Killed her? I didn't know she was dead.
We think somebody killed her tonight just before you kidnapped her.
That dirty rat Slater. He must have figured she spilled the dope to me. Well, if that's Gimpy in the chest, Slater will fry for both of them.
Don't bother to look, Rags. It's Gimpy.
Slater. I've been waiting for this minute.
Hold it, Rags, right where you are.
You won't dare shoot. I got a man on each door.
You had a man on each door. I'm quite handy with a knife, as May found out tonight.
You got Nat and Joe?
Joe was a little stupid. I made a noise outside the back door. He stuck his neck out. As for Nat, he was watching the front. I came in back.
And you killed Gimpy. My kid brother.
Don't try anything, Rags. I'm not ready to kill you yet.
Look, Slater, I'm Peter Blossom.
Oh, I've heard of you. Oh, too bad, Mr. Blossom. Brother of the bar, too.
But surely
you're not going nicely, you and the lady, like Christmas turkeys for roasting. Very fitting. When I burn this place down over your head.
But, Mr. Slater, you wouldn't do that.
Oh, but, my dear, I have no choice. You see, John Slater is coming back to life. Nobody has anything on me now except the people here. I shoot Rags and burn this place with all of you and beat these bones.
Jane, don't do it.
Rags, don't.
Why, you little... I'm going to...
Come on, Dorothy. We'll come in after you.
Oh, there's this way.
Jane, Sherlock, where are you?
She's there on the floor, Dingo. And so help me, I think she's fainted.
blame you for fainting.
Oh, it was silly.
No, it was no such thing, my little screwball. And tumbling your chair against Slater so Rags could get a shot at him, that was as sweet a job of blocking as I ever saw on a football field.
What'll they do with Rags?
Slater was killed crazy. We can both testify that Rags shot him in self-defense.
Oh, gosh, I hope we can get him off.
You're forgetting one thing, Jane.
What's that?
Rags and his men made away with Tollison. We haven't found the body.
Oh, poor Tollison. What's that?
Somebody knocking.
It's from that chest.
Maybe Gimpy's skeleton has come to life. Better see, Dingo.
Yeah.
Help me get the lid up.
Be careful, please.
Okay, Dingo. Lift your side.
All right. Okay. Tollison, what are you doing in that shed?
Gosh, Chief, I don't know. I just woke up in here with a bunch of bones. I thought I was dead and gone to heaven. But, Chief, now that you're here, tell me, am I in the other place? Well, Jane, I never thought we'd see your apartment again.
Oh, neither did I, Peter. I thought we were goners.
I hope we've heard the last of the Rosewood chest.
Oh, Peter, so do I.
Jane, honey, no more auction.
No more auctions, Peter.
Good.
Oh, Peter, the door. Let me go.
Oh.
Thank you. Peter,
Now what?
it's a telegram from Mr. Bloom, the antique dealer.
Well, what does he want?
We've got to hurry over there right now. He's got another rosewood chair.
Oh, where's my hat, Jane? Here we go again.
Well, it looks like Peter Blossom is going to be framed in Rosewood. But next Thursday, that's a different story. Jane and Peter find themselves involved with a prim and somewhat grim old maid and a parrot that talks too much. Next Thursday at this same time, The Case of the Cockeyed Parrot. Another adventure of Jane Sherlock and Peter Blossom when you meet Miss Sherlock. By Dave Vale, written by Don Thompson, and with original music composed and played by Eddie Dunstetter, is presented from Columbia Square in Hollywood. This call.
Lipton Tea and Lipton Soup presents Inner Sanctum Mysteries, starring Wendy Berry. Good evening, friends of the Inner Sanctum. This is your host, Raymond, inviting you through the squeaking door for a grisly little party. Well, now for our weekly news summary of events from the other world. Slash. The Galloping Ghost defeated the marauding murderers in the opening game of the Ectoplasmic Baseball League last week. An invisible crowd of 20,000 saw the contest. Slash. The Slimy Spooks Union is considering a strike to charge people for overtime when they scare them during the day. And, oh yes, A fake medium was arrested for saying he could get in touch with humans.
Well, that's very funny, Mr. Raymond. Now, that's what I like, when you say amusing things instead of scary ones.
Oh, thank you very much. Well, they have a very amusing time in the other world. The other day, they held a masquerade ball, and everyone came disguised as people.
Well, that's very interesting. Did they serve refreshments?
Oh, yes, they served Lipton tea. Everybody loved it. Why, to count all the cups of tea they drank, you'd have to be a teetotaler.
Well, then the other world must be pretty much like this one, because folks here feel the same way about Lipton tea. Why, more people drink Lipton's than any other brand. And they don't just serve it at mealtimes either. Yes, sir, Lipton's is an around-the-clock drink. It helps lots of housewives through their work day, and it's a grand beverage to serve your friends when they drop in of an evening. And, of course, there's one big reason why Lipton tea is so popular. It's because of that famous brisk flavor. That word brisk means that Lipton's always tastes tangy and full-bodied. It's never flat or wishy-washy. Yes, folks, you just don't know how good tea can be till you've tried Lipton's.
Friends, while you're trying things, try on this rope for size, huh? Oh, didn't I tell you we're going to hang a very attractive lady tonight? Our story is called The Girl and the Gallows. It all adds up. It's an original radio play by Milton Lewis, and our star is that glamorous motion picture actress, Wendy Berry, who'll play the role of Karen. All right, friends, on a nice spring evening like this, a few chills running up and down your spine are just what you need. So get yourself a sweet companion, turn the lights down low, put your arm around her. Oh, brother, sit back and get ready to have the wits scared out of you. Let's go.
The door was open, and I walked into the strangest apartment I'd ever seen. A sweet, sickening odor overwhelmed me as I looked around. It was a rare incense, burning in a hollow skull that stood on the mantelpiece. I looked closely. The skull was human. I felt someone's eyes on me, staring, watching every move I made.
Good evening. You're Karen Marlowe, aren't you?
How did you know?
I'm Laura Mason.
Oh, Father's told me so much about you. I had to come and see you. May I call you Laura?
Of course.
I thought it'd be best if we met like this by ourselves. When you marry Father, you're going to be my mother. I never had a mother. She died when I was born.
Yes, Dennis told me.
I can see now why Father's so much in love with you. I can grow to love you, too.
What has your father told you about me?
That you were quite an extraordinary woman. Can you really foretell the future?
Why did you come here?
I told you. You're going to be my mother.
That's not the reason.
I don't understand.
Sit down, Karen. Before you leave here, you will understand. And you'll believe everything your father told you about me.
She sat next to me, held my hand. Hers felt like ice. Suddenly, her body shook and quivered as though she were being seized by some terrifying unseen demon. Her eyes had little dancing flames. Then they were gone. They became hollow, endless, like two round black holes of infinite space. She was in a trance. Her hand held mine like a vise.
There's not going to be any wedding.
What are you saying?
I see a coffin.
A coffin?
There's a man in it. Dennis, your father.
You don't know what you're saying.
On the floor of your home, a dagger in his throat, his head in a pool of blood.
Stop it!
Murdered!
Stop it!
You struck me.
I had to wake you out of that horrible trance. How can you say such awful things?
They're true.
They can't be.
But they are. I still remember the last vision I saw. It should interest you very much.
I don't want to hear about it.
You were in it.
I? How?
There was a figure hanging from a gallows. It was you.
You hate me, don't you? You want to see me dead. That's why you're telling me this.
No.
I'm not afraid of you. You're rotten and evil and loathsome, and I hate you. I hate you. I could kill you.
What's wrong, sister?
Father.
You Karen Marlowe?
Just as she said. The dagger in his throat. Murdered. Oh, Father.
Don't look at him again.
But he's been murdered.
Yeah, I know it. Here, drink this.
But
shut up and drink it.
thanks. Who are you?
Rue Locke. Homicide.
The police?
Yeah. We got a tip.
But how?
Someone called in.
This is awful.
Yeah. It's tough on a kid like you. Feel well enough to talk?
Yes.
Okay. When did you see him last?
Tonight. At 7. Here.
Then where'd you go?
To see a woman named Laura Mason.
Laura Mason. Was she home?
No. She arrived a minute after I got there. She predicted this.
What?
She said this would happen when I saw her.
Oh, yeah? Did you know what was in your father's will?
No. No, he never told me.
He left all his dough to you and Laura Mason. If either one of you dies, the other gets it.
How'd you find out?
We get around. At 7:30, a neighbor heard him scream. 7:15, a dark-haired woman in a red coat was brought up here by the elevator boy. She was very attractive. Do you know anyone like that?
Yes. Laura Mason.
You sure?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Who made that head of your father?
Oh, a sculptor in Paris, many years ago. Why?
Because your father mentioned it in his will.
How?
Well, he said that under no circumstances must it go to you. It was to go to Laura Mason or be destroyed. Well, what made him do a thing like that?
I don't know. Father was a strange and brilliant man. She killed him. I know she did.
Who?
Laura Mason. You know she did it, too.
Now, take it easy. Feel well enough to go out?
Yes.
Okay. Take me to Laura Mason.
Yes?
I'm Lou Locke. Homicide.
Police?
Yeah. Where's Laura Mason?
Laura Mason?
Don't play dumb.
Oh, I never heard of her.
Ever seen this lady before, Miss Morrow?
No, and I've never seen this apartment before either.
Did you make a mistake?
No. No, this is the building. This is where the apartment is, but I don't understand it.
Neither do I.
I told you how strange it was.
Yeah. Hey, the skull on the mantelpiece, I don't see it.
But it was here, only a few hours ago.
What's your name?
Maxine Maynard.
How long you living here?
5 years.
You must have made a mistake, Miss Morrow.
I didn't. I know it sounds crazy, but you don't believe me, do you? You don't believe a word I told you.
Let's go back to your place. The boys must have finished up by now. You'll be okay here tonight, Miss Morrow.
Are you leaving?
Yeah, I gotta get back to headquarters.
You still don't believe me.
Look, you're a young kid, a nice kid. You never saw a man who was murdered before. It can bowl you over.
You think I imagined it all?
Well, it's happened before. But you'll be all right now. Good night.
Don't go. Please don't go.
Well, I've got to.
I'm frightened. I don't want to be here alone.
There's a cop in the corridor. If you want him, call.
I don't want to be in this apartment by myself. I've hardly ever been without my father. Don't go. Please.
Easy, kid. I'll come back if I can.
Was I losing my mind? Did I imagine a strange interview with Laura Mason? I was alone in the apartment where my father was murdered. I was too frightened to think. Suddenly, the door buzzer sounded. I rushed to open it. No one was there. I sat down. Was this something I imagined, too? The phone rang. I picked up the receiver. Hello? 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 No one answered. Was it all imagination? Had something happened to me? I went to the window, opened it. I heard the traffic far down in the street. Jump? Why not? Father was dead. My life was a nightmare. I couldn't go on like this. Yes, jump. It'll be all over. The torture, the fear, the madness, all gone. I leaned over the ledge. One move would be all over. I would jump.
Come back here.
Let me go. Let me go.
No, you don't.
You don't understand.
Never mind what I don't understand. You're just lucky I came back.
You'd been better if you hadn't. Something's happened to me. I see things that never existed. I hear bells, the phone, the door buzzer. And all the time I feel that woman's eyes on me, watching me.
Cut it out.
Why didn't you let me jump? I'm no good to anyone this way. Why did you come back?
Because I... Come here.
Don't. Let go of me.
Shut up.
You kissed me.
Yeah. That's why I came back.
You...
Let's not talk about it now.
Oh, but why?
Because you're beautiful. I wanted to do that ever since I saw you. You still want to jump now?
No.
Okay. I'm going to take you to a good doctor.
You think there's something the matter with me?
We'll let him decide.
But I did see that woman, just like I told you.
We've been checking. We can't find any trace of a Laura Mason. Why'd you jump like that?
The door buzzer. You did hear it ring, didn't you? That was the door buzzer.
Sure, I heard it.
Oh, thank heaven someone else heard it.
I'll open the door. What's the matter, Karen?
Oh, it's her. Standing in the doorway. It's Laura Mason.
Good evening, Karen.
Nice, queer monkey business, huh? Say, I wonder what happened to that apartment with the burning skull on the fireplace. Oh, that'd make a cozy little place for a vampire. She could invite her friends up and have a few drinks.
Oh, now, Mr. Raymond, I just can't stand the thought of vampires.
Oh, well, tell the truth. I feel the same way, Mary. I always say that I could kill a vampire and it wouldn't bother my conscience at all. After all, I wouldn't be spilling her blood. It'd be somebody else's.
Now, please, there are no such things as vampires. So let's talk about something else. Something sensible.
Heaven forbid.
Well, then you just be quiet, because I'm going to give some sensible advice. I'm going to remind all the folks who drink Lipton tea that it's wise to buy the larger, more economical size packages. Oh, yes, it's thriftier, but that isn't the only reason. I mean, Lipton tea is the perfect drink for so many occasions that unless you keep a good supply on hand, you may be caught short just when you need it, such as when friends pay a surprise visit to your house. So, when you buy Lipton tea, the tea with the brisk flavor, be sure to get it in the larger size packages.
Oh, sure, and there's still a large package of murder ahead tonight, so let's get back to our star, Wendy Berry. Let's see, where were we? Oh, of course, Karen was trying to make up her mind if she was going bats when suddenly the door opened and in walked Laura Mason.
I'm Detective Lou Locke, homicide. Better sit down, Miss Mason.
Thank you. Karen, will you please fix me a drink?
Yes, but you've got to tell him what happened this evening. He doesn't believe me.
Fix her the drink, Karen. I'll do the talking.
All right.
I suppose you've been wondering about me, Mr. Locke?
Yeah. Did you know about his will?
I did. I suppose you've gathered quite a bit of evidence against me.
We've got enough. Did you kill him?
Do you have my drink, Karen?
Yes, here.
Thank you. No, I didn't kill him, Mr. Locke.
We'll let the jury decide that.
Would you care to know who did murder him?
I have a certain curiosity.
She did.
Karen?
Yes.
You don't know what you're saying.
Why don't you tell him, Karen? Why don't you confess?
But I have nothing to confess. I didn't kill my father. Lou, you don't believe her, do you? You know she's lying.
I listen to everybody. That's my business.
Are you going to confess, Karen?
What are you trying to do to me? You know I didn't kill him. You know because you killed him yourself.
Miss Mason, I understand you saw the body of Dennis Marlowe in the vision.
Yes.
The vision came after the murder, after you were known to come to this apartment earlier this evening.
She killed him. That's why she could see these things in her vision.
What have you got to say to that, Miss Mason?
I see I'll have to convince you too, Mr. Locke. You don't believe in these powers of mine?
No.
You will. Let me hold your hand.
She held his hand, just as she held mine. That same strange shudder went through her body. Her eyes again became the round black wells of infinite space.
In a moment, you'll be looking at the body of a woman, Mr. Locke. She's lying on the floor of this apartment. She's dead.
Yeah? Who is she?
I can't see her face yet. Wait. I'm beginning to see it now.
What's the matter?
This drink has been poisoned.
What are you talking about?
Karen poisoned my drink. The body lying on the floor is me. She's murdered. No, it's a lie. It's some trick. You won't win, Karen. My body will disappear. It's not like yours, not like any of you. You won't be able to arrest me.
What happened to her? What's the matter?
Just a minute. She's dead.
Dead?
Murdered. She's been poisoned.
Poisoned?
That's right. Look at her eyes.
But I didn't do it. You saw me pour the drink.
I wasn't watching you.
But you can't believe
I didn't
that.
say you killed her.
But that's what you're thinking.
What I'm thinking now isn't worth a button. Give me that shawl on the piano.
Here.
I want to cover her.
You don't really believe
Listen,
that.
you stay here. I'm going into the next room to phone headquarters. I'll be back in a minute.
I looked at the shawl covering the twisted heap on the floor. What kind of a woman was she? Why had she lied? As though hypnotized, I walked over to her, picked up the shawl. She was beautiful, even more beautiful in death than in life. Then out of space, just as I'd felt it before, I felt her eyes on me. They were closed, yet I knew she was watching me, staring at me, looking at every move I made. Suddenly, I heard myself screaming at her, "You can't see me! You're dead! You're dead! You can't see me!" I couldn't bear it another moment. I ran out of the room, terrified and hysterical. "She's watching me! Lou! I can feel her!
Karen!
She's watching me!"
Karen, get a grip on yourself.
Oh, I tell you, I feel her eyes.
Karen!
You must believe me. Please, believe me.
Now, look, you'll be okay. I finished my call. I want you to come back inside.
No, I can't.
You've got to. Look, if you'll only realize that there's nothing to be afraid of, you'll be all right. Come on.
Oh, I'll go. I'll go if you tell me you don't believe what she said.
I don't believe it for a minute. She put that poison in her drink herself. She knew the game was up, but she just wanted to make trouble for you. The whole thing was an act. Here's the...
Lou, look. The shawl's on the floor, but Laura Mason... Laura Mason has disappeared. I was alone. Lou had gone back to headquarters. When he left, I could see she had him under a spell. He, too, was puzzled and confused. Just as before, the door buzzer rang. No one was there. The telephone rang. I picked it up. Hello? No one. I was being beaten. I knew it. You can fight evil when it's human. But what can you do when it's not human? She wanted me to die. On the gallows. Somehow I knew I would. She was too powerful for me. How could I stop her? How?
Good evening, Karen.
I looked up, saw her. Another hallucination.
I said good evening, Karen.
What do you want?
I want you to confess to the murder of your father.
That's what you wanted all along, isn't it? That's how you want me to go to the gallows, isn't it?
Yes. Call the police, Karen. Tell them how you murdered him.
No.
Why suffer any longer? You know you'll do it in the end.
No.
I have patience. I'll wait. Just let me take something out of my purse.
A knife?
Yes, Karen. Dennis died by being stabbed in the throat. Perhaps you'd like to know how that feels.
You wouldn't dare.
I'd dare anything, Karen.
Don't you come near me.
You know you got to die, Karen.
Go away! Go away!
No, Karen.
I have a weapon, too. In this drawer.
Oh, a gun. Do you think that'll have any effect on me? You tried to poison me once. It didn't work.
I'm warning you. Go away. Get out of here.
Don't be a fool, Karen.
No, I'll shoot.
Put that gun down.
No, I'm going to kill you.
You see, Karen? It had no effect. No effect.
Blood. You're bleeding. You are human. You won't disappear again. Not this time. And I won't see you again. Ever. Ever.
Karen.
I killed her. She wanted to murder me. Look, she still has a knife in her hand. I killed her. She confessed that she murdered my father. She wanted to murder me, too, so she could have all the money.
Is that right?
Yes.
Had a chance to do some checking up, Karen. We trailed that woman we found in the apartment you took me to.
Oh, then I wasn't wrong about the apartment.
No. We questioned the old lady, and she confessed. The apartment was a trick one she used to hold seances in. It could be changed, like a stage set. They rigged up wires in this apartment so they could make the buzzer in the phone ring and make you think you were going out of your mind.
They wanted me to confess to murdering my father.
That's right.
It's all over now, Lou.
No, it isn't. She, wanted you to confess because she knew we'd stacked up a lot of evidence against her. But I asked why she should pick on you. The answer was obvious. Because you killed him.
What?
You heard me. You killed him. You waited till she saw your father and left. Then you murdered him, slipped out of the house by the servants' entrance. She came back and saw what you had done.
You don't believe that. You can't.
It's true.
But why should I do it?
Well, the money you'd inherit is a good enough motive. Then there may have been a
Oh, it's nonsense. I've always had all the money I needed.
But would you get it after your father married Laura Mason? You know, that piece of sculpture interests me. Why should he say you weren't to get this?
Don't you touch it.
Why not?
You'll break it.
No, I won't.
You broke it. You deliberately broke it. Oh, he's dead now, and that's all I have to remind me of what he looked like. I could kill you for this. I could kill you.
Like you killed him because he wanted to marry Laura Mason?
Yes.
That's enough, Karen. That's all I wanted to hear.
Oh, Lou, listen to me. I must have been out of my mind when I did it. Father was all I had. I couldn't lose him. But now that he's dead, I don't feel that way anymore.
Is that right, baby?
It happened when you kissed me.
Did it?
You can forget what I told you. Everyone will believe she killed him. I have money, lots of money. I can make you very happy.
Oh, it's gonna break my heart, baby, but you're gonna die. You've told me enough to send you to the gallows. Come on, Karen.
I pleaded temporary insanity. It failed. This is the last night. That noise. The gallows. They're testing it. Laura Mason was a strange woman. All I can think of now is what she told me. It seems so long ago.
There was a figure hanging from the gallows. It was you.
Yes, sir, that kills two of the prettiest girls we've ever had in the inner sanctum. Karen should have pleaded guilty to having killed her father and asked for clemency on the grounds that she was an orphan.
What a terrible crime that was.
Yes, man. She seemed like such a polite young girl, the kind of girl who goes to finishing school and learns how to pour tea.
Now, see here, Mr. Raymond, you don't have to go to school to learn how to pour tea.
No?
And as far as enjoying tea is concerned, you only have to know one word.
Yeah?
Lipton. Yes, Lipton tea has a special full-bodied taste. It always tastes fresh and tangy and bracing, never flat or insipid. tea experts sum it all up by saying that Lipton tea has a brisk flavor. So, folks, try Lipton's and see what a big difference that brisk flavor makes.
A word of advice, naturally. If you wake up in the morning and feel like stretching, and go hang yourself, bud. By the way, this month's Inner Sanctum Mystery novel is The Lucky Stiff by Craig Rice. Oh, yes, and next week's Inner Sanctum Mystery story directed by Hyman Brown and brought to you by Lipton Tea and Lipton Soup. Next week's story will be about a pair of young lovers who don't think two can live as cheaply as one. So they murder a rich old man. Oh, isn't that ducky? I wouldn't be surprised if she sits on his lap in the electric chair. Oh, well, now it's really time to close that there squeaking door until next Tuesday. So until then, good night. Pleasant dreams. You unfortunate.
Folks, these busy days, we all want to save time when we prepare meals, and yet we don't want to sacrifice that good homemade taste. Well, that's just the time to serve Lipton's noodle soup. Lipton's is quick and easy to prepare because it comes in an envelope. You just empty the contents into boiling water, and in no time at all, soup's on. And Lipton's has a real homemade chickeny flavor. It tastes just like the chicken noodle soup you'd make right in your own kitchen. It's economical, too. Lipton's costs less and makes more than canned soups. So don't forget Lipton's noodle soup. And don't forget to tune in next Tuesday night for another Inner Sanctum Mystery.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Saturday Night Theatre.
The Girl Who Didn't Want to Be, by Frederick Bradnam, with Simon Cadell, Joanna David, Christopher Benjamin, and Angela Pleasance.
I do wish they'd do their practice with handbells and at the other end of the village. Can't, can they, though? Dong, dong, I go on too long. If I was a poet, I'd write a nice poem called Summer Evening in the Chancel. Well, probably Betjeman already has. Starts, the vicar's wife was arranging flowers and thinking of her suburban girlhood. Was I? Oh, Lord, somebody come to see. Is Tim there? Well, I hope not, because he can be ours and I'm getting hungry. Sneak a look. Oh, he's there. A lone visitor, not a coach load. Oh, thank you, Lord. Good-looking old chap. Tanned by a sun not English. Looking at the crowns with scrutiny. Inquiry, yes. Now he's found the one he wants, I'm sure. Oh, here cometh Tim. Now, don't be long, please, Reverend Timothy Turner.
Good evening. Do you know about the crowns up there? Virgin crowns. Unique to this church, you know. People come from far and wide to see them. If a person is born, baptized, and dies in the parish above the age of puberty, 14, actually, and is a virgin, then the next of kin can ask for a virgin crown. With a sort of calling of the band, so that if anyone wants to object, they can. To the giving of the crown, that is. When granted, the crown is placed high on the nave wall, as you can see, with the details beneath it. There's a short ceremony and...
that one. I knew her. She shouldn't be up there. Good evening, Vicar.
Ah. Good evening. Extraordinary fellow.
I was listening.
No, hello, darling.
Oh, which crown did he mean?
No, he pointed to that one. Margaret Joan Bell, 1920 to 1938.
We've always said, haven't we, that there are some up there who probably ought not to be.
She was 18. I suppose that some girls were promiscuous in 1938. I mean, at her age.
Oh, for sure, darling. As in 1838. Well, some girls are, always.
Yes. It is mentioned in the Bible. Margaret Joan Bell, 1920 to 1938. Short life. So long ago.
Within living memory. I wonder how she died.
Perhaps our verger would know.
A lot of what Harold Thorpe knows he keeps to himself, as you well know.
I think he finds me too young to be a vicar.
Well, at 32 you are.
You wait until you reach 30, wife. Then you'll know how age suddenly descends. Actually, old Harold is giving out a bit now. We've done nothing terrible. We've been here a year, so he's prepared to accept it.
He's accepted me? Oh, yes, he has. And it's not easy to see, but he has.
I know. You can be very nice. And sexy. I'm hungry. Let's leave the bell thrashers to lock up and go and feed our faces,
Nice today, Vicar. Getting dark. Still warm, though. You staying?
Yeah, for a moment, Harold.
Good place to think in is a church. For a clergyman, it is.
Do I look as if I want to think?
Brood on something, anyway.
How many visited us today?
There's 5 names in the book.
A couple of days ago, there was a man who didn't put his name in.
Well, some don't want to, some forget, and some can't write. I'll leave you to lock up then, Vicar. Good night to you.
Good night, Harold. Father, hear me. What is it? I mean, this is my calling. I'm contented. I have a wife I love who loves me. Fine church, interesting parish, beautiful countryside. Or is it all too cushy? This last week, my soul's been troubled. I haven't a clue. I have searched to find. There's a restlessness. I wake at dawn feeling as if something has to be done, or something is wrong in the doing. Hello? Who's that? I'll put the lights on. I'm here. Do you see me now? Where the Lord are you? I'm here. This is ridiculous. Now look, listen. I mean, whoever you are and wherever you are, please stop playing this silly game.
Hello?
Right.
Hello?
I'm sorry. What do you want? Hello and goodbye. Well, I think this is some sort of trick. Well, go on. If you... How did you get in? And if you've gone, how did you get out? Hello? Hello? Tom? Are you there? Not a dicky bird. No, there was no one anywhere, Pam. No, not a dicky bird. Anywhere.
And all she said was hello?
That's all. From the rafters at one moment, behind my back the next. Hello. I'm going to open another bottle of wine. My nerves are not what they were.
You hadn't been at the communion wine before, had you? Or at the pub's strong ale?
The communion wine you need to lace with LSD. Now I come to think of it, it was exactly like an hallucination. Voice in the head. Perhaps I'm on my way to a sainthood. Cheers.
With an awful long way to go, and you might pour me a glass.
I'm sorry. I wonder if I can levitate or something.
Or something. Or somebody was playing a trick.
I know. A nasty, dirty trick.
I don't know why, do you?
Oh, it's for a lark. I wonder how. Tomorrow I'll look for the wires.
Wires? Oh, you mean loudspeakers hidden away?
Something like it. Must be. Have a word with Harold also.
No, it doesn't sound like a Harold trick.
Ha-ha. But he'd know about the wiring, wouldn't he? As the Virgin.
I suppose he would. Ask him also if he knew the Bell girl.
Bell girl?
Was she of the Virgin Crown, Margaret Joan?
Yes, an idea. I hope he wasn't one of her chaps.
Ask him, tactful like. Did you have a Harold?
I will, shall. You know me. I think I want my bed.
Oh, poor darling. Up you go. I'll join you in a second.
All she would say was hello. Or even hello, Vicar. Hello, sailor.
I think you'd better go to bed.
Morning, Mr. Turner. Fine day?
Morning, Harold. What bird is that, for heaven's sake?
It's a blue crow, Vicar. A roller. Pretty rare immigrant. Not a nice voice, though, is it? Goes through you, don't it?
Yes.
Friendly chap.
Talking of friends, a man was in the church the other day, visitor, who seemed to have been a friend of one of the Virgin Crowns.
Was he?
He said he knew her. She died in 1938. Margaret Joan Bell.
Behind you.
What?
That's her grave. Oh, tidier this week. Her family left soon after she was put down, and then the war.
Our beloved daughter who will always remain a pure young girl. I really must get to know the tombstones, you know, Harold.
I shouldn't bother, Vicar. They're a dreary lot. Nothing mytho-poetic. Or vulgarian, come to that.
Oh, I see. Well, can't expect everything, eh? The chap who knew the Bell girl seemed to suggest that her Virgin Crown was a sort of false pretenses.
Did he know?
Haven't heard things about him.
Not for years, obviously. Her family didn't like the talk.
So they packed their bags. I take it that nobody objected to the Crown at the time.
There wasn't a dicky bird, Vicar. Now, I'd best be getting on with things.
Yes. One thing, has the church ever been wired for loudspeakers?
No. No reason. It was rewired for the usual electrics in 1961.
Well, don't worry, I'm not thinking of using loudspeakers. The insurance wanted to know. That's all.
Well, the insurance wants to know more than is good for them at times. You going in the church now, Vicar?
No, I'll be on my rounds. I'll have a look in the church later this evening. For the insurance. Leave the ladder there, will you? Right. There we go, my lad. Perhaps this mucking around in an empty church can go to the head. I talk aloud to myself already, quite happily. The last vicar was balmy. Here we are. No sign of wiring or speakers anywhere. Not a dicky bird. I must stop saying dicky bird. Was Harold using it sarcastically? Probably. Did he believe the lie about the insurance? No. No, I'm a bad liar. Which, after all, in my profession is a recommendation. Better get down. No, I'll stay up here and wait. Above the crowns, underneath the rafters. Who would think of looking for a vicar up here, even a balmy one? Now, come on, girl. It's almost exactly the same time that you said hello a week ago. And from here, I'll see how you get in. There's quite a decent view over the Auto. I must see the road. I suppose Harold gets up here quite often. Clean windows. Come on, girl. Not a dicky. Nothing. No, sir. A motorcycle. Much too fast. That's one hell of a lick. It's going to crash. Oh, my God! God, quickly as that. Really hurt. Oh, my God. I'm on my way. I must have been on the pillion. Chap was driving. Perhaps she was driving her. Where are they? What was it? It must have been here. Master. It's not a dicky. Nothing. Quiet. Oh, here comes a car. Well, that was real enough. From the same direction. From the village, downhill, round this bend and away. It's another little trick. Another blasted trick!
Why a crashing motorbike? Oh, and I'm in bed before you for once. I feel exhausted.
I feel troubled. Since a bit before the hello voice.
I've noticed you've been awake at dawn recently, looking wide awake, but before I could do anything about it, I was back in the land of Nod.
The thing is, I can find no reason for being troubled. Nor restless and troubled. Only the restlessness is troubling.
Well, somebody or something's working on you.
What do you mean by that?
Do you know, I really don't know. Words came out suddenly, instinctive. It's all connected, the hello girl and the phantom crash, you're being troubled and restless.
Yeah, all right, I'll buy that. Cause and effect. Only why the cause?
Darling, you're just about to put your left leg into your pyjama jacket sleeve.
Right? Oh, yes. So I thought the legs were short. Oh, no, not my legs, pyjama legs. Probably my mind's going. As I said before, I'm hearing things in the head. After all, nobody else has heard any of this. Not a sound.
Well, you're a bit young to grow mad as a clergyman, aren't you? Noises in the head, Tim, are usually pretty, silly, random things connected somehow to the person experiencing them. Well, they are, aren't they? Or have you had girls saying hello and motorbike crashes with a girl screaming tucked down in your subconscious somewhere since a boy?
Hardly, darling. I suppose we can exclude the possibility of the supernatural.
Well, for the moment, yes.
For the moment?
Well, until we've ruled out the dirty tricks, simulated hauntings.
Yes. Why a crashing bike? I mean, girl's voice is okay, ghost stuff, but a crashing bike is sheer fantasy.
Well, because perhaps there was one once, a real bike crash.
Not unlikely. Oh! You might have warmed this side of the bed.
The night is very warm, sir.
Church was cold. That bike sounded odd, I thought. Yeah, but it could be just... It was the sort of noise motorbikes no longer make. Once there was a crash, and the story got around that on certain summer nights the crash could be heard. So some joker puts it all on tape, and I can't think why, plays it out to keep the tale going. Why?
Well, have some fun at the expense of those of a religious disposition. Attack the church's foundations, church with a capital C. Send the young vicar batty.
Are there people concerned enough with the presence of the church to do that? I mean, here and now.
Well, there's said to be a middle-class black magic crowd at Under Woolston, only 5 miles away.
Yes, I've heard. They go in for orgies around bonfires. One of them burnt his private, Doc Hunter told me.
Then maybe they're doing something less dangerous, like simulating ghost sounds.
Well, if they are, I'll do something even nastier to their privates than a fire can. I tell you what.
What?
I'll have a word with old Harold about village hauntings.
You didn't get much out of him about the Bell girl, did you? So I bet he doesn't give out on hauntings.
Extraordinary old chap. Did I tell you, he doesn't think the village mythopoetic or Vulgarian enough to write interesting tombstones.
I'm not surprised. He explained to me the other day why television and film never gets Thomas Hardy right. Well, it made sense.
Perhaps he's the brains behind the whole thing.
What? Our Harold?
Evening, Padre.
Evening, Sam. Mrs. Sam.
Oh, evening, Vicar. Oh, you should bring the wife in for a drink, Vicar.
I should. But then I do.
It does it good when they're young, a drop of drink does.
Makes them bloody loquacious when they're old, it does.
Loquacious? Ooh, I've never been the worse for it, Vicar, whatever he says.
Silly cow, that's inebriated. Talkative, not drunk.
Ah, swallowed a crossword he has.
I'll have a pint of best bitter, Mr. Orford, please.
Well, the best's a bit cloudy. Try it if you like, but it'll be better in the morning.
I'd have a bottle if I were you, Vicar.
Ah, Harold. Well, a light ale then, Mr. Orford.
Light ale? No, that should be all right. Of course, you can't be sure. That's 20 pence to you, Vicar.
Your glass is all but empty, Harold.
It's a stout, thank you, Mr. Turner.
I never known Harold drink anything but stout, except brandy.
On high days and holidays, when I feel like it.
Are you getting to know us all, Mr. Turner? Nice lot, aren't we, eh?
Yes, jolly nice, yes. What do I owe you, Mr. Orford?
We're hardly inscrutable, are we?
42 pence, sir. Can't make it any less.
Never can you?
You're more insalubrious than inscrutable, Sam.
I've got the right amount there.
Hope it didn't come from the operatory box, did it, Vicar?
Here's a health, sir.
And yours, Harold.
I taught Sam all the words he knows, other than the four-letter ones.
And he still works on the corporation rubbish dump.
Work? He's the flipping foreman.
Get your facts right, Ernie. Supervisor of the Rural District Refuse and Disposal Central Plant.
Sam, the refuse man.
Oh, treat your scurrility with the contempt it warrants.
Get us another drink, will you?
If you want a quiet drink, you won't get it in this pub.
I know. Came looking for you, actually. Had a silly question to ask.
Oh, do you expect a silly answer, then?
Possibly, probably. Are there many stories of any substance of hauntings of any sort in the village?
Well, old Charlie Kick swears his dead old Labrador still walks his garden. There's said to be a man dressed in black robes who walks Church Lane at dusk, last seen 10 years ago by Mrs. Jarman with a bottle of gin in her.
Does the vicar know the story of Mrs. Jarman's resurrection, Harold?
Big ears. Do you, Vicar?
No, I'm sure I don't.
She's no longer with us. Not dead. She's living in Spain. Her husband was Colonel Jarman. He used to describe himself as Colonel Jarman of England. It was meant to be a joke. He's dead, but when he was alive, he and she drank heavily, and when taken by the drink, quarrelled like Irish tinkers. Sometimes they shut one another out of the house. He'd sleep in the old stables, and she'd go to the church. We left it unlocked in those days, or she'd wake up one of her friends for a bed. So, one summer night, when he'd managed to lock her out, she went to the church. The church was being painted at that time, so the dust covers were over everything. That doesn't stop Mabel Jarman, though. She gets right under a dust cover on the front pew by the pulpit and sleeps. Come 8 in the morning and 3 painters and decorators arrive.
They're not village men, from town they were. Jack will remember.
Well, not so long ago, was it? But they're not bright, and that morning they weren't so bright neither. They see what looks like a corpse under one of their dust sheets, and they reckon this is a bit impertinent. But the vicar, your predecessor, he was a man used to his own way and notoriously forgetful. So they start moving things around, and of course they wake the Colonel's lady. Jack Flower was the one who saw it first, halfway up his ladder. The corpse pushed the sheet off and sat up and bellowed. That was Mrs. Jarman's resurrection.
Yeah, the 3 of them came running down here, and I told them who she was, but they had to have a drink before they go back.
I do like that. But seriously, Harold, is there a real haunting? Something contemporary, I suppose is the way to put it. Makes a lot of noise.
Yes, there is. Some people claim to have heard a motorbike crashing.
And a girl screaming?
Yes, so I'm told. Heard but not seen. Has it got to your ears, Vicar?
I heard something of it. I just wondered.
Yes, you would. Well, it's more likely than the bloke in black robes, who was actually the old schoolmaster, mad as a hatter out in his gown. Well, let me get you another, Mr. Turner.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Fry. Mrs. Kick. Mrs. Nightingale.
They do look nice always, don't they? The first real flowers of summer.
They do look nice.
Oh, she's terrible deaf.
Yes.
Your husband plays the organ real well, Mrs. Turner.
Yes, he does, doesn't he? Although I don't tell him so.
No, it doesn't do him then. Now, come on, ladies. Good night to you, Mrs. Turner. Say good night to the vicar for us.
Good night, Mrs. Turner.
Say good night to Mr. Turner, won't you?
I will. Well, good night, ladies, and thank you for your help. As you heard, they've gone. They seem to think you played very well.
Not Mrs. Nightingale, I hope. She's as dead as a post.
And with that name. Look what they've done for your church. 7 vases of flowers. Aren't you impressed?
Yes, very. They're nice old bags.
Tim? Oh, never mind.
Never mind? All right. Come on, let's go. It's becoming distinctly chilly in here.
Well, that's what I meant. In the last half minute, it's turned cold.
Well, it's these early summer evenings. Not to be trusted, so they tell me. Now, come on.
Well, it was warm at the door when the ladies left a moment ago.
Still is, strangely.
Tim, shut the door.
But I just... what is that?
I wondered if it was me seeing things.
Whatever it is, it's beneath Margaret Joan Bell's crown. Sort of cloud.
It's drifting down to that pew. It's becoming a shape. Well, I'm not frightened. Really, I'm not.
I am. It's settled. It's like somebody under a white sack. It's a very dirty trick, very clever. Will it answer? Hello? Hello? Oh, what is this? Now tell me who you are, please.
Don't go too near, Tim.
Not bloody likely. I'm Tim, and this is Pam. Who are you?
Ted?
You call Ted? Oh, this is potty.
No. Well, why are you here?
Going out. Ted. Pigeon. Ted temper.
It's not a trick, Tim. Ted was in a temper.
Too fast. Too fast. He. Away.
When was this? When in time?
Time? No. Summer. Stopped. Evening.
Oh, now is 1976. When is your now?
Silly prick 76.
Oh,
really?
There you are. Well, is it 1938?
Can't. 18. Against Ted.
Oh, my...
I'm in the air. I knew.
Knew what?
Mummy, where? Lost. All at sea.
Were you once Margaret Joan Bell?
Maggie Bell go to hell. Bad. Don't dare. In hell.
Not in hell, Maggie. On earth still. Some part of you is.
Can you hear us? Understand us, Maggie?
Nobody for a long time. Why? No voices.
That's your virgin crown up there, Maggie.
No bloody virgin. Sam. Ian. Dave. Fred. Tom. Ted. Charlie. Bob.
That's quite a litany, Maggie. Now, you're here by mistake.
I didn't want to be. Never. Man smell. I was burning.
Sure I should pray for you. I don't know the words.
I knew. Mummy, take me home.
We shall help you to go home, Maggie.
I hear the birds sing. See the old man. Virgin. The honourable guy. The first guy. No. Why? Tim.
I'll ask, Maggie. I'll try to find out. It's all right, don't.
Are you still there?
Hello?
Yes, come in, Mrs. Fry.
She's fled. Thank the Lord.
I thought I heard voices.
We were just about leaving.
Oh, my goodness, it does strike cold in here after the warm outside. I left my shopping. Oh, there it is in the corner. I forget myself one of these days, I will. Oh, what a funny smell. Like burning.
Oh, is there? It must be the new candle.
We'll come out with you, Mrs. Fry. Come on, Tim.
Right, yes. I've got the key. Got everything?
I've never known this church so cold this time of the year. You should have a word with Harold Thorpe about it.
Well, Mrs. Francis Fry's a great gossip. Well, the cold church and the odd smell will be around the WI in no time.
Yes, the least of our worries, wife. I don't know what words to use. Do you?
Well, I think that we've been grasped by a hand. No, not from the grave, although I know what the Romantics meant. From a quite different plane of things. Well, universal things. We're like physicists who've discovered a new element that's upset the whole of our previous knowledge. Well, try to see it like that.
In my faith, I mean, all it means to me, all I've considered about life and death and good and evil, I've tried to sustain rationally my belief in the soul's place in eternity contradicts the idea of the spirit, some part of the soul, remaining attached to a physical, solid place on this earth, as if solid and physical in itself. I cannot believe it can happen.
Well, yet it seems it has to us, although we remain skeptics.
And could it be that we've created something out of our imaginations, gave it a sort of substance?
Well, I find that harder to believe than to believe we've had dealings with Maggie Bell's lost afterlife.
Whatever has happened, for the moment we must keep it to ourselves.
Yes, indeed.
Do you think she could have been hanging around the church since she died? I mean, 1938, almost 40 years.
Well, she seemed to think 1976 was not her year. Time would mean nothing.
Sure she has some connection with the crash I heard.
I'm trying to recall what she said. A pillion and too fast was some of it.
We call it she, you notice. I mean, giving it an identity.
We'll have to. Can't call it the ghost of she, can we? We should give her a name. Maggie to her spectral face. Well, Spectral Bell.
Good idea. Always name a thing. Spectral Bell, it'll be Spectral Bell objected to her virgin crown, I think.
Her short life commemorated in a great untruth. No bloody virgin was the expression before the list of chaps. And the Honourable Guy, the first guy.
Who's ever heard of a punning ghost? Yes. Punning is said to be one of the trademarks of the devil, but by necromancers. So is she a fundamental manifestation of evil, primordial thing of the great beast, that shape?
No, Tim. She's only what's left of a lost country girl wanting her mother.
Oh, well, I'll try to think of her charitably. I'd like her out of my church, though.
Well, the local rag has back copies since the 1880s. Shall I try to find out how she died?
Well, let's not ask Carol. It's a good idea, though. I say, Guy. Hawkhurst is a Guy.
Baron Hawkhurst of Abbotsford. Well, once he would have been the Honourable Guy. But he's 80-odd. Still, in 1938...
40-odd. Probably had all the local girls by right. You know, I must contact her again, Pam. Try to make her see that she's not wanted. I don't want to go to a bishop, exorcist.
What will you say to her? Look, old girl, do clear off. Go and bother somebody else.
Now then, old girl, let's have you. Come and say hello to a gentleman. I'm all alone. Summer evening is coming to its sweet-scented close. Hello? You going to oblige? Sorry, wrong word. Crikey. That's not the scent of flowers. That's a perfume not to be sniffed at. So you are there, Maggie.
Hello?
I can hear you, smell your perfume, but can't see you.
Hello? Shall we? I'll show you.
Maggie, let me help you get away. Go home.
Nothing wrong. I like it. Want it always.
It's no good, Maggie, anymore. That part of you was gone.
Can you walk like Clark Gable?
I don't know. It was before my time. Listen, Maggie. Is it that crown which brings you back?
Cheap. Cheap. They all laughed at it. My crown. My fanny.
No, I want to release your soul, Maggie.
The heat burned my soul dead.
No. The soul cannot be killed.
From the bank. Always peeing. Hot.
Please, Maggie. You mustn't go on remembering.
Air burned. I flew.
Maggie, has the great beast collected you? The evil one. Brute devil.
Filthy brute. Come here. Oh, the beast.
I wish I could see you. Can I see you somehow?
It's dark. You'll have to feel me. Here.
No, Maggie, no. Jesus, give me strength.
Oh, it's me, Mr. Turner. Mrs. Nightingale.
Cold.
Mrs. Nightingale?
Ooh, you're on the floor. You'll have to shout. I'm a little deaf. Have you fallen over? Hurt yourself?
No. I'm looking for woodworm in this pew, under the seat. You never know.
Woodworm, did you say?
Woodworm under the seat.
Never had woodworm in the seats. Never. Terrible smell of cheap scent, too.
I thought it was the woodworm smell.
What was it called? Nights of Desire. I didn't know anybody still sold it.
It's moving off, I think. How can I help you, Mrs. Nightingale?
Oh, I don't need help, Mr. Turner. I only came to put the magazines down in the porch while I was passing. Then I thought I heard voices. But I'm so deaf.
I was singing to myself.
Sounded like a woman's voice. I had no notion you sang alto, no notion.
Oh, God.
Well, I've put the mags in the porch, so I'll be away, Vicar. I'd leave the old woodworm if I was you and go home.
Good night, Mrs. Nightingale. Deaf she may be, but daft she is not. So, what would she make of all that?
The accident occurred on the 16th of July, 1938. And the inquest was a couple of months later. Well, Margaret Joan Bell was riding pillion on a motorbike which went out of control and crashed on the bend of Church Road. It seems that she was thrown off onto the bank by the churchyard and died before the ambulance arrived. Multiple injuries. Well, the driver of the bike was also injured, but not badly. The coroner said he wasn't to be prosecuted because he'd suffered enough mental torment as it was. Well, he was 21 and his name was Edward Thorpe.
We should ask Harold. I've noticed that the district is littered with Thorpes.
Oh, this one, Edward, came from the village.
Maybe the Ted our spectral bell speaks of.
So there it is, darling. That crash, her death, has remained in the air, slipped out of time, got onto another plane.
Become a paranormal phenomena awaiting my arrival.
Well, yes, that's true in a way.
I don't know what way you mean. I mean that it was lying in wait to snap at the heels of my faith.
And I mean it was lying in wait for a virile, sexy vicar.
I mean, it's hard enough to go around exuding faith these days without having the unknown asking awkward questions. What do you mean by virile, sexy vicar?
Well, the spectral bell is still being rung by sex.
Oh, nonsense. It was the chap who came out of the blue and said he knew her.
Don't be silly, Tim. Plenty must have said that before. She went for you, got you on the ground.
Sort of vestigial sex thing. Bloody awful.
Well, how frustrating also. Well, being dead shouldn't really include sexual desire, should it?
Oh, certainly not. I mean, it's bizarre. It's the plot of a blue movie. Desire of the Dead, or such like. I mean, what do I do? Pray? I can't not go into my church, can I? The parish would notice. Just. No, I must be strong and cast her out somehow. Only I think you'd better be there with me. You or 6 female police constables. That's the sort of protection I need, believe you me. And if I can't cast her out, then I'd have to go to the bishop and ask him to arrange an exorcism. Blue movie with horror ingredients. I mean, what do I say to the blooming bishop? Please, sir, this ghost girl tries to have me between the front pew and the altar steps. I don't think it's the sort of thing that should go on in a church and with the vicar. I mean, Mrs. Nightingale was suspicious, and her sense of smell makes up for her auditory deprivation. Vicar on the floor, drunk or mad, like the last chap, ponging of cheap perfumes. They just managed to get some village girl or boy out of the way in time. Any other explanations? I mean, I've looked through the Bible. It's terribly unhelpful about this sort of thing. It's jolly helpful of straight sex and murder and mother-in-laws and the like, but on ghost girls with sexual hang-ups, it's absolutely useless. I mean, the way she speaks, our Maggie, makes me sure she was proud of her bad reputation, still is proud of it. And that crown up there probably irks her. Well, you can't blame her, can you? I mean, spend your tender years screwing in every direction, get cut off in your first prime, and then find yourself a blessed virgin on a wall. I mean, that's punishment for sinning, if ever there was one. Particularly who meant to sin, enjoyed sin, didn't think of it as sin anyway, doing what comes naturally. And if she'd been a holy Roman, she'd have confessed, and the whole thing would probably have remained locked in whatever circle of purgatory bad Roman girls who die young finish up in. I wish I could disapprove of the simple sins more easily than I do. I mean, lust is more natural than sinful, I'm thinking. I mean, sad or frustrating or gay or horrible or legal or lovely, but it's not really sinful. I'm sorry.
Never let it be said that I don't allow you a word in edgeways. Now, we must take action. You grill Harold about Ted and Maggie, and I'll try to have a word with the girl herself. Tell her that you're my property, and that if she doesn't lay off, I'll scratch her eyes out.
Wrong stuff.
All right, Vicar. Since you got your teeth in the story, I'll tell you. Why have you got your teeth in it, just as a matter of interest?
Various reasons, Harold. The Crown, for one thing. I don't think it's right and proper for the Crown to remain, I mean, if we know for certain that she wasn't...
Hmm? She was no virgin. But I can't tell you at first hand. Many good ones. Well, there's only a couple or 3 still around, and I'll keep their names to myself, if you don't mind.
Oh, fair enough. At the time, surely the vicar should have known. What was his wonderful name?
The Reverend Hugo Vincent de Brokeborn. Even in 1938, he was an anachronism, a bachelor, and I reckon an old queen. The hunting, shooting, fishing sort kept his rods behind the altar. Very upper crust. I don't think he ever said more than good day to the common village people. Never went into their homes, sent the curate. Yes, he had curates, one after the other. Wretched young chaps who did the visiting the Commoners Act. Queen Victoria was still on the throne in 1938, in the sort of village this was.
Yes, I suppose I'd have been a wretched curate. What about Margaret Bell's parents? Did you know them?
Oh, to say hello to them. Narrow, respectable people who had a small holding on Duck Lane. They didn't mix with the village. God-fearing. I believe they belonged to some sort of religious sect. But on the other hand, they had the girl buried C of E.
So they really didn't know what their daughter was up to?
Well, they put her up for a crown, like families do. If they had some idea she wasn't worthy, they shut it out. Their sort often does.
And the rest of the village?
Rest of us? Well, I wasn't going to risk making a fool of myself, not at 22. Saying what I knew was only hearsay, not with that vicar. Also, I didn't care all that much. If a virgin crown made somebody happy, who was I to gainsay them?
Those who knew at first hand, did any of them consider saying what they knew?
No, not in public. Probably they didn't care enough or had other good reasons for not admitting the offence. The rest of them, those that complained afterwards no end, in particular, they lacked the courage of their convictions. So it all went through on the nod.
Probably wouldn't happen today. And once the family had the crown up on the wall, they reckoned there would be no dissent.
Probably, but they reckoned wrong. Some folk were offended. Sanctimonious, all right, but worked up also. As far as I can recollect it, Mr. and Mrs. Bell were told bluntly by 1 or 2 of the offended why they were offended. The Bells couldn't take it, so they sold up and went. Nobody knew where.
But the crown still remained.
1 or 2 tried to broach the subject to the vicar, but he didn't know what they were on about. Then we had a war.
If that put a stop to a lot of things, I've been told. Edward Thorpe drove the motorbike.
Ted Thorpe. My first cousin, my old man's brother's youngest son. We were good friends. Once he was healed up after the accident, he joined the RAF. He went to the States during the war and back there to live after it was over. As a family, we lost touch with him over the years. It happens, as you'll find out. He never came back here. Never could face it.
That I can understand. Well, thank you, Harold.
You'll be careful what you do, won't you?
Careful? Oh, yes, very, very careful. Now I'll collect my wife, who's alone in the church, poor thing.
Yes, you should do that. Church is no place for a nice girl to be alone in.
Temperature keeps dropping, so she's lurking around.
I'll try walking like Clark Gable.
I beg your pardon.
Well, she once asked me if I could. Give her a quiet shout, yes?
Yes. We'll call her out.
Hello? Hello, Maggie? Hello, Maggie? Maggie? I want to talk with you. Hello?
Hello? I'd like to have had him. Clark Gable.
Now, come on, Maggie. Let's put sex on one side. Do you understand me? Maggie?
Tim, don't move suddenly, but look by the chancel.
There she is. A real shape.
Eve coming out of the dust. Suggestive and yet amorphous.
Say if you understand us, Maggie.
Say you. Say you. Say you.
So something of the girl stands before us.
Scares the living daylights out of me.
Oh, don't go near.
And this is the last thing. Maggie, we're going to pray for your soul.
Not soul. Have. Body. My body.
You are all soul, Maggie, and you shouldn't be here.
We want to release your soul.
Her bitch. Go. Go.
No, Maggie. This is our church. You are the one who must go.
And stay where you are, Maggie.
Come. We'll do it all. Come.
Maggie, we know how you died.
No, death. Alive.
You died, Maggie. Suddenly. Unexpectedly.
Can't die. Can't die.
Yes, that's it. That's it, but you did. And you belonged so much to life that you haven't been able to leave it.
It was terrible, Maggie, the accident, but it happened.
Earth in my mouth. Oh, Soren. See my tits. See.
Lord Jesus, give me help. Take this girl. Come.
Look, I'm down for you. See, leg.
No, he doesn't want to see you. Go away, you horrid girl, go.
Oh, burning me, dark for me. Go. Cold.
Turn into a cloud and go, Maggie. Go.
Hello.
That's her leaving hello. She's gone. Only the smell of her cheap perfume left. That breaks my heart, Pam. Her cheap perfume. Terrible. How terrible. Death and how unfair.
But it's happened, darling. Long ago, another world.
I know. I'm so sorry. It's silly of me. You can make her go. Neither I nor my faith can.
It isn't just that, Tim. What's left of her is hanging on to life so strongly. And life was sex to her. Or whenever you're here in your spiritual home, she's drawn back.
I think that must mean I'm stronger in the flesh than in the spirit.
No, darling, that's not true. It's only how she sees it, her truth. She is now a fundamental.
She taps a sauce in me. A succubee. What do we do? I have no more tether. I can't have her around the church. I mean, she could appear in the middle of a service.
Well, maybe she has and no one's noticed.
Thought strikes a chill. I need advice. Better see the bishop. Don't you agree?
I do. Well, after all, Bishop Collins is very human for a bishop.
I've been meaning to visit you, Turner, since your installation, but somehow I can only apologize.
I have a problem, my lord. This is why I came.
Do let's sit down.
Thank you.
Let the problem stay on one side a moment. If we talk a little, I'll get to know you a little, and that will help with the problem, or should.
Yes, my lord.
Not small talk of a religious nature, never fear. We do have something in common. How is Harold Thorpe these days?
My verger, my lord. If ever I reach his age, I only hope I'll be as fit in mind and body as he is.
Harold and myself last saw one another at your installation. He's a remarkable man, as I'm sure you've discovered. Well-read, shrewdly intelligent.
He's not the usual sort of verger, sir, I imagine. Hard to get to know, but we, my wife and I, are, I think, starting to make a relationship.
It wouldn't be easy, I know. I often have wondered if Harold isn't an atheist at heart. I don't mean that as a reproach. I sometimes wonder the same about myself.
Harold has never mentioned that he knew you, sir. Have you known him long?
Oh, since 1937. I was 23, Harold a few years older.
This was in my parish, sir?
In Abbots Upton, yes. I was a curate there for a year. The vicar was one Hugo Vincent de Broke-Bourne. Oh, a terrible man.
Harold has spoken to me of him, sir.
I almost left the church because of him. Almost became a red revolutionary. Instead, I got a mean, tough living in the northeast corner, which I enjoyed. Harold and I always kept in touch, by letter at least. Yes, my wife adored him.
Did he ever marry, sir?
No. There were women in his life, but marriage he found comic.
In 1937, sir, can you remember if you ever came across a girl, of 17 she would be then, called Margaret Joan Bell?
Maggie Bell? Good grief. How quite extraordinary. I'll show you. A few days ago, I was looking through some old photo albums, tidying up, really. I came across some photos taken at the Abbots Upton fete of 1937. Maggie Bell in the foreground. I'd written in the albums the details. Here she is. Remembered her vividly. That's her, front left. The thin, wretched bloke in the dog collar is myself. There's another of her over there. The photographer knew a good subject when he saw one, didn't he?
I'd say so. Yes, sir.
She was quite a piece, believe me. Looked like an actress called Jean Harlow. A natural blonde, almost platinum, with the skin that goes with it. Translucent. And the sort of figure that made young men go dry in the throat. It did me. What became of her? Does anybody know?
She was killed, sir. I'm afraid, in July 1938.
Oh, poor child. I have a recollection in the back of my mind. Probably Harold wrote about it to me. A crash, wasn't it?
A motorbike crash, yes, sir. She was on the pillion. The driver was Harold's cousin, Ted Thorpe.
Coincidence is an odd business. And the memory works in mysterious ways its wonders to perform. Until I looked through that album the other day, I'd forgotten Maggie Bell completely. Then you arrive and mention her, and her death. That also I'd forgotten of. She shouldn't have died at 18, with all that life in her. God works also in his mysterious ways. Or what is it? Fate?
She is my problem, my lord.
Is she? The long-dead girl? How?
Well, to begin with, they gave her a virgin crown, which is still up in the nave.
Oh, good grief. She was notorious village-wise at 17. Harold never told me she'd been stuck up in the nave.
He's told me about her, sir.
She had a sort of sex appeal, you know, that reverberated. Shockwaves leaping out into the world to put something of such elemental sexual nature as nicely as I can. On the evening of that fete, she made me dance with her. I was very innocent, and it was quite overpowering. Of course, Broke-Bourne wouldn't have known, or cared if he did. Her parents knew not either, I take it.
Harold said they didn't want to. but afterwards were forced to listen. They left the parish.
Yes. Now I presume there's the question of whether the crown should be removed. A problem of conscience,
Well,
really.
that is one problem, my lord. There is another connected to it.
Tell me.
She, Maggie Bell, is haunting the church.
Dear boy, you keep stopping me in my tracks. The ghost of the girl haunts the church, you say? Do you know for sure? But personally?
Both of us, my wife and I, have seen and heard her, sir.
You have?
Hmm.
Blimey. Well, how do you know it's Maggie's ghost?
In its own way, it has answered that it is. It speaks of the crash, it cries out about its death, and it, behaves towards me, how can I put it? I am her sex object. She is the Maggie Bell she was in life, sexually orientated.
You do mean all this? Yes, I can see that you do. But are you sure that nobody's playing a trick on you?
Well, I thought so at first, but no, we've eliminated the dirty tricks, my lord. Also, I've discovered that the sound of the crash, or of a crash, and a girl screaming, has been heard on summer evenings since 1938. I've heard this myself. The crash was just by the churchyard.
Yes, your predecessor, whom I considered eccentric but not downright mad, told me about the crash and the screaming heard by a small congregation in the church one evensong. Yes, not that he wanted me to do anything about it, and he accepted it as a fact of life. So you think Maggie Bell has been stuck in the church since 1938?
Not exactly, my
It's
lord.
unlikely, I agree. Some sort of news of her appearances would have got around before now.
My lord, I'm still in two minds as to whether to accept what I've seen and heard and felt of this manifestation.
Oh, you have to accept it, Turner. If it's there, it is there. It may be an unexplainable fact, but it's a fact all the same.
The fact I can't stomach, my lord, is that the soul of a dead person can remain stuck here on earth, neither soul or body, and certainly not wholly. Only a limbo thing. It's so irrational.
I've always found life pretty irrational, so perhaps we can expect the afterlife to be the same. But I know and sympathize with your objections. You know, I learned to take the rather ridiculous idea of hauntings, phantoms, ghosts. The paranormal is today's jargon. Seriously, years ago. This is not my first exposure to such things. Why they should happen, God literally alone knows. But frequently, it is some soul-searing experience at the point of death which leaves behind, what? A sensation born from the kinetic energy of the moment of death, like an explosion's visible aftermath. At times, what is left is horrible, such as a stifling room where men once tortured other men to death. At times, it can be downright uninteresting, like the monk figure who will stand at a gate for no apparent reason. And this girl Maggie died violently near the church.
A few yards from where she was buried.
So something of her remained after the explosion. Now, what brought her into the church, I wonder?
My wife has a theory that it has to do with my presence.
She's probably right. Yes, you're a young and vital male person. Maggie treats you, as you say, like a sex object. You're her victim now, as I once was, almost, all those years ago. You probably are responsible, I'm afraid. People often seem to act as the catalysis to the ghost world. It's quite unavoidable.
In my own defence, my lord, I would add that she seems to take a pretty dim view of the Virgin Crown.
Would that draw her back? A bitter joke on the dead? Well, what do we do?
Is it possible to remove a Virgin Crown?
I don't know. But I'll find out. And if there's no ruling, then I'll make one up. It should be removed. And I suppose we'd better try to exorcise the creature, send her packing. Better close the church until then.
Or at least I shouldn't conduct the services.
It would be embarrassing if she pounced when you were in the pulpit. No. It's best the church is closed, not you shut out. We must really have her out. What do you tell your flock of skeptics, I wonder? I'm afraid it would be necessary to tell them something, and to hold a public meeting to do this. One really can't shut up the church without a village meeting as to why, these days. And you must tell them the truth, without going into details, I think.
Yes, that's something I don't look forward to, my lord.
No, nor would I. But you're the one who must do it. Take the village hall. Let everybody have their say. A general free-for-all. It could clear the air. Something could come out of it. Don't ask me what. I speak as a soothsayer, not as your bishop.
look thoroughly smug, Harold Thorpe. Move the ironing from that chair and then you'll be able to sit down. The chair.
The man-made fibres that don't need the iron are taking quite a lot of the sting out of bachelorhood. So, you've seen the bishop?
Yes, the poor Lamond. You might have said that you knew the Right Reverend Basil Collins as a buddy.
He would have seen I was boasting, or worse.
A sort of bishop's pawn?
In a way. Now, if the vicar had said the church was haunted by this female party, then I could have gone to the bishop for him. Not that your husband would have let me.
True. Still, you do look smug.
It must be the thought of this general meeting. The village hall is free of bingo, whist drives, conservatives, jumbles, and the rest on Tuesday next. I've said 7:30.
Oh, good. I'll tell him myself. 4 days to prepare.
Tell the vicar to say as little as is fit. There'll be enough coming from the body of the hall, and most of it'll be nonsense.
Well, will people come?
Bound to. I'm making sure some do, including some who knew her well, like his nibs, Guy Hawkhurst.
Maggie said something about an honourable guy. I suppose it wasn't a definition or category.
It was a scalp she wore proudly.
A scalp that's come home to roost. If you see what I mean.
Yeah, I do. So, tell the vicar, 7:30 next Tuesday it'll be.
Righto, Harold.
So there it is. I've put it as briefly as possible because I'm sure you'll have some questions to ask.
Yeah, vicar, I'd like to ask you a question. My name's Bob Masters. I've lived in the village all my life.
Far away, Mr. Masters.
Well, was this ghost thing holy ghost thing?
I'm not sure if I understand you.
Well, a ghost in a church should be a holy ghost, shouldn't it?
I see you're being facetious. Are there any serious questions?
My name's Group Captain Anderson Hay. What you've been telling us is it's a bit steep, you know, a bit sort of hard to swallow. I mean, phantom presence and so on. Somewhat vague, isn't it? I mean, all very unlikely, if you ask me.
Now, are you sure that you and your wife's imaginations didn't go pop? Go over the top?
Yes, I agree. As my wife says, the imagination can go pop.
I can assure you, Group Captain, our imaginations did not go anything. They were not involved.
I don't know how much of a parish council matter this is,
It's a parochial church council matter, actually. And we've been kept entirely in the dark.
I'm sorry to have kept you and the PCC in the dark, Mrs. Willis. Only it did seem rather difficult to know quite what to tell you. And then events moved fast, and the bishop said shut the church, so I had to at once.
But I'm sure the parochial church council would have dealt with the ghost very firmly if they had known.
You all know who I am.
Yeah, you're Frank Freud.
And you're the worse for drink, Sam Knott. PCC did know, Mrs. Willis. I told you myself that Mrs. Nightingale and I thought there were some odd things going on in the church. I told you it was suddenly cold.
Oh, yes, you did mention how cold it was, and the smell of cheap perfume, and the vicar on the floor.
Ooh, wasn't that enough? You should have got hold of Mr. Turner and asked him. Well, you're too much at loggerheads with each other on the parochial to do anything useful.
I object to that aspersion, as I'm sure the other members of the PCC do.
Right, one of them here.
Ladies, gentlemen, please. This is not helping matters forward. Mr. Ponsonby, you were going to ask a question, I believe, as chairman of the parish council.
I was, but I can't remember now what it was. But something Mrs. Willis said just now leads me to ask another question. The smell of cheap perfume, was that part of the haunting in the church?
Mrs. Nightingale will tell you. She smelled it. Mrs. Nightingale!
No, that won't be necessary. All right. Mrs. Nightingale?
I have my deaf aid on so I can hear every word. I found the vicar under a pew looking for woodworm, so he says. The smell wasn't woodworm, though. Cheap perfume. Knights of the Tsar or some such. Woolworths used to sell it years back.
There was a smell of perfume, and I was on the floor because the ghost had pushed me there.
I take it that the ghost wears the perfume?
Yes. Sometimes it seems to.
So we can assume that the ghost is a female ghost?
If it's a bloke, it's one of those.
Yes. Yes, it is the ghost of a girl.
I say, my name's Hawkhurst.
Yes, Lord Hawkhurst?
Harold Thorpe got me along here, and since I'm here, I may as well ask a question. It's this. Does this church haunting business have any connection with the sound of a crash and a female screaming that's been heard near the church for years?
Yes, I believe it does.
Oh, do it? Then an awful lot of other questions occur to me. Yes, perhaps they occur to a few others of us here also. I'll sit down.
Will somebody kindly explain to me what all this is about?
Well, I've lived in this village since I was born, and so has my Charlie. So, can I say what I think, Vicar?
Certainly, Mrs. Key.
Well, Charlie and myself have both heard that bike crashing, and the girl screaming, as my Charlie has seen his dead old dog cocking its leg in the garden against the shed, only there was no liquid.
May I ask where the devil all this is getting us?
No, hang on, Group Captain, hang on. I can tell things, but in my own fashion. Charlie and myself first heard that crash one summer evening in 1938 when we was courting. Long time back. And we went running to the sound of it, and when we got there, took us half a minute at most, the girl had stopped screaming.
And wasn't anywhere to be seen.
Wrong. She were on the verge by the churchyard, moaning and already half dead or more. The chap and his mobag were all over the road and he was concussed. They didn't wear crash hats those days, only a back-to-front cap. We did our best for her. Somebody got on the phone at the vicarage and the ambulance arrived after about 10 minutes, but she was already still. The life gone from her. One thing, though, she had a fight with death to the last. She jerked and rolled and kept grabbing at me. She didn't want to go. Some of us remember who that girl was. Same age as me she was. Charlie and I saw her die. Since then, though, her death haunts that bit of road. We've heard it. So have others. Strangers to the village, even. What? Make what you like about it.
I'm more or less a stranger, seeing that I've only been here 6 months. Dobbs is the name. I live in the close.
He's what's called a young executive.
Thank you.
Granted.
I don't know what to make of any of it. Ghost girl who wears cheap perfume and closes the church and has to be exorcised. Crash that goes on haunting the road. I, quite honestly, don't believe in a word of it. But I will admit that I'm a skeptic in these things. But I do believe in things being investigated. I think that the British Society for Psychical Research ought to be informed of all these events. Let them come here with their equipment and expertise and lay these ghosts for good. Could we have a vote on this, Vicar?
No, I'm sorry. To call in the psychical researchers would be a matter for the church to decide upon.
And the fewer people who know about the business outside this village, the better.
I do think you're being very narrow-minded about it. I mean, if there is a ghost girl, wouldn't it be interesting to find out what sort of girl she is?
We know what sort of girl she is, Mr. Dobbs.
Whatever do you mean, Mr. Thorpe?
Are you on familiar terms with this female spectre?
I don't really like this, Vicar. I mean, what's it all mean? You know who the girl was. I mean, has there been some sort of, well, what do you call it, occult goings on going on in the church?
There's been no such thing going on in our church group, Captain. Mrs. Turner wouldn't have it, I know.
All right, you are, Mrs. Fry.
Vicar, I kicked off with a question about the Holy Ghost.
And the ref showed you the red card straight away, Bob.
Yeah, well, I wasn't being disrespectful. All I was trying to say was were the ghost a nun or somebody holy-like? Because if she was, there's no harm in the vicar or the verger getting to know her. Ask her what her troubles are.
I'm sorry I showed you the red card, Mr. Masters. No, she isn't a nun of any sort, or a church person at all, I'm afraid.
Then is she some poor ghost creature was wandered in by mistake, like?
In a way she is, Mrs. Sam.
I say, Hawkhurst again. It's simple enough, isn't it? Something to do with a crash, right? There was a certain young lady killed in that crash, as Mrs. Kick, who was Gertie Go-Along at the time, has so graphically described.
Oh, well, I did tell you.
Some of us remember who that girl was, I hope. Some of us knew her somewhat better than perhaps we ought. She was 18 when she died. Right?
Too blooming true.
You were a wild lad, Sam Knott, 40 years back. I'm a good deal older, so I can state it without prejudice. Masters there, with his questions about nun ghosts, has forgotten. I'll put a fiver on it until now. What, Bob Masters, eh?
Oh, never doubt. What was her name?
If you went into the church sometimes, Robert, you'd not have forgotten.
Well, this is becoming more and more stupid.
Yes, I do agree. Will somebody kindly explain in simple language?
Oh, she must be celebrated in the church in some way.
She has a virgin crown, Mr. Dodds.
What? Oh, yes, so I've heard. Well, perhaps she's come to see if it's still there, eh?
Probably she has.
If this girl is the one Lord Hawkhurst speaks of as being a bit of a flirt, to put it mildly.
Flirt? She had rampant sexuality, Mr. Ponsonby.
She weren't no virgin, neither.
And yet she has a virgin crown. How come, Vicar?
It did all happen before I was even a twinkle in my father's eye. But
It's
it
a
seems...
long story, Ponsonby, I'll tell you sometime. She was called Margaret Joan Bell, Maggie Bell, right? And she's come back to rub our noses in our old crimes, is that it? If ever she went away. She's always been on that stretch of road, eh, Harold?
I think you've summed it up, Lord Hawkhurst. Quite why she's arrived in the church is anybody's guess.
all that matters now is to get her out, to release her soul from its earthbound imprisonment.
I haven't said much. Left in parenthesis like, but I'd like to say this. Maggie used to scoff at the virgin crowns hanging there in her time. I can understand her coming back. Can't understand why she's waited so long. As she's been there all the time, and the vicar and Mrs. Vicar are the first with eyes to see her. Ironic, that's what it is, that she's got one, a crown. Like giving a devil's minion a halo.
All you say is quite right, Sam Knott.
We should surely have the crown removed, Vicar. She didn't deserve it, and it shouldn't be there. The parochial church council must take action.
There are no rules, Mrs. Willis, but the bishop is, however, prepared to make a ruling.
Oh, come, Vicar. Surely the PCC have the power.
Don't think the parochial have that sort of power, Mrs. Didn't get your name. Bishop Collins knows as well as I do that the custom goes back into what are called the mists of time. And you can bet on it that more than one virgin who got her crown got it when nobody was looking or saying. It's up to us, isn't it, Vicar? Yeah. I'll sit down.
I rather think, Lord Hawkhurst, that the bishop was leaving matters to me and the parish in the first instance.
Padre, may I ask, what did the bishop say in so many words?
He said something would probably come out of a general meeting, not that he had any idea what, and that he was speaking more as a soothsayer than a bishop.
Good for Collins. Used to be curate here, 1937. So he may have heard of our Miss Bell. Hope that was all.
It's time we made a decision, Vicar. We've talked enough, I'm sure.
I agree, Mrs. Fry. I believe that a small... Yes, Mrs. Nightingale?
We should make a decision about the crown.
Yes, we have, dear. That's what we're doing now.
To continue, I believe that a small group of us, the verger, Mrs. Willis, Mrs. Fry, myself, should remove the offending crown and the commemorating plaque. Does the meeting agree?
Yeah. When they've been removed, what you got to do with them, Vicar?
I haven't thought that far yet.
Put the crown on our grave to rot away.
Good idea, Gertie. It's not my business to interfere in church matters, but don't you reckon, Vicar, that a ceremony, something straightforward, wouldn't be out of order? At her grave or somewhere. I can't think where else.
I think it would be very much in order, Lord Hawkhurst.
May I make a suggestion?
I think we can let Mrs. Turner make a suggestion. She has, after all, been as quiet as a church mouse up until now.
Thank you. Well, Maggie Bell died on the 16th of July. That's this coming Saturday. In the evening around 8:30. Well, I've read the inquest reports. So, wouldn't it be a good idea if we held a ceremony at that time on Saturday upon the actual spot where she died? Or is it too ghoulish?
I think it's pretty ghoulish, I must say. And why all the mumbo-jumbo?
What do you make, Dobbs, for a living?
Make? My firm makes typewriters and copiers, telex machines.
Oh, good for them. But you wouldn't sell a one without the sales mumbo-jumbo, would you? Right, Vicar. Those of us who knew her, in the biblical sense, will be there. Yes, perhaps our ghost will see us as we are now and decide she's best out of this world.
Thank you. We all agree?
No, I don't.
Well, I will have some sort of mumbo-jumbo ready for the occasion.
There's the ladder in place, Vicar. Straight below Margaret Joan Bell's virgin crown. There. Have you got a head for heights?
Yeah, well, it's not the height I'm worried about, Harold.
Ah, no.
No, of course, it's not the height, Vicar.
No. What does the parochial church council think of it, Mrs. Willis?
Think of what? I mean, we've decided to take it down.
Who should go up the ladder to take it down, the vicar or the verger?
Well, I really don't... I mean, do I have to take a decision for the PCC? Oh, the PCC.
Well, think of it as an opinion, Mrs. Willis.
Yes. Well, one would expect the verger to fetch and carry.
Yeah. Of course it's your job, Harold.
I'm not as young as I used to be, Mrs. Turner.
Oh, stuff and nonsense. I've seen you going up that ladder like a 2-year-old. Yes, Mr. Thorpe, you'll go up the ladder to dust the crowns and clean the nameplates all the time.
So, Verger, up you go again. Anyway, it'll obviously be safer for you up there than it would be for me.
Ah, well, there you're right. Yeah. I'll take my courage in both hands.
I can't see why. And why safer?
Well, Maggie is quite likely to attack my poor husband, Mrs. Willis. And at the top of a ladder, that could be tricky.
So you see, she could attack me, too.
Oh, you're taking it seriously. I mean, you are, really.
Best to do so I need courage. The bishop will probably give me a medal. You put your foot on the second run, Vicar. They got a nice sway to them with these ladders, this particular type.
Turning cold in here.
I've noticed.
Are you going to say a prayer or a few words, Vicar, when I take it down?
Yeah, only for your safety and return, Harold.
Oh, you can start now. Here we are. Now, it ought to come off the hook easy. Right. Ah, it doesn't.
Hello? Bitch. Bloody bitch.
I beg your pardon, Emma. Who's that?
Hush! You stay where you are, Maggie.
Stay where you are. You had such a lovely thingy.
Where is she? I mean...
Who's she referring to, I wonder? Ah, I see what it is. The wire's a bit bent. Hold hard. Hold hard, Vicar. Got it.
Pinch, punch, pinch.
Oh, somebody pinched me on the... You know what?
Bum, bum, bum.
Come back, Mrs. Willis. Come here, Mrs. Willis, please. Now, stay away, Maggie. You're coming down, Harold, all right?
I just waiting to see if she'd move in on me. Oh, this crown is as fragile as a moth's wing.
Down, down, bitch, chow, bitch, go, go.
There's somebody here she doesn't like.
And I'm beginning to dislike her, or what's left of her, and that isn't Christian or sensible.
I actually felt a pinch.
Thank you, Harold. Now, Maggie, we have your crown, and we're going to take it to the spot where you died. There, we shall say prayers over it, and then you will leave us.
Hello? Cold. Cold. Hello? Go. Go.
Come, ladies. Harold, shut the church, please, after we join the procession.
I will, Vicar. Shut her in, or shut her out.
Ah, Harold. I don't know if I like the choice of psalm.
Good evening, my Lord Bishop. I don't know if I like seeing a bishop lurking among the tombstones.
Young Turner has to do the trick himself. They're going down to the road, I take it.
To the place where she died, with her crown.
Did the taking it down go smoothly?
Oh, it depends what you mean by smoothly. The young lady was certainly in evidence. Mrs. Willis was pinched on the bottom.
Oh, dear. You'll notice I'm not in my clericals.
Oh, it's a very bishop-prick tweed. You should have a beard with it.
I know Guy Hawkhurst, but who are the chaps flanking him?
Sam Knott and Bob Masters. They shared her favours.
Ah, it's a good turnout. Must be 20 or more. Who's the fat old dame at the back?
Mrs. Kick. Used to be Gertie Go-Along.
Oh, Charlie Kick never rubbed two words together.
He still doesn't. Ah, they got to the road. Let's hope there's not much traffic.
There's no traffic. But look at that. Coming up the road.
Oh, it's Dobbs and some friends. Newcomers in new houses.
I thought he didn't believe in the ghost.
We haven't had a village demonstration since 1871, when they stoned the bishop.
It could always happen. What will young Turner do, I wonder?
This is the spot. Pam, will you put her crown on the ground, please? Shall we form a half circle?
Why, Mr. Dalton is singing a different tune.
I wish I knew, Mrs. Nightingale. Best ignore them, I think.
I say, it looks just like the Sweeney.
Oh, it's nice PC Black and his little panda.
Quiet, everybody. We represent the rights of ghosts to be left alone.
Got their word for it, have you?
You clear off, or I'll bash you over the heads with your bloody banners.
Now then, what's going on here?
Good Lord, he's actually said it.
Good evening, Mr. Black. I'm conducting a short service of remembrance on this spot.
Bit unusual, but I can't see why you shouldn't. And you lot?
Well, Constable, we're rather opposed to this so-called service.
What's that placard say? Hold it up, lad. The Society for the Preservation of English Ghosts. Now, are you having me on?
Preserve any old thing these days, they will.
No, we are perfectly serious, Constable. If a ghost exists here, then we believe it has the right to exist here without being harassed by the clergy.
Quite right. Are you attempting to harass a ghost, Vicar?
Oh, if you consider holding a service of remembrance for a ghost harassment, well, then I'm guilty of doing so, yes.
I've not seen or heard any of this. If I wrote this down in my notebook, the inspector would see to it that I don't go out alone in my nice little car in future. Or else put you lot under observation in the nearest loony bin.
I know it must sound odd, but
Coming up to 8:30, Vicar. Oh, yes. I say, Constable, I'm Lord Hawkhurst. I don't think we've met.
No, I don't go to the House of Lords much these days.
Nor do I. But we must get on, don't you see? The crash is due at any moment, and then our ghost girl may turn up and all that.
Oh, yeah. It's all perfectly clear. The village has gone round the twist. Nothing I can do. You lot with the banners there, you'll stand over there and don't disturb the peace.
All right. Line up, everybody, line up. And think the ghost to stay. Think it.
Yeah, you do that. And you, Vicar, I'd be grateful if you'd get on with the service and then clear off out of it.
Thank you, Mr. Black. Let us pray.
I'm just going to be an impartial observer.
Right. Almighty and everlasting Father,
He's not all that bright, is P.C. Black, which under the circumstances is a godsend.
The poor chap. It looks an interesting ceremony. He's written his own prayers, so I
gather
hear.
her up, O God, so that she no longer wanders this place, her limbo in torment and anguish for her dead body and her completed life. Amen.
Motorbike. That's it.
Now stay where you are. There's a bike coming and it's too fast. Now move back there.
It's our motorbike, Mr. Black. What can you see, Mr. Dobbs?
I can't see a damn thing.
Say, do my eyes just... By the crown, it's left the girl behind.
Yes. She's materialized very clearly.
Like she was. Like she was.
That's... No. Can't be.
It is, Mr. Dobbs. Maggie Bell.
Hello, Maggie.
Hello? Tim?
Maggie, the crash has happened for the last time. Now you must go also.
Last time? Last time?
I say, Maggie, have a look at us. You won't know us, though once you did. Sam Knott, this one. Bob Masters, this, and I'm Guy Hawkhurst. Say hello, lads.
Hello, Maggie.
Maggie.
Guy the First. Sam. Bob. I can't. Nobody. Tim.
You can't have Tim, Maggie. Can't. Look by your feet. We've taken your virgin crown out of the church. There it is.
Bloody virgin. Dead. Dead. Last time. Gone.
Go, Maggie. Go. I beseech you. Maggie, leave us. Join in, everyone. Leave us, Maggie. Leave us. Release her soul from limbo, O Lord God. Take her soul from this place. Your time is past, Maggie. Long, long past. Go to eternal time, Maggie. To peace. To the only truth.
No more. No more burning. Who knows? Who knows?
I got bad luck.
Who knows? She seems to have gone.
It was rather beautiful, you know. Like a cobweb or such like, moving away in the wind. She's gone for good, I'd say. Well done, Vicar.
Oh, come in, my Lord Bishop. And you, Harold Thorpe.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs.
My husband's in the sitting room with Lord Hawkhurst, who had a bottle of malt whisky concealed on his person. We're hoping that it'll restore Tim's power of speech.
I hope he didn't see me among the tombstones, Mrs. Turner.
Oh, on the way back, he said, "Who's that chap with Harold?" But then he recognised you, mufti or not, and said not another word. Well, do come in. And you, Harold.
Thank you. It wasn't of my doing.
Hello, Collins. Thought I saw you earlier reading the epitaph.
I was meant to be unseen, Hawkhurst.
What, in that suit? Get some more glasses, young Pamela. She's a lovely girl, isn't she?
Thank you. Glasses.
Have a spot of the malt, Collins. And you, Harold.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Glasses for the use of.
That went very well.
Thank you.
Oh, dear. That poor boy's vocal cords have dried up. Lubrication is necessary.
Curiosity got the better of me, Turner. Yours was a very remarkable show of strength, of faith. My blessing upon you. In malt whisky, but nonetheless a blessing.
No, thank you, my lord. I'm exhausted.
Nobody expects you to talk, darling. Drink your scotch and keep quiet.
Your health, all. Our young lady materialized quite beautifully, I thought.
It was as if she had to do something special for her last appearance, you know. It's the way these things are done, is it, Collins?
It often seems so, Hawkhurst. There's a strongly dramatic quality in a lot of haunting. I've no idea why. Although the devil and all his works are, of course, also strong drama.
It reminded me of the Lyceum in the 20s. Pure melodrama. Sort of thing called The Lost Soul or some such, you know.
I feel as though I've played an immensely long stage part. Hamlet had worries. She said, who knows?
That was a bit rum.
Perhaps she didn't know and was wondering.
Did you see Dobbs? He looked almost angry.
People react in various ways. Some faint, some take to their heels, some are rooted to the spot, and some don't seem to notice.
Well, they all noticed except for Mrs. Nightingale, and she seemed quite oblivious. I suppose because she couldn't hear.
It's a shame she didn't suffer shock and have her hearing restored.
Oh, my dear Harold, a ghost is one thing, a miracle quite another.
But they're both a matter of what you're prepared to believe in, eh?
Well, this time next week, Dobbs will have rationalised the whole thing in some way.
You'll probably accuse me of arranging the thing from a box of tricks.
And we won't get P.C. Black to come into the village unless we have a murder in future.
Oh, this whiskey's doing me a pile of good. I know, I'm still sceptical of the paranormal or supernatural. I mean, are we all the victims of a vast trick played by the collective imagination, or is it more things than we can dream of in our philosophy? I mean, who knows? Who knows?
That was The Girl Who Didn't Want to Be by Frederick Bradnam, in which Angela Pleasance played Maggie Bell, Simon Cadell, Tim Turner, Joanna David, Pam Turner, and Christopher Benjamin, Harold Thorpe. Richard Herndel was Lord Hawkhurst, and Philip Voss, the Bishop. The ladies of the village were played by Margot Boyd, Pauline Letts, Susan Richards, Gladys Spencer, Brenda Kay, and Janet Burnell, and the men by Eric Allen, Manning Wilson, Henry Knowles, Kenneth Shanley, John Gabriel, and Peter Wickham. The policeman was Bill Monks. Technical presentation by Jock Farrell, assisted by David Hitchinson. The director was Jane Morgan.
Hello, Yukon 28209. Yes, this is Candy Metzen.
I do declare, Candy, this is a madder dash than the one made by Paul Revere. Look out for that man.
I see him, Rembrandt.
I know it, you know it, but does he? What's the reason for this wild scramble, girl?
I started to explain, Ducky. Look at that car up ahead about a block.
Yes, it's a police car.
That's right. And do you know who's driving? Lieutenant Ray Mellor, that's who. Whom?
So Mallard's driving. There's no reason to get yourself such a snit. I imagine the lad's driven before.
I'm not worried about the mechanical aspects of placing a car in motion and guiding it to a predetermined terminal. It's the reason behind it that bothers me.
Said reason being what?
I don't know what the reason is, and that's the rub. For days, Mallard's been avoiding me like the plague. I call him on the phone, all I get are muffled sentences. Nothing makes sense. Last night I waited in front of the Hall of Justice and followed him when he left.
And where did he lead you, dear? Into a pool room or some such thing?
No, pool room I wouldn't have minded. I shoot a pretty good stick of snooker, you know.
That's beside the point, Candy. Come now, concentrate. Where did Mallard lead you?
To a small hotel on Ellis Street. He met a man in the lobby who was wearing dark glasses. They huddled in a corner and talked for a while. Then Mallard left. I didn't duck back fast enough, and Mallard saw me. Oh, brother, what a bawling out I got.
How strange.
With that, he got in his car and drove away like frantic.
That certainly doesn't sound like Mallard.
I called to apologize this morning. He wouldn't even talk to me. And now this. He never drives a squad car unless it's absolutely necessary.
Now you've got me curious. Something must be up.
You're darn tootin', and I want in on it.
Yes. Who does Mallard think he is, keeping things from us like this?
Oh, he's stopping. I'd better hold it up right here.
He's getting out, Candy?
So I see. Look, he's waving up at the middle flat. Do you see anyone in the window up there, Ducky?
Yes, a man. I can't quite make out his features, though.
Yes, he's waving back.
What's Mallard doing now?
Going up the stairs and in. do you like that?
Rather delicious, isn't it? Oh, I squirm with intrigue.
Well, I squirm, too. Come on, Rembrandt, squirm out of the car. This is one time I don't mind doing a shadow job strictly for free.
From San Francisco, the National Broadcasting Company presents another yarn in the adventures of that attractive private eye, Candy Matson, Yukon 28209.
I knew there was something wrong 3 days before. Whenever I walk into Mallard's office in the Hall of Justice, where he lieutenants for the San Francisco homicide, and all I get out of the big guy is an ugh, something's foul in Dixie. You can play that in any key you like. And the ughs kept up, mentally and verbally. Add that situation with Mallard's mysterious friend in the dark glasses, and you've got something. Especially when Lieutenant Boy stops off at an old flat, waves to a gent, the gent waves back, and Mallard goes inside. Now we're all tidy and up to date. We waited for about 20 minutes outside by my car. 2 or 3 other people came and went. Finally, Mallard came out carrying a very small box in his hands. He put it inside his coat pocket. The bulge wouldn't show any more than usual. That's where he keeps his police gun. Then he got in his car and drove off. Rembrandt and I immediately went to work. Object? A social call on our unknown friend in the second-floor window.
I must say, Candy, this is most mystifying.
That it is, Ducky. In all the years I've known Mallard, I've never seen him act like this before.
What are we up to now, Doll?
We're going to take a look at the guy Mallard went to see. Find out what he looks like. What sort of a racket he's in.
And supposing Mallard hears about it, won't you be even further into the doghouse?
Indubitably, faithful old friend. But that's the chance I'll have to take. Here we are. Little flat. This must be one of those babies built before the fire and the quake.
Yes, all 1906 conveniences, including a door knocker.
Well, give it a blast, Ducky.
And as you say, this sort of place gives me a galloping case of depressions.
Yeah, I know what you mean. All the ghosts of the past half-century. Try it again, Rembrandt.
Any harder, and the building will slide off its foundations.
What is this? You could have heard that last knock out of the Farallones.
Maybe he didn't hear you.
Anyone in the neighborhood would have heard that knock. I'm going to try the door. Voila. Except that it only moves about 2 inches.
Shove on it, dear.
My thoughts exactly. It gives a little. Help me, Rembrandt.
Very well.
Hey, look. Under the door. That's blood.
I wouldn't call it ketchup.
Come on. Once again and harder.
Oh, my word.
That's the polite term. This guy's as dead as they come. And look.
What, dear?
This is the Joe Mallard was talking to in the hotel lobby, even to the dark glasses.
I wonder what Mallard will say about this.
I was wondering the same thing. Come on, Rembrandt. I don't think I feel very well. That was an understatement. I felt worse than that. But I had to follow through now. Our next step took us down to the Hall of Justice for a little visit with Mallard. He was in. Just beat us back by about 10 minutes. He was still wearing the same scowl he had on the last time I'd spoken to him. You still mad at me, Mallard?
No, I'm mad at myself.
Did you stub your toe somewhere along the line, Minion? Is that it?
No, but I'm about to.
What do you mean by that, Footflat?
You'll find out. And it's all your fault, too.
You mean about last night, my following you?
No, that was a dirty trick, but I forgive you. It isn't that.
Then what is it?
Yes, for goodness sake, stop sounding like a threepenny thrill book.
I'll say what I have to say in my own good time, and nobody can force me to do otherwise.
I've got news for you, Junior. The police can make you talk.
The police? What kind of triple talk is this?
We followed you out to that flat just now. We saw everything.
What? Of all the underhanded... So, you know.
Yes, but why did you do it, Mallard?
Because I'm a fool. Just a plain fool, and I ought to have my head examined.
Also, the poor fellow you left out there. He needs his head examined, too.
He sure does. It's got a hole in it about the size a .45 slug would make.
Wait a minute. What are you talking about?
Don't you know?
I thought I did. Now I don't think so. Now, come on, quick. What's this hole in the head routine?
He's serious, Candy.
I really think he is.
Darn right I'm serious. Come on, spill.
Okay. I'll tell it to you like you don't know. We followed you out there. You wave up to the second story. Man looks out the window and waves back.
Check.
You go inside. We wait 20 minutes further away. You come out with a small object in your hands. You put said object in the inside coat pocket.
Good report. Most efficient.
You drive off. We go up to pay a visit. The host wasn't willing. He'd been shot to death.
What? Oh, brother. And you thought I'd done it?
Well... Well, really, Mallard, I don't see anything to laugh about.
That's because you're not sitting where I am. Oh, Sister Susie, did you get your clues all fouled up? Let's get out of here. We got work to do.
My mental reflexes climbed on a merry-go-round and whirled gaily for several moments. I was really confused. I didn't have time to do much about it because Mallard whisked us back to the flat. An hour later, the joint had been carefully gone over, photographed, and the body of the poor guy removed to the coroner's office for an autopsy report. It didn't take long to find out that I was right. It had been a .45 that did the dirty work. Rembrandt had to leave, so I went back with Mallard to his office.
Still think I had something to do with this thing, Cupcake?
Oh, in my heart of hearts, no. But of course not. But, jeepers, look at the facts, Mallard. You come out, we go up. The guy's stiff as a starched shirt. What would you think?
The same thing you thought.
The time element is what gets me. Not more than 3 minutes had elapsed between the time you left and the time we got up there.
I know. I can account for that, I think. But I'm not going to. As a matter of fact, there are several things I could account for, but I'm not going to.
Now who's doing the triple talk?
I am, deliberately. I'm going to tell you something, Candy. Listen carefully. You're a cute little old snoop. You've snooped your way into the middle of this thing, and I'm going to toss it right into your lap and let you snoop your way out. And when you come up with the right answers, you're going to get the shock of your life.
I am, he.
I think so. At least it was quite a shock to me.
You mean you've got the solution to this deal already?
Part of it.
You're a much smarter foot-flat than I thought you were.
I don't know who killed the guy, if that's what you mean.
I take it back, then. And now you've really got me all topsy-turvy.
Oh, this is working out even better than I thought it would. Okay, Tootsie, you've got the ball. It's all yours. Take it from here.
You mean you actually want me to help you on this deal?
Sure. Who knows? You might come up with something. Now beat it, will you? I gotta find me a killer.
I was so puzzled by then that I wanted to rap the guy over his head. I fought off the impulse and left. If he gave me carte blanche on the killing, I was going to take advantage of it, if for no other reason than to prove I was right and Mallard wasn't the joker who did it. There's only one place to start, back at the flat where the guy had been done in. The cops had gone, so I did some question work. The landlady lived in the flat below. No, she didn't know the man. A gal named Jennifer Shirley had leased the middle flat for the past 5 years. I swung a deal with the landlady, got the key to same, not the landlady, the flat, and moved in. I had a good night's sleep and waited all the next day. Nothing. The odd thing about the deal was the fact that the cops hadn't been back. They usually return for a double check. So the next night I hit the sack again. About midnight, my dreams of a vine-covered cottage in the country with Mallard were rudely shattered by a sound. The sound of a key in the lock of the door. Oh, sorry I frightened you, Jennifer. Take it easy. Everything will be okay.
Who are you?
Oh, I'm coming to that. Excuse me. You are Jennifer Shirley, aren't you?
That's right.
Excuse my nightie. If I'd have known you was coming, I'd have gone formal.
Just what is all this? And what are you doing in my flat?
Where have you been, Jennifer?
Seattle? Why?
Didn't you read the papers up that way?
I was too busy.
Know a man named Everett Stone?
Of course I do. He's a very good friend of mine. He was up from Los Angeles on business, and I let him use my flat. And now you're here. I don't understand this at all.
Look over there, at your front door. Everett Stone was shot to death right on that spot.
Everett? Dead? I can't believe it.
I'm sorry, it's true. You can prove you were in Seattle, Jennifer.
Yes. Here. My plane ticket receipt and the stubs on my luggage. I just got in at the airport less than an hour ago.
Just for the record, where did you stay in Seattle?
At the Olympic Hotel.
We can prove that, too, can we?
Of course. Now, wait just a moment. The shock of all this slowed me down for a second or two.
Just who are you, and what are you doing here?
Simmer down, Jennifer. My name's Matson, Candy Matson. I'm a private investigator.
Oh, yes, I've heard of you.
I'm trying to find out who knocked off your friend's stone. You got any ideas?
Several.
So have I. One being this. Does everyone around here wear dark glasses? You've got a pair on, too. Same kind Everett Stone was wearing.
Here, have a cigarette.
Thanks. Got something you want to tell, Jennifer?
Yes, I do. The dark glasses are standard equipment for the type of work we're in.
And what would that be?
We're gem dealers, precious stones. Whenever we have a valuable piece of property in our possession, we're required by bond to wear these dark glasses.
A disguise, so to speak?
That's right. When Everett arrived from Los Angeles, he had with him the Cape Hatteras diamond. You've heard of it?
Who hasn't? Worth about $500,000.
That's right. He was on his way to Seattle to show it to a prospective buyer. The first night here, Everett appeared on a television show to display the diamond. And as he left, he knew he was being followed. He called me and asked me if we could make a switch. Wanted to know if I'd take the diamond on up to Seattle and try to make the sale.
And he'd stay here, is that right?
Right.
It was a good switch, except that Everett got himself knocked off for his trouble. Have you got the diamond with you?
Right here, in my purse. Look.
What a little beauty. And not so little at that.
No.
Oh, it's the most gorgeous thing I've ever seen. And you just carry it around in your purse like that?
Certainly. Who'd think to look in a woman's purse?
You've got a point. Lipstick, mascara, streetcar tokens, loose change, but not a $500,000 rock. Did Everett say what the man looked like, Jennifer, the one who was following?
Yes. He wrote a complete description for me.
Have you got it?
Also in my purse. Here.
Yikes.
Miss Matson, you're white as a sheet. What's wrong?
Plenty's wrong. This describes a certain Lieutenant Ray Mallard to a T.
From San Francisco, you are listening to a National Broadcasting Company presentation, Candy Matson, Yukon 28209.
I slipped out of my nightie, slipped into my street clothes, slipped Jennifer a wetfish handshake, slipped out the door, slipped into my car, and slipped home to my penthouse on Telegraph Hill, and from there I kept right on slipping. That description was Mallard's beyond all doubt. What made it worse was the fact that Rembrandt and I had seen Mallard coming out of the flat with a small package that could have been a jewel box. I didn't sleep much that night, and that's for sure. In the morning, I put myself together as best I could and once again made the dismal journey down to the Hall of Justice and into Mallard's office.
How you doing, Cupcake?
Not too well. I have some rather unpleasant news.
Such as like what?
Mallard Everett Stone was a gem broker.
Good for you. You've got clue number 1.
You knew that?
Don't be ridiculous, Candy. That came out of McGuffey's reader.
Number 2. He had the Cape Hatteras diamond with him when he arrived from Los Angeles.
Atta girl, you're getting warm.
He switched the rock to a gal named Jennifer Shirley. She took the diamond on up to Seattle because Everett thought he was being tailed.
Hey, you're getting better and better. What's next?
You mean none of this is news to you?
Old hat so far.
Well, maybe this won't be old hat. Everett wrote a description of the guy he thought was following him. He gave it to Jennifer. It's you right on the nose, Mallard boy.
What?
It's you, including the little mole you have behind your right ear. You don't look so good, Mallard, dear. Don't you think you ought to tell me what it's all about?
Maybe I'd better. I can't for the life of me figure out. Wait a minute. Sure. Of course. You had me worried there for a minute, Cupcake.
Doggone, what is this, Mallard? I'm getting mad.
You'll find out.
Oh, I'll find out. But when will I find out?
Ooh, Saved by the Bell. Excuse me a minute, Detective Matson.
Oh, sure.
Lieutenant Mallard, homicide.
Lieutenant, this is Sergeant O'Flaherty down on radio. We just got a report from Prowl Car 36.
Yeah, O'Flaherty.
There's been a dame killed out in that same flat, name of Jennifer Shirley.
It was then I knew that Mallard was really in the clear. The phone dropped out of his hands, and he looked as if he'd been slugged with a belaying pin. Mallard had work to do, so I left. Only this time I didn't go back to the flat. I have, tenderloin connections. So, putting two and two together, I started making the rounds down around Turk Street. Turk, Ellis, Eddie, the whole section where the Easy Street boys hang out. I came up with nothing. Nothing until I stumbled into a little bar near Eddy Street on Leavenworth. I came face to face with an old acquaintance of mine. Name of, Montgomery the Mole.
Well, for crying in my beer and making it salty. Look what the height I just washed in. Hiya, Candy.
Hiya, Montgomery.
I ain't seen you since the night you caught up with me former pal, Willie Cloud.
Oh, I'm sorry I had to do that, Montgomery.
Oh, I ain't. Hanging'd be too good for that crump bum. A little second-story work ain't too far out of line. I can even swallow a well-executed stick-up. But when it comes to kidnapping and murder, us honest characters draw the line.
That's why I'm here, Montgomery.
Yeah?
There have been 2 killings in the last 4 days.
The grapevine must be slipping. I don't hear nothing about no rump-outs.
They've been kept quiet for a reason. Just what the reason is, I don't know. Have you heard about any of out-of-town icemen dropping in the last few days?
Nah, not a one.
Now, look, here's a 20, Montgomery. That's all I've got. I'll send you 20 more first thing in the morning. Is your memory improving?
Ooh, just like I never lost it.
Well, is there a jewel boy in town?
Look right ahead of you up at the bar.
Yeah?
That's him. If he ain't a hot ice juggler, my name ain't Montgomery. Got in just about 4 days ago. Calls himself Finch.
Oh, Montgomery, I loves you. I'm moving over there. Do me a favor. Tip the bartender off. Tell him to keep my drinks well watered. It didn't take long. A guy from out of town gets lonesome. I was sitting at the bar no more than 3 minutes, and we were old friends. He kept the drinks coming, and by closing time, he really had a snoot full. He offered to drive me home, and, naturally, I accepted. We got out on the sidewalk, and suddenly he darted back into the tavern. When he returned, he was carrying something in a paper bag. We found his car and climbed in. Don't you think you ought to let me drive, Mr. Finch?
No.
Quite a few.
I can handle this little old car. I'm sort of stranger here. You'll have to tell me which way to go.
Oh, sure. You go straight up Leavenworth here, and then you turn right on Bush. I'll direct you after that.
Okie doke.
Oh, you sing real pretty. When did you say you got into town, Mr. Finch?
About 4 days ago. Let's see. Yeah, that's right.
What sort of business are you in?
Business? I'm in no business. Retired, sort of.
Oh.
Got lots of money. Get lots more, too. Hey, look out for that bag.
Oh, I'm sorry. How clumsy of me. Why, it's a purse. Why, Mr. Finch.
Put it back. It's a present for my sister in Riverside.
Oh, how thoughtful. Turn left on Kearny Street, will you?
Sure.
Then when you get to Washington, turn right 1 block to Montgomery Street. It's right on the corner. Would you care to come up for a nightcap, Mr. Finch?
Hey, now, that sounds like a very good idea. Sure. Nightcap.
Yeah. The corner of Washington and Montgomery is just half a block from Mallard's office in the Hall of Justice. With any luck, I could do a bloodless turnover to Lieutenant Boy. I reached down by my side, got my .32 out of my purse, and held it under my coat. We arrived at our destination, and Finch helped me get out of the car. There was only one pale light to illuminate the street, which was just what I wanted.
There you are.
You go ahead a little way, Mr. Finch. There seems to be something wrong with one of my heels.
Oh, sure.
Don't turn around, Mr. Finch. Not if you value your life. This is a gun I've got stuck in your back, and believe me, I know how to use it.
Say, what goes on here? I'm almost broke, if that's what you're
This
after.
isn't a stick-up. See that door up the street in that big building? Just keep walking right on into that door. He started walking, and I hung back a few paces. I didn't want to lose this baby. He was too good. Because that purse he had in the paper bag was the one owned by Jennifer Shirley. I'd never be able to forget that purse. It contained the Cape Hatteras diamond. I marched him into Mallard's office, and Mallard was in. I gave him the full scoop, and in less than half an hour, we had one sad Finch behind locked bars with the promise of a full written confession of 2 killings and 1 diamond theft. I had never seen anything fall into place so easily. A few minutes after we returned to Mallard's office from putting Finch into his ungilded cage, there was a knock on Mallard's door.
Come in.
Is I Gumshoe? What on earth did you call me for at this hour of the night or morning?
Yeah, come on in, Rembrandt. This ought to be fun.
Oh, you too?
Yeah.
Why aren't you home getting your beauty rest?
Oh, we just wound up a couple of killings, dear. Those of Everett Stone's and Jennifer Shirley's.
Well, bully for you.
And I had nothing to do with it. Candy did it all. I left her strictly alone, and she came through like a trooper. There's only one little thing she's overlooked. When she comes up with that, she'll have solved her best and last case.
Last case? What are you talking about, Mallard?
Captain Mallard, this is Riley on the top deck.
Captain? What is this?
Yeah, Riley.
We got this Finch joker all booked and fingerprinted. He's in the Lysol dip now, then we'll tuck him into Betty Bye for the night.
Good.
We're changing shifts now. Anything else you want from me?
No, Riley, you can knock off.
Fine, Captain. Oh, and all the boys up here send down congratulations.
Oh, thanks, Riley. See you tomorrow.
You? A captain, Mallard?
Well, that's right.
Well, by Jove, I think that's splendid. Congratulations, minion.
Well, thanks, Rembrandt.
Oh, I'm getting dizzy again. He's a captain. And what's this stuff about my best and last case? Give out here, Mallard boy.
Doggone it, you're missing the most important clue in this whole case. Now, let's review it.
Go ahead, girl. I'm bursting me buttons.
Okay. I first get suspicious when you turn grumpy on me, Mallard.
That's when I was wrestling with myself over a decision.
That's right. Then you meet the Stone guy in a small hotel on Ellis Street.
Well, we had business. That's where he wanted to meet me.
Then you go out to those flats. You wave, he waves, you go in. When you come out, you're carrying something. We go up, Stone is dead. Later, I meet Jennifer Shirley. She shows me the Cape Hatteras diamond. But she also shows me something else. A description written by Stone, a description fitting you exactly.
Here. Look what was in Jennifer's purse, along with the diamond.
What?
Another description. One that fits Finch. Everett Stone accidentally gave Jennifer the wrong slip of paper, the one that described me.
Oh, for Pete's sake. That sure had me worried, Mallard, dear.
Isn't there something else that worries you, Cupcake?
Yes, there is, darn it, but I can't put my finger on... Wait a minute. That's it. The package. The one you carried down the stairs from that flat.
At last, you finally did it, Candy. Here it is, right here. Open it, see for yourself.
Okay. Mallard, it's beautiful. What a lovely ring. Did you steal this from Everett Stone?
Sure did. The price he gave me made it a first-class deal. Why don't you try it on?
Ooh, I'd love to.
Oh, I don't think you're putting it on the right finger, Candy.
Which finger do you mean, Mallard?
Third finger, left hand.
Oh, you don't mean that... Mallard, tell me.
I want you to be my wife, Candy, dear.
Oh, say it again, will you, Mallard, dear? This is only another one of those fool dreams of mine, I'm sure.
It's not a dream, Cupcake. I mean it. More than I've ever meant anything in my life. Will you marry me, Candy?
You big idiot. You don't need the answer to that.
I wasn't asking you.
Oh, yes, I'll marry you. Captain, dear. Forever and ever.
Do you see now what I meant about this being your best and last case?
Oh, yes, but you're wrong. I have another and a bigger case coming up.
What's that, you little monkey?
Just trying to be an awfully good wife to you.
My word, I was wondering.
What, Rembrandt?
When you're married, how shall I address you?
Oh, that's easy. Just Mrs. Captain Mallard. Well, I won't even have to change my initials.
For excitement and adventure and romance, just dial...
Mallard. Mrs. Captain Ray. Yukon 282. Oh, that won't be my phone number. Oh, gee, I'm so confused. I don't know what I'm saying.
Heard on the program were Jerry Walter as Montgomery the Mole, John Grover as Finch, and Helen Klebe as Jennifer Shirley. Jack Thomas is Rembrandt Watson, and Henry Leff is Captain Ray Mallard. The program stars Natalie Masters as Candy and is written and directed by Monty Masters. Sound effects are created by Bill Brownell, and Eloise Rowan is heard at the organ. Our engineer was Phil Ryder. The characters in the story were entirely fictitious. Any resemblance to actual people or names is purely coincidental. The program came to you from San Francisco, and this is Bud Heide speaking. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
This is ChestertonRadio.com.
International Silver Company presents The Silver Theater, starring James Stewart and Jane Bryan in Misty Mountain, directed by Conrad Nagel. Brought to you on behalf of two of the greatest names in silverware, International Sterling, world-famous solid silver, and 1847 Rogers Brothers, America's finest silver plate. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is Conrad Nagel welcoming you to the 17th of the new series of Silver Theater dramatic productions. Among the many brilliant stars to be presented in future weeks are Loretta Young, Andrea Leeds, John Garfield, Lee Tracy, Shirley Ross, and others. Today and next Sunday, we're proud to present Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's talented James Stewart and the gifted young Warner Brothers actress Jane Bryan in Misty Mountain, an original drama by Grover Jones and True Boardman. And now the lights are being dimmed and the silver curtain is rising on the first act of Misty Mountain, starring James Stewart as Rusty Lane and Jane Bryan as Mary Lou Masters.
Standard Airways, Flight 9, Albuquerque to Los Angeles, leaving from gate number 2. All passengers aboard, please. Flight 9 now leaving.
Did you make any changes in the flight plan, Rusty?
Just
one. We go over Rex City at 8,000 instead of 10,000. That way we ought to miss that headwind. Passenger all aboard? Come on, let's go. Right?
Oh, young man, are you the pilot of this plane?
Yes, ma'am. You go ahead, Elmer, and get this started. Right?
Well, you see, this is my first trip by plane, Captain, and, it won't be too bumpy, will it?
Oh, well, I don't think so, ma'am. The weather looks very good, and if I see any bumps up in the sky there, I'll just fly around it. Well, I hope you enjoy the trip, madam.
Thank you. All passengers fasten safety belts.
All set, Elmer?
All set.
Good. Lane in Standard Flight 9 calling the tower. We are ready to taxi for takeoff.
Towers are Lane and Flight 9. Go ahead. Taxi to north runway. Take off northeast to southwest. Wind is southwest 12.
Okay. Did you test the radio, Elmer, both day and night frequencies? Yeah. You know, you should have been with me today. You know where I went? I went out to an Indian reservation.
Indian reservation?
Yeah.
And for what? Honest, you're the get-aroundinest guy. Did you ever take an hour off and just do nothing? Give that curiosity of yours a rest.
Oh, well, Whiz, those motors sound swell since the overhaul, don't they? Yeah. Calling the tower, Lane and Flight 9. We are ready for takeoff.
Okay, Flight 9. No traffic in area. That's all. Clearing Flight 9 from Albuquerque. Go ahead.
Okay. You see, Elmer, about those Indians, they've got this ceremony. It's something to do with the rain. It's a new version of the Lamb of Walk, only you have a rattlesnake for a partner.
A rattlesnake?
Wheels up.
Wheels up. Did you say rattlesnake?
Yeah, I said rattlesnake.
Thanks. I'll sit that one out.
Switching to the beam, Elmer.
Right.
Wow. How's that? Off the ground exactly on schedule.
You know, you're going to be 2 minutes late someday, and the sky's going to fall in or something. You're the on-timingest guy.
Well, how else can you run an airline? Now, with everything on schedule, we can just settle down to a nice, pleasant flight. Calm and uneventful.
Except, of course, for Misty Mountain.
Elmer, you're a mind reader.
But look, Rusty, some of these days, talking to that gal's going to get you in Dutch. You know the rules about communicating with private individuals on the plane's equipment.
Will you stop worrying? In the first place, I talked to that girl on Misty Mountain on the emergency transmitter, and the ground station is tuned to our regular equipment. And in the second
place, you're just plain balmy.
Balmy? What do you mean, balmy? A beautiful girl's voice comes out of nowhere. A girl I've never seen, and she talks to me not once but 100 times, and I don't know, she gets to be sort of a landmark on the flight. Now, talk to her. What do you mean? Of course I'll talk to her.
And what about Helen Marshall? Just because she's in Honolulu, you needn't...
Now, that's nothing to do with Helen, now.
Well, maybe I'm wrong. But when a guy's practically engaged to the daughter of the boss and then takes a chance of losing her...
Losing her? Now, look. Now, Helen's my girl. He may even get married. Mary Lou, on the other hand, is just a voice out of nowhere. And as far as I'm concerned, that's all she'll ever be. Hey, we're off the beam, you know that.
We're off the beam. If anybody's off beam, it's a guy called Rusty Lane. And I'm not talking about airplanes.
Now, there she is, Elmer. Good old Misty Mountain.
Now, Rusty.
Now, we better report. Show that switch. Lane in Standard Airways, Flight 9, calling Las Vegas. Go ahead.
Las Vegas to Flight 9. Go ahead.
Flight 9 over Misty Mountain at 9,000, climbing at 456. Estimate bar low at 7,000 at 517. Go ahead.
Okay, Flight 9.
Now, Elmer, switch the receiver over to night frequency.
Rusty.
You heard me. Now, what's her call letter again?
W6RX2. I don't know.
Yeah, you know. Thanks, pal. Standard Airways, Flight 9, calling W6RX2. Come in, please. Calling W6RX2. Come in.
Hooray, she's not there. Now, let's forget
W6RX2, back to Flight 9. Hello, Rusty. Hello, Elmer. How are you up there today? Go ahead, Flight 9.
Hello, Mary Lou. All right, Elmer, now say hello.
Oh, hello.
Don't mind him, Mary Lou. He's just his sunny disposition. Well, now, what's new on Misty Mountain? How's Mother McCree, huh? Did she have her pups yet? Go on, now, tell us the news. Come in.
Yes, Mother McCree did have her pups. 6 of them. And, Rusty, they are the cutest things you ever saw. There's nothing else new down here, though. Say, Rusty, where are you up there anyway? I'm looking out the window and I can't see. Oh, there you are. The plane just came over the top of the peak. You know, it looks as if it was made of gold with the sunset on the wings like that. How fast are you going? Go ahead.
Well, we're going about ground speed of 180, I guess. But now, Mary Lou, now look, there are a lot of questions I want to ask you. Now, where are you down there? Now, tell me where your house is. Are you ahead of the plane or behind it, left or right? You know, I checked with the post office department, and there isn't a town on Misty Mountain, not even a village. So where do you live down there? Now, tell me. Come in.
Are you sure I'm here at all? Maybe I'm just a voice with no girl to go with it.
No, you're not. Hey, I bet I can even describe you. Now, let's see, and you've got...
You're 6'3", you got a pug nose, 3 warts on your chin, bow legs, and you wear a wig. And anyway, who cares?
That was Elmer. I just threw him out of the airplane. He doesn't approve of my talking to you. He says, I'll get fired and you'll lose your license if we're caught at it. But now go on. Now tell me about you. Who are you? Now, what are you doing on Misty Mountain?
You'll never know. I'm signing off now, Rusty. 73's for the day. Give my love to the angels up there. Good night, Rusty. Night, Elmer. W6RX2 signing clear.
Hey, but Mary Lou.
Mary Lou.
Now, shut up.
So she's just a voice.
Elmer, what do you suppose she does look like?
What do you care? Helen's your girl.
Well, sure she is. Well, that just doesn't stop a guy from being curious, does it?
Oh, is that what you call it?
Now, pipe down.
Sure. Mary Lou, Mary Lou.
Standard Airways, Flight 9, Albuquerque to Los Angeles has just arrived. Passengers now disembarking gate number 2.
Rusty, in case you're interested, we have a rove, as the grammar books say, and the passengers are out. Come on.
Okay.
What are you going to do tonight, Rusty?
No, I don't know.
Well, there's a movie in town all about pilots and airplanes. I thought we might go learn something about how it's done.
Hey, that's not a bad idea. Wouldn't it be something if real flying was like it is in the movies? I can just see you, the determined hero, driving his ship through a blinding storm, ceiling 0, visibility 0.
Range 0.
Yeah.
There he is. Oh, Rusty.
Yeah, hey, it's her, Rusty. Your girl, Helen.
Helen? Why, she's in Honolulu.
Rusty. Oh, Rusty, darling. Well, stupid, aren't you going to kiss me?
Oh, yeah, sure. Hello, Helen. How are you? Hello, Mr. Marshall.
Hello, Lane. Hello, Sloan.
Oh, darling, we came back ahead of time yesterday on the Clipper. Dad had business here, so I came back with him.
Yes, and I have to be getting at that business. Incidentally, Lane, I have some plans for you that I think you'll find interesting. But I'll let Helen tell you about them herself.
Oh, well, thanks, Mr. Marshall. Thanks.
See you both later.
Yeah, me too.
Well, Helen, what is this about plans?
Oh, not now. First, you're taking me to dinner, and later to a dance down at the beach club. And then, if you've been very attentive, perhaps I'll tell you what Dad has in mind.
Are you sure you won't be too cold out here, Helen? There's a wind blows in off that ocean.
No, I'm not cold. At least I wouldn't have to be.
What? Yeah, that's... Well, how's that?
Well, for a man I've come 2,500 miles to see, you're anything but demonstrative, darling.
Well, Helen, I know. I'm just surprised, that's all. It's swell to have you back.
Is it, Rusty?
You're my girl, aren't you?
How long have you been saying just that, Rusty?
Oh, I don't know. 3 years, I guess.
It's nearly 5.
Is it? Is it 5 years?
Rusty.
Yeah?
You want to know Dad's idea?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Standard's been planning to start regular service across the Atlantic for 2 years. Well, you're going east to be in charge of establishing terminal bases for the line.
What, me?
Mm-hmm.
Well, Helen, that's swell.
Oh, yes. Beginning next week, you stop being just an ordinary pilot, and you become an executive. Oh, there's no limit to what it can mean, Rusty. Probably even a vice president in a year or so. Of course, you'll
Oh, Helen, wait a minute. What's that about me not being a pilot any longer?
Why, of course you do. Well, you'll still fly some, of course, mapping routes and things like that, but you won't do just humdrum flying.
Oh, I won't do humdrum flying, huh?
Well, darling, aren't you happy about it?
Well, yeah, sure. I guess I am, but Helen, there's just something I want you to understand.
You needn't say it, Rusty. I do understand.
You do understand?
Oh, of course, my dear. I always promised myself that the man I'd marry would be one who loved me so much that he just couldn't find words to tell me so.
Oh, you promised yourself that, huh?
Yes. And darling, this was really selfish of me, fixing this all up with Dad.
Yeah?
Well, you see, I wanted you to be an executive so that I could see something of you. If you think I intend to share my husband with a lady in the moon, you're mistaken. I want you down on the ground with me.
You do, huh?
Oh, yes, Rusty. Well, there's an old custom when people get engaged that...
Yeah, sure.
Why, Rusty, darling, aren't you glad?
Yeah. Yeah, sure. Sure, I'm glad.
The curtain has just fallen on Act One of Misty Mountain with James Stewart and Jane Brown. We'll continue with Act Two in just a few seconds. And if the men in our audience will listen very carefully during those few seconds, I think we may be able to help them solve an important problem. All right, John Conte?
You know how much store your wife sets by those little extra courtesies you show her. How delighted she is at any unexpected thoughtfulness. And you know, too, how often you've wanted to bring home some little token of your affection, and, well, you've been undecided on just what to choose. Well, next time, why not take home a lovely piece of silverware? Fine silverware is always a welcome gift to a woman, and more than ever welcome when it helps to build a service not yet entirely adequate for her entertaining needs. Or, if you know that the silverware your wife has is not really very good silverware, why not choose a special occasion and give the Silver Theater set in 1847 Rogers Brothers' most sensational silver plate pattern, First Love? She'll be thrilled to read the distinguished name of 1847 Rogers Brothers on every lovely piece. Thrilled, too, to see the sterling-like detail of that beautiful First Love pattern. And you, on your side, will be surprised to learn that you can get this gorgeous 62-piece silver plate service for only $59.75. A saving of more than $14 over open stock price. Let your silverware dealer show you this 1847 Rogers Brothers service tomorrow and tell you what easy, convenient payment terms can be arranged. For here is a gift to be enjoyed every day for years to come. The gift of America's finest silver plate, 1847 Rogers Brothers.
Once again, the lights are being dimmed and the silver curtain is rising on the concluding act of Part 1 of Misty Mountain. Captain Rusty Lane, engaged now to Helen Marshall, daughter of the president of Standard Airways, is making his last flight but one as a regular transport pilot. High over the mountains of northern Arizona, he discusses the future with his anything but enthusiastic co-pilot, Elmer Sloan.
Fine business. You sitting in an office pushing buttons while other guys fly the ships.
Well, somebody's got to do the groundwork.
Then somebody else ought to do it. Not the best pilot that ever pulled out of a tailspin.
No, Elmer, you're vast. The trouble with you...
Red City weather station calling all planes in area. Gathering storm, vicinity Misty Mountain. Ceiling 400 overcast. Visibility 2 miles. Temperature 36. Dew point 35. Moderate range. Wind southeast 12. Barometer 30.08. That's all.
Storm over Misty Mountain. How well we'll climb up through it and go an instant?
Why? But why? We could go around it and still...
Well, why should we go around?
And on the other hand, why shouldn't we? What reason has a guy got for flying over Misty Mountain who's engaged to the president's daughter and has an office all waiting for him with his name on the door?
Now, shut up. Now, push that switch over to night frequency.
You going to call Mary Lou?
Just never mind the questions. I gave an order.
Well, you don't have to get sore about it. There.
Lane in Standard Flight 8 calling W6RX2. W6RX2. Come in.
W6RX2 to Flight 8. Hello, Rusty. How are you today? And how are you, Elmer? Come in. Well, you're certainly conversational up there. Isn't there any news? Go ahead.
No, that's not much news. The weather report says it looks like bad weather down there. Is it raining? Well, how's Mother McCree's and the pups? Go on.
No, it's not raining yet, but I think it's going to. Jack was saying he hoped it would.
Jack? Who's Jack?
Probably her husband.
Oh, incidentally, Rusty, you sound kind of funny today. What's wrong? Oh, and I'm using my new condenser. Am I coming in clearer?
Never mind about condensers. We just want... who's Jack? And what's more, who are you and where do you live down there? And I want to know these things. Now, tell me, what's the use of being so secret about it? Now, come in.
I guess I'd better sign off now. Oh, Rusty, if you get a dog for Christmas and you don't know where it came from, maybe it'll be one of the pups. I'll send it care of the airline. How about it?
Mary Lou, listen. I want to tell you something. You see, this is my next to the last trip over. After my flight back day after tomorrow, I'm going to New York on a big job. So if we miss you or anything on the next trip, well, this is so long, see? And now, will you tell me something about yourself? Now, go ahead. What's the matter? Mary Lou? Mary Lou?
She signed off.
Oh, wait. Calling W6RX2. W6RX2. Come in.
She's
gone. That's funny. I guess her transmitter just went off.
Sure.
All right, will you quit humming that tune?
Okay, but why should I? A voice out of nowhere and she can stay there. That's what you said. So why should you get sore? Of all the guys.
You see, Lane, there's an unusually heavy shipment of mail, so I'm going to have to send one ship through without passengers today. Now, I can't have Collins go, but I thought you might be particularly anxious to get back to Miss Marshall.
What's that?
Well, of course, we've heard the news. Congratulations.
Oh, thanks.
Well, what'll it be, mail today or passengers tomorrow?
Well, I guess you're right. I better get it over with. That is, I'll go today.
Good. Of course, Sloan will be with you and your regular stewardess. So it's goodbye, Lane, and good luck in the new job. We'll try to keep the line running here without you, but it won't be very easy.
Up here.
Well, here she goes, Rusty. The last one.
Yeah.
Hey, a fine flight this is. Me being stewardess to a bunch of mail bags. Why didn't we take our regular run?
Lucky couldn't wait another day to get back to his Helen.
Well, now, isn't that too
The
bad?
stewardess' quarters are in the cabin, Miss Wexler, and not in the cockpit. Do you mind?
Well, excuse me, Captain Lane. I'm sorry.
For a guy that's supposed to be spilling over with happiness, you've sure been doing a great imitation of a sorehead.
Well, it gets my goat.
What does?
Not knowing.
Not knowing what?
Let's forget it.
Okay, Rusty, sure. After all, it's your life, and if you want to stop flying, that's your business. Besides, Helen's a swell girl.
Yeah, sure she is. Turn on the beam.
Good weather. Guess that storm over Misty Mountain is all blown away.
Yeah, sure it has. We got clear weather all the way from now on. Flight 9 to Las Vegas, over a Misty Mountain at 10,000, climbing at 545, estimate Las Vegas 704, Burbank 912. Go ahead.
Okay, Flight 9. Weather and traffic ahead, unchanged.
Okay. Now I'm going to throw that switch.
The night frequency?
You heard me.
You mean you're going to...
Car 9, W6RX2 calling Flight 9. Rusty, is that you up there? Come in, please.
Elmer, it's Mary Lou. She's calling us. Something's wrong. Hello? Lane, Standard Flight 9, calling back, W6RX2. Hello, Mary Lou, what's wrong? Come in.
Rusty, please, I need help, quickly. Help me.
Hey.
Just above the timberline is a Forest Patrol landing field. You can land there, but you must hurry. Please, Rusty, I can't explain now. Oh, hurry, please help me.
Mary Lou, calling W6RX2. Elmer, she's gone, and we got to get down there.
You're crazy. You're carrying mail. It'd mean your job. Rusty, you can't do it.
I can't do it. Well, I'm going to do it. Now, try and spot that field. We're going down.
Hey, level her out. You'll tear the wings off.
You see that field?
Is that it there up
right.
on the point? But, Rusty, look at it. You can't land this ship there. If that's a landing field...
Wheels down.
Oh, wheels down.
Hey, what happened? Why the forced landing? Are we in any trouble?
Never mind. You get back in that cabin and fasten your safety belt.
Yeah, but I'm not...
You heard me. Get back there.
You've done a lot of crazy things, Rusty, but this tops it.
Now, never mind. As soon as we're stopped, you head her into the wind and keep the motors running while I'm gone.
You still don't know where she lives?
I spotted a house just a second ago. It looks like a forest ranger station. It must be the place. And anyway, I'll find out. And remember, whatever happens, you and Millie stay and guard this mail. You understand? Hello. Hello. Mary Lou? Was anyone here? Hello. All right. Open up here.
Well, all right, Lance sakes, wait a minute. Now, what do you all want? Are you aiming for to wreck the place? Lie down, dog.
Hey, what? Are you Mary Lou?
Who?
Mary Lou. Didn't you just call for help?
Say, mister, you ain't touched, are you?
Now, look. Some girl radioed me up on that plane that she was in trouble and needed a girl named Mary Lou.
Well, it all sounds right crazy to me.
Oh, wait. Look. Is there anybody else living in this mountain? Another girl?
Nary a soul.
But surely...
Be quiet,
you
Mr.
must
McCrae.
know... What'd you call that dog?
Oh, why,
Now, let me in here.
No, you can't.
Go on. Be quiet, Mother McCree. Go back to your pop. I see. A ham radio transmitter. So you never heard of Mary Lou, huh?
Oh, Rusty.
Hey, what's the idea of the hillbilly act? Well, come on, answer me.
Well, I was scared. I didn't really think you'd come down here. I tried to call you again and tell you not to, but look, you can see the transmitter's still on, but...
Well, wait a minute. You mean nothing's wrong?
Mm-mm.
Well, what are you doing here alone?
Well, my brother's the forest ranger at the station, and I visit him summers. He's out and out at the observation post on the peak.
Oh, so you brought a transport plane down full of mail in the worst field in 9 states just for a laugh, huh?
Oh, that wasn't why, Rusty.
Well, then why'd you do it?
Well, Well, you said this was your last trip. I'm like you. I was curious. I wanted to see what you looked like.
Oh, you wanted to see what I looked like? Oh, look, that's crazy. Look, do you realize what you've done? Mm-hmm. I may even lose my license. At least I'll be fired.
Well, Rusty, it's my fault. Can't you tell them that? I mean, wouldn't they understand? I mean, if you told them that I was lonely and you were a voice out of the sky and I thought I'd never see what you looked like and I told a little lie to get you down here. Oh, I'm sorry, Rusty. Honest, I am.
Well, quit crying about it. Yeah. Well, I said quit it. Now, what, do I have to shake some sense into you?
I guess somebody ought to. Oh, Rusty.
Well, Hey, Mary Lou. Hey, you know, you look just like I thought you did.
Do I, Rusty?
Yeah. Well, this is amazing. Your eyes and your hair and your lips. Why, you're Mary Lou.
Rusty, you
well,
did...
Why did I do that? Kiss you? I ought to choke you. Look, I have to get out of here.
Well, wait, Rusty, will you come back or write to me?
Never mind about that. Never mind about that. I got a mail plane waiting.
Oh, wait a minute. I'm coming to see you off.
Rusty, what was it? Was Mary Lou? Oh, you're Mary Lou.
Yes. And you're Elmer. Say, what is all
Now, never mind all the question. Let's get going, Elmer. We got to make up for lost time. Come on.
Come on, Mother McCrae, come on, get out of here. Get out of that plane now. Come
Millie, get that dog out of here.
Will I? Come on, dog. Oh, wait a minute, I'll help you. Mother McCrae, now come on, get up. Give it to me. I've got it. Hold the door open.
Come on, Elmer. Now, let's get started.
Hey, what was it all about, Rusty? Why did you...
Now, just never mind. Now, there, that dog's on the ground finally. Okay, now, let's go.
Well, let's have it. Don't just sit there looking like something that blew out of a volcano. Why did she do that?
Well, she was curious. So she hauled the plane down on the side of a mountain.
Well, who wasn't curious? Boy, she was all right for looks, though, wasn't she?
Crazy little quarter wit. I got a mind to... I think, as a matter of fact, I will tell her. Here, push that switch.
You're going to talk to her again?
Say, I'm going to talk to her. Flight 9 calling W6RX2. Calling W6RX2 and come in quick.
Oh, W6RX2 back to Flight 9. Hello, Rusty. Elma, come back for me.
Rusty, it's Millie.
Millie!
That dog! When I took it out of the plane, the girl got in and slammed the door. She's up there with you now.
Hey, Rusty, can a guy be drunk without having had anything to drink?
Look, just never mind. Fly this airplane for a minute.
Hello, Rusty.
Look, what are you doing here?
Well, I came along to help.
To help?
Mm-hmm. You said you were in serious trouble, and it's really all my fault, so I came along to fix it. I'll explain everything to your boss.
Oh, you came along to fix it. Well, now, that's wonderful. Look, I'm an hour late with a ship full of mail. I made an unscheduled landing on an unmarked field because I broke regulations talking to a private party on a plane transmitter, and now I'm going to land in Burbank with an unregistered passenger and without my stewardess. Help me. Look, you're going to send me to Leavenworth.
And here's another happy little thought, Mr. Ex-Vice President-to-be. There'll be a reception committee waiting for you at Burbank, and the whole committee's name is Helen Marshall. Yes, my boy, I'd say it was definitely going to be a happy landing.
This is Conrad Nagel again, ladies and gentlemen. We hope you've so thoroughly enjoyed this first episode of Misty Mountain, starring James Stewart and James Bryan, that you look forward eagerly to next Sunday night when you can hear its thrilling climax. And there's another thought we'd like you to carry away from the Silver Theater tonight. A thought that goes back to the days of our colonial forefathers, many of whom were silversmiths of remarkable skill. If you've ever seen any early American silver, you'll remember it as simple and yet extraordinarily beautiful. And I think it's interesting to know that many of the most exquisite solid silver patterns created today, international sterling patterns, adhere to many of the same principles of faultless design and painstaking artistry which characterized the silver fashion by colonial craftsmen. Because of modern improved methods of silversmithing, today's solid silver is within the reach of nearly everyone. For instance, just listen to how easily you yourself can start a solid silver service.
Ladies and gentlemen, you can get one of International Sterling's lovely me-to-you sets. A place setting for one person. 6 lustrous pieces of genuine silver for only $16.75. Your silverware dealer can show you one of these sets tomorrow, so be sure to visit him and see it. He'll be glad to explain the budget payment plan for larger complete services while you're there, and you'll be glad to learn how easily you can own solid silver as beautiful as any the world has ever created. International Sterling Silver.
James Stewart will soon be seen with Joan Crawford in the Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer production Ice Follies of 1939. And Jane Bryan's forthcoming Warner Brothers picture is Hero for a Day.
Next week, Silver Theater presents James Stewart and Jane Bryan in the second and concluding episode of Misty Mountain by Grover Jones and Drew Boardman. Conrad Nagel will direct, and of course, there will be more original music scored and conducted by Felix Mills. In the meantime, if you want solid silver, you want International Sterling. If you want silver plate, you want 1847 Rogers Brothers, both proudly created by International Silver Company. All incidents and characters in today's drama were entirely fictitious. Silver Theater originates at Columbia Square in Hollywood. John Conte speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is Chesterton Radio, your home for podcasts of works by G.K. Chesterton, plus drama, comedy, mystery, science fiction, big bands, and much more. The soundtrack to your Chesterton day at chestertonradio.com.
International Silver Company presents The Silver Theater, starring James Stewart and Jane Bryan in Misty Mountain, directed by Conrad Nagel. Brought to you in behalf of 2 of the greatest names in silverware, International Sterling, world-famous solid silver, and 1847 Rogers Brothers, America's finest silver plate.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is Conrad Nagel, welcoming you to the 18th of the new series of Silver Theater Dramatic Productions. Before the curtain rises on today's concluding episode of Misty Mountain, I want to take just a moment in which to tell you that next Sunday we shall welcome lovely Loretta Young to our Silver Theater, and that stories are already being chosen for such splendid performers as Andrea Leeds, John Garfield, Lee Tracy, Shirley Ross, and many others who are to appear on our stage in the very near future. And now the lights are being dimmed and the silver curtain is rising on the second and concluding episode of Misty Mountain, an original drama by Grover Jones and Drew Boardman, starring James Stewart as Rusty Lane and Jane Bryan as Mary Lou Masters, with John Gibson as Rusty's co-pilot, Elmer Sloan.
Lane in Standard Flight 9 to Burbank Tower. Flight 9 over Newhall at 524 at 4500 descending. Estimate Burbank at 529. Go ahead.
Okay, Flight 9, come on in. No additional traffic in area. Field is clear. Bozeman 3010, wind southeast 12. Land northwest to southeast.
Okay.
Hey, they still haven't said anything about us being late.
Don't worry, they will.
Rusty, when are we going to tell them?
The truth. That's what we're going to tell them. I'm going right straight to Mr. Marshall. This is an airline. You can't run it on a bunch of lies.
But what about your big new job? Vice president and all that. And Helen Marshall. She'll be plenty sore if she finds you've been talking by radio all the time to some other girl. She might even break off the engagement.
Well, Helen will just have to get over it, that's all.
Well, maybe you're right. Telling the truth will be kind of tough on Mary Lou, that's all.
What are you talking about, tough on Mary Lou?
Well, after all, this plane's carrying mail, Rusty. And when Mary Lou radioed up for help and got you to go down on the mountain to help her, well, maybe it was just a gag to her. She wanted to see what you looked like. But it wouldn't be a joke to the government, delaying the mails and all that.
Hey, I never thought of that. But we can't let that kid get in bad over this. Here, take the controls.
Oh, hello, Rusty.
Hey, Mary Lou, now look. Hey, what's the word? You've been crying.
No, I haven't. I'm just scared. I didn't mean to get you into trouble. Honest, Rusty.
Now, just never mind that. Now, we'll be landed in a minute. And I want you to act just like you were a passenger, you understand? Get out of the plane, go to the airport lunchroom. I'll come there and meet you later.
Yeah, but Rusty, I want to explain to your boss and make him understand that this was all my fault. That you only made that landing on Misty Mountain because I lied.
Now, the reason doesn't matter. I broke regulations. Every time I talked to you on the radio, I was breaking them.
Then why did you do it, Rusty?
Why? Well, because why? Just because I haven't got any good sense about some things, that's all.
Like when you kissed me. There was no sense to that either, was there?
No. Now, look, we're almost over the field.
Oh, Rusty, I'm scared. Can't we just keep on flying and not land at all?
Well, don't talk nonsense. Now, remember to keep quiet. Now, fasten your safety belt. We're going down.
Well, all right, Rusty. I hope everything...
All set, Rusty. The tower just gave us the go-ahead.
Okay, I'll take it. Wheels down.
Wheels down.
Can't we keep on flying and not land at all? Little dope.
What'd you say?
Nothing.
Maybe I'm wrong. Mary Lou.
All right, will you quit singing that song?
Okay. Well, what's the score? Do we tell or what?
I'm doing the talking to Marshall himself. I don't know how, but I'm going to find some way to leave Mary Lou out of it. Now, you keep her out of the way and see she doesn't talk.
Okay, Mr. Galahad of the Airways. But for a guy who's engaged to another gal, you're sure taking a lot of chances to keep that kid in the clear.
Now, shut up. Come on, let's get it over with.
Oh, Rusty, Elmer.
Hello, Mary Lou.
Oh, Rusty, what's going to happen?
Now, never mind. Just remember what I told you, Mary Lou. Keep quiet.
Hello, Rusty. Elmer.
Hello, George.
A little late, aren't you?
Yeah. Here's the manifest in that mail.
Thanks. Oh, you're carrying a passenger. I didn't know.
Yeah. Come on, Elmer. Passenger's this way, miss.
Oh, thank you.
Rusty, I'll bet we could get away with it.
Yeah. Now, Mary Lou, you and Elmer go into the lunchroom. I'll check in and meet you there.
All right. Come on, Elmer.
I'm coming. See you later, Brother Galahad. That is, I hope I will.
Elmer, why is Rusty so long? If he's just filing reports like you said,
Elmer. So you did arrive.
Helen.
I phoned a half hour ago. They said Flight 9 was delayed.
Yes, we got sort of held up.
Oh.
This is Mary Lou, Helen. Miss Marshall, Miss
Masters.
Oh, how do you do?
How do you do?
Oh, where's Rusty, Elmer? Do you know?
Yeah, in your father's office.
In her father's office? But, Elmer, you told me Rusty was...
Oh. Then you know Rusty, too, Miss Masters.
She just met him once. You'll find him in there now, I think, Helen.
Oh, fine. Well, thank you. I'll see you again, Miss Masters.
Elmer, you lied to me. You said everything was all right, but if Rusty's in the boss's office...
Okay, so I lied to you. But Rusty wants it that way.
But what'll they do to him?
Ground him, I guess. Take away his license.
Oh, but Elmer, they can't ground Rusty. Why, flying is his whole life. We've got to stop them. We've got to go in there now and tell the truth.
No, you don't, Mary Lou. You see, Rusty wants to tell this in his own way, so that it keeps you in the clear.
You mean he's taking a chance of losing his license because of me?
That's about it, I guess.
Oh, Elmer. Then
But look, Mary Lou, there's something else that you don't understand.
Elmer, even if I can't talk to Mr. Marshall, there's another way I can help Rusty. That stewardess. I'll phone my brother. You know, he's the first ranger on Misty Mountain, and he can drive it to the station so she can get back here sooner. Where's the phone?
Phone right through the archway there. Hey, wait, have you got some money?
I'm all right. Wait for me.
Yes, miss. Something I can do for you?
Mr. Marshall's office. Can you tell me where it is?
Mr. Marshall? Why, yes. That door over there. But unless you've got an appointment...
Well, thank you. Oh.
Well, Miss Masters.
Where are they? I've got to see your father, Miss Marshall. He must understand that it wasn't Rusty's fault.
Well, what wasn't Rusty? Oh, so it wasn't his fault. Well, suppose you explain all this to me, Miss Masters. If it concerns my father, he'll usually listen to me more quickly than to someone else.
Oh, will you help?
You see, Rusty would never have made that emergency landing if I hadn't lied to him.
The emergency... Oh, well, yes, of course. You've known Rusty for a long time, then?
Oh, no, I've never seen him till today. It was just by radio.
By radio?
Is by a ham transmitter. You see, I've got one up at my brother's place on Misty Mountain. I'm alone a lot, and, well, I just got in the habit of talking to Rusty every time he flew over.
Oh, I see.
And then when Rusty said it was his last trip over the mountain and that he was leaving to go east on a big job, well, it was crazy, I guess, but he'd always been just a voice up in the sky, and I wanted him to be more than that. I had to see him just once anyway.
Oh, naturally.
So I radioed him that I was in danger and needed help. And he landed. Of course, when he found out why I'd done it, he was awfully mad. That is, except for a moment or so. And he rushed back to the plane to take off again, but I knew it would help him if I came and told the truth. So I came along. I had to. You understand that, don't you?
Yes. Yes, I do understand, Miss Masters. And I want you to know that I appreciate what you've done.
You appreciate?
Yes. You see, I wouldn't want that...
And furthermore, I wonder... Oh, hello, Helen, dear.
Hello.
Oh, Mary Lou. What...
Oh, hello, Rusty, darling. Oh, Dad, this is Miss Masters. An acquaintance of Rusty's.
How do you do, Miss Masters? Well, Helen, all our worry about Rusty was unnecessary. He's been telling me why he was delayed.
Oh, yes? What was the reason?
Well, thought he'd gotten a distress signal from some forest range station, so he made an emergency landing. Turned out to be a mistake. But then on the takeoff, the stewardess somehow was left behind.
Well, it all sounds almost unbelievable, doesn't it, Miss Masters?
Why,
look, Mr. Marshall.
Now, let's not discuss it further. Right now, there are other things to consider.
Oh, yes. Have you told Rusty the news, Dad?
Well, I thought you'd want to. Of course, you know about these two, Miss Masters.
Why,
look, I think we'd...
Your executive appointment, Rusty. Dad says it can be official now. From now on, you'll spend your working days on the ground.
Yes, Lane. We start to work on the transatlantic service at once. In fact, we leave for New York in about 3 days.
We?
Yes. You, Helen, myself, and whatever co-pilot you wish to select. We'll go in my private ship.
Oh, and incidentally, Rusty, Dad says that we can be married just as soon as we arrive in New York.
After all, I see no purpose in further delay.
Oh, dear Dad. That's what he says now, but you've no idea what a time I had to get him even to agree to our engagement, Miss Masters.
Yes, I can imagine. Well, if you'll all excuse me, I'd better be going.
Oh, so soon?
I have to be getting home, and it's quite a ways. I'm so happy to have met you all. And good luck on your trip to New York.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Miss Masters.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Mary Lou. Hey, wait a minute.
Well, what's got into that young man?
Oh, it's nothing at all, Dad. He'll be back. And soon. I'm sure of it.
Comes my train. Thank you for coming to the station with me, but you needn't have bothered.
Now, look, Mary Lou, for the 40th time, what did you and Helen say to each other? Now, why this sudden rush home?
Why not? The whole thing was just a lark, and now it's ended.
What was a lark?
Well, all of it. Talking to you up there in the sky and getting you to come down to Misty Mountain and then riding out here in the plane. I've never had such fun.
Fun?
And now that everything's straightened out, I'm glad for you, Rusty. You'll be happy in your new job and all. You know, there are some people that just belong in the sky and others that should be on the ground. Joke is, I had you all wrong. I thought you were one of the up-in-the-sky ones.
You did, huh?
But I'm cured of talking to airplanes from now on. I guess I'll have to stick to Boris.
Boris? Well, who's Boris?
Oh, he's a fellow in Russia. I pick him up on 34 meters about 10 in the morning. He doesn't speak any English, and I don't speak any Russian. We have a swell time not understanding each other. Well, my train's leaving.
Oh, Mary Lou, wait just a minute. Won't you please...
Goodbye, Rusty. It's been fun being crazy for a while. Goodbye, Rusty. Good luck.
Mary Lou. Mary Lou. Mary Lou.
gentlemen, before we continue with the rest of tonight's entertainment, may I say just a few words about the entertaining you do? It so often happens, you know, that a man's business success depends a lot on his wife's success as a hostess. And the more important your husband's position, the more social obligations for you. More dinners, buffet suppers, occasions when your silverware is sparklingly on parade. And naturally, you'll be a more poised and gracious hostess if you know that silverware is beautiful and correct. So may I suggest International Sterling Silver? International Sterling is solid silver through and through. Its pattern's exquisite in every detail, and radiant with a mellow luster that is given to sterling silver only by silversmiths devoted to their craft. What's more, you can own this lovely solid silver far more easily than you imagine. And here's the man to prove it to you. John Conte?
Ladies and gentlemen, you can now get a place setting for one person, 6 lustrous pieces of solid silver created in International Sterling's exquisite enchantress pattern for only $16.75. Visit your silverware dealer tomorrow, Monday, and talk with him about it. See the other beautiful International Sterling patterns while you're there, and learn firsthand how very easily indeed you too can own silver that's a lifetime treasure. Solid silver by International Sterling.
Once again, the lights are being dimmed and the silver curtain is rising on the concluding act of Misty Mountain, starring James Stewart and Jane Bryan. 2 days have passed since Mary Lou went off to rejoin her brother Jack in the lonely forest ranger station on Misty Mountain. And meanwhile, Rusty is the center of intensive activity preparatory to leaving the West Coast for New York. But a change has come over Rusty. A change he can't understand himself.
Look, Rusty boy, will you please get Mary Lou off your mind? You're engaged, remember? To Helen Marshall. And you're taking her to a banquet in half an hour. You gotta get ready.
I'm not going.
But you gotta go, Rusty. The whole party's a send-off for you and Helen. You can't get out of it.
All right. I heard you, and I'll go. I'm an executive now. I gotta go. That's where big business is done, over a banquet table. Sure, I'll go.
And Captain Lane has very definite plans for the route, haven't you, dear?
What was that?
I said you have the new route across the Atlantic all laid out. You're just looking for the right flyer to try it out.
Yeah, that's right. A flyer. That's what I need. One of those up in the sky ones, not an on-the-grounder like me. That kind wouldn't do, would it?
Well, Rusty, darling, what on earth are you talking about?
How about a statement for the press before you leave, Captain Lane? Is it true you and Miss Marshall are getting married as soon as you reach New York?
Sure, it's true. Why shouldn't I marry? We're engaged, aren't we? Lane and Marshall Special. We're ready to take off.
Okay, Lane. Field is clear. No traffic in area. Take off north to south. Wind south 22. And here's a special weather report. Storm area is still holding in the vicinity of Rex City and moving southward toward Barlow and Misty Mountain. That's all. Go ahead.
Okay.
Wait a minute, Rusty.
What?
Sure you want to do it? Through a storm and all?
What are you talking about?
You're not the Rusty Lane I've flown with 300 times. Something's happened. I don't know what, or maybe I do, but it's none of my business, and I don't care either for myself. But Helen and Mr. Marshall are back there in the cabin. They've got a right to be piloted by a guy who still hasn't cracked up somehow inside himself.
How'd you like to shut up?
Don't do it, Rusty. You're not yourself. You know you're not. Please, Rusty.
I said to shut up. We're taking off. Keep your hands off these controls. I'll pilot this plane, and I'll do it alone.
Mary Lou. It's your play. I put the red jack on the black queen.
Oh, I'm sorry, Jack. Look, let's not play anymore,
Huh? Okay. Oh, now look here, sis. I didn't bawl you out for that plain business and the stowaway act. Only now that it's all over, you gotta snap out of it. For your own sake.
I know. You're right, and I have, Jack. I'm just upset tonight somehow. Maybe it's the storm, or maybe I'm...
Oh, sure, sis, I know. Hey, look, sis, if this Lane fella's done anything to make you unhappy, well,
Oh, but he hasn't. As a matter of fact, he was grand to me. He's just engaged to someone else, that's all.
I see. I'm sorry, kid.
Oh, Jack, it is so crazy. A man I only saw once in my life.
Oh, that doesn't make any difference, Mary Lou. We can't decide things like that. They sort of get decided for us.
Yes, I guess they do. Oh, and Jack. Wait.
Well, what's the idea of locking the radio room?
You keep this key, will you? And don't give it back to me.
Okay, sis. You're the doctor.
You're okay?
Sure, I'm okay. Why shouldn't I be?
The weather's getting worse all the time, and we're losing the beam.
Well, suppose we are. We're flat without the beam. Well, shut up and leave me alone, will you?
Now, look, Rusty, don't get sore, but we're mushing and losing altitude. Look at that altimeter, 8,600.
Well, I can't go any higher. We're icing up. We'll have to go under the weather.
Go under the weather? We're still in the mountains, and you knew it. And San Carlo Ridge is nearly 10,000, and in this weather we could crash into it before we saw it. Hey, the beam, it's gone completely now.
All right, let it go.
Rusty, you can't talk like that in a storm like this.
Well, anyway, it's clearing here, you see?
Rusty,
watch, it's clearing.
Look out there ahead, the ridge.
Now,
Rusty, bang!
Hold on!
Oh, well... It's one way to see a mountain. Look, Rusty, you got to get back on course. You've got to.
I can't. I've been trying to get on course. I can't.
Well, then where are we?
I don't know. I don't know. I'm lost, Elmer. Did you get that? Did you get that? 200 flights on this run, and Rusty Lane's lost. I'm lost. I'm lost. That's funny.
What are you going to do?
I don't know. I don't know. I just keep flying. Till we get somewhere or nowhere. Who cares?
I wish she could see you now.
Oh, Helen? Oh, she'll
No, no, not Helen. Mary Lou. The girl who thought you really belonged up in the sky. The girl who broke her heart when she found out you weren't going to stay there. The girl down there somewhere on Misty Mountain who right now is...
Elmer, that's it. That emergency transmitter. Switch it on.
What do you mean? Mary Lou? She won't be listening. Why
should
she...
Switch it on. Hurry.
Okay.
Lane calling W6RX2. W6RX2. Mary Lou, come in, please, and hurry. Hurry. W6RX2, come in.
What you going to bed?
I did, but I just couldn't sleep. Oh, Jack,
now look here, sis. You got to quit this. After all, there's a limit.
I know it's crazy, just like all the rest of it, but Jack, I'm not feeling sorry for myself or anything like that. It's something else, something I can't describe. I don't know. But I do know, Jack, the key.
The keys?
To the radio room. Give it to me.
Oh, but Mary Lou, you said you
I don't care what I said. Look, please give me that key.
W6RX2, come in.
You gotta give up, Rusty. There's not enough gas to keep on like this. Better go down again and take a chance on finding a landing. You can't...
I know what I'm doing. Maybe I didn't before, but I know now. Plane calling W6RX2, calling W6RX2. Come in, Mary Lou, come in, please.
I tell you, if she was there, she'd have answered long ago. You're going fast if you keep it up.
W6RX2, Rusty Lane calling W6RX2. Come in.
Will you quit it, Rusty? I tell you,
W6RX2 calling Rusty Lane. W6RX2 calling Rusty Lane. I'm standing by. Come in.
Mary Lou, we're up here somewhere in the storm. I think I'm north of Misty Mountain near San Carlo Ridge, but I've got to make sure. Now, I think you can guide us on our course again. Do you understand? Come in.
Yes, Rusty, but how can I? It's storming here, too, and I can't see a thing. Go ahead.
You're not going to see. You're going to hear us. Now, I'm going to turn south and try and find Misty Mountain. Now, you've got to let me know when I'm overhead. So listen for us, and when you hear our motor, call back. Come in.
All right, Rusty, I understand. Come in.
All right, Mary Lou, I'm standing by. I'm turning south.
Jack, do you hear him?
No, sis, not yet. He may have been a long ways off the course. Have him keep coming.
W6RX2 calling Rusty Lane. Calling Rusty Lane. Come in.
Go ahead, W6RX2.
We still can't hear you playing, Rusty. But don't be afraid, darling. You can't be. Because you do belong up there. I lied when I said you didn't. You're an up-in-the-sky man, Rusty, and the sky can't beat you. I know it can't.
Hey, Mary Lou. Sis, listen.
I'm going to tune off for a moment so I can hear you. But stand by, Rusty.
Mary Lou, there they are. Just over northwest of us. Have him turn southeast and be right overhead.
Rusty, now you're northwest of us. Turn southeast. Southeast, Rusty. Now, Rusty, you're overhead. I can hear you. Turn east and you're on your course.
Sis, what does he say? Hey, tune it so he can talk back to you. Throw the switch. Sis, what's wrong with you?
I can't let him call back. What is there for him to say? He's on his course and says he can mess up with that.
Oh, yes, sis, but listen.
W6RX2 to Rusty Lane. Goodbye, Rusty. Goodbye and happy landings. W6RX2 signing clear.
Mary Lou, you coming with me? Hey, what is this? Seems to me only a couple of days ago you were through with radio for life.
This doesn't count. I'm talking to Boris.
Oh? Oh, that fellow in Russia. Oh, thanks. I won't have some.
W6RX2 calling UX24Y. Calling UX24Y in Moscow. Calling UX24Y. Come in.
Hello. W6RX2. This is, Boris. Nichivoka, Kapashmordi, America. Go ahead.
Boris? Boris, is that you? Come in.
Yeah, sure it's... Oh, sure it's... Look, I lost my accent. Come in.
Rusty, where are you? Go ahead.
Now, never mind that. Now, listen. Standard Airways is going to start its transatlantic service without Rusty Lane, and Helen Marshall has sailed to Europe to find herself a count. Now, what I want you to tell me is this. What's a guy called Rusty Lane who belongs in the sky going to do? Now, come in.
Well, I don't know, Rusty. What is he going to do?
Well, he's going to land on Misty Mountain and kidnap a gal named Mary Lou, and if she won't promise to marry him at Las Vegas this afternoon, he's going to throw her overboard without a parachute. Well, how about it? Oh, yeah, I forgot. I love you. Come in.
And I love you, Rusty. I do love you.
That's all I want to know. I'll be right down.
Conrad Nagel again, ladies and gentlemen. I know you're all eager to have our stars, James Stewart and Jane Bryan, come back and say a personal word, and they will be back in just a moment. First, however, I'd like to ask you to take a quick look back with me to a day 91 years ago in a little tree-shaded town of Connecticut, where three brothers were creating silver plate of surpassing beauty and craftsmanship. Those three brothers were founders of the house of 1847 Rogers Brothers. 91 years ago, their name was little known outside their own small New England town. Today, 1847 Rogers Brothers is the most important name in American silver plate. Many of you have cherished this silver plate in your homes for years and need no words of mine to convince you of its beauty and quality. To those of you who are not familiar with 1847 Rogers Brothers silver plate, here is a man with a special invitation for you. John Conte.
It's an invitation from your silverware dealer, ladies and gentlemen. An invitation to visit him tomorrow and see the magnificent 62-piece service of 1847 Rogers Brothers silver plate, which can be yours for only $59.75. A saving of more than $14 over open stock price. You can get this service in many different patterns, including the sensational First Love pattern. You'll be surprised and delighted, too, to learn what easy, convenient payment terms can be arranged. For this is indeed the time to get America's finest silver plate, 1847 Rogers Brothers silver plate, at savings beyond your dreams. And now back to Conrad Nagel, who is leading our stars out in front of the silver curtain so that they may meet you in person.
And here they are, James Stewart and Jane Bryan. Well, Jimmy and Jane, suppose you tell us something about yourselves. You, Jane, I understand you just finished Hero for a Day at Warner Brothers.
Yes, that's right, Conrad.
And you, Jimmy, how are you coming along with your flying?
Oh, swell. I've got quite a few hours in the air, and it's a lot of fun. That's why I got a great kick out of playing Pilot Rusty Lane.
Ever been grounded?
Grounded? Well, I just finished Ice Follies of 1939 from Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, and I was grounded plenty in those skating scenes. I had to take the de-icer off my plane and wear it in my pants for 2 weeks.
Well, maybe this will take your mind off all those spills. You know, we're thinking of having a nice silver medal struck off for you.
Well, that's wonderful for piloting.
No, for endurance.
Endurance? Well, how come?
Well, Jimmy, you hold an all-time record for stars who've made silver theater appearances. You've chalked up 8 broadcasts.
Oh, that's grand, isn't it, Jimmy? Any chance of me piling up a record like that, Conrad?
Oh, we'd love to have you, Jane.
But I won't be satisfied with a silver medal when I do.
No?
No, I'm going to hold out for a complete set of that lovely First Love pattern I've been hearing about.
Well, we'll try to do something about that. Now, I'm sorry to say that our time is about up, and I'm afraid
just
that
one more thing, Conrad. I want to get in a quick thanks for Johnny Gibson's work as Elmer, my co-pilot in today's show. That guy's terrific.
And thanks the rest of the cast for us, too, will you, Conrad?
I'll do that gladly. Thanks a million, James Stewart and Jane Bryan. We hope you'll be back soon.
Next week, Silver Theater presents Loretta Young in another original radio play by Grover Jones and True Boardman. Conrad Nagel will direct, and of course, there'll be more original music scored and conducted by Felix Mills. In the meantime, if you want solid silver, you want international sterling. If you want silver plate, you want 1847 Rogers Brothers, both proudly created by International Silver Company. All incidents and characters in today's drama were entirely fictitious. Silver Theater originates at Columbia Square in Hollywood. John Conte speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is Chesterton Radio, the true, good, and beautiful at chestertonradio.com.
For almost 2 centuries, Americans have enjoyed the valuable privileges of freedom. Now, freedom needs each American to dedicate himself to its preservation. We must not allow our liberties to be endangered by neglect of our duties as citizens. During this year of rededication, join with your fellow Americans in reaffirming the principles on which this country is founded and the safeguarding of those principles. Make it your business to see that federal, state, and local governments are conducted honestly. Help to maintain the good morale of your sons and daughters in the armed forces. Learn the facts about all candidates and issues. Then vote for the one you believe in. Make the most of every minute on your job. Produce as much as you can, and thus increase our military and economic strength. Work for better schools and a better community. Guard your American heritage of freedom. It needs you.
You are listening to Chesterton Radio at chestertonradio.com.